Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 9 of the series. Chapter 347, 343, Voice of Millions. The majority of the crowd was sent into a state of silence and curiosity. What was imperial combat? For most of these would-be spectators, they weren't familiar with the rules of the myriad monarch sect. They were foreigners who were merely present to observe the era-changing event that was the Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn versus the Princess of Everlore. For those who did know, they weren't sent into a frizzy state due to excitement and intrigued, but adopted dark expressions filled with gloom and taint. They were members of the myriad monarch sect, inhabitants of its continents or planets, those who were familiar with the concept of imperial combat. Long Chen, to them, was the future successor of the Grand Monarch lineage, and a month or so ago they were thrilled at the resurgence of the myriad monarch sect's greatness. Not only did they have Wei Wuyin, an alchemist with endless potential, but their core legacy that was thought to have been lost was recovered. But this. What was this? So the gasps of shock and raving excitement that Long Chen had expected was met with a subversion of his expectations. Instead, the expressions of those who held Wei Wuyin in the highest regard, a household name with the potential to allow them to live beyond any other era, were ill and angry. A fifth-stage astral core realm expert, a prime imperial sage, and someone who believed himself to have close ties with Wei Wuyin, couldn't control his temper nor words as he shouted with forceful spiritual might. "Who the hell do you think you are?" These words were like powder kegs to the already existing flames that were brewing in the hearts of quite a few. A mature woman, gorgeous and lively, usually possessing an elegant and gentle demeanor, had an extremely ugly expression at the moment. She shrieked, her cultivation base lacking but her words thoroughly clear, "Yeah. You little shit, do you even have the qualifications?" These were merely the first, but pebbles of words were soon thrown by the handful amongst the crowd. To the majority, the Grand Prince was an insignificant figure compared to Wei Wuyin. A cacophony of insults were hurled, all targeting Long Chen. It was as if Long Chen had challenged their king to mortal combat as a peasant, the script of status being severely flipped. They were enraged. Spittle and rage. It flowed everywhere. The audacity. "You impudent little child, sit your ass down." To them, where did Long Chen get off challenging Wei Wuyin? What right did he have? They didn't care about the grievances Long Chen might have, or if Wei Wuyin had his mom choke on his anaconda in the back of his sky palace. They purely saw it as an insult to them and the figure they worshipped. Normally, if random individuals were shouting insults at a Grand Prince, they would experience a summary execution, but what if it wasn't just a few people? What if it was 1,000? 10,000? 1,000,000? A near billion? "Bland Prince, you shit-filled trash. Get the fuck off the stage before we throw you out." Those who came to watch Wei Wuyin display his talents in alchemy were all present, and a possible fight was not within their minds. In fact, the general rule of belief was that alchemists should be protected and beloved, being one of the few ways to alleviate the challenges of cultivation, to change one's fate and talents. Just arriving at this event, they were filled with endless stories about the legendary past era, the King of Everlore era. During that era, astral core realm cultivators were far too numerous to count and the population was lesser. Now, there are only 5 million or so in a world of tens of trillions. You want to challenge Ascendant Emperor Wei? Let my dog take a piss so you can see yourself clearly, then ask if you are even worthy. To them, Wei Wuyin was their ticket to the astral core realm, to 1,000 years of life, to untapped potential power, and to an endless future they've imagined themselves as. While the Princess of Everlore was the true successor of the King of Everlore, very few people were here for her. They were here for him. Grand Prince. Trash. Grand trash is what you are. The sounds coalesced into a ferocious rebuke, with the crowd nearly rioting. It was a display of mob mentality as their ill emotions and pent-up feelings, for some even entirely unrelated, were unleashed with that male youth at the center stage. Trash. Trash. For someone like him, being considered grand trash is an insult to trash. At least trash has value. Zhen's toothless mouth opened in complete shock and utter disbelief, her ears hurting from the sheer volume of the collective shouting. Ji Changkong's expression transformed into a grimace, having never experienced the hatred of nearly 100 of millions people. The colliding sound waves targeted in their expressions caused his skin to ripple ceaselessly in all directions. Long Chen was the target of it all, causing his mental state to momentarily go blank. All his willpower, all of his fortitude built up from being insulted as a youth, declared as trash, wasn't capable of withstanding an unexpected rampage of so many individuals. The usual bevy of beauties by his side were located in an isolated chamber, brought there and watched over by an allied earthly general. The demon was a friend of Long Chen, someone who he respected, and thus took it upon himself to restrict the movements of these young women. They would clearly attempt to interfere in this event, and this battle was something Long Chen was determined to initiate. Therefore, Qing Qiumu, Lin Zian, Lian Yu, Wu Baozhai, Hong Ru, Xiao Bing, Long Tingyu, and Na Sini were all here, watching as Long Chen was berated by seemingly the entire world. Their mouths were agape as they stood aghast. It was an event of vocal slaughter, all of which directed at one person. Lian Yu's eyes were scarlet red, a feeling of grievance unknowingly stabbing in her heart as the crowd shouted crude, sometimes creative, insults. Long Chen was the Grand Prince, the successor of the Grand Monarch lineage. What right did they have to act in this way? Her eyes looked to figures of authority and great power, seeking out with hopes that they'll shut these despicable individuals up. If they knew why Long Chen challenged Wei Wuyin, would they be on his side? Wu Baozhai's left eye twitched. This was a disaster. A complete and total disaster. Regardless of the outcome of the imperial combat, if the fight could even happen, there would likely be no way anyone would respect Long Chen. Instead, he would be remembered as the individual who couldn't read the situation, who overstepped his boundaries, who was a true historical idiot. As a member of an imperial clan, she understood the perception of the masses was very important. If Long Chen wanted to claim the reins, he would have to wade his way through it all, uplifting their thoughts and belief towards him lest he be met with endless obstacles in the dark. She didn't know what to do or how to de-escalate the situation. Why are they being so mean to Big Brother? In a tearful choke, Long Tingyu cried out. She was still a child, her understanding of the human heart and the concept of idols were far too lacking. Na Sini mindlessly and thoughtlessly responded, he challenged the idol in their hearts. She understood the concept of eyeing the idol in other hearts. Weren't Hong Ru and Xiao Bing a literal causality of a similar event? Of course, not of this scale. But Huanfu Jinwei idolized, loved, desired the two, but then Long Chen arrived and he was challenged for their attention, threatening to take away what he wanted. It might seem slightly different, but the fundamentals were still there. In a brief few years, Wei Wuyin had not just become a household name, but a legend spread further by his insane deeds and accomplishments. Furthermore, the former title prince of Everlore carried incredible weight that helped thrust him even further into the forefront of their lives. Long Tingyu was still confused, tears threatening to spill. She seemed so cute and delicate that anyone who saw her would want to hug and protect her from the cruelty of the world. Lin Xian's eyes were extremely wide, not expecting this. She knew this was all due to her, so she bit her lower lip with anxiety. We show dash before Qing Qiumu could speak out her thoughts, an explosive sound erupted in the sky. It was so loud that the voices of the crowd had been dulled out for a moment, causing everyone to look at the direction of its origin. When they saw who it was, the eyes of everyone widened, and some even became frenzied. Ascendant Emperor of Neodon has arrived. A voice shouted out enthusiastically. Wei Wuyin was floating far above the Colosseum, his brilliant pair of silver eyes regarded the world with an icy indifference. This only highlighted his imposing demeanor and extremely handsome features. Just his presence alone was extremely stifling, causing the entire crowd to simmer down until become silent like a doused blaze. The wind caused his outer alchemist robe to flutter, and a distinct scent of alchemical energies permeated throughout the world. The senses of nearly 1 billion were simultaneously stimulated. The people present were breathing quietly, some even going as far as to suppress the sound of their heartbeat for an unknown fear. While Wei Wuyin didn't speak, it was as if he shouted the word, silence. This was what it meant to be imposing, and even to people who've never met you, didn't even know how you looked, but simply the brief announcement of your name sent them into abject obedience. A formless aura that effused your every thought without needing to convey a single word. Power. Not just to decimate the world, but to influence the minds of the masses. Na Sini, Lin Xian, and Wu Baozhai's heart went aflutter with complex and pounding emotions. They simultaneously thought, this is what it meant to be a sovereign. Wei Wuyin started to slowly descend, his eyes focusing on the platform of his upcoming all-alchemic clash. It was currently occupied by 3 people. These 3 slowly watched as Wei Wuyin approached. Zhen and Ji Changkong had apprehension. Even despite their 1,000 years of cultivation and high strength, they felt inferior. This feeling permeated into them as if they were observing the peak of the mortal Tao. As members still within the mortal Tao, how could they not feel fear, respect, and inferiority before its presence? When that first step pressed against the platform, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat simultaneously. Wei Wuyin was still shrouded in the alchemical aura of 9th grade products, and due to the isolation formation setup, his entire body was brimming with its scent, power, and innate influence. It forcefully called to attention all those within the mortal Tao. Even his alchemic stars of mortal spirituality was constantly present within his eyes. Even Eden found it increasingly difficult to suppress. The more 9th grade products he successfully concocted, the stronger it was. Now, his silver eyes were infused with peak mortal Tao presence and the essence of the alchemic Tao. Zhen gulped as she met his gaze. She, an old creature, lowered her head in obedience as if before a ruler. Ji Changkong, who possessed 2 sharp intents, was feeling extremely conflicted, but he removed his hands from his hilt. A sign of his surrender. Despite their strength, they were still restrained by the mortal Tao, until they exceeded these limits and touched upon the mystic. He finally glanced at Long Chen, who, shockingly, was less affected. It was due to the Imperial Heaven Qi method, a cultivation method designed by Wu Yu, an existence who exceeded mortal limits. While he couldn't be said to have even remotely touched upon that limit, the fundamentals of his cultivation was still influenced by the mystic ascendant realm. Despite not being heavily influenced, he still felt a distinct inferiority develop within his heart. He clenched his teeth, staring at Wei Wuyin, and then noticing the unassuming black ring dangling around his neck. His eyes became reddened. With a fierce point of his finger, he shouted, "Undo what you did to her." Chapter 348, 344, Shifting of Fate. Chapter 348, 344, Shifting of Fate. Undo what you did to her. Long Chen demanded. Despite the unexpected event of being berated, insulted, and almost spat on by millions, he still remembered Lin Ziyan. He was here because of her, for her. When Lin Ziyan returned, he felt something was off. It was highly suspicious that she had been repaired so quickly. Furthermore, she acted increasingly distant from him. This was completely unlike what she was before. He still remembered how she consoled him, how gentle she talked to him, how lovingly, how emotionally, and how supportive she was. But after coming back from Wei Wuyin's so-called recovery procedure, she had changed. He didn't see a light of admiration, respect, and gentleness in her ocean blue eyes anymore. Instead, there was a light of bitterness, annoyance, and flashes of anger. Such rancor had never been revealed to him before. Why would she resent him? It had to be because of Wei Wuyin. He must have done something to her, likely brainwashed her somehow using his various means. Even more, her first desire was to bring Xiaobing and Hong Ru to Wei Wuyin's sky palace. In his perspective, it was Wei Wuyin's plan to do the same to them as well. How could he allow that? Without hesitation, he kept them there and tried to convince Lin Ziyan, talk to her, but her responses were hogwash. What, I've chosen to stay with him. What, this is my own choice. What, you don't have the right to interfere. Before he had you, you loved me. You're going to him. The thought of it drove him to complete and utter rage, and he knew that Wei Wuyin had altered her mind somehow. He used some tricks to brainwash her. All that time they spent together, how he valiantly fought for her. The Lin Ziyan he knew would never even associate with his rival, no matter what. Especially not Wei Wuyin. The guy he hated the most, he despised the most, and the one he wanted to kill the most in this world. All he does is take, and take. He took his ring, he took Wu Yu, and now he wants to take you. Driven by these thoughts, Long Chen could no longer hold it in and had to challenge Wei Wuyin to imperial combat. And what better venue than the location where the entire starfield would view? He would finally settle his differences with Wei Wuyin and save Lin Ziyan as well. While these thoughts drove his actions, Wei Wuyin was briefly confused. Did Long Chen want him to unheal Lin Ziyan? It was only for a moment, and then he came to a realization. Recalling that kiss, her soft body in his embrace, and those words of hers, he realized what brought Long Chen to this point. He thought for a moment. Then, with a faint, cunning smile he stated, "I, Wei Wuyin, swear an oath upon my spirit that I haven't used my abilities to alter Lin Zian's thoughts, memories, or beliefs outside of her benefit during or after her recovery. That all her actions from the moment she awakened until now were of her own free will, not imposed by any of mine. Besides isolating her memories of torture from her psyche, making it unable to distort her personality, he hadn't done any alterations." The crowd was faintly confused, but they remained silent and respectful. But the beautiful women that were gathered together were all sent into a state of shock. They knew why Long Chen had taken to challenge Wei Wuyin, and it was due to Lin Zian's change. Well, it was merely one of the many reasons, but it was his core reason at the moment. In the matter of 2 sentences, Wei Wuyin had instantly swore a spirit oath that he hadn't interfered with Lin Zian in any way that might be detrimental to her decision-making. Lin Zian was startled, a heavy breath of relief was unleashed within her heart. She feared this too, which was why she hadn't stopped Long Chen. But when she recalled her current thoughts, beliefs, and wants, she was once again reaffirmed of what she desired. Qin Qiumu, Nasini, Wu Baozhai, Xiao Bing, Hong Ru, and Long Tingyu were silent, unable to speak. They had all thought that there was a possibility that Wei Wuyin had actually acted, likely to spite Long Chen. Even Qin Qiumu was skeptical. After all, Lin Zian was the picture of an adoring wife before. The image had been completely flipped in a short period of time. But what they didn't realize was that this short period of time wasn't short to Lin Zian. She was in a half-comatose state. A state given to her because Long Chen had decided to be petty, castrating a member of the Ji clan. As for her, she was merely the target of the Ji clan member's lustful desires. She was innocent, yet her life was nearly taken from her. And Long Chen did nothing to help her. Regardless if it was the medical sages who alleviated her extreme pain or her recovery, it was all because of someone else. Long Chen stumbled over his words, unsure what to say. He saw the distinct spiritual fluctuations emit from Wei Wuyin, a sign that the spirit oath was authentic. The rage and anger he felt, the reason he used as the foundation to justify his actions, had collapsed with a mere few words. Speechless, he was left floundering without a paddle. Wei Wuyin didn't even give Long Chen another look, turning away to the area where the girls were located. "It's quite pathetic that you, the Grand Prince, would challenge me for a woman that no longer wants you. Must you blame all your shortcomings on me? Take some responsibility, will you?" With a scoff, "But a challenge of imperial combat must be accepted by those of similar ranking. Since heavenly kings and grand princes were on the same level, with some minor differences, I can't reject your challenge. Imperial combat was designed as a way for disciples to settle their differences in combat, and it could even get extremely deadly. Wei Wuyin had once used this very concept to kill Gu Hao, who assaulted Xiao Bai, and caused the downfall of a sky noble faction using a bounty system. If it was any other time, Wei Wuyin would gladly accept, slaughtering Long Chen as a result. From Wu Yu's silence, he would likely not interfere. After all, since Long Chen challenged him of his own free will, if he did interfere, Long Chen would no longer be a qualified successor, no longer embodying the essence of the imperial heaven chi method. The two were of similar age and Wei Wuyin even had a weaker cultivation level than Long Chen. A grand prince that had to always live beneath the heel of a heavenly king wasn't suitable to become a grand monarch. Wei Wuyin continued, "So, we'll have our battle. But the time and place is to be decided by the challenged party, me. I'll choose a suitable time later. For now, leave my stage." His words were uttered with the utmost calm, treating Long Chen with no respect. In the greatest and most genuine of truths, Wei Wuyin wanted nothing more than to kill Long Chen. This was a desire that had existed since the Myriad-Year continent. It wasn't purely due to the bloodline of sin, but a heartfelt want produced after witnessing Long Chen's mocking, triumphant smile when he was beheaded in that alternate timeline. But he couldn't. Even if he were to disregard Qin Qiumu, even if he were to disregard Wu Yu, he couldn't disregard the consequence of suffering another rapid acceleration of his calamities of hell. Just Yuag Longshi caused him to lose 27 years. He always had a feeling that killing a blessed would send him into more than one calamity instantly. This wasn't a result he wanted to see. To him, his life was far more valuable than Long Chen's. Long Chen was about to speak, his expression contorting, but Wei Wuyin glanced at Ji Changkong, who experienced a jolt. Before a word could be uttered, Ji Changkong forcefully brought Long Chen away in a comet of sharp light. Zhen had already lowered her head, her heart in turmoil. Earlier, she had attacked Wei Wuyin, and she wasn't sure where they stood. But Wei Wuyin didn't mind her. The all-alchemic clash will begin soon. Thank you all for being here, bearing witness. After announcing this, he looked at the room with Lin Ziyan. He slowly soared over, arriving in a quiet and stable manner. Only after he left the stage, left view, then the impassioned voices of the crowd started to resound. That was the Ascendant Emperor. How handsome! Did you see his eyes? It felt like he could see into your soul, shatter all illusions, and view the world's mysteries. I think I'm in love. Buffed, with your body, he'll never see past your thick waist and balloon body. Avid discussion abound, regardless of men or women, they were talking. When Wei Wuyin arrived in the room, he swept his eyes over all those present. With a faint smile, one filled with a slightly playful grin, he couldn't help but say, "You should be more clear with your wants and intentions next time." While those words seemed to be directed at Lin Ziyan for producing this event, there were other girls who felt their heart tremble at those words, as if speaking to them. Na Sini especially. Qing Qiumu felt her heart pound for a moment. Whenever Wei Wuyin entered the scene, he would awe the world and then warm her heart. His gentle, warm, and down-to-earth smile after displaying world-shaking feats allowed her to understand him more. Regardless of what event, he would always remain his truest self. All right, I need to make some last-minute preparations. See you later. Wei Wuyin smiled at the blushing Lin Ziyan and was about to leave. Qing Qiumu cried out, causing him to stop. Despite all that happened to Long Chen just now, none of it was Wei Wuyin's fault. So she said in the most excited manner, "Good luck. Beat that princess." She gave a thumbs up and a bright smile. It was extremely cute, even causing Wei Wuyin to chuckle. Was always the plan. With that, he left. The room was left with complex emotions, and the image of Wei Wuyin and Long Chen, the sharp, stark, and clear contrast in demeanor and openness, it had formed a comparison in their minds they couldn't shake. While one was subjected to ridicule and contempt, the other demanded respect and exuded warmth. Someone who always acted aboveboard, never indulging in his inner pettiness versus an individual whose pride always brought along troubles and endless consequences. The plundering of their hearts, it was completed at this moment. Na Sini first thought as she saw Wei Wuyin leave, swaggering out with the utmost confidence was, "I've decided." But these thoughts were similarly echoed by another, an unexpected woman within this group, and it was firmer and contained more resolve than Na Sini. In a far-off land, in a dark and dimly lit room, a cloaked figure was holding a perfectly spherical crystal orb that was infused with golden mist. It floated before the figure, their hands rotating around it in a mystical manner, almost forming afterimages. Crack! A soft gasp of shock resounded as the crystal orb revealed a faint, chaotic crack on its surface. For a long moment, silence reigned supreme until words were finally spoken. "Little girl, your fate shifted." Another figure emerged, shadowy and indistinct. "What happened? We'll need to change our plans." Chapter 349 to 345, All Alchemic Clash, Start. Chapter 349, 345, All Alchemic Clash, Start. While the previous show had provoked the crowd's excitement, their emotions, both ill and foul, unleashed on the poor soul that was Long Chen, they soon moved on. They had already bore witness to Wei Wuyin accepting the challenge, but they didn't have any expectations for Long Chen. Just the way the others reacted to their presences, the vast difference, was enough for everyone to relegate Long Chen as a mere clout chaser. If he wished to use their Ascendant Emperor as a stepping stone, they surely wouldn't have any good opinions of him. "They're here." Someone with a powerful cultivation base announced, spreading his voice through the ears of millions. The voice caused numerous heads to twist and turn until they lifted and saw a group of individuals were descending from the sky. The Alchemist Association's Prince of Everlore's entourage was filled with numerous prestigious and relevant members of the Alchemist Society. They arrived in like-minded, same-colored outfits sporting the Alchemist Association's emblem. There were 9 of them, including Qingye Yun and Qingye Ying. The rest were alchemic emperors that were easily recognizable. This showing had fully displayed the Alchemist Association's forefront charge in the alchemic Tao. To possess 7 alchemic emperors in a mere entourage was far too luxuriant. They were speaking to the world, confessing their boundless strengths in the alchemic Tao. Furthermore, they were all surrounding Qing Ying, following a step or so behind her to insinuate their status and position. Despite these figures being capable of creating rain and storm, they were willingly following the Princess of Everlore in this manner. This only served to hype the crowd. An emotion of deep expectation surged into the hearts of everyone present. While Wei Wuyin had far more presence, far more terrifying aura exuding from him, he didn't have that mindset of superiority. When he looked at the crowd, he didn't see them as ants. But these figures did, and it added an above-all feeling to them. It was seemingly pretentious, arrogant, and condescending. If this type of aura were to appear on normal individuals, they would immediately be beaten on the streets and left without any dignity, but when placed on these notorious figures of the alchemist society, the impact they felt hit differently. The group of 9 had always been present, fully aware of what had happened. But they hadn't made their appearance, staying above the translucent platform while watching the crowd's actions. When they fully descended onto the platform, Qing Yang took the lead with an elegant step. She truly exuded an innate grace and calming disposition, and her veil added a distinct feeling of mystery. It left the crowd in wonder. What was under that veil of hers? Was she a heart-stopping beauty that could cause nations to fight for her, or ordinary, with merely her potential as the future successor of the King of Everlore as her greatest feature? It enthralled the curiosity of men and women alike. Qing Ying, the Princess of Everlore, has arrived. A voice that penetrated further and louder announced to the crowd, causing a low clamor of discussion. In comparison to Wei Wuyin, there was not much known about the Princess of Everlore. Be it her looks, her talent, her skills, or her feats. She was an almost complete mystery. The only key detail they knew was that in the several millennia of the Starfield, she was the only individual to have succeeded in cultivating an alchemic astral soul since the King of Everlore. Besides knowing her name and background, there wasn't much else to say. In contrast, Wei Wuyin was a household name discussed in the idle time of cultivators, alchemists, and even mortals. In a mere few years, he marked himself deeply in the minds of everyone present. He had become an idol, a representation of what everyone wished to become. An embodiment of talent, of looks, of influence, of strength, and of intelligence. He was a rising star that couldn't be unseen. Therefore, there wasn't an explosive uproar that one might expect. Instead, it was more like low whispers of gossip. There was barely any concrete information about the Princess of Everlore, Qing Ying. Qing Ying and her entourage were standing on the platform, the center focus, but the expressions of these emperor alchemists were a little odd. They expected their reception to be greater, or at least more indicative of their status. This crowd was looking at them without their reverence one should have. It caused anger to swell in their hearts. An alchemic emperor, old yet noble, softly said to Qing Ying, "You must show everyone the power of the Alchemist Association. It seems they've forgotten." A soft snort later, and he felt unwilling to stay with such a subdued reaction. Witnessing their original show-off intentions deflate before they even received any gas had caused them to have no reason to remain. They collectively left in a regal and important fashion, flying back to the translucent platform and disappearing. Their self-important demeanors even earned the hidden scorn of some. The only two that remained were Qing Yun and Qing Ying. Qing Yun looked upon his great-great-great-granddaughter and took a calm, deep, and relaxing breath. He didn't speak, merely pressed his hands softly on her shoulders. Qing Ying felt the weight, the expectations, and her mission. Beneath that veil of hers, on her gorgeous face, was a pair of eyes radiating determination. She nodded to Qing Yun, responding to his emotions. There were no words spoken between the two, either spiritually or vocally, yet they exchanged 1,000 words. Qing Yun flew upwards, arriving near the judge's station. He waved his hand, forming a seat of his own out of astral force. The 3 hegemonic forces leaders and 2 emperor alchemists didn't mind his actions, merely waiting for this event to begin. The crowd suddenly descended into silence once more, Wei Wuyin walking into view. His every step, while too far away to truly be audible to everyone, felt close and forceful. It was an exquisite display, attracting the attention of everyone. When he fully entered the platform, standing no more than a few dozen feet away from Qing Ying, he mused with smiled. "When I participated in my first all-alchemic clash, I wore a face covering as well. I guess it was a mask, but it's all the same really. Wei Wuyin found it interesting. Of course, he had worn it for an entirely different reason. With his celestial eyes, he could see her heaven-shaking appearance. She was a blessed beauty if he'd ever seen one. If her looks were revealed, there would certainly be endless suitors lining before her. He recalled his first impression of her. Luscious, silky, warm golden blonde hair adorned her head and reached midway to her back, paired perfectly with a set of bright golden eyes that seemed to contain unfathomable purity within. It was purity that one could easily lose themselves into for days, and willingly do so for life. Her slim body had curves that seemed far too perfect, seemingly unreal even. With her ample breasts that seemed to be more than a handful for any man, she possessed an astonishing sexual appeal that was impossible to ignore. Just these could cause many men to devolve into their most primal instincts. It was truly spot on. Even Qin Qiumu's looks were merely even with hers. In his mind, only Shui Fei exceeded her. Qing Yang was startled by Wei Wuin's casual comment, seemingly lacking any urgency within his tone. Did he not know the importance of this clash? She felt that this might be a way to lower her guard, so she remained silent. Wei Wuin softly smiled, realizing she was far too tense. Before he could talk any further, Yi Yun, one of the judges and alchemic emperors, lifted from his seat and clapped his hands. He brought everyone's attention to himself, and with a stern expression announced, "Welcome. The beginnings of the all-alchemic clash between these two young talents will soon begin. To start, I'll explain the rules in thorough detail to all those unaware." He began a wordy explanation. The all-alchemic clash was a form of battle between alchemists held in the highest regard, and it challenges the four essentials: pill, pellet, paste, and elixir. It tested one's overall skill in the alchemic Tao, and the only true way to claim victory was to triumph over your opponent in the most convincing manner. The challenged party will first choose a type of product, then the challenger will choose one of the three unchosen ones. This will continue once more until all four types are selected. Then, parties decide on the recipes they will be competing with, and these recipes were carefully selected to give their selectors the absolute advantage. It was often that the recipe chosen wasn't one the other alchemist was even familiar with, something obscure and odd. This was merely to ensure their victory. Then, both will begin concocting their respective products. The rating system was absolute, with quality of product being the primary decider of victory. After that, if both sides create the same quality, the number of attempts would decide the winner, and then time used for concoction. All concoctions will occur in the open, with both parties fully displaying their skill. Typically, some of these competitions can last months, sometimes even years. Therefore, Yun had reminded the crowd that this could last for a long time. Very few alchemists could achieve success on their first concoction, probably not even their 10th, so there was a need to emphasize this point. While these two might be talented, the difficulties of alchemy were still there. After going over the finer details to ensure he didn't miss a single thing, Yun finished. He loudly announced, "Let the clash officially begin." Chapter 350, 346, All Alchemic Clash, Calculated Foresight. Chapter 350, 346, All Alchemic Clash, Calculated Foresight. The announcement of the official beginning of what would likely determine the next era was exhilarating, and the spectating crowd showed it. They were already shouting in excitement, seemingly rooting for their favored member. Ascendant Emperor Wei, crush her. Show him why you're the Princess of Everlore. The world is yours, seize it. While the cheers towards Wei Wuyin were louder, more direct, those who rooted for the Princess of Everlore were seemingly more elegant in their words. To most of these non-alchemists, this battle was like a boxing match. While they understood that there might not be much excitement, likely a lot of standing and focus, they were still incredibly hyped. They could see their idol, root and cheer, and bet on the inevitable outcome. How could they not be invested? The platform trembled slightly, generating a thin dome around it, isolating the two from the outside world. It was one-sided, allowing those outside to view those within while simultaneously preventing the loud noises and possible disturbances from disturbing the alchemists. After all, if these people cheered so loudly at one of them, it could ruin their concoctions. To prevent this, measures were appropriately taken. It didn't stop the crowd from cheering out their words, as if hoping the energy within could be given to their chosen victor. Ascendant Emperor Wei, we love you. Princess, why the veil? I'm so sad. Remove it, please. Some of these cheers were rather absurd, even a little embarrassing. There was even a full minute of women chiming in, constantly shouting out their love for Wei Wuyin. Some of which were questionable. Win this and you can have me and my daughter, shouted particular woman who bet quite a bit on Wei Wuiyin's victory, 3-0. The all-alchemic clash betting was set in 6 different outcomes, all with different ratios. They were 3-0 Wei Wuyin, 3-0 Qing Ying, 2-2 tiebreaker Wei Wuyin, 2-2 tiebreaker Qing Ying, 3-1 Wei Wuyin, 3-1 Qing Ying. Hearing the crowd, especially the powerful women trying to send their voices out, Long Tingyu's soft cheeks were as red as an apple in their room. There were numerous rooms situated in the Colosseum at the very top, capable of seeing everything. There was even a magnifying formation embedded in the glass so they can see everything happening despite their far distance. The girls were in one of these luxurious rooms. As for Long Chen, he was sent elsewhere and isolated by Ji Chongkong. He wasn't allowed to cause any more trouble. Nasini was clenching her hands together, her eyes emanating an anxious light. She couldn't help but turn to Qin Qiumu and ask, will he win? Those words resounded in the hearts of everyone present. They, too, looked at Qin Qiumu. The reputation of the alchemic astral soul was legendary, capable of performing numerous feats that today's alchemists can only dream of doing. With it, the king of Everlore established his own era and defined the next few. It wasn't wrong for them to think this. Qin Qiumu felt their gazes, her beautiful eyelashes fluttered slightly. She had confidence in Wei Wuyin, believing he'd never accept a challenge that he couldn't win. But she was similarly aware of the overwhelming advantages that alchemic astral souls possessed. The only one that wasn't concerned was Lin Ziyan. She had felt and observed Wei Wuyin's 4 astral souls. She felt a distinctive alchemical aura from one, permeating with vast mental waves. She didn't know what it was, but she felt that it was likely an alchemic astral soul. She just couldn't fathom how it existed. After all, Wei Wuyin had strength. Actual strength. Her assumptions on the neutered abilities of an alchemic astral souls were overturned at that moment. Qin Qiumu, unaware, still calmed herself and said with a hardened and absolute gaze, yes, he'll win. Long Tingyu pouted, how can you be so sure? She was clearly displeased with Wei Wuyin, still prejudiced. Even if Wei Wuyin didn't do anything sneaky to Lin Ziyan, in her heart, he was still inferior to her big brother. Because he said he would, Qin Qiumu stated. Somehow, this caused the girls to feel a sense of certainty in the outcome. As if there were no other possible outcomes after those words reminded them of what Wei Wuyin's previously said. Nasini clenched her fists harder than before, her eyes staring fixedly on Wei Wuyin's figure. On the platform, Wei Wuyin was calmly regarding Qing Ying. He was quite curious about this young woman, including what level she was currently at. He wasn't certain if his absurd concoction speed and success rate was a trait of his alchemic astral soul or a byproduct of his talent in the arts. He was always curious about this detail. Before, there was no way for him to compare himself to others, but not only was Qing Ying older than him, had a greater alchemic foundation than him thanks to the Alchemist Association, but similarly possessed an alchemic astral soul. This was the best way for him to measure his actual abilities. Degree: will her first pick be a 9th grade product? His silver eyes filled anticipation. The initial phase of the all-alchemic clash began, and their selections were to be made. Wei Wuyin, as the challenged party, was given first rights to choose. Therefore, he smilingly picked an unexpected choice, pellet. These words that were amplified in volume and carried throughout the Colosseum was shocking. Even the judges and Alchemist Association's utmost elites were startled by his choice. The typical first-pick choice was pill or elixir, because they were the commonly concocted products for cultivators and the most difficult. This would allow one of the most difficult selections to be yours to make. As for pellets, they were notoriously violent and inherently dangerous to concoct due to handling requirements, being one-time used products that can achieve a wide range of mystical effects. They were very talisman-like, capable of containing uncontrolled and refined energies that can suppress spiritual sense, explosively detonate, or even release poisonous miasma. These 3 weren't even scratching the surface of a pellet's variable nature. Yun frowned, commenting, Ascendant Emperor Wei's first choice is pellet. That is highly unusual. The other alchemic emperor-level judge, Li Che, rubbed his chin and chimed in. Pellets are typically the third pick. This is already diverging from the standard operating procedure of an all-alchemic clash. I wonder what Ascendant Emperor Wei's intentions are. These words were similarly carried throughout the Colosseum, allowing the crowd to understand these top-tier alchemists' thoughts. Ian nodded. Pellets are often chosen as the third pick because they had easier concoction conditions than pills and elixirs, but are extremely violent, unstable, and prone to failure, more likely resulting in an exploded cauldron or self-injury. Still, they give the selector an advantage as they could pick a pellet that coincides with their intent or cultivation method, allowing an easier time to handle any unexpected fallout. Qing Yeyun was taken aback as well, uncertain why Wei Wuyin hadn't chosen pill or elixir. She had to calm herself down, trying not to lose herself in Wei Wuyin's momentum. Whatever tricks he's trying to pull, she still intended to claim victory, and she had been practicing this for months. Elixir. Qing Yeyun claimed. After that, she paused for a moment as she saw the faint hint of a smile on Wei Wuyin's face. She felt as if her thoughts were seen through. She faintly shook her head, trying to dispel that feeling from her mind. Wei Wuyin calmly announced his second pick, paste. What? Even the Emperor Alchemists of the Alchemist Association were extremely shocked this time, not to mention Yi Yun and Li Che. They nearly rose from their seats, wanting to throw Wei Wuyin a question towards his thought process. Pastes were the easiest of the four to concoct, being mostly a form of mixture and balance, with very little chances of failure with a hint of mindfulness. They were also the easiest and quickest product out of the four to make. Furthermore, pastes were often non-cultivation oriented, using milder ingredients as a result. They were used as age-defying creams, lotions, and ointment. The concept of a paste was its initial state during concoction, not its end. There were some pastes that turned solid, being like a rock that can be ingested and slowly digested to achieve a variety of effects. Wei Wuyin had used the waters of life, a liquid-like paste that contained life-sustaining and healing properties. It was extremely rare for anyone to willingly choose paste, because it gave them no advantage whatsoever in the competition. It was the only product mass-produced for consumption and usage. There are even fertilizer-based pastes that help promote growth of farm fields. The typical last choice was the second pick for Wei Wuyin, throwing all these elite alchemists for a loop. However, Qing Yeyun's eyes widened in total shock and heart-crashing disbelief. A jolt of cold chill traveled down her spine, her golden eyes staring at Wei Wuyin intently. Qing Yeyun's reaction wasn't anything different, his heartbeat pounding 1,000 miles a minute. How did he know? They, this grandfather and granddaughter pair, now understood the terror of Wei Wuyin. With this move, he had eliminated their initial confidence, and they hadn't even seen it coming. As if feeling their emotions, Yi Yun's eyes brightened. Incredible. To think this is what he's planning. He couldn't help but exclaim, and if it wasn't for the venue, he might be clapping for Wei Wuyin's strong foresight. The three hegemonic leaders were stunned. Lin Rian, pavilion master of the Elemental Heaven Pavilion, questioned, "What is he doing?" Her words echoed the thoughts of the other judges, including the crowd. Taking this odd approach, what was the purpose? Ian smilingly looked back at Qing Yeyun, noticing the slightly ugly expression on his face. Ian patiently explained, Wei Wuyin eliminated any chance of a surefire tie or victory for the other team. What? Questions were immediately levied to Yeyun in the form of various intrigued gazes. Yeyun continued, typically, the first choice will be either pill or elixir for both contestants, while the next choice is paste or pellet. The expected process is pill or elixir or pill, then pellet, and lastly paste. The challenger would usually always have to deal with paste, the very last pick. While it might seem like a disadvantage to some, for the Alchemist Association, a long-standing organization with numerous alchemists and vast resources, they can easily concoct a specific paste that needs a very specific method to concoct. As long as they chose one Ascendant Emperor Wei was utterly incapable of concocting, then he'd fail instantly. This would typically result in a 3-1 or 2-2, leading to a tiebreaker. A surefire win or tie, Yeyun's explanation enlightened everyone to the intentions of the Alchemist Association. This had eliminated their failsafe, evening out the competition. Lin Rian frowned as she thought of this. Why didn't he choose paste first then? Why pellet? It was Li Che who answered this time, his skinny frame shaking faintly in excitement. For the same reason the Princess Ing wanted to choose paste. He must have prepared for both paste and pellet beforehand, not just one, something barely any alchemist ever is left with. And that, folks, changes the entire clash. Those words thoroughly shook the crowd as they bore witness to an unprecedented development. This meant that Wei Wuyin was confident in succeeding in both of these selections with likely strange and difficult products to ensure a tie. This was preparing for the worst-case scenario. Gao Zi, with his heavy demonic voice, similarly spoke with interest. If what you said is true, then there's another layer of damage inflicted to Princess Ing, and perhaps even hidden barbs lying beneath. Yi Yun's eyes brightened once more. You're right, Mountain Lord Gao. This just got a lot more interesting. For those hearing that are still uncertain, I'll explain. If Wei Wuyin could grasp a win or tie in one of the pill or elixir selections, he now has a far greater chance of victory, while this similarly reduces Qingye Ying's chances considerably. The crowd felt the genuine excitement from these aged figures, their minds already roaring with cheers, and soon their mouths followed. Qingye Ying stilled. Why you? She was speechless. Before the battle even began, she was seemingly cornered. Her selections of pill and elixir had to be victories. The battle has only just begun. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but grin. Chapter 351, 347, All Alchemic Clash, Refraction World Light Elixir. Chapter 351, 347, All Alchemic Clash, Refraction World Light Elixir. With the explanation from these casters, the crowd was further enthralled with excitement, not realizing that the All Alchemic Clash had begun on a deeper level before it had even started. They were curious how this newfound development that shocked even the judges were going to direct this clash. While they wondered this, Qingye Ying was biting her soft, delicate lips in agitation. Her eyes were staringly unblinkingly at Wei Wuyin, her heart speeding up a few paces. While confident in her abilities, why did it feel as if she was being cornered and outsmarted? She hadn't even considered the possibility that Wei Wuyin would plan a surefire draw, stripping her of the ability to do so. In most, if not all alchemic clashes, the most vital category was typically pellet, with paste being second. Due to the nature of all alchemist being a challenge amongst equally ranked alchemists, they would usually ensure that their specialty product, the one they had the most confidence in, were chosen by them. This would lead to the third and fourth picks having the highest chance of deciding the victors. She bit her lips a tad bit harder, even her cheeks reddening a little. It was far too unfortunate that her veil perfectly covered her cute appearance from the crowd. It was quite a sight. Fortunately, Wei Wuyin could see all of it, including the unknowing tension that was swelling within her eyes. When an event that is unexpected occurs, many descend into panic. It can whittle away confidence, rattle the mind, allowing an opening to strike. As he recalled this fact, a principle of battle learned from his older brother, he couldn't help but gently smile with a trace of warmth. Regardless, this was mere child's play. Even if this is the case, absolute strength destroys all plans, both made by yourself and others. As he recalled another lesson, his expression became stern, more focused. Yuan Longshe was a perfect example of absolute strength destroying plans of both sides, with the humanoid demonic dragon being crushed by him with utter ease. All his contingencies, his plans, were rendered useless. Furthermore, strength wasn't just raw power. Qingye Ying couldn't help but trudge onwards, the feeling of facing a tough opponent now residing within her heart. She swore to herself that she wouldn't underestimate Wei Wuyin. In her mind, she had the absolute advantage with an alchemic astral soul. There was no challenge that she, the most advanced alchemist in terms of cultivation base, couldn't overcome, even Wei Wuyin. Pill, she could only announce her last pick, and the only pick she could choose. With this, the initial beginning of the selection phase of the all-alchemic clash was completed, and now there was the last portion, selecting recipes. This was the most vital aspect of the competition, and many were very curious on what the two would choose. But the first selector was the challenger, so Qingye had the advantage. Her first selection was crucial, and it would set the tone of the entire competition. Yun enthusiastically commented with a lift in his voice, "This is a critical moment, and a moment that everyone with any experience in all alchemic clashes is the most intrigued in. Furthermore, the initiative is with the Princess of Everlore." Lin Ruyan, with her gorgeous elven appearance, asked, "What's so critical?" While she was the leader of a hegemonic force, thoroughly knowledgeable in all alchemic clash, she wasn't an alchemist herself and sought clarification on anything that might differentiate from her understandings. Considering Wei Wuyin had already derailed the standard of a clash, she didn't hesitate to inquire. A few amongst the crowd felt that she was doing so for the crowd's sake, so many fans of her beautifully exquisite figure and countenance were enamored due to her actions. They shouted out loudly to proclaim their intentions without holding back, some even asking to be her slave. Of course, Li Che ignored it all. He liked to chime in whenever Yi Yun was asked questions, stripping away a bit of spotlight. He smilingly replied to Lin Rian, Pavilion Master Lin, "You see, no one is certain the level of standard amongst these two competitors. Typically, an all-alchemic clash is performed between two officially ranked and tested alchemists, giving us an understanding of their specialties and skill. But Ascendant Emperor Wei and Princess Ying are extremely different. While the former had never been tested, his skills and specialties an absolute mystery amongst the world, the Princess of Everlore had similarly not taken any tests since taking the mantle of the King of Everlore's successor. Will they face each other using 7th grade products or 8th grade products? When he said this explanation, the vast majority of the crowd was enlightened, numerous gasps of realization echoing about. That was right. Wei Wuyin, their Ascendant Emperor of Neo Dawn, had never taken an official test of skill or aptitude. Even still, it didn't stop his 6th and 7th grade products from spreading like wildfire. There were even a few elite experts that had supposedly purchased or received products personally concocted by him. Since their quality was beyond reproach, no one really questioned this. It was also these products finding their way into the mouths of these outsiders that Wei Wuyin's reputation exploded in such fierce intensity. The landscape of the myriad monarch astral territory had changed as numerous individuals had made considerable progress with these products, only increasing their desire to stick near the myriad monarch sect. Lin Rian released a soft ah. It drove many men crazy as they foamed at the mouth. Every sound, no matter how soft, was being shuttled to every member of the crowd. Even that soft ah was sent, causing the manly bones of many to go soft. If Lin Rian was merely a beauty, this reaction was far too unimaginable, but she was a beauty at the peak of this world, accentuating her value and beauty in the eyes of every cultivator. If they could dual cultivate with her, even with her primal Een already plundered, just her Een source energies alone would allow them to become experts. Gao Zi spoke heavily, his voice like mountains on the chest. So this will decide the level of their clash. He stated the now extremely obvious observation, but no one mockingly commented on it. No one dared. Yi nodded. If Princess Ying chooses an 8th grade recipe, then this entire clash would be elevated to an alchemic emperor level. Li Che jumped in. It's also possible that she chooses a 7th grade recipe with extremely stringent requirements, allowing her to claim victory in that manner. After all, to win a round, you just have to be better than your opponent. Qing Yeyun watched with calm, focused eyes. In his mind, he knew that Qing Yeying must achieve victory. He just wasn't certain what was more important, especially considering the information they'd gathered of Wei Wuyin as of late. Was alchemic talent or an alchemic astral soul better? Today, the world might very well find out. Qing Yang didn't let anything hinder her thoughts any longer, calmly selecting her recipe, 8th grade, high-tier refraction world light elixir. The crowd went silent. The judges went silent. The numerous observers totaling over 1 trillion went silent. Then, a wave of cataclysmic-level uproar of shock, surprise, excitement, disbelief, and a myriad of raving emotions hit like a tsunami. What? It was Li Che who shouted out, slamming his armrests while standing up. His eyes were bulging with disbelief, staring at Qing Yeying's delicate figure with the utmost shock, seemingly extremely exaggerated. The crowd burst into a clamor, their voices too loud and too many things being said that made it almost intelligible. An 8th grade recipe. Furthermore, high tier. Furthermore, the refraction world light elixir. Not only was this elixir notoriously difficult to concoct, it was one of the greatest products, if not the greatest product, for one to ensure their rise into the 5th stage of the astral core realm, the light reflection phase. While the 5th phase wasn't as known, being directly below the true powerhouses of the starfield, it was extremely particular. In fact, the gravity emission phase, the 6th stage, was far easier to ascend to, relatively speaking. This had to do with a specific aspect of cultivation and innate compatibility. It had to do with light. In this world, light was ever present, emitted by the 3 suns. But it did little to increase one's ability to interact with the ambient light energies. That was because they were often too fast to accurately pinpoint, far too fast. Even if you tried to lock down a strand, it would vanish in the blink of an eye. Only those with the ability to interact with ambient light energies, a type of innate compatibility, were capable of drawing in light to them, interacting with it. The refraction world light elixir could change the fundamentals of one's spiritual sense, allowing one to draw light in as a medium, slowly extracting light energies in the process for cultivation. These light energies originate from the extremely fast rays of light emitted by the stars, so they were the purest. The majority of cultivators who sought to absorb light energies would have to slowly extract them using formations and arrays to absorb ambient light energies alongside ambient essence, producing light-attributed essences of numerous varieties. This was how Sume cultivated her dark light chi. But that wasn't the purest form of light, nor the strongest state of light energies. It was like how rain still falling from the sky was far more purer than when it lands on the ground. Unlike the sky ruler, soul idol, or spatial resonance, one didn't require a lick of comprehension to tackle the fifth phase astral tribulation. They merely needed to fill their astral souls with light energies to a certain point. When that point was reached, they could ascend at any time. But quality mattered, and much like the soul idol and spatial resonance phase, there was a distinctive difference in the grade of light energies. The most common light reflection expert wasn't much stronger than those at the spatial resonance phase due to this very fact. While the strongest light reflection expert could easily dispatch an ordinary gravity emission phase expert, purely on the grounds of the cultivation state benefits received due to the powerful light-attributed astral force they would possess. The refraction world light elixir when refined allowed one to act as a medium of worldly light, directly absorbing light energies from the purest source. If one broke through in this fashion, they would be extremely powerful. The shock that the judges, the alchemists of all levels, experienced was not an exaggerated response. Yun's breathing was audible. This product hadn't been seen in over 600 years. Li Che couldn't help but glance at the Sacred Light Palace's palace master, Jiang Filan. While she hadn't spoken a word, keeping the aloof appearance of a noble elf, her usually cold gaze had widened with a hint of disbelief. It wasn't just Li Che, but soon the other three judges glanced at her. Similarly to how Qin Rue used a spatial spirit pill to reach her current level, Jiang Filan, this extremely gorgeous member of the elven race and leader of a hegemonic force, had used a refraction world light elixir. She was unbeatable in her cultivation phase at the time, making an extremely notable footprint on history. It was due to her strength at that point that she had been able to aggressively take the leadership role in the Sacred Light Palace. She was the one who had taken it 600 years ago. Therefore, they were incredibly interested in her reaction. She remained silent, but her normally wintry gaze and tense fingers betrayed her emotions and thoughts. Yun couldn't help but sigh. If this product is successfully concocted, the next era is truly going to be decided by these two. Those words resonated with everyone present. But while all of this took place, no one noticed Wei Wuyan's silver gaze. It was emanating a feeling of immeasurable disappointment, and if they knew his thoughts, an even bigger uproar would rise. After all, he had already concocted a few of these already. In fact, he had several vials in his storage ring at the moment. Chapter 352, 348, All Alchemic Clash, Utmost Purity Mist. Chapter 352, 348, All Alchemic Clash, Utmost Purity Mist. She didn't choose a 9th grade elixir. Wei Wuyan had wanted her to choose a 9th grade product, because he had long since reached a point of perfection in the lesser grades. It was only 9th grade products that gave him difficulty, instilling excitement within his heart. Regardless of his disappointment, this was still a clash. Now, they would test their skill in quality, speed, and success rates. If he triumphed against her in these categories, then he'll know of his skill level. Qing Yang was somewhat lost as she saw Wei Wuyan's crestfallen gaze. A strange emotion welled within her heart, uncertain of its origin or meaning. She could only feel that lost sensation. Yun continued commenting, to those unaware, the refraction world light elixir is well known by alchemic emperors of the past and present to be notoriously difficult to concoct. The core reason is due to quality. The quality is innately dependent on the relative purity of light energies extracted, how well it is contained, and mixed with the other ingredients. For many alchemists, it is impossible to concoct this elixir, merely due to that. Li Che once more jumped in. impure quality products aren't officially recognized as true products because they don't contain a 100% of a product's effect and possess impurities that can affect one's lifespan, bodily condition, mental state, or even soul. This can become extremely gruesome as the grade of product gets higher, with those beneath the astral core realm being unable to refine impure quality 7th grade products of a high tier without experiencing severe complications, likely even death. Low tier products of that grade are okay, however. As for the quality of the refraction world light elixir, it needs light essence and light energies of a specific purity level to remotely reach low grade, achieving 100% of its effect. Ian didn't mind Li Che constantly butting in, only adding, but the purity of light energies within light essences are extremely low to begin with, filled with taint, so us alchemists have to extract sufficient light energies and refine out the impurities within, which is extremely difficult, especially without being at the 5th stage themselves. It was hard to explain how difficult, so Yun only emphasized the point to the crowd. Many of the crowd was thankful for the educating commentary, allowing them to grasp a little of the sheer complexity and difficulty this product brought to the table. One of the reasons these two were selected was due to their generous and talkative nature. Wei Wuyin and Qing Ying gave each other a final look. Due to them already knowing the recipe, there was no more need to exchange words. From the sky, almost magically, 2 spatial rings fell. The rings contained the exact materials needed for the refraction world light elixir, provided by the Myriad Monarch sect. There were only 3 sets of materials, the maximum an alchemist can use during the competition. Their quality and quantity had been approved by the 5 judges, viewed by their spiritual senses, and then sent downwards. This was to ensure there was no cheating of any kind or providing one side with a better set of materials. Furthermore, everyone was inclined to keep the competition absolutely fair. Qing Ying found her designated area, immediately looking at the isolation formation inlaid on the floor. The formation lacked any form of external supporting mechanisms or means that would help increase success rate, concocting quality, or refinement speed. These were 3 things the majority of alchemists were used to, so this all-alchemic clash truly tested their developed skills, not their background. The only factor that can be considered as a legitimate contrasting difference between both parties from the onset was the cauldrons used. The cauldron of an alchemist was like the sword of a swordsman. Just because one had a better sword than you, sharper, more durable, did not mean it was unfair. It simply meant you lacked sufficient means and your skills were lacking, your skill in generating connections and wealth. Therefore, it was the only externally differentiating factor amongst alchemists in all alchemic clashes. Qing Ying withdrew her cauldron. It was golden-colored, with black etchings and markings littering it in a mystic manner. If one stared at these markings, they would sense an extremely oppressive nature from them, extremely overbearing. Despite the feeling, it was quite small, merely the size of a standard wash bin. Li Che exclaimed as he turned to Qing Yun, "Absolute Overlord Cauldron. You gave her the peak astral grade cauldron of your founder." These words triggered numerous changes of expression from those aware of the origins of this cauldron. Ian glanced at Qing Yun, but he didn't say anything. The quality of one's cauldron was a display of connections and wealth, essentials of an alchemist. The Absolute Overlord Cauldron was a peak-rank astral tier cauldron used by the founder of the Alchemist Association. It was said that he was an alchemic soul alchemist, someone who religiously followed the King of Everlore's teachings and devoted his life to alchemy. While this was difficult to confirm due to the elusiveness of his existence, they knew from the Absolute Overlord Cauldron's aura that an extremely powerful alchemic soul wielder had to have refined it at one point. Qing Yun's expression remained calm, almost indifferent. Wei Wuyin was somewhat shocked after feeling the oppressive nature of the Absolute Overlord Cauldron. He couldn't help but give it a few looks before marveling at its exquisiteness. When he thought about his 9-element Eclipse Cauldron, a high-rank astral tier, he couldn't help but compare. He was more satisfied with his 9-element Eclipse Cauldron. It suited his elemental origin intent very well, while the Absolute Overlord Cauldron was just overall impressive. Furthermore, his 9-element Eclipse Cauldron was originally low rank, but jumped after experiencing the refinement of numerous 9th-grade products. This was the most natural way to upgrade a cauldron, not forcefully refining it like the Absolute Overlord Cauldron. In fact, when he thought about it, the innate compatibility that his 9-element Eclipse Cauldron had with alchemical energies was definitely far, far, far greater than the Absolute Overlord Cauldron because of this. He felt more and more gratified by the comparison. Then, he retrieved his cauldron. When it emerged, a rainbow light erupted, surfing on a wave of 9-colored air. In an instant, an area of 10 meters around Wei Wuyin was clouded in multicolored mist that was so dazzlingly attractive that everyone was unable to focus on anything else. This. Qing Yun's mouth was agape. Li Chei's eyes nearly exploded from their sockets. Yun was rubbing his beard so intensely that a clump of hair had fallen off, before reattaching almost instantly. Utmost purity mist. All alchemic emperors simultaneously exclaimed in shock. The crowd wasn't in the know, being severely shocked by their reaction. If it wasn't because their status was so great, they might have assumed this reaction was staged. Yun couldn't help but rub his beard a little harder, staring intently at the cloud of mist that enshrouded Wei Wuyin. Utmost purity mist. Utmost purity mist. To think I'd see the day, to think. Li Chei slowly said, his need to jump in triggered. Utmost purity mist is a byproduct of extreme success of 7th grade or higher products. It can only be generated when a cauldron had undergone natural refinement of 10,000 successfully concocted low-grade or higher products. Consecutively. Qing Yun spoke this time, seemingly absent-minded as he informed the crowd, temporarily becoming a caster. But each meter of mist is a result of 10,000 successes. There's at least 10 meters of utmost purity mist. Which meant 100,000 consecutive successes. The crowd understood the implication without its explicit mention. A wave of endless gasps resounded, nearly producing a whale inhaling effect on the space like water. 100,000 successful concoctions of 7th grade or higher products consecutively. Yun couldn't help but be extremely skeptical. Is this the cauldron of the king of Everlore himself? This question ignited much speculation. Wei Wuyin was keenly aware of the utmost purity mist, but he wasn't hiding his abilities or skills in this match or any longer, so he brought out his real cauldron. This cauldron had been with him since he became a sky noble, bestowed as a gift. It was extremely suitable for him. There were times he would even cuddle it during his studies. Of course, no one knew this. An alchemist's cauldron was like a swordsman's sword, or a general's saber, it was a part of them. Qing Yun was thoroughly stunned, unable to speak as she observed the mist around Wei Wuyin. While the mist shrouded him, it didn't obscure his figure or his actions, being relatively transparent, merely a glow of numerous colors. He couldn't have made that mist, himself, right? No way, impossible. It must be the foremost cauldron of the greatest alchemist in myriad monarch sect history. That's right. Don't let yourself get overwhelmed or distracted. She rationalized. A cauldron just needed to be refined continuously to reach that state, and it didn't have to be recent or even without a failure. As long as you achieve 10,000 successes, it'll grow by 1 meter endlessly. If she knew that Wei Wuyin had accomplished this himself in less than a decade, she might have lost her mind then and there. But continuous success did not mean overall skill. It was entirely possible to concoct the same pill 10,000 times at the low grade and achieve the utmost purity mist. It did not mean they can concoct a higher grade pill, just that they had a remarkable success rate with one pill. They both, almost simultaneously, officially began. It was also these 7 traits that embodied the abilities of alchemical energies, qi, or force. The higher the quality, the stronger the effect they have towards these 7 traits. It's due to this that alchemic souls had a severe advantage over those of equal cultivation, and why those of higher cultivation realms can rival those with alchemic souls. For example, alchemic force of an astral core realm alchemist refined through a specific method had equal if not greater quality than qi condensation realm alchemic soul alchemists. It was why there have been numerous emperor alchemists throughout history, all of which had imposingly fierce cultivation bases. Tua Bihan was the best example of this. It was stated by the king of Everlore once that alchemic astral souls had the innate quality level of alchemical energies that those in the mystic ascendant realm could produce, hence why 9th grade products can be created by them, products at the very peak of the mortal tier. This statement also insinuated that mystic ascendant realm alchemists can concoct 9th grade products. Unfortunately, no alchemist had the ability to succeed after devoting the majority of their lives to the alchemic Tao, at least in this starfield. And those who reached the mystic ascendant realm, for one reason or another, refused to delve into the art. But whatever the reason, it meant the qualities of an alchemic soul exceeded realms. In a few seconds, a full set of material was brought out by both sides. The crowd held their breath, feeling a distinctive tense atmosphere as the true display of skill was about to begin. Chapter 353, 349, All Alchemic Clash, Freestyle Alchemist. Chapter 353, 349, All Alchemic Clash, Freestyle Alchemist. There was a sudden silence as both Qing Ying and Wei Wuyin quietly observed the full set of materials to concoct the refraction world light elixir. The two weren't performing any other movements, merely inspecting the details of each material. Wei Wuyin was quite familiar with the refraction world light elixir, already concocting a few before. Despite this, he wasn't negligent or careless with his methods and observations. He noted that the materials were all top-notch, clearly the best that could be gathered. With his eyes roaming about, his hand softly rubbing his chin, he began to run simulations within his mind. This was a pre-game method used by alchemists very often, mentally replicating their process beforehand. Each material had its own distinct qualities that could be better brought out by specific methods. The Tao of alchemy was vast, governing the 7 traits, and each trait had specific methods and a variety of ways to tackle an obstacle. Most cultivators become well known for mastering a single alchemical method, such as Yi Yun and Li Che. They both were renowned for their usage of specific methods. Yi Yun was referred to by the alchemic world as the world swirling pill emperor due to his mastery of the swirling transformation pill method, a method that was incredibly effective during the transformation stage of pill concoction. It had its unique properties, having a few products that it could elevate in quality due to it, and some products that could never be used with it. There were numerous alchemical methods, both specific and general. For example, the Eden Earth sect specialized in the Eden creation method. It was a generalized concoction method useful for all 4 types of alchemical concoction during the creation stage. But the Eden creation method was extremely useless on certain products, for example, miasmic pellets, toxic pills, or poisonous elixirs. If used on these specific types of products, the method would certainly produce impure quality products at best, completely fail at worst. Therefore, when assessing an alchemical recipe, the methods used were largely up to the alchemist. This was a display of utmost skill, trying to find 7 specific methods that can conjoin together to create the best possible product. As for the recipe, it mostly included the materials and quantity. Some detailed and legacy recipes might advise for or against specific methods. The King of Everlore had the most detailed legacy with numerous annotations for the future generation to avoid. The refraction world light elixir was developed by a subordinate of his, which he further improved on and perfected with his experience and skill, so it was a well-accepted recipe with few errors. Despite that, it could always be improved upon with alchemical methods devised later. Wei Wuyin, for example, was aware of over 100 different methods for each stage of the concoction process. This was largely due to his mental prowess being exceptionally high, further supported by 2 minds and the energies of 4 astral souls. With Eden, he had rarely ever felt exhausted during concoction of any graded product. It was embedded within his sea of consciousness, expanding it with each passing second, and with the support of numerous alchemical products that increased his mental capabilities, his mind was beyond the concept of eidetic memory, forever retaining everything he perceived. Of course, to prevent himself from being thoroughly overloaded, Eden regulated his memories thoroughly, ensuring a stable sea of consciousness and mind's eye. But whenever he sought to recall anything, it was an instant recall of the most perfect quality. That being said, memory and skill was still a separate matter. He still needed to comprehend each method and apply them correctly. The moment of silence that Wei Wuyin and Qing Yang had was a process every alchemist had to deal with, and that's deciding which methods to use. Even though Qing Yang had planned to choose this pill for months, studied it and likely concocted it before successfully, she still took the time to analyze each individual material. Despite being the same set of materials, a slight difference in age, quality, or size might allow for another specific method to produce a better result or the exact opposite. The silence continued for several minutes, when Wei Wuyin made the first move. Yi Yun was ready to jump at this moment, breaking the silence. The first one to make a move is Ascendant Emperor Wei. This is shocking to say the least, and I wonder if he'd already determined what he'll use or will he apply a freestyle process. Li Che added, the alchemical process has 2 main processes that alchemists can take, the predetermined process and freestyle process. The predetermined process involves selecting 7 methods from the onset of the concoction process and following along without any deviation. Usually, it's used with 7 tried and true methods that have the greatest synergistic effect without any conflict with the recipe in question. The freestyle process is to select an extraction method first, see how that goes, then select a suitable growth method, then containment, refinement, creation, transformation, and lastly fusion method while adjusting to any changes in a free and unobstructed manner. Ian nodded. Both alchemical processes have their own advantages and disadvantages. The majority of alchemists prefer the predetermined method, adding stability, less mental strain, generating expected concoction times, ensuring a greater sense of familiarity of connective reactions, and higher success rate. But the highest-level alchemist, those who've mastered dozens of methods, would choose the freestyle method, especially for lower-graded products beneath their rank as it can ensure high-quality or even peak-quality products. This commentary allowed many to be enlightened to alchemy like never before. Qingye Yun stared intently at Qingye Ing. Inger is a predetermined alchemist, so her success rate and refinement speed should be high. But what about Wei Wuyin? No one knew about Wei Wuyin really, simply that he was an extremely talented alchemist that subverted all expectations despite his age. Wei Wuyin, from the beginning, had never been a predetermined alchemist. He had always used a freestyle approach, ensuring a faster and higher quality product. It was mainly this style of his that caused him to fail many of his products the first time, but it also allowed him to develop a wealth of experience extremely quickly. There were 4 core materials before him, with 17 secondary materials. The 17 secondary materials were mostly irrelevant, only adding certain stability, qualities, and inducing reactions from the 4 core materials. The first core material was a light-attributed astral stone. This astral stone was different from normal, being far larger than the standard. If one considered its size, it would be roughly the combination of 10 astral stones. This contained the light essence that needed to be extracted, a core component of the recipe. The other 3 materials were the refractory grass, brilliant jade milk, and a world pearl. The first was a grass with unique qualities that can act as a medium for light, absorbing and reacting to it. It was one of the core-most materials, and its qualities were mainly replicated by the elixir. The brilliant jade milk contained a radiant spiritual quality formed naturally, and the world pearl contained a set of unique mana. They each had qualities needed to produce the final product. He chose an extraction method. The radiant flame extraction method. It was an exquisite method, very compatible with light-based materials, and used fire energies to supplement alchemic chi or alchemic force to ensure a greater degree of extraction. With a thought, he started to interact with Eden. It grew lively, starting to pulsate with power. Wei Wuyin didn't bother inspecting Qingye Ing, lost since losing himself in the process. He started by using his elemental origin intent, gathering the ambient fire energies, while simultaneously interfacing with his 9-element eclipse cauldron, drawing fire energies from within it. In a split second, the area around him became a miniature firestorm before entering the cauldron in full. With both external and internal support, he placed the materials within the cauldron one by one. The first was the light-attributed astral stone. With it inside, he immediately used his alchemic force, drawing further support from the fire energies, and imbued his power into the stone. The aspect of extraction was taking prominent effect as the stone burst into flames, instantly being incinerated. He hadn't held back, using his immense alchemic force to press heavily upon the stone. In moments, all that existed within the cauldron was simmering flames with radiance within, glimmering endlessly. The bits within the tiny firestorm were light essence. With a faint nod, Wei Wuyin calmly retracted the fire energies, leaving nothing but tiny stars that radiated with bright light. They flickered, sometimes visible, sometimes invisible. Without hesitation, the refractory grass met the same fate. A tiny firestorm formed as it was instantly incinerated. What was soon left were bits of what seemed like a glass-like substance the size of sand. One by one each material met the same blazing fate until the cauldron became filled with a multitude of different substances. These were the purest essences and innate energies of each material in their most stable form. Wei Wuyin wasn't negligent, keeping his alchemic force instilled into every bit to ensure stability, preventing them from collapsing or going berserk, exploding fiercely. The next step was growth. The quantities of these materials might be suitable, but their quality might be too inferior to be a match. Despite each material being carefully selected, when stripped from their normal containers, the difference in quality truly showed itself and their levels were oftentimes too low. Alchemists were often met with this problem. So they were left with the growth stage of the concoction process. While it might not always be needed, this was not one of those times. Wei Wuyin carefully used his celestial eyes to observe each material, not using his spiritual sense. This was one of the benefits he had over alchemists. There were numerous materials such as the brilliant jade milk that had a spiritual quality, and if they were met with spiritual sense, this quality could collapse or be corrupted, eliminating its purity and dropping the end product's quality. With his celestial eyes, he can observe all the intricate details of essences and energies. Therefore, he could accurately determine the best way without interfering or infusing his spiritual sense within. After a proper gauge, he chose the growth method, heatwave burst growth method. Each material already had fine traces of fire energies within due to the radiant flame extraction method, so it felt most suitable. When he considered the amount of growth required, he knew this was correct. So, he used his elemental origin intent, interacting with the remnant fire energies while quietly integrating his alchemic force into the structure of each piece. With exact measurement and force, each essence and energies were further supplemented, growing in size and radiance. With a long breath, Wei Wuyin faintly smiled in satisfaction. The main factor of this instantaneous growth was the power of his alchemic force. With Eden, an alchemic astral soul, the quality of it was absurdly high, further accentuated by its outstanding cultivation foundation. Growth was one of alchemic force's core abilities. It was the act of nurturing via infusion. He moved on after eyeing each piece of essence and energy left behind. With satisfaction, he chose his containment method. While he was mindlessly going through a process he felt most comfortable with, the king and emperor alchemists were all observing. Their reddened eyes were bulging. Their mouths were like gaping caves. Their bodies trembled ceaselessly. Li Che, as if chiming in on the inner thoughts of everyone, exclaimed with the most shrill-like voice imaginable, "Oh my God." Chapter 354, 350, All Alchemic Clash, So Fast. Chapter 354, 350, All Alchemic Clash, So Fast. A few minutes prior, Li Che and Yun were acting out their commentary, informing the audience of notable methods suitable for extracting certain materials and why, trying to predict which way Wuyin and Qingyang would use. The crowd was enthralled by their every word. This helped numerous lesser-ranked alchemists comprehend things they hadn't even realized, breaking through certain bottlenecks of the mind and skill. This enlivened the crowd, even if they had no alchemist background to speak of. Just the information had broadened their horizons, allowing them to understand the difficulty of these products. It formed newfound respect for alchemists on top of what was already there. Then, Wei Wuyin moved first. Yun said, "It seems Ascendant Alchemist Wei will indeed start first. Due to the grade of this product, I'm going to assume he'll try a freestyle approach. Since he has 3 tries." I agree. While freestyle approaches have a tendency to produce lower success rates, they had a higher form of adaptability and quality rates. With 3 sets of materials, Ascendant Emperor Wei's unfamiliarity with concocting this product might lead him to seeking an understanding of the general process. Li Che was excited. He was renowned for his elixirs, so he was truly interested in the developments of this particular segment. But they could never guess what would happen next. Wei Wuyin used the radiant flame extraction method. Yun wasn't too disturbed by this, explaining, Ascendant Emperor Wei is rumored to have comprehended elemental origin intent, having an elemental origin astral soul. It seems that rumor is true. What you see, folks, is an expression of intent, galvanizing the ambient energies of the world by his will. He's using it to bring pure fire energies from the world into his cauldron. It seems he's using the radiant flame extraction method. A suitable choice. It is a very useful means of extraction for light-based materials. With the firestorm generated, he'll be able to carefully extract the essential essences and energies from each material. Yi's commentary was spot on, pointing out the exact method while in use. He found this decision for a freestyler to be quite appropriate, praising Wei Wuyin internally. Afterwards, he looked towards Qingyang to see if he could find something interesting to say or contrast from the two. Perhaps mention that she's the more sturdy type, likely making mental preparations before beginning. The prin dash, but before he could get out 2 words, Wei Wuyin seemingly threw the materials into the firestorm one by one, seemingly without care. The firestorm would react momentarily before simmering down within the cauldron, indicating that the mass of whatever was thrown in had been instantly incinerated. Li Che's eyes bulged. Reckless. He shouted without being able to control himself. Fire-type extraction methods required a greater degree of delicateness and control due to its inherent violent and burning nature, but Wei Wuyin was simply throwing materials in one by one, causing them to be instantly incinerated. There wasn't a single sign of him stopping. If this was his disciple, he would have saved the material, had flogged that disciple with burning rage. The utter disrespect. The sheer recklessness. The waste. He was always an emotive individual. He was almost in tears. But this was Wei Wuyin, and he couldn't even interfere. In the matter of 30 seconds, an entire full set of materials were thrown in and burned into ashes. It wasn't just Li Che who reacted in such a way. Many alchemists internally groaned as they witnessed what they've experienced using fire-attributed methods all too many times. The burp of the flames were like a mocking sneer, telling them thanks for the meal. Yun, maybe Ascendant Emperor Wei is. Before he could speak, the screen above that magnified each contestant had changed. A controller of this formation intended to get a close look at the ash left behind by the material, thinking it'll be somewhat hilarious to see, but he revealed something else entirely as the firestorm abated. The resplendent glow of extracted essences and energies. There were 21 different types, each belonging to the different core and secondary materials used. They were completely fine and thoroughly extracted without a hint of flaw. Li Che was unimaginably sent into bewilderment. He felt as if he was dreaming the most fantastical dream. What type of development was this? The extraction stage usually required days, sometimes weeks, or even months. Regardless of the method, the most delicate and careful touch had to be used to extract the most while losing the least. But these essences and energies of the purest form had been extracted in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 fucking seconds. He felt as if his understanding of the world was about to collapse. His vision darkened, his breathing became short and harsh, and he felt lightheaded. This simply wasn't possible. The radiant flame extraction method was a very slow process to begin with. Yun was more stable, inspecting the essences and energies left behind to find a flaw. But he couldn't. Furthermore, the amount of essence and energies left behind was over 40 times the amount he'd ever extracted from materials. Ever. His fingers trembled as he gripped his headrest in agitation. The non-alchemists didn't react as much, not understanding the process. But if they did, they would note that the amount left behind was enough to concoct over 40 vials of refraction world light elixir. The full set of materials given was merely the expected amount needed for a single product, but that didn't mean it was only capable of producing a single product. For example, the 33 earthly concoction method delved into the concept of extracting enough for 33 quantities of essence and energies and simultaneously concocting them. Usually, this would require multiple sets of materials and a long drawn-out process. But Wei Wuyin practiced it almost religiously, producing 33 sets of products successfully most of the time. Except for first-time tries, he would use this concoction method to its fullest. It was one of the main reasons why he had 10 meters of utmost purity mist. The essences and energies are clearly within the cauldron. It seems the method was a success. Why is that, Alchemic Emperor E? Lin Rian noticed the silence and quietly added her own commentary, trying to seek an explanation. But Yun felt his heart start to race. He was too focused, too expectant to speak. Just as he thought, Wei Wuyin didn't waste any time and started the next stage. He saw the fire energies move once more as Wei Wuyin calmly infused his alchemic force within. Heatwave burst growth method. Li Che couldn't help but exclaim, seeing the pulsating distortions of heat from each individual essence and energy present. The ambient fire energy seemed to be burning, feeding the essences and energies in the most exquisite fashion. Before anyone could react, numerous explosions erupted at the same time and the screen noted the dispersal of heat and flames, revealing essences and energies of unique qualities to be thicker, more radiant than before. This left every alchemist at the king level and above in abject horror. A shock that couldn't be described stabbed at their minds ruthlessly as their worldly beliefs had been twisted and eviscerated. They were rendered utterly speechless. But Wei Wuyin hadn't stopped. He moved on. The containment stage was swiftly performed, with each being drawn together in a perfect ratio. The excess was removed, isolated, and the balance was thoroughly maintained as they slowly intermixed into the cauldron as a single whole. The essences and energies soon became indistinguishable, merely a mesh of glistening light. Before they could even comment on the method, Wei Wuyin proceeded to start the refinement stage with a series of hand seals. They were well-timed, like a conductor handling his musicians into a perfect symphony. The essences that had yet to become energies were being melded together with pre-existing energies, slowly making their transition. In a flash, the essences had been thoroughly refined into energies, becoming a single mass of reflective substance. How is he so fast? Qing Yeyun seemingly lost his mind, leaping from his seat and almost screaming. The calm bearing he once had, the absolute confidence, had instantly been destroyed. Wei Wuyin had jumped from method to method in a freestyle fashion with seemingly utter ease. If one calculated the time, only 4 minutes had passed. 4 minutes. Wei Wuyin had already finished with the refinement stage, notoriously known as one of the most difficult stages of the 7 traits. Oh my God! Li Che cried out, he's starting the creation stage. Losing his bearing as a commentator, he focused his entire attention on the screen projecting Wei Wuyin's cauldron. It was as if he was looking at the most unbelievable thing in the world. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, and seemingly deranged. Yun could no longer offer anything to say, his mind thoroughly snatched by Wei Wuyin's concoction process. The creation stage was where a product was determined to be a pill, pellet, paste, or elixir. It was to create a foundation for which the energies can exist as. For example, pellets added spirituality and additional containment. This gave them their talisman-like solid nature, structuring a temporary body to contain and control the various energies. As for elixirs, the energies undergo a liquefying refinement period, turning energy into liquid. Elixirs also received several other mana-based refinements to enable consumption by cultivators. This allowed the natal soul, astral soul, and body to easily refine the materials given into their own power, even replicating its qualities. When Wei Wuyin started to create its foundation, he drew in ambient mana and the mana from the world pearl, further modifying its state from the norm. This type of mana infusion can only be done by sky rulers, and it can decrease refinement time and even uplift quality. For several dozen seconds, the mana of the world was pulled over to Wei Wuyin for usage like a raging flood. It all entered into his cauldron like it was a heaven-devouring beast. When he was done, he started to formulate more hand seals and the energy started to shift and twist until its state became gaseous, and then with a clench of his fist, they became liquid. In the most practiced manner, Wei Wuyin had completed the process. With a bigger smile than before, he was even more satisfied. After this process, he was much more relaxed. The transformation and fusion stages could be handled simultaneously and bulldozed over, using the strength of his alchemical force. This step was usually handled by alchemists with the utmost caution and diligence, ensuring no mistakes after several hard-fought successes, but Wei Wuyin didn't have such issues. Since he started cultivating, the transformation and fusion stages were always the easiest for him. In fact, the most difficult stage was growth until he cultivated his celestial eyes, then it became relatively easy all round. Well, as long as the materials weren't too volatile and violent. He'd suffered a few explosions before. With a few hand seals, directing the liquid energy, he started to infuse his alchemic force once more. This time, as liquid energy, he slowly modified the connective bonds and subatomic structure, transforming its state into a complete and newly developed substance. With a clasp of his hands, all this fused into a perfect whole. It was like merging numerous fluids into one, creating a new liquid with a different taste and function. The last step of the alchemic Tao was referred to as the alchemical step, which were referring to 4 steps: solidification step, pellets, liquidize step, elixirs, cycling step, pills, and compression step, paste. They each had their own processes, but it finalizes the process thoroughly. Wei Wuyin started to perform the liquidize step, and while the liquid energy had long since fused, it was still liquid energies transformed and fused into one. The final step made it an elixir, a legitimate liquid substance. It was both extremely complicated and extremely simple. This contradiction would always be argued by high-level alchemists, but they could and would never decide. For some, it was simple; for others, it was difficult. Many believed it linked to one's alchemic talent, but it was merely a suspected theory. As for Wei Wuyin, he performed it with a soft pat with both hands onto the fused liquid energy. The liquid energy seemingly relaxed, and flushed into the cauldron like water. The radiant shimmer of light it released was beautiful, but it had become a liquid in the truest of sense. Wei Wuyin inspected it, realizing 33 vials worth of elixir were created. He felt elated as the remnant alchemical energy seemingly was drawn into the utmost purity mist. But when he saw the quality of the elixir, his eyes widened slightly. Chapter 355, 351, All Alchemic Clash, Peak Quality. Chapter 355, 351, All Alchemic Clash, Peak Quality. Wei Wuyin discovered the end result of the refraction world light elixir was somewhat different than what he had expected. Peering into the liquid, he saw a semi-perfect reflection of himself as if staring at a liquid mirror. The only faint difference was the glimmer of white brilliance that emanated from its surface, changing the contrast of his image. This is a peak quality elixir. He was indeed surprised by the quality of the product. When one used the 33 earthly concoction method, the end result typically was of a lesser grade, ending at the low quality level. When a product was impure quality, it contained unhealthy impurities and its primary effect reduced considerably. But when a product reaches the low quality, as known as the lowest state of perfection, it has absolutely no impurities, no drawbacks, and achieves 100% of its intended effect. This was known as the alchemic standard. But if a product exceeds the low quality level, entering the high quality level, then it evolves into a greater substance, typically unlocking an additional effect. The refraction world light elixir's secondary effect was refinement of one's meridians, physical essence, and innate compatibility with or towards light energies. As for peak quality products, the secondary effect is at a 100% effectiveness, while some unique products produce a tertiary effect that typically entered the most heaven-defying limits. Those at this quality often exceeded similar primary effects of products that were of a higher grade. This wasn't the first time he'd concocted a peak quality product, but it was the first time he'd succeeded on a product that possessed a heaven-defying tertiary effect. The refraction world light elixir contains an innate light-based quality that can convert light energies to a higher level, the highest level. His words were quietly murmured as he realized this development exceeded his prediction. To explain in detail, much like the soul idol phase, spatial resonance phase, the light reflection phase had 9 stages as well. From lowest to highest, they were black, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and white. They signified the spectrum of light, with white signifying the containment of all colors. But that was merely the limit of the known cultivation world, decreed by the heavenly Daos. But cultivation, from the onset, had no limits. This contradiction allowed unique occurrences to happen in the world. For example, possessing one heart of qi. These contradictions can be a byproduct of strenuous effort, unique mutations, such as Lin Xian's bloodline, or fortuitous encounters. The alchemic Tao broke these limits. The refraction world light elixir's peak quality effect allows one's light energies to ascend beyond normality, becoming true light. When Wei Wuyin first heard it, he thought it sounded far too philosophical. To his surprise, it meant light in its origin form, permeating throughout all levels of existence on a wavelength imperceivable by standards. There wasn't much information known about true light besides that. There were rumors it was inherently invisible to all senses or that it absorbed all other wavelengths of light. There were even those that state that light, all light, required a source and true light originated from the heavenly Daos themselves, the origin source of light, allowing it to exist at a higher level that can transcend space, time, matter, and energy. It was a wild and unverifiable theory as of now. But the refraction world light elixir's primary effect was to modify the body's innate characteristics, allowing it to act as a medium to channel and refine light energies into themselves. The peak quality elixir's reported effect was to transform into the highest level of medium, capable of channeling true light and refining it, evolving their light energies to an exquisitely mystical level. Wei Wuyin was thrown into the depths of his mind as he thought of the impact this elixir could have. Furthermore, there were 33 available vials. There was a faint thought to destroy it, refine it at a later date, but he wasn't sure if he could ever achieve it again. After all, peak quality products with heaven-defying tertiary effects were more a product of luck rather than skill. He could feel the presence of observation. Clearly his movements were being witnessed by the formation, broadcasted to the starfield. The issue was if there were others who could immediately identify the result of this elixir. After a long while of contemplation, he shook his head. He hadn't intended to hide his level of skill or success from the moment he accepted this challenge, so why bother? His purpose was to propagate his reputation that had already reached mystical levels into a reality everyone had to accept. That being said, he didn't intend to use all the elixir as a display. This elixir will be very useful for the ascendants. With careful movements, he brought out 33 empty vials and drew the contents into each one. When he completed this, he kept 32 in his storage ring and left one for display. When he glanced at the mirror-like liquid that reflected light, he couldn't help but turn to observe Qingyang. She was still focused on deciding the right approach. She hadn't even started the extraction stage yet. But he didn't feel too shocked by this, nor did he disturb her. When he first started his path of alchemy, he had often spent hours trying to figure out the right approach. If it wasn't for his abundant experience with freestyle alchemy and previous experience of concocting this product, he might have taken an hour or two to concoct it as well. So this wasn't indicative of any lack of skill, merely a show of focus and will. He deduced that Qingyang was likely a predetermined alchemist. She should be undergoing the mental simulation process, trying to visually perceive and predict the best approach with her already decided upon method. This was a common approach that he had also deployed before, using it on products he had zero experience with. He had used this simulation process on the Bloodforge continent. Of course, he spent far less time on it due to the level of recipe. As for freestyle alchemy, it was more a perform and adapt tactic in real time. And he was right. Qingyang was indeed undergoing mental simulations to determine the best approach, anticipate any predictably foreseeable errors, and prepare herself mentally for the unexpected. It showed her praiseworthy level of focus and exceptional diligence in her performing alchemy. While he respected her process, he didn't want to just stand. So he slowly sat down with folded legs and quietly appreciated the gorgeous view of her face with his celestial eyes. As for the crowd, a large portion of them were sent into a stupor of absolute silence, extreme shock, and uncertainty. This was especially so for these top alchemists of the Starfield, their hearts quivering ceaselessly as they hadn't spoken or even formulated any clear thoughts since Wei Wuyin had begun the transformation and fusion stages. But fortunately, Ian broke the silence as it shook the hearts of everyone. What did we just witness? Ian's words were as if his heart was erupting from his throat. He heavily gulped a wad of saliva, looking at Wei Wuyin's calm figure, unearthly handsome expression, and extremely stable aura. It was as if the event hadn't shook him the slightest, as if expected. Ugga. Li Che made the strangest sound with his throat as he bowed forward. The embarrassing sound escaped his notice as he forced out hoarse words with his greatest strength. He. Is it over? He turned to Yun and asked woodenly, unable to find the strength to say the words he wanted to say in the end. His greatest strength was still lacking. Ian gulped loudly once more. He didn't know what to say. He was thoroughly speechless. While they were sent into shock, their reactions influenced the crowd to also be shocked, but many weren't exactly aware of what was happening. Not everyone witnessed all alchemic clashes too often, understood how it typically went, or were thoroughly aware of the standards of alchemy. Some hadn't even known about the 7 traits of alchemy nor how it corresponded with the 7 stages of concoction. They were newbies, here for the result not the process. They wanted to witness history. They wanted to observe who would grasp the new era. Will it be the rising myriad monarch sect and their ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn, or will it be the Alchemist Association and their king of Everlore's successor? The victor of this contest will likely prove to the world their superiority and claim the figurehead position of the alchemic world. Lin Rian was an extremely intelligent, knowledgeable, and astute individual, but even she wasn't exactly certain what was happening. As the Elemental Heaven Pavilion's pavilion master, she was familiar with the processes of alchemy, but what she observed of Wei Wuyin felt like a rushed failure to her. The speed at which he completed the stages was like a reckless child bulldozing their way through with a mighty hammer. She was familiar with the typical concept that most 6th grade products took months on average to concoct, with 7th grade products taking years, and 8th grade products could take a decade. She understood that the greater the grade, the increased difficulty in handling greater essence, the harsher the conditions there were, and the higher focus it required to have any form of success. The consequences of failure could mean losing an enormous time of one's life in vain. It promoted a culture of stability and safety, producing these extremely long concoction times. So when she saw Wei Wuyin act in a seemingly careless manner, performing things within seconds of each other, minutes at most, and completing the entire process in under 5 minutes, her mind had automatically concluded it as a failure. This wasn't merely her, but almost every expert, besides the elite alchemists of the world, had that similar idea and belief in their minds. Some even scorned Wei Wuyin for his youthful recklessness, some praised Qing Yang for her patience, and some were waiting for an explanation from the commentary team so they can appropriately react. Is there something we're missing, Emperor Yi, Emperor Li? Lin Rian asked. Her words prompted the crowd's focus to shift to these two alchemic emperors of great renown. Gao Zi softly snorted with displeasure at their silence. He wasn't familiar in the slightest with alchemy besides the end result. As a demon, there weren't many products suitable for demonic physiology and their cultivation paths. While there were some variations of pre-existing products, most would be corroded and rendered ineffective due to their demonic energies within their bodies. Of course, this didn't include any of the products invented by the King of Everlore. They were universally accepted, which shook the continent at the time, and allowed the demonic Abyss Mountain's Abyss Master to exist on the same level as the divine King Han Zhe, Sacred Elven Queen, and Grand Monarch Wu Yu. The majority of products, however, weren't produced by the King of Everlore. So they had an increasingly lesser amount of products to choose in comparison to the rest of the races, especially humans. Beasts and beastmen had an even greater problem with this. Even during the King of Everlore era, there wasn't a single beastman or beastwoman on the same level as any of the top figures. In the end, Yun took several breaths before regaining some semblance of his calm and former demeanor. He slowly explained in a slightly strained voice, "What you all have witnessed from Ascendant Emperor Wei, just now, was the complete 7 stages of concoction to success." Li Che was triggered. His impulse to interfere with Yun's words seemingly overtook his brain and mouth. He added, "In this extremely short period of time. Not only did Ascendant Emperor Wei concoct the Refraction World Light Elixir, a high-tier 8th grade elixir, but it has reached at least the lowest state of perfection, lacking any and all impurities. Qingye Yun, what we just witnessed, gulp, was the fastest successful concoction that's ever been seen in history." What? Having learned the truth, the crowd's voice, in the Colosseum, on the planet, in every place where the event was broadcasted within the starfield, exploded. Chapter 356, 352, All Alchemic Clash, Qingye Ying's Performance. Chapter 356, 352, All Alchemic Clash, Qingye Ying's Performance. What do you mean? Gao Zi's heavy and deep voice resounded. His horns trembled and his large eyes bulged irregularly. He wasn't too familiar with the process of alchemy, except the results, but Yun, Li Che, and Qingye Yun had just announced the results. A success. Fastest in history. How? They had just watched Wei Wuyin start and complete the entire process in less time than it took to brew tea. This shouldn't be enough to walk one's dog, let alone concoct a high-tier 8th grade elixir to perfection. This didn't conform with their beliefs and understanding of the world. It wasn't just him. The entire Colosseum went into an uproar, their mouths slinging questions and demands for clarification. There were even curses of being deceived, someone had even questioned their qualifications for some reason. But what was there to clarify? Li Che's eyebrows twitched ceaselessly. The shattering of their realities had little to do with them. They only spoke facts. Could they change the truth before them? A wisp of anger emerged in his aged gaze. Silence. A fierce, explosive shout silenced the raging crowd. An oppressively chilly spiritual pressure erupted, engulfing the entire crowd as they choked on their words. The crowd of nearly 1 billion was immediately silenced. They turned towards the origin of the voice, finding an extremely wintry-looking elf. Her gorgeous countenance was covered in fierce coldness, and her silky black hair swayed without a hint of wind. Even the tips of her hair had an icy sheen of frost on them. The silent leader of the Sacred Light Palace had finally spoken. Simply her cold aura revealed an extremely dominating presence which brokered no arguments. She was like an ice empress from another world. She swiftly swept her gaze across the entire Colosseum from up high, making everyone feel an extremely pervasive chill crawl through their spines and bones. They were fearful that she might direct those eyes at them for a moment longer. After this, she sat back down and remained quiet. When everyone was expecting her to say a few words, she simply didn't. This made the crowd feel somewhat stifled. Were they supposed to accept this ridiculous explanation? How could they? While they revered Wei Wuyin, while they respected him, while they had the highest of hopes, they were supposed to believe that he just completed the product with the fastest speed in history. Didn't that mean the King of Everlore was slower? Wei Wuyin was less than 50. It was just too unbelievable. Despite witnessing it themselves, they, for some ungodly reason, simply couldn't accept it. This phenomenon was quite strange, almost too strange. In the end, even Yun, someone who witnessed the process from beginning to end, understood the details of how and why, couldn't fully believe it. He was questioning his reality right now, thinking that maybe he was dreaming this all up in a fantastical fantasy. Could that be it? Pinch. He pinched his arm so hard that it fractured, the pain causing him to stifle a groan, but he didn't wake up. He could see Qing Ying and Wei Wuyin on the platform, seemingly unaware of everything else around them. He went back into commentary mode. Since Ascendant Emperor Wei had completed this feat with utmost speed, then Princess Ying will certainly display her fullest abilities. This was a competition, and these words had awakened the crowd a little. This was a clash. If Wei Wuyin could break history, their very realities, then Qing Ying will definitely do even more. Thinking of what she might do, her now elevated abilities in their imagination, Wei Wuyin's feat was easier to swallow somehow. Li Che added, "This is a new era, and these are the era-defining figures of our world." He sighed, but a seemingly heavy weight left his chest as he uttered those words. Instead, anticipation and excitement at the prospect of what this meant started to reinvigorate him. It wasn't just him either, but everyone's heart started to pound with anticipation. They were even rooting for Qing Ying, this princess of Everlore, to give them a greater shock. This considerably lessened their own emotions, only drumming up more excitement and cheers. There were even members of the crowd who were cheering Qing Ying on. "Princess Ying! Princess Ying! Princess Ying! You can do this! Show this poser what it means to be a successor of the King of Everlore." Wait. That figure was soon lost in the crowd, likely never to be seen or heard from again. While they frantically rooted for Qing Ying, there was no way anyone would accept an insult towards Wei Wuyin. He was still their idol and his feat had changed their realities. With the rising excitement, it started to reinforce his status in their hearts. 10 minutes passed. Qing Ying remained still in thought. This only heightened their anticipation as the commentary started to explain Wei Wuyin's process and what various methods Qing Ying might deploy. An hour passed. The crowd was still hyped, being informed about the predetermined alchemist process known as mental simulation. This only raised the expectations in the crowd and spectators' hearts. After all, Wei Wuyin just jumped right into it. If he could succeed with barely any preparation, then Qing Ying, the one who chose the recipe, should perform incredible wonders. 3 hours. Finally, Qing Ying broke out of her thoughts. She briefly glanced at Wei Wuyin, seeing him staring at her with a faint smile. He waved casually, causing her expression to change and her heart to thump irregularly for a moment. She steeled her heart, ignored him, and started her extraction method. Slowly, she started to extract each essence and unique energy of the materials one by one. Seeing her start, the crowd cheered like maniacs. They raged and roared with exhilarating positive reinforcement and discussions. 10 hours. She was now extracting the 7th sub-material with her method. 3 days. She finally started to extract the essence, unique energies, and mana from the main materials. A faint smile was hidden behind her veil. "She's just being careful," Ian speculated. He proceeded to explain that not every method was as violent and widely polarizing like flame-type extraction methods. After all, they could incinerate everything, including the essences, unique energies, and mana. 9 days. She finally extracted the unique qualities from every material. With all this finished, the screen zoomed into her cauldron. Li Che's eyelids twitched. That's enough for 8 attempts. When he thought of Wei Wuyin's over 40 sets of extracted essences, he couldn't help but feel shocked. But what happened next shook the crowd. Qing Ying threw away 7 of the sets, choosing only the best of the bunch and started to concoct. She was working on only a single product. As for the disposed of sets of extracted essences, they vanished into the world and dispersed naturally. She wasn't even bothering with them. This was a standard and normal process for an alchemist, but after observing Wei Wuyin, this felt extremely harsh and foolish. Ian tried to explain, remaining impartial, the growth stage requires one to bring the various extracted essence, unique energies, and mana into an acceptable concoction range for the grade of the recipe. By discarding the weaker portions, choosing merely the best, she can decrease the potential error of overshooting the growth stage while simultaneously reducing concoction time. The last bit came out rough. While it was the truth, it felt insulting to say for some reason. Then, Qing began the growth stage. 20 days. She had carefully brought the materials with her alchemic force into an acceptable range. Her brow was wet with sweat, but she was fully focused. With her alchemic force, she had it much easier than other alchemists, capable of accomplishing this task with relative ease. A smile of excitement emerged on her lips. She started to work on the other stages. The crowd just watched. The loud cheers went silent. 30 days. 60 days. 73 days. She was finally brought to the fusion stage. She was performing exquisite sets of intense hand seals, focusing her alchemic force with extreme precision. The liquid energies were being merged into one, slowly but certainly. At times, she would release faint bursts of power, releasing soft and cute grunts like a tennis player. Throughout the entire starfield, for those moments, everyone just watched on in silence. When she succeeded, displaying the greatness of alchemic force, she was left with the last step, Liquidi's step. She would transform the liquid energies into an elixir. This step was absolutely crucial, so she devoted her entire focus to it. She even used the inherent formations on her cauldron to support her. It took 3 full days. But then a swish of liquid surrounded as it splashed inside her cauldron. This sound to her was the most beautiful sound. The sound of success. She did a faint pump of her fist, trying to keep it discreet from viewers. When she withdrew a vial and slowly sucked in the liquid, she observed the radiant liquid that flashed with various colors of light reminiscent of a rainbow. It was beautiful. It lacked any form of impurities, her alchemic force displaying its powerful effects. When she held it as if it was the most precious object, she turned to see Wei Wuyin. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Wuyin was laying down on what seemed like a bed. Where did he even get the bed? And he was sleeping. While the others couldn't hear, she could faintly hear the sounds of snoring. The audacity. She pouted her lips. Wake up. She blasted a spiritual transmission to Wei Wuyin in the most direct manner, causing Wei Wuyin to jump slightly. His eyes were drowsy as he looked around, noticing Qing hold a vial of rainbow liquid triumphantly within her hand. He smacked his lips slightly. Oh. You're done. Chapter 357, 353. All Alchemic Clash, Judges. Chapter 357, 353, All Alchemic Clash, Judges. He lazily stretched his limbs about, feeling the extremely pleasurable relief shimmer through and down his body. Lifting from the king-sized bed, he determined the amount of time that had eclipsed so far, feeling a slight amazement at 76 days since his concoction had completed. This answered a question of his: was the alchemic astral soul the reason his concoction times were extremely small? Now he knew the truth. At least, it wasn't the sole reason. Fortunately, during this long period of time, he hadn't just been idling around without doing much. Instead, he was delving into his own cultivation, focusing on the insights he'd gleaned from watching Zuhiyai and Lin Ming's fight all those months ago. With all this available time, he could fully focus only on this. After all, an all-alchemic clash was notorious for being extremely long. The typical runtime standard for one of these things was classified by years, not months. Now witnessing Qing Ying's patience and slow speed, he knew this was going to go the distance. In regards to his advancements in cultivation, after that brief moment of inspiration followed by insightful rumination, he had discovered the essential missing piece to form a soul idol. This excited him to no end. Unfortunately, he couldn't ascend to the next phase yet due to Qing Ying's ongoing concoction and the audience of trillions likely watching his every move lest he foolishly reveals his true cultivation state. While he had decided to lay bare most of his alchemist abilities for comparison's sake, his cultivation state was still his greatest secret. So he could only silently study his various arts and spells, improving his understanding of their various applications. Subsequently, he had made leaps and bounds in his understanding of force control, which includes both astral and spiritual. He finally realized that he'd been too busy to cultivate his combat strength, merely relying on his extremely oppressive cultivation foundation. This break of 76 days was quite beneficial. He could even get a good rest. He was quite satisfied. While this was his thought, Qing Ye-ing was extremely frustrated at the sight of Wei Wuyan's seemingly lazy appearance. She didn't know why, but she felt insulted and infuriated. This feeling pierced further into her heart when she heard his words, "Oh. You're done." It was as if he was waiting for her. For her. She couldn't help but shout out a powerful spiritual transmission to him. But after that, she realized that her mental state had become chaotic and disorientated. She was exhausted. The natural energies within her, both mental and spiritual, were being thoroughly drained as she applied her greatest degree of focus to this task. Underneath her veil, she bit her lips softly as her cheeks became a ruddy red. Her breathing was a little heavy, causing her ample chest to heave up and down in an alluringly rhythmic manner. Wei Wuyan was currently shaking his limbs lightly when his celestial eyes caught a glimpse of her current blushing appearance. This girl truly is gorgeous. Not only was her face exquisite but her body was generously well endowed. This coupled with her alchemic astral soul, she was truly a perfect woman for any male cultivator. As he thought about this, he couldn't help but think about the Everlore Ascension pill. According to the records, this was the only known pill that could enable an alchemic soul to naturally overcome the mortal star astral tribulation, allowing for further growth. But when his thoughts brought him to this point, a question he hadn't considered emerged in his mind. I've concocted Everlore Ascension pills before, they aren't that difficult, and I can't imagine the King of Everlore never concocted one after his ascension, so why aren't there more alchemic astral souls in history? This thought was like a snapping whip, causing Wei Wuyan to realize there was an inconsistency in this. In actuality, Wei Wuyan didn't use an Everlore Ascension pill to ascend. So did the King of Everlore actually do so as the legends say, or? While the King of Everlore could have simply been a stingy fellow, he didn't come off as such in history. There had to be a reason. He pondered for a moment, unable to determine anything. Just as he took further note to inquire deeper into the subject, Yi Yun's voice echoed throughout the stadium. It was the first voice that he'd heard besides Qing Ye-ing in 76 days. A faint arc formed on his lips. All alchemic clash, elixir segment, have all participants finished their concoction? Yi Yun was quite official, sounding a little robotic even. But the faint emotion in his voice betrayed his curiosity and shock. Qing Ye-ing hadn't even gotten the chance to rest to stabilize her various energies and forces before Yi Yun's voice sounded out. This caused her to be somewhat startled, turning towards Wei Wuyan with her golden irises effusing rays of disbelief. He finished. Before me. A faint wisp of unease emerged in her heart, unable to accept that the alchemic astral soul was slower than others. Due to her wholehearted focus, she had removed all other distractions, not even noticing that Wei Wuyan had completed his concoction long ago. This only served to highlight her utmost serious attitude in regards to the competition. I have, Wei Wuyan responded, standing upright and regaining the demeanor of a heavenly king. Just his voice that had echoed out of the formation had caused the crowd to erupt in cheers, chanting his name and throwing out flattering praises. While some were still skeptical, based on what they heard over 2 months ago, Wei Wuyan should have completed his refinement in the quickest time in recorded history. I have, Qing Ye-ing responded as well. Therefore, they couldn't hold back in joining in with the explosive cheers. Shockingly, there were considerably less cheers for Qing Ye-ing. Most of those present weren't too familiar with the standards of all alchemic clashes. While the vast majority present had long since known that this was a clash that could take years even, they weren't too familiar with that patient concept. When Wei Wuyan finished his concoction in 5 minutes, they assumed Qing Ye-ing would take 7 at most. This belief, while fundamentally a wrong assumption, had brought about a deep dissatisfaction as they felt like they had to wait in line for a slow order. It was extremely frustrating to the average individual. It was like watching a race between a tortoise and a hare, with the hare having completed the 1-meter run in a second while the turtle took 2 hours. They nearly turned hostile for a moment, their thoughts fuming at the mere thought that they had to be waiting for her. While extremely unreasonable, it was the stark comparison that brought about these emotions. It subsequently ended many of their willingness to cheer for the Princess of Everlore, with some even feeling like she wasn't even worth comparing any longer. That this entire competition had already been determined quite clearly in the first hour. It left them bitter. Fortunately, Ian diffused the crowd and said that quality mattered and taking a longer time would likely produce a better quality of product. Only this, reinforced by Li Che, had restrained their thoughts and emotions. If Qing Yang revealed a high-quality product and Wei Wuyin produced merely a low-quality product, then it would support their words and alter their thoughts instantly. The phrase, haste makes waste, would then fill their minds and reinvigorate their opinions of Qing Yang. There was an air of anticipation due to this. Wei Wuyin was unaware of these mental gymnastics of the crowd, but his celestial eyes could see the trend of the world, how it shifts about, and this was heavily influenced by the mortal Tao, by the people. He could already perceive that an ill shadow was slowly encroaching on Qing Yang's figure, threatening to strangle her, while radiance was extremely prominent around him. He wasn't slow, realizing the situation in an instant. But there was little he could do about this development. With a helpless smile, he waved his hand to bring out the vial of refraction world light elixir. When he did, Qing Yang looked over subconsciously. She saw a mirror-like liquid within the vial. This confused her. Wasn't the refraction world light elixir multicolored? For example, hers was filled with colorful lights reminiscent of a rainbow. She had never heard of a refraction world light elixir that was like a liquid mirror, reflecting the image of everything present. Not even peak-quality elixirs. Her unease started to swell, from a wisp to a cloud in her heart. Before she could further consider the oddity of this matter, the sight of the 5 judges' seats came into view. They revealed the prestigious figures of the 3 leaders of hegemonic forces and 2 alchemic emperors. At the lead, Yun was smiling. When Wei Wuyin saw that smile, he couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. It was ingratiating, a smile he was quite familiar with. He turned to see Gao Zi's hulking demonic figure as he sported his 2 horns, exuding an extremely oppressive aura. Jiang Feilin's icy gaze was staring at him, and he frowned. Within that icy gaze was something he was also familiar with. Still, he thought about the blood-forged continent and her daughter who had devastated the lives of countless bystanders for the sake of jealousy, and his opinion of her mother sank. As for Lin Rian, she similarly looked at Wei Wuyin with a familiar glint, but it was curiosity and uncertainty. He smiled. Yun said, "We'll judge each product to determine its quality. If the quality is equal, we'll move to the number of attempts made. If this too is equal, we'll move to the time it took to complete the 2 products. This will determine the winner of this segment. Do you two understand?" Wei Wuyin and Qing Yayun nodded, both thoroughly understanding these rules of victory. His words were merely for the audience, to refresh their memories. Yun nodded, then, since the challenger chose this segment, they'll go first in presenting. Qing Yang took a solid step forward, facing these peak figures without hesitation. With a lift of her hands, she revealed the vial in her palm. It lifted into midair, floating upwards until it was directly before the 5 judges. They all gathered around it, not coming into direct contact. Instead, their spiritual sense carefully interacted with the vial. Li Chei's eyes brightened. There was a light of excitement flickering within, while the 3 hegemonic leaders' eyes flashed with greed and desire. This was especially so for Gao Zi. He wasn't one to hide his desires. Yun conferred with them spiritually. Numerous messages were transmitted as they deliberated, coming to a conclusion on the product's quality and validity. After a while, Yun excitedly turned towards Qing Yang and announced, "Princess Ying has successfully concocted the high-tier, 8th-grade refraction world light elixir. It has been judged, after careful inspection by the 5 of us, to be of the high quality." While not everyone understood the exact significance of it, the experts did, and their reaction was colorful to say the least. Jiang Feilin had reached a point of cultivation phase invincibility thanks to the low-quality elixir, and the high-quality elixir had a special effect of refining the body to achieve a much better effect. This thrilled them, with many even thinking of ways to acquire this elixir. In some ways, this elixir was worth planets. This was especially so in today's cultivation climate. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but be slightly awed. While the speed of his concoction wasn't linked to the alchemic astral soul, it still held similar advantages when it came to quality and success rate. It seemed he couldn't underestimate it. After all, this was the quality of elixir he expected to concoct himself. Yun turned to Wei Wuyin, "Are you ready?" Chapter 358, 354, All Alchemic Clash, Transcendent. Chapter 358, 354, All Alchemic Clash, Transcendent. Wei Wuyin didn't hesitate either, lifting his vial and sending it to them. He didn't try to swap it out for an older or lesser quality elixir to hide anything. This was nearly impossible to accomplish without prior preparation. Therefore, without any qualms, he sent forward the peak-quality elixir. When it floated to Yi Yun and the others, they inspected it just like before, but after some discussions, Li Che and Yi Yun had awkward expressions. This only became more awkward as the other three continued to exchange their thoughts on the matter. In the end, Yi Yun produced a bitter smile, which gave the watching crowd a strange feeling. Was something wrong? Did Wei Wuyin generate an impure quality product? These thoughts swirled endlessly as doubts started to emerge. Due to Qing Ying's display of patience and carefulness, there were expectations in their hearts. To some, Qing Ying having a higher quality product was expected. The strange expressions of Yi Yun and Li Che seemed to reinforce this point in their imagination. But if they truly knew what was being transmitted, they might fall out of their chair. Yi Yun transmitted to the other four, "I don't know what quality this elixir is." His helpless admission left the others lost. Li Che echoed his words, "Neither do I. I've never heard of mirror-like liquid before when describing the refraction world light elixir. At least, I've never heard of an elixir that looked like this." To these experienced alchemists, they were extremely familiar with the appearances of elixirs. But as they inspected this elixir, they were uncertain. Gaozi snorted in disbelief, "How could you two not know? What about its grade? Is it even the right elixir?" "We all saw the process," Yi Yun said with a pause, "we all saw the end result. Ascendant Emperor Wei used the exact same materials and standard process to produce this elixir. While it is certainly the 8th grade refraction world light elixir, we can't determine its quality." Lin Rian asked, "Is it impure quality?" Li Che shook his head, "It lacks any hint of impurities, so no." Gaozi added, "But it's not low quality." Yi Yun nodded, "It's not. Low-quality elixir gives off shifting light of the spectrum while high-quality elixir gives off simultaneous light of the spectrum. We can see that from Princess Ying's. And I'm sure Jiang Feilin can vouch for the low-quality elixir." Jiang Feilin nodded. "Then is it peak quality?" Lin Rian asked, uncertainty in her voice. If it was so easily determined as such, then why the need to deliberate? Yi Yun and Li Che looked at each other in dismay, a hint of uncertainty within their eyes as well. A peak-quality elixir wasn't mirror-like but completely white, absorbing all the colors of the spectrum into a single source. This was what was recorded and determined by ancient alchemists. When they looked at the glass-like liquid once more, their expressions became slightly unsightly. This was an issue. If they couldn't determine the quality, then what was even next? In truth, Wei Wuyin hadn't known about this either. He believed that it was peak quality by default, attributing his conflicting knowledge to inconsistent reports. But what he hadn't realized was that the elixir had a unique quality to it. For minutes, they tried to determine what this was. In the end, they were helpless, turning to Wei Wuyin. When Yi Yun's expression revealed his helplessness, Wei Wuyin and Qing Ying were shocked. "Why the long face?" Yi Yun announced, more like speaking to Wei Wuyin, "After discussion, we are unable to come to a conclusive decision on the product quality." "What?" Even Wei Wuyin was taken aback, his eyes slightly widening. After a brief moment, he thought about this and his silver eyes gleamed with light. He realized the issue. The records never specifically mentioned the mirror-like vial of liquid before. This caused him to wryly smile. But, why? He was sent into a silence as he pondered on this matter. Qing Ying couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? Did he fail?" She was confused as the audience. How could two renowned emperor alchemists and three hegemonic leaders come to no conclusion on the results? Yi Yun's helpless smile became even more helpless, while Ascendant Emperor Wei certainly concocted the refraction world light elixir, a fact that everyone here bore witness to, but the visual appearance of the elixir doesn't match any of the inherent qualities listed on any records. Be it impure to peak quality. A confused yet shocked collective gasp resounded. While the crowd was stunned, Wei Wuyin finally recalled the process of his concoction. His eyes brightened. Is it possible? When he concocted the elixir, he had used his zenith origin state mana control to bring forth boundless mana into the elixir. During that time, a bit of his personalized mana leaked into the essences and energies. It was so extremely brief, so extremely small, that he hadn't even registered it. He directly contacted Wu Yu. Was there a quality beyond the peak? Wu Yu was an existence that exceeded the astral core realm, surpassing the mortal Tao, entering into the realm of mystics, so his knowledge was beyond his own. Furthermore, he lived in the era of the King of Everlore himself. Regardless of how they were compared, the King of Everlore's experience and journey far surpassed his own. Wu Yu had remained silent since the incident with Long Chen. He was somewhat sullen at how Long Chen was becoming. It was concerning, but he similarly knew that it wasn't something he could help with. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that Long Chen was becoming less like a grand monarch and more like a deranged and paranoid ruler-to-be. After hearing what Wei Wuyin said, he broke out of his thoughts. Beyond. No. Well. He paused for a moment as a particular memory was brought to the forefront of his mind. There was something he mentioned before he left. He recalled that distinctive memory. It was so incredibly brief that it took him a bit. He once mentioned that intent heavily defined the upper limits of the mortal Tao. And laws heavily defined the upper limits of the mystic Tao, but mystic intent allowed the mortal Tao to exceed its limits, to transcend beyond normality. Wei Wuyin was immediately confused. What? Laws? What the hell were laws? While he understood intent, he didn't understand laws. Was that a higher form of it? Also, mystic Tao. What was mystic intent? Ha ha ha, Wu Yu uncharacteristically laughed with a hint of joy. What's so funny? Wei Wuyin felt a wisp of displeasure and a hint of annoyance. Wu Yu didn't stop for a while, but when he did, he became unprecedentedly serious. To break the limits of the mortal Tao isn't an easy feat. One has to first comprehend mystic intent. As for laws, I'm even confused about what they are. After all, it defined the upper limits of the mystic Tao. If one considers it carefully, the mortal star astral tribulation, the first tribulation of the astral core realm, is the true gateway to intent. And the astral core realm could be considered the upper limits of the mortal Tao, preceded by two other mortal realms. Who knows what laws are, but I do know what mystic intent is. It is not something I can describe. In a similar way as it's nearly impossible to describe the false reality phase of qi condensation to anyone effectively. Wei Wuyin frowned heavily. This was useless. But, Wu Yu continued, at the time, he also said the reason he sought to leave was due to the scarce quantities of mysticism inhabiting the starfield. If he had this, he could transcend the limits of the mortal Tao, bring higher quality to his products and reach the mystic rank as an alchemist. Wei Wuyin's eyes brightened. This wasn't useless. In fact, it answered his question. Since he underwent the zenith origin state, he was always curious about how it differed. Was the leaking of his personalized mana carried traces of mystic intent or something similar? Something that could evolve a product beyond the peak. Regardless, he felt the likely scenario was chance. The scarce quantities of this mysticism might have been drawn in by chance. It was the only answer. When he considered this, his eyes looked to the vial of mirror-like liquid. With a confident smile, he stepped forward. Judges, I'll have to apologize. The five turned their eyes to Wei Wuyin, including the screens of the starfield. He was magnified, his unearthly handsome face revealed clearly to all. Many were curious what he would say. The elixir I concocted is not peak quality, he stated. A slight clamor started to surge, slowly intensifying upwards to an eventual uproar. But before that uproar could be reached, Wei Wuyin continued. Nor is it high. Or low. Or even impure. Wei Wuyin revealed a faint grin, and this grin shook the hearts of everyone watching. Qingye Ying's heart started to pound, unable to calm herself down for some reason. It is of a quality beyond anything else, it is transcendent quality. He announced with explosive excitement. He would be the first to usher in this quality into the history books, so how could he not be incredibly excited to reveal it? Everyone. There was a silence after, a clear silence filled with uncertainty and skepticism. For tens of thousands of years, there were only ever four qualities, and this was determined by grand sages and seers of old, fortifying the belief that only these four qualities existed. To suddenly declare that there was a fifth was like a random person on the street declaring that the starfield was just a large ocean. How could they believe it? This was even before the King of Everlore ever made his appearance, so how could this be? Wei Wuyin frowned. He sighed. Fortunately for him, he didn't need to have them randomly believe him. He instead adopted a bright smile. Give me a few minutes. I'll prove it. When he said that, he turned back to his alchemical table and brought out his cauldron. The best way to prove it. Well, didn't he just need to make the other qualities and compare? Chapter 359 to 355, All Alchemic Clash, Chanting Throughout. Chapter 359, 355, All Alchemic Clash, Chanting Throughout. The 5 judges, the audience, and the spectators were immediately sent into a sudden bout of silence. It was produced by their uncertainty, shock, and a rising feeling of unprecedented hype. While it was hard to change a person's belief of pre-existing facts, everyone had an innate desire to observe miracles or contradictions. At times, it can be surreal. Other times, it can be enlightening. Furthermore, when Wei Wuyin acted, there wasn't the slightest lack of confidence within those gorgeously silver eyes of his. His very body, from posture to facial expressions, revealed a sort of domineering degree of charismatic confidence that they became allured by the prospect of success. His success in proving a heaven-defying existence. Transcendent quality. Wei Wuyin didn't have them wait for long, keeping true to his earlier words. He used a mere few minutes, 7 in fact, to use the leftover materials to concoct several elixirs. These were refraction world light elixirs. To add, they were all deliberately made of different qualities. In that seemingly brief period of time, under the gawking eyes of the crowd, of the judges, of Qing Ying, he brought forth 3 vials of elixirs. Since he was only seeking to create a single portion, it wasn't hard to manipulate. The only difficulty was producing a peak quality elixir. He was confident in making high quality, but peak quality was typically a lucky event produced by primed circumstances. When he actually accomplished this, he was excited. After testing it out, he came to realize that using a wisp of his own personalized mana from within the zenith origin state eaten had enhanced the quality of the elixir, easily breaking into the peak quality. As he held the white-colored elixir that seemed to permeate the endless vastness of all colors, he couldn't help but marvel at his discovery. How did he mistake his other elixir for this one? Looking back at the mirror-like elixir, thinking of the rumored abilities of peak-quality elixirs, he wasn't certain what effects a transcendent quality refraction world light elixir would have. Moreover, he had tested and verified a theory of his. It wasn't simply a leak of his personalized mana during the process that had elevated his elixir to such a hidden quality, but likely this so-called mystic intent that was scattered and scarce, carried into the elixir invisibly during the concoction process. He wasn't certain when or if it was due to his elemental origin intent or mana that brought it into the cauldron. He was unable to sense or see it, even with his celestial eyes. It could have even been unknowingly contained within one of the materials. This was likely a result of his inadequate cultivation base. It was also due to this very reason that he couldn't use certain abilities of his celestial eyes of spiritual divinity. It was only when his cultivation exceeded a certain level that he could use the eye of truth, observing the intricacies of the world and its events in a simplified manner. Perhaps he'd need to reach a certain level before being able to view the existence of this so-called mystic intent. Regardless, he knew it wasn't a process he could replicate at will with his current abilities. After finishing up the vials, he brought them out and before the judges. They were all extremely focused, especially Jiang Feilin. Her cold eyes never left Wei Wuyin's body for a single picosecond of time, not even blinking. The intensity was noticeable even when Wei Wuyin was concocting. But since he already decided to reveal his alchemic chops, he held no reservations by allowing everyone to bear witness to his extremely fast concoction times. Unfortunately, none of them could determine his alchemic Eden soul, which shook him slightly. He hadn't deliberately hidden it. In fact, the entire process from beginning to end was clearly seen, but he knew they hadn't determined his true abilities. When he asked Eden about it, even it wasn't certain. But after thinking about it, he came to the conclusion that it must be extremely difficult to determine the quality of alchemic force from its aura if it originates from a higher-ranked alchemist. Unfortunately, he was incorrect. The actual reason had to do with Eden. Specifically, the Mind Dao. The quintessential aspect of his alchemic force was embedded with the Mind Dao, Eden energies, and it made observing it with spiritual sense incredibly, almost impossibly, difficult. While they could sense it, they couldn't observe it. It was like an elusive and camouflaged chameleon in a misty forest. It was there but they couldn't recognize it. They couldn't even determine his alchemic force level or even cultivation state from it, and they could only attribute it to unique cultivation methods deployed. To them, Wei Wuyin was simply hiding his arts and means to prevent unwarranted duplication. It was perfectly natural to desire protections of one's intellectual process and means. To Wei Wuyin, however, it was just an unintentional layer of concealment. Yun was the first to act, observing the 3 vials concocted by Wei Wuyin in an exceedingly swift and thorough fashion. His heart was endlessly thumping as he tried to retain his cool. In the most casual fashion, Wei Wuyin had just reinforced his belief that the 1,000 years of studying had been laughable. A despondent emotion swelled within his heart, but there wasn't a hint of jealousy or ill intent. The new generation will always bypass the old. Wei Wuyin was simply the next era-defining generation, much like the King of Everlore. He was even a little excited, exhilarated by the fact he could live in the same generation as such an alchemic genius. While he couldn't experience the King of Everlore's era, the height of developing alchemy, he could see the ascendant emperor of Neodawn's era. That was far better. When he inspected the 3 vials, his expression changed. These are low, high, and peak quality elixirs, he stated, using his power to bring the vials closer to him and the others. They all started to send their spiritual senses into the vials, various degrees of shock radiated from their eyes. He indeed made all 3 qualities of elixirs. Furthermore, they were deliberately performed. What type of monster was he? Lin Rian felt her mouth go dry. She had previously witnessed Wei Wuyin finishing his elixir in 5 minutes, but this was a fundamental difference. This showed that he wasn't simply an alchemic emperor below the age of 50, he had the fastest concoction speed in history and could deliberately alter the quality of his concoctions at will. Gao Zi's horns trembled with a demonic sheen, his large eyes shifting back and forth like an uncertain child as he regarded the elixirs and Wei Wuyin. The 3 elixirs before them had the distinctively recorded visual appearances of their respective qualities. The low-quality elixir was possessed by an ever-shifting radiance of the light spectrum, jumping from red to violet. The high-quality elixir contained all the colors at once. The peak-quality elixir was white and seemingly snatched the light from the surroundings. If this was the case, then the mirror-like elixir was. There was a worldwide silence as Yun explained and displayed the elixirs to the world. Some weren't even breathing. Wei Wuyin smilingly stepped forward, as you've all bore witness to, I've used the same process for each elixir, including my first. The reason why its surface is fundamentally different isn't because its grade is too low, but that it exceeds the mortal standard of alchemy. It's reached the transcendent level. As for its effects, I'm unsure. But it matters not, even if this vial is disqualified, I've concocted a peak-grade elixir on my 3rd attempt. I'll use it as a replacement for my first submission. Wei Wuyin calmly stated before the audience. No need, Li Che immediately interjected after taking a deep, heavy breath. There was absolutely no need to continue this segment, and this thought was shared by the rest of the judges. In fact, there might not be a point in continuing this clash. While Qingye Ying's expression was concealed behind a veil, they could all sense her extremely chaotic mental state at the moment. She had just bore witness to an unbelievable event, and had challenged someone who had just redefined history. They felt her pain. It was hopeless. Yun echoed Li Che, your first elixir shows a considerable difference from the other 3 despite possessing the same recipe. While we can't be absolutely certain that what you said is real, that this transcendent quality refraction world elixir exists or why it occurred, we can still determine that it is a refraction world elixir. Even if it isn't a transcendent quality, I'm willing to use my reputation to state this elixir of at least at the very apex of the peak quality. Li Che nodded in agreement once more, feeling this judgment was fair. There was no legitimate way to test the effects of the elixir without refining it. They lacked those means nor dared to try to refine it. Gao Zi breathed heavily outwards, producing a faint booming sound. I agree. Lin Rian realized this was the officiating process, so she too agreed. While what she witnessed had shaken her world, she was still a leader of this starfield. Her ability to retain her calm and assess the situation was first class. Jiang Feilin nodded, her eyes still fixated on Wei Wuyin. Yun turned to Qingye Ying, objections. Those words jolted Qingye Ying back to reality, completely allowing her to realize that the current developments meant her loss of this segment. She bit her soft lower lip, looking at Wei Wuyin with a hint of a blazing grudge. She was the princess of Everlore, the true successor of the king of Everlore's legacy. The one who had an alchemic astral soul. Yet Wei Wuyin blew her out of the water, accomplishing feats near impossible to her while being younger, studying alchemy for less, and having a weaker alchemic background. How could she not feel disgruntled? Her emotions were riled up and she wanted to bark out her inner heartfelt thoughts, to shout out her unwillingness. But an incoming spiritual transmission shook her. It was from Qingye Yun. Inger, this is the product of overlord-level alchemic talent. That's the only difference. Those words seemed scathing, informing her of their difference, but it instead calmed her mind. She looked to Wei Wuyin once more, recalling her innate inadequacies, and she realized that she was still too young. Qingye Yun added, if the king of Everlore had to be described, then it's you and him combined into one. You're both lacking one of the things the others have, but you have an alchemic astral soul, and your potential can be changed. Not his. Remember that. Qingye Ying fully calmed down, her expression easing up and her eyes brimming with hope. Qingye Yun's timely reminder had soothed her heart and allowed her to regain a light of spirit and vigor. She faced the judges, I have none. Yun nodded, at least she can admit her defeat with grace. Winner of Elixir segment, Wei Wuyin. Yun announced the world, causing another explosive uproar. To them, this was far, far different than just a victory. It was just revealed that Wei Wuyin might have just broken the tens of thousands of knowledge and beliefs they had. He had exceeded peak quality. He had transcended history. Subverted beliefs. He had ushered the world into accepting a new reality, a new possibility. The Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn. The title was never more fitting than now. If this era wasn't his, then whose was it? Ascendant Emperor Wei. Ascendant Emperor Wei. Ascendant Emperor Wei. The Neo-Dawn Colosseum. Ascendant Emperor Wei. Ascendant Emperor Wei. Ascendant Emperor Wei. The Myriad Monarch Planet. Ascendant Emperor Wei. Ascendant Emperor Wei. Ascendant Emperor Wei. The Starfield. The entire world, pushed by some mystical force, started to chant. They started to chant the name of this unstoppable force. Not simply to announce his victory, but to announce his presence to the future. He was coming to claim it. Chapter 360, 356, All Alchemic Clash, Surrender. Chapter 360, 356, All Alchemic Clash, Surrender. We'll proceed with the next segment, the pellet segment. Yun announced as the judges started to retreat. Jiang Feilin was the last to retreat, her eyes still fixated on Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin didn't hide from her gaze, meeting those pair of wintry orbs with a slight smile. It was only after a long moment that she followed the others, exiting the barrier and sealing the two up once more. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but inwardly shake his head. But Wu Yu scoffed, speaking his thoughts on this matter without any qualms or sensitivities. Such a slut. Just like her ancestor. His words were extremely blunt and scathing, clearly stating Jiang Feilin's intentions. Wei Wuyin could only bitterly smile. He wasn't a fool, so he didn't feel the need to comment on what he already knew. But Wu Yu was relentless, completely ignoring his status as a grand monarch. She wants to ride the dragon just like the so-called sacred elven queen. Unfortunately, this youngster is not nearly as top-shelf quality as her. According to Wu Yu, the sacred elven queen had used her looks to enter into the king of Everlore good graces. It was sufficient enough for him to study for 20 years to make up for her mistake, nearly forcing his subordinate into death, and still hadn't shown her any anger after. Amongst the various elites brought to great heights during the King of Everlore's era, the Sacred Elven Queen was the only female that exceeded the Astral Core realm, entering the Mystic Ascendant realm. While there were women that were extremely close, none could take that final step, not even Wu Yu's wife. Wu Yu continued his rant. The only reason she even reached her current heights was by climbing the cultivation ladder of men until she came into contact with him, using only her beauty to do so. It's so pathetic. Wei Wuyin slightly furrowed his brows. He didn't believe she was in the wrong, nor would he refer to her as a slut. In fact, it was perfectly normal to use your talents, whatever that may be, to climb higher in the cultivation world. After all, cultivation is difficult. This worldly recognized mantra of all cultivators existed for a reason. Even the divine King Han Zhe was little more than nothing before the King of Everlore showed up, same for Wu Yu. It seemed very hypocritical to say these words when it was very likely they had similarly whored themselves out to the king of Everlore, performing to the best of their abilities to please him like little rat servants wanting cheese. Considering he'd claimed extremely high influence in the myriad monarch sect, Wei Wuyin wasn't unfamiliar with the lengths others would go to for a longer lifespan, greater power, and higher status. There were people pimping out their daughters and granddaughters, even their unborn children. When he thought about this, a bolt of realization struck him. "Did you and the sacred elven queen have an intimate relationship?" He asked out of idle curiosity, but the response was, "Brilliant." Then, he lost contact with Wu Yu. Wei Wuyin was silent for a long moment before he chuckled. "You got climbed on top of and now you're mad at her. Why aren't you mad at the king of Everlore? Oh right, you were also his little whore." Wei Wuyin couldn't help but hold his stomach, feeling an unbearable desire to laugh. He could only say in a laughter-stifled message, "You were all a part of the king of Everlore's harem, and you're mad he had a favorite." While he was simply joking, he hadn't expected his words to hit very close to reality. This caused Wu Yu's spiritual aura to fluctuate in an abnormal manner. If Wei Wuyin wasn't looking at the unassuming black ring in his laughter, he would have missed it. Wait. Wei Wuyin abruptly halted himself unnaturally. A strange light flitted through his eyes. Was it possible? When he thought about it, it was extremely strange that the king of Everlore was so generous in the first place, especially when he had dedicated subordinates. It would be like him giving out top-tier products to others, something he wouldn't do for anyone besides those a part of his faction. Or his women. Don't tell me you. Wei Wuyin had so many questions. And as if sensing these questions, Wu Yu's heavy sigh resounded. There were no words said, but Wei Wuyin felt that in his soul. Wow. Wei Wuyin just stayed silent for the longest moment. Just processing it all. That actually made so much sense. "Are you going to pick?" He heard a womanly voice, bringing his attention to the present. He was still a little rattled by the discovery. But he soon regulated his mental state. There was nothing wrong with Wu Yu's choices. After all, he reached his current height because of it. After accepting this, he turned to see Qing Ying, who was unhappily pouting beneath her veil. He couldn't for the life of him understand why all her expressions were so cute. Maybe it was because she thought no one could see her, allowing her to freely express her emotions without restraint. Right. I'll choose the 9th grade, low-tier Hellflame Inferno pellet. He simply shot off what his intentions were, but when those words were said, Qing Ying's expression revealed extreme shock. Before she could even respond, the judges revealed themselves by entering the platform in an instant. "She surrenders." Qing Yin shouted instantly, entering alongside the judges. His emotions were vividly displayed in his eyes as he looked at Wei Wuyin in abject horror. He didn't expect such deliberate viciousness from Wei Wuyin. Qing Ying was startled by their appearance, and even Yi Yun and Li Che had very solemn expressions. They hadn't even waited a few seconds before interfering. As for surrendering on her behalf, Qing Ying was taken even more aback by the act. She looked to Qing Yun, who was staring at her with a steel-like gaze. Wei Wuyin smiled, understanding this outcome. The 9th grade, low-tier Hellflame Inferno could bring harm to careless realm lords, and involves manipulating fire attribute energies far beyond the acceptable limits for lower-phased cultivators like themselves. After all, offensive pellets, especially fire-based pellets, had the greatest violent nature and were the hardest to succeed with. Qing Ying was only at the first stage of the astral core realm, the world C phase, so she was utterly incapable of manipulating such violent energies, and she didn't possess fire intent to alleviate that issue. The slightest mistake, and not just her but the absolute overlord cauldron could be destroyed in a fiery blaze. There was no way Qing Yun would allow this to happen. But this type of tactic was actually another means to claim victory, often used in all alchemic clashes, especially using pellets. It was a suicidal tactic. And this had to do with a rule within clashes. If both parties were unable to succeed in concocting after 3 attempts or unwilling to continue, then it's a draw, but if neither party attempts to concoct the product, then the victory belongs to the segment selector. Qing Yun feared Qing Ying would actually attempt it, so did the other judges. But they were more here to question the validity and certainty of Wei Wuyin's selection, not surrender in his stead. They weren't expecting Qing Yun to do so either. This caused Yi Yun and Li Che's expressions to ease up. To them, Wei Wuyin mustn't suffer the slightest bit of harm, not even to the edges of his robes. Qing Ying was silent for a long while, staring at Qing Yun. If she surrendered her, if she lost, then she likely lost the entire clash. She had already suffered a loss in her own segment, and that was already a fatal wound, but this would be the final nail to her coffin. If Wei Wuyin chose a paste that yang-possessing men had a better chance of concocting of a higher quality, then she would lose 3-1, even if she won her next segment. She bit her lower lip once more, truly wanting to try it. But considering this was a 9th-grade pellet, she had no certainty to do so. And all Wei Wuyin had to do was not even try. Simply watch her as she failed or hurt herself, claiming victory anyways. How vicious. But all alchemic clashes weren't designed to be gentle, and losing in your own category gave a hellish disadvantage. Even if she lost this segment, if Wei Wuyin entered a draw with her in the remaining 2, she'd lose. He could, theoretically, ensure her loss, by selecting an extremely easy paste to make it peak quality and succeed in the first attempt. They both would perform equally, but she had no hope to match Wei Wuyin's concoction times. Considering his willingness to use this strategy of a 9th-grade fiery pellet, he certainly wasn't beneath this in her eyes. Qing Yun's words meant surrendering not just this segment, but this entire competition. A feeling of helplessness overtook her heart. Wei Wuyin, however, remained absolutely calm in the face of the pitiful beauty. He had no mercy for her, and always intended to test her upper limits. While she wasn't willing to select 9th-grade products, he was. As for choosing a free and easy win, he never planned on doing that. But his actions caused a cascade of emotions and events he hadn't anticipated. Qing Ying's heart had already produced a seed of inferiority, and this event caused it to grow rapidly. When she looked at Wei Wuyin's unearthly handsome face, a feeling of invincibility was felt from him. In her mind, she was no longer his match. She was flawed. So how could she be? While others couldn't see behind the veil, Wei Wuyin saw the signs of wetness on the corner of her eyes. Her emotions were spiraling and they threatened to spew out. This only caused him to inwardly sigh. While unbeknownst to him her struggles, he couldn't help but want to comfort her. It was definitely his natural male instincts kicking in. This was especially so due to her exquisitely beautiful looks and shapely figure. Qing Ying gave one last look at Qing Yun, and spoke softly, "I surrender." This caused Yun and Li Che to nod, accepting this as the best result. It to be expected that Wei Wuyin would win his segment, so they should move on. It's not like her hopes were completely dashed. After all, she could still strive for a tie with the easier paced segment coming up. But Qing Ying's next words shook the audience and judges. "I admit my defeat to you, Wei Wuyin. As I am now, I'm not your match. You win." She clarified, "You win this all-alchemic clash, I surrender." Chapter 361, 357, Basking in the Moment. Chapter 361, 357, Basking in the Moment. The taste of victory was said to be sweet. But to Wei Wuyin, it was bittersweet. As the isolation formation was deactivated, he could now observe the audience members of the Colosseum, nearly 1 billion lifeforms of all genders, races and ages, who were wild with explosive excitement. He was bombarded by his name. Ascendant Emperor Wei. Ascendant Emperor Wei. The sight of endless individuals shouting one's name in crazed hype was a scene that was extremely difficult to describe, extremely difficult to understand. The sheer worship, happiness, and burning excitement overwhelmed him. However, when Qing Ying surrendered, he wasn't happy nor excited. He was disappointed. This entire event, his willingness to reveal all his alchemic abilities, were all to find a worthy opponent to test his skills against. But all it revealed, all it had shown him, was that he had no opponent. In this starfield, there was no challenge. There was no equal. And due to this, he had become the figure that would define an era. While his victory felt bittersweet, a little reluctant to end this in such a manner, the erupting cheers and chants started to slowly change his mentality. When the crowd somehow started to shout a specific set of words, his heart started to thump with unimaginable feelings. Neo Dawn has risen. Neo Dawn has begun. Today is a new day, tomorrow is a new era. These words were started by a senile old alchemist, screaming out at the top of his withered lungs. Others chimed in, and before anyone noticed, Everyone was chanting these 4 phrases with feverish fervor. As he stood before the crowd, hearing his name, hearing his title shouted so vigorously, and seeing the world know who he was, all he could do was one thing: smile. He brilliantly smiled with his pearly white teeth. He hadn't felt happiness or excitement in the beginning, but at that moment, all the issues with the calamities of hell, the bloodline of sin, the mysteries of this world, and all of his worries seemingly vanished in the tide. He basked in this tsunami of cheers. One of the things I've wanted in life wasn't to be worshipped, but to be remembered. And this is what it means to be remembered. An entire era, mine. His thoughts were elevated. With his celestial eyes of spiritual divinity, specifically his eye of truth, he could observe the gathering of the world's mental focus on himself. He felt his existence permeate throughout the starfield at this single moment. Without needing to say a single word, he knew that today this starfield was considered to be named the Trivision Starfield. As for tomorrow, it'll be named the Neo-Dawn Starfield. In the VIP rooms, the group of beauties were watching this all with overwhelmingly complex emotions buffeting their hearts. He did it. Qing Qiumu whispered to herself, but the entire room heard it clearly. Not only did Wei Wuyin prove that he was vastly superior to the successor of the King of Everlore, surpassing the old legacy, but he reinvented the top quality of product and revealed alchemic skills that exceeded the comprehensible reality of those present. In minutes, 8th-grade products were made with utter ease. He had displayed the greatest ability, the greatest talent, and received the greatest response. The entire Colosseum, planet, and likely starfield was echoing out his name at this moment. While victory had come swift in an unexpected surrender, this only highlighted his feats. The Princess of Everlore, the poster child of the #1 alchemic force, surrendered to Wei Wuyin. This was an overwhelming victory that even this person that many regarded as the next definer of an era had to accept in the most complete way imaginable: surrender. It was short but extremely decisive. Qin Qiumu's delicate hands were clenched, trembling furiously with avid emotion. There was a light of happiness flickering in her eyes. To her, Wei Wuyin was someone she was close to, and seeing his unstoppable rise in such an absolute fashion had instilled her with pride and heated emotions. But as the magnified image of Wei Wuyin basking in the glory was shown, her heart started to race uncontrollably. She was unable to describe what she felt. Nasini had the clearest feelings out of all those present. Nearly 2 decades ago, Wei Wuyin and she were nobodies of the myriad-year continent. She had met him, and he had given her mercy by saving her from an ill fate at a cost. At the time, she resented Wei Wuyin and hated him to the very soul. But after she met him again, he had shown a side of him she hadn't expected. Despite his strength, despite his abilities, he still took responsibility for his actions and was willing to do right by her. Very few individuals in the cultivation world had such principles and morals. No longer blinded by her hatred, the memories of before were cleared up from its foggy haze of indecision as she realized that she hadn't lost something but had been given a new lease on life instead. It was inexplicable yet expected. In her mind, she finally realized that if it was anyone else, they might have claimed all 3 of her primal eons and kept her as a slave at best, threw her corpse aside at worst. But Wei Wuyin merely took one, with her consent, and then set her free. He stayed true to his word. Furthermore, he had saved Qin Qiumu and spared Long Chen in the grand spirit trials because of her. While that wasn't exactly true, from her perspective, it was. From the perspective of the vast majority, it was. Even then, Wei Wuyin had kept her in his thoughts and considerations. The memories of before were now fundamentally different than before. There was no longer a hatred swelling within her heart at the thought of their passionate night filled with incredible pleasure, eliminated by relief and gentle emotion. Her eyes started to brim with wetness, threatening to spew over. Why did I ever hesitate? It was as if her connection, thoughts, and emotion to Long Chen had been thoroughly severed at that single thought by an unseen force. Her heart had made a decision before, but now, she was more certain than anything at the moment. Lian Yu's eyes were indifferent, cold, and dark. She saw Wei Wuyin being praised by the world, and she could only think about Long Chen. To her, Long Chen was her world and Wei Wuyin was a threat to it. When she saw the intense reactions of those present, she couldn't help but clench her fists with abnormal tightness. Her nails nearly drew blood. Qin Qiumu, Nasini, and Lin Zian were all Long Chen's. In her mind, likely even in his, Long Chen had invested time and effort to help them, travel with them, and support them. But Qing Qiumu hadn't accepted him, Nasini was fickle, and Lin Zian had directly had a change of heart. How ungrateful. Would any of you sluts have what you have without Long Chen? She felt resentful in the deepest location of her heart. So to her, that handsome face on the screen wasn't provoking any emotions outside of blazing hatred and dark resentment. To her, Long Chen was the greatest man that deserved the greatest love. Long Tingyu emotions were the most complex. To Long Tingyu, Wei Wuyin was her big brother's rival, and she was innately biased. But this bias was childish, so it had very little foundation. Should she be excited or sad? Even she wasn't certain. While Hong Ru and Xiaobing felt genuine happiness, holding each other's hands as they observed Wei Wuyin claim victory. Hong Ru had been revived thanks to Wei Wuyin, so she felt a heartfelt gratitude to him, and Xiaobing loved Hong Ru, feeling even more intense emotions towards Wei Wuyin. If it wasn't for him, who knew if she would ever come back to her? So they were happy. Wu Baozhai. The Colosseum cheers slowly died down. Wei Wuyin relished in it while it lasted, creating an everlasting memory. But all things came to an end. When he turned to face the three leaders of the hegemonic forces and two emperor alchemists, he could see their varying emotions present. Even Qingye Yun's normally calm expression had twisted into something uncertain. Wei Wuyin said, "Thank you all for being here, being a part of this moment with me. To everyone watching today, truly, thank you." His words resonated with the crowd. Sometimes, people simply wish to be acknowledged for their presence. It was enough to garner immense goodwill as countless individuals raved at his words, believing it to be directed at them. They were a part of history today and they'll never forget it. Chapter 362, 358, Era-defining requests on Ascension Day. Chapter 362, 358, Era-defining requests on Ascension Day. With the end of the all-alchemic clash, an innumerable amount of celebratory feasts were held in Wei Wuyin's name. There were even numerous societies that had unanimously decided to mark this day on the decadal calendars. They would name it Ascension Day. It would be celebrated with the offering of alchemical products to youths, the future generation. For thousands and thousands of years, the Starfield's elite alchemic forces, whatever they may be, will generously offer to the younger generation of talents. While those youngsters who devoted their lives to alchemy will receive the respect of countless individuals in hopes that one day they could bring about a new beginning of an era. Several hours later. Wei Wuyin hadn't expected an end like this, but it was met with grateful happiness. He had even met a few individuals that were calling the Starfield in casual conversion the Neo-Dawn Starfield. He held a bright smile for a full hour after, unable to stop. At the moment, however, he was before the presence of all the hegemonic forces of the world and its leaders. This included the forces that were extremely close, such as the Alchemist Association and Golden Coin Pavilion. They were led by sixth-stage astral core realm experts, rivaling Grand Imperial sages. But now, these figures were quietly and patiently waiting for Wei Wuyin to speak. Even if they were extremely powerful, even if they could crush Wei Wuyin with their fearsome cultivation base, they wouldn't dare. Not only due to Tua Bihan's presence, but merely because of who he was. Sweeping his gaze over these figures, he noted the Grand Imperial sages were present, including some elite figures of the hegemonic forces that rivaled them outside of leadership. There was even Li Che and Yi Yun, who were revealing calm expressions, but the light in their eyes betrayed their intentions. Grand Association Master Yun, Wei Wuyin called out Qingye Yun's title, causing him to take a calm breath. "You owe me a request for my victory." "In that case, I'll state it now." Qingye Yun's heart tightened. He knew this would happen. Unlike the first wager he lost, there was no optional condition in this one. There was no way they could pay off their loss. Wei Wuyin said, "The entire Alchemist Association will merge with the Myriad Monarch sect, joining my personal faction, the Ascendants." Any objections? The hegemonic leaders of the Starfield exclaimed, gasps and shock abound. This request was a little too much, no. Qingye Yun sighed. He looked at Wei Wuyin, his expression regained its calm, and even the light within his eyes betrayed his excitement. He expected something similar to this, and he was well aware of the Myriad Monarch sect's conduct towards personal factions and its rules. This wasn't bad. This just meant that he gave up leadership to Wei Wuyin. While less than 50 years old, he had proven his abilities beyond any doubt. However, Qing Yeyun didn't immediately agree. What about those unwilling to join? If they choose to leave? Wei Wuyin calmly smiled, they can leave if they wish. I'll only accept willing parties, but I, nor the myriad monarch sect, will accept any ex-association members nor their descendants for 3 generations and 300 years. Qing Yeyun felt the viciousness within this remark, but he didn't object. He nodded, then, I, as the Grand Association Master, agree. I'll talk this over with the others later, organizing and handling the merging process. His willingness wasn't unexpected, especially considering his princess of Everlore had fallen to pieces. There were even a few that were envious, especially Li Che and Yi Yun. Li Che hastily said with a cautious manner, Ascendant Emperor Wei, I've been an independent alchemist, one without a home. I wish to join you. He didn't state to join the myriad monarch sect, but Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin gave Li Che a long look, causing cold sweat to drench Li Che's back. He couldn't fathom the amount of pressure he, a prestigious alchemic emperor, would feel to ask to join a faction. Normally, there would be numerous forces that sought him out, fought over him aggressively, but now he was praying to the gods known and unknown that Wei Wuyin would say yes. This was an opportunity that might never come again. After all, who wouldn't want to work under the King of Everlore, let alone the heaven-defying Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn? Regardless if it was his technique or exquisite confidence in the concoction process, he knew that Wei Wuyin was a well of information and skills he could drink from. Just a little might heavily improve his skills. In truth, Wei Wuyin's skills were indeed higher than his. This wasn't simply due to his alchemic astral soul. His application of alchemical methods, knowledge of observations and various interactions, and control of force were simply of a higher standard. This was evident that he could concoct a 9th-grade product. Wei Wuyin nodded, Emperor Li, of course I accept you. It would be my honor to work alongside the illustrious and renowned Imbibing Stars Elixir Emperor. I'm sure there's much I can learn from you. Li Che's face blushed after those words, his heart somehow fluttering like a young maiden. While he knew that he would likely be relegated to a subordinate, he was still happy about Wei Wuyin's acceptance. Yi Yun pouted, turning to the Golden Coin Pavilion. He was a contracted alchemist and had obligations, but he wanted to leave. Unfortunately, the Golden Coin Pavilion's pavilion master seemed unwilling to pledge allegiance to Wei Wuyin. This caused him much dissatisfaction. He must find a way to break away. Wei Wuyin was just about to speak when a cold voice spoke out. Ascendant Emperor Wei, I wish to speak to you in private. This voice belonged to the pure-blooded elf, Jiang Feilan, the palace master of the Sacred Light Palace. Her words were direct, and her wintry eyes were calmly staring within Wei Wuyin's. Wei Wuyin heard Wu Yu's contemptuous snort in his mind, and he bitterly smiled in his heart. The others turned to observe Jiang Feilan, their eyes curious as to why she spoke in such a direct manner. They all wished to speak with Ascendant Emperor Wei for numerous reasons. In due time, was all he could say. This only elicited a pair of narrow eyes from Jiang Feilan. Her actions prompted people to remember that her daughter was still held captive on the Bloodforge continent due to a prior incident. These individuals were well informed, so they likely felt like it was connected to that. But they couldn't be happier. If Jiang Feilan was so aggressive, then they had one less competitor to become the next Grand Monarch Wu Yu, Divine King Han Zhe, or Demonic Abyss Master. Wei Wuyin proceeded to speak, giving thanks and informing them of his intentions of providing a platform for various products, such as 7th-grade products that were already an extreme rarity. While he wouldn't freely allow the access of 8th-grade products, he intended to gather various materials and things from the sect by opening up a business of sorts. Despite being a member of the Myriad Monarch sect, he won't isolate himself from the rest of the world. While he couldn't say that he'd be the next king of Everlore, he did have the intention of elevating the alchemic culture of the Starfield. This hopeful desire fueled them with endless elation. He had his own plans. Furthermore, he had even requested for a spare void gate. Shui Yifei and the others were still trapped, and after a bit, the Golden Coin Pavilion offered a spare void gate that had yet to be affixed to a location. They were initially willing to offer it for free, but Wei Wuyin kindly declined and bought it at its standard price. With this, it'll be a short while before Xiao Bai, Ying, and Shui Yifei return to him. The fortunate aspect of this meeting was that no one held objections over the future of the Starfield. They had long since accepted the Myriad Monarch sect as the leader, and even took the initiative to indirectly suggest making compensations for the previous war that nearly crippled the Myriad Monarch sect. They even alluded to the fact that if the Myriad Monarch sect wanted their planets and flat continents back, they would do so. After all, they couldn't prevent Tuatha Bihan from claiming these locations if he invaded. His current cultivation meant only their trump cards left by their ancestors had to be used to deal with him, but that was a small portion to a larger issue. That issue being Wei Wuyin. Realm Lords. Time Lords. Star Lords. Just from his display of concocting 8th grade elixir with utter ease, they realized his success rate and refinement speed was heaven-defying. These former titles would definitely be born in the Myriad Monarch sect first, claiming the entire starfield as their own. What they needed to do was keep their head down and cautiously accept the newfound status quo without rocking the bed lest they be erased. While Wei Wuyin couldn't guarantee that future generations of the Myriad Monarch sect won't strive for revenge, he could at least inform them that he had no intentions of destroying any of them completely. While this guarantee might sound somewhat ridiculous and loose, it still allowed their hearts to simmer down. Even the Princess of Everlore and the Alchemist Association were scheduled to be devoured. Southwest they had no avenue of independence or a future if Wei Wuyin didn't allow it. The meeting lasted for quite a while with various issues being discussed. Wei Wuyin was a natural leader, acting in the position of power and the central focus. His opinion, at this moment, was the most important. Fortunately for them, he was young and his ambitions weren't extremely wild. The Grand Monarch lineage were well-known tyrannical conquerors, and they suppressed the other forces to extreme levels before their decline. If it wasn't for their ancestors' presence, they might have been thoroughly wiped out. But Wei Wuyin was more mellow, like the combination of Grand Monarch Wu Yu and the King of Everlore. As long as they didn't overstep their boundaries, they could coexist. With the absorption of the Alchemist Association, one of his main plans he had from the conception of the Ascendants had been accomplished. He would soon become the #1 alchemic force in the entire starfield. He would no longer have to strive to provide for every individual member, capable of delegating tasks as he saw fit. In the end, everyone left with smiles and light hearts. The only that remained in the room were Jiang Feilin, Qin Rui, Qingye Yun, and Tuatha Bihan. Wei Wuyin was somewhat startled by Qin Rui's presence. She, much like Qingye Ying, liked to conceal her appearance thoroughly. But from her eyes that looked at him, he had a strange feeling. He didn't know how to describe it. Anyhow, Qingye Yun had stayed behind on his order. Grand Association Master Yun. Wei Wuyin merely said his name and he faintly jumped. Those 4 words contained a questioning intent. Those silver eyes that regarded him were extremely piercing and demanding. Qingye Yun sighed in his heart. Ascendant Emperor Wei, I'll inform you of my intended request, but I must ask you, can we discuss this at the headquarters of the Alchemist Association? It would be better to tell you there. While this type of request could be misunderstood as having ill intentions, Wei Wuyin nodded in agreement regardless. From the beginning, Qingye Yun had tried various manipulative tactics to get him to agree to some request. Now that the Alchemist Association would soon become his, he wanted to know what this request was. Why all these shadowy means? Why not directly ask him? He had more than just these questions, but all would definitely be revealed when he understood the why of it all. Qingye Yun felt his heart calm after seeing Wei Wuyin agree. You're dismissed. Wei Wuyin declared, causing Qingye Yun to bow slightly before leaving. He didn't even show an ounce of unwillingness in being directly dismissed. But within his heart, there were definitely all sorts of strange and intriguing thoughts. With that, only 4 remained. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but wonder what Qin Rui wanted. He looked towards her, and her expression tensed. Chapter 363, 359, However You Like. Chapter 363, 359, However You Like. It wasn't simply Qin Rui's facial expression that had tensed at Wei Wuyin's glance. Her heart started to thump erratically, in turmoil and uncertainty. Earlier, Tuatha Bihan had informed her that Wei Wuyin was a mortal sovereign alchemist. Not only that, he was far younger than the King of Everlore. If it was simply this, she might have been better off. But she had bore witness to his all-alchemic clash like everyone else, and she now knew that he wasn't simply at the level of the mythological King of Everlore, but likely far, far, far superior. Standing before Wei Wuyin hit her differently than it did 3 months ago. At the moment, his aura was ethereal and endlessly majestic. He felt as if he walked out from a novel of legends, a figure of unlimited potential and grand feats. He felt unreal. Yet, as she observed his nigh-perfect face and imposing height, his toned body highlighted by his robes, and gorgeous pair of silver eyes that seemed to be able to regard the entire world's truth, she felt her heart race. Within those eyes were limitless possibilities. Within those eyes was a future she could see herself in. Tua Bihan's suggestion of her taking advantage of Wei Wuyan's liking towards her was echoing in her thoughts without end. If she decided to break the oath she'd made all those years ago, would she become the next sacred elven queen, or someone even greater? At the thought of this, her mouth unintentionally released a sound. She wanted to speak, to jump at this opportunity, but she still wavered in the end. Unable to speak further, her eyes became downcast. She couldn't do it. "Congratulations on your victory, Heavenly King Wei." She said this instead, exuding a formal and proper manner. Tua Bihan couldn't help but sigh in his old heart. Was it true that the two had no fate? Was she going to pass up this opportunity? But he couldn't interfere, this was her choice. If he could still speak to her mother, he wondered for a moment what she would think. Wei Wuyan faintly smiled, "Thank you, Grand Sage Qin." He understood her thoughts, and he knew of her history. The tragic and good parts. Furthermore, he didn't feel much of a loss. While Qin Rui was a beautiful woman, she and him simply didn't have much interaction. He would respect her choice and not pursue further. Qin Rui nodded, walking away. Her hands were tightly clenched into two fists, uncertain if what she did was correct. But the future would tell all. The only ones left in the room now were Tua Bihan, Jiang Feilan, and himself. Tua Bihan couldn't help but observe this Sacred Light Palace's palace master, who was a pure-blooded elf. He couldn't understand why she was still here. Jiang Feilan had retained an expression of a frosty veil, her emotions and thoughts hard to see through the snowy blizzard of ice-cold emotions. She glanced at Tua Bihan briefly. Wei Wuyan sighed in his heart, "Tua Bihan, you can leave us." Tua Bihan was taken aback at the order. Jiang Feilan was the palace master of the Sacred Light Palace and a cultivator at the gravity emission phase. She was extremely powerful, so leaving her alone with Wei Wuyan was ill-advised. If she sought to take action against him, it would be extremely difficult to stop it, even for him. But he didn't say anything about it. If it was anyone else, then he would dismiss their order, but Wei Wuyan was a figure that exceeded normality and common sense. So he left with a faint nod. His figure vanished in silver light. Jiang Feilan watched Tua Bihan seemingly vanish, her heart throbbing for a moment. Was this spatial force? While there were some unique cultivators who could utilize it before the Realm Lord level, none of them could reach the level of power that cultivation stage could provide. She couldn't even sense his movement. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. This made her understand that the legendary chasm described between the 6th and 7th stages were true. Wei Wuyan calmly glanced at this glacial elven beauty. Her silky black hair, impeccable skin, and willowy physique was quite a sight to behold. While she wasn't voluptuous, having the slender features of a woman, both in her breasts and butt, she still was a beautiful woman nevertheless. For several minutes, the two merely stood there, regarding each other in silence. While this was happening, Wu was going on a seemingly endless tirade. Despite being a grand monarch, he was truly a little invested in matters of the Sacred Light Palace. Why even entertain her? You and I both know she's here for you, to enter your bed. She even has a husband and daughter, and yet she's here. Pathetic, just like her. This was only a fragment of the insults thrown at Jiang Feilan, the rest weren't close to being as tamed. Wei Wuyan couldn't help but bitterly smile in his heart. He truly knew what Jiang Feilan wanted, but he couldn't understand the why or how. From the onset, she seemed locked onto him like he was prey. Furthermore, while her chilly eyes betrayed nothing, he could feel an aura of reluctance from her. Are we completely alone? Jiang Feilan finally spoke, her voice was like a block of ice frozen over a few times. While it was feminine, it felt like it could cause one's soul to shiver. Wei Wuyan faintly smiled, for now, yes. But we're still under light observation. Any surge of energy or force within this would cause a decisive response. He decided to inform her of their current state. Their room was very big, with various tables and seats within. It was a grand meeting room, after all. Jiang Feilin nodded, looking around briefly. Then, she started to walk towards Wei Wuyin, closing the distance between them. As she did, her eyes fixated on Wei Wuin's eyes, locking their gazes. Soon, what was several tens of meters had dropped to a few meters. Click. She pressed lightly against her robe, particularly the belt that held it together. It slipped off slowly, revealing the fine curves of her figure. She didn't stop either, slowly removing an article of clothing with each step, her movements lacking the slightest hesitation. By the time she was a few steps away from Wei Wuyin, her exquisitely slender and gorgeous body was laid bare for him to observe in its entirety. There wasn't a hint of clothing concealing her. Wei Wuin's expression was undisturbed as he watched her strip her clothes off, leaving a trail behind. She wasn't shy at all. "What do you want?" Wei Wuyin broke the budding atmosphere of seemingly seduction with a question. He had seen his fair share of women's bodies, far more stimulating forms as well, so he wasn't bothered. He was simply curious. Jiang Feilin was faintly shocked by Wei Wuin's composure. She expected less from a young man below the age of 50, but she remained calm. She answered, "I'm one of the few female cultivators at the 6th stage of the astral core realm in the entire starfield, and my body is extremely suitable for dual cultivation." Her words carried a trace of alluring fragrance. With that, she lightly touched Wei Wuin's right shoulder, her slender fingers caressing it. "You didn't answer my question," Wei Wuyin indifferently responded. "If we dual cultivate, you'll be able to make headway in your cultivation base, reaching the 6th stage in an extremely short period of time, saving you hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. You can use my body and spirit as a guide, traversing the path of cultivation swifter." Jiang Feilin stated. Her words were true. If Wei Wuyin dual cultivated with her, he'd be able to glimpse upon the secrets of cultivation realms far quicker, even ascending realms with an explosive fashion. It was a tantalizing prospect. "Humph." Wu snorted. But even he couldn't say anything regarding its veracity. Wei Wuyin frowned, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "What do you want?" He hated asking a question a second time, and his patience was slowly dissipating. Jiang Feilin didn't say anything, but from the faint trembling of her fingers, one could extrapolate that she felt a sense of pressure, of fear. She leaned in, her face a mere inch away from Wei Wuin's own. She didn't hesitate to place her pink lips on his, kissing him directly. Her soft lips held a unique chilly feeling that stimulated the senses, forcing one to seek warmth. Wei Wuyin didn't reject, meeting her brazen actions with his own. He held her slender waist and met her lips in battle. For nearly a minute, their lips and tongues met in continuous battle. Only after a mutual agreement was met that a truce formed, allowing them to separate. Jiang Feilin's normally chilly expression had glazed somewhat and the heat from her body was clearly rising. Just from this, Wei Wuyin knew what she meant by suitable for dual cultivation. He was extremely confused for a moment, but then he realized something. A renewal in physique. There were a myriad of in physiques recorded throughout history, some only existing in theory. The 3-point in physique was an evolving physique that allowed the body to grow in sources. This was what Na Sini possessed. The renewal in physique allowed the in source to, with time, restore their primal in. The essential and most powerful aspect of in source. It was this primal in that was used to cultivate, containing an extremely abundant amount of extremely pure and high-quality in energies, including dense spiritual qualities. These qualities were very useful to understand the secrets the body itself experienced. This meant her body wasn't just suitable for dual cultivation, it was extremely suitable. While she had a daughter, this did little to impede the restoration of her primal in. She was no different than Qin Rui. In some ways, she was far, far better. And Wei Wuyin knew she wasn't a hidden virgin. Having met her daughter, they had similar bloodlines you'd find from a mother-daughter pair. Jiang Feilin was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected her physique to be deduced so easily. But she soon calmed down, her hands sliding down Wei Wuin's chest towards his pants. Before she could undo his belt, her hands were grabbed. Wei Wuyin stopped her, his eyes staring into hers. "Speak. Or we stop here." Jiang Feilin was silent for a long moment. In the end, she sighed softly. "I can act as your cultivation cauldron. You can use me as you please, have me however you like. In exchange, I hope you can support me to higher phases, to a higher realm. In doing so, you can enjoy the benefits of my physique and cultivation base. I'll be yours, in whatever way you want. Wei Wuyin wasn't too shocked by this simple reasoning. Why? You have a husband, a daughter. Jiang Feilin was completely undisturbed by their mention, entirely unfeeling. Just from this, there was a story behind it. I know my own talent, I know my own limits. I'm already 963 years old, and even if I cultivate diligently, I still won't be able to retroactively change my foundation enough to ascend into the 7th stage. She had the same issue Tua Bihan did, and she wasn't a purist. Her innate foundation was definitely severely lacking, even if she took a refraction world light elixir before. Wei Wuyin knew this was the truth. This only highlighted the cultivation world's mantra: cultivation is difficult. A single wrong step, and the next becomes so increasingly difficult that they may very well be impossible. The heavens were unforgiving to all those who lacked its blessing. But the alchemic Tao enabled a change and an opportunity. It could shatter the conventions of cultivation, remold one's talent, redefine one's foundation, and bring one to higher levels. In a starfield unable to naturally generate anything beyond the 4th stage of the astral core realm, the Tao of alchemy allowed mystic ascendants to be born. If this didn't highlight its heaven-defying means, nothing did. This could be considered Jiang Feilin's only chance before her lifespan was dried up. So he didn't fault her decision or desires. Considering it was likely the King of Everlore had propped up his favorites to the mystic ascendant realm, it made sense to take such drastic actions. Jiang Feilin slowly left Wei Wuyin's loosened grip, her icy eyes briefly glanced downwards. She took her slender body and kneeled before him, her eyes looking up as she awaited his words, his decision. Her entire future was laid before him, and she was willing to give up anything to grasp it. Anything. Chapter 364, 360, One Shot, One Opportunity. Chapter 364, 360, One Shot, One Opportunity. Wei Wuyin was reminded of his time in the Scarlet Solaris sect. When he first arrived, he was a pot of boiling feelings and stressful air. After his older brother had sacrificed his life to ensure his survival, witnessing the slaughtering of his clansmen, and losing everything important to him in a short period, he would have done anything for the sake of strength. Anything. He wholeheartedly devoted himself to cultivation, fueled by the dreams of vicious revenge and endless nightmares of repeating events. He forged his own path, grasped every opportunity for power, and struggled. But he never lost himself. His older brother had instilled into him a sense of unyielding principles and morals, and considering he only lived because of those very principles and morals, he would never forsake them. He slowly rose within the sect until he gained some recognition. He met Mei Mei, and his life had changed. He found a future and an avenue for his revenge. After claiming the most brutal, bloody, and ferociously violent revenge imaginable, he felt unexplainable feelings. He soon came across the Violet Moon sect remnants. He met Nasini by chance, using her to upgrade his cultivation from the 3rd stage of Qi condensation to the 4th. Due to this, he starved off an assassination attempt via a borrowed knife and survived. His act of freeing her was an expression of those principles and morals, and sometimes he'd question whether it was correct. He wasn't aware, but it was this act of upholding those principles that caused Long Chen to benefit, to develop a grudge, and later to take advantage of the Scarlet Solaris sect's chaos to behead him in that alternative timeline. But if he was given the same choice, he still wouldn't have decided to change his actions. Now, he looked at Jiang Feilin. She was the palace master of a hegemonic force, regarded and respected by hundreds of billions, and yet she was kneeling before him with a faintly pleading light flickering within her gaze. She was seemingly at his complete mercy. But he knew she had no other choice. Even if Qing Ying wasn't a part of his faction now, even if the Alchemist Association remained neutral, she would never acquire the necessary resources to reforge her cultivation foundation enough to ascend. Qing Ying's refinement times also showed that she would have to waste decades purely on her, and if she was to wait until she developed and grew further, Jiang Feilin would never be a priority. She would be given scrapes at best, left alone at worst. Just like all those in the King of Everlore era. There was a reason only those close to the King of Everlore or a part of the factions with mystic ascendants were capable of ascending continuously while there were no other notable forces. This was her only chance. Wei Wuyin had already decided on what to do during their kiss. He was practical. His desire for strength was never-ending, and he wanted and desired Qin Rui because she was a beautiful elf with her primal yin intact. He, much like other cultivators, was inherently selfish. He wouldn't deny this. Even with all his alchemical products, he still had to comprehend the next stage of cultivation. With Jiang Filan's high cultivation base and renewal-yin physique, he could speed up his cultivation by tens of times. He was fighting against time, trying to reach the realm of sages at the fastest possible speed to ensure his survival even if he failed a calamity. Hence, he had already decided to agree. He had no option to reject and no reason to. Just like before, he would still do anything for strength that did not infringe on his principles and morals. And this wasn't even close. However, he made clear a harsh fact: while I can help you reach the 7th stage, I cannot promise you much else. Your own effort and talent will still have to come into effect. The alchemic Tao is not infinitely wondrous without limits. When he said that, Jiang Filan's frosty eyes brightened with a light of elation. Her hands were more animated, already reaching for Wei Wuyin's belt and removing it in an extremely practiced manner. She wanted to show her conviction and determination, revealing Wei Wuyin's manhood. Somewhat startled by the sight, she felt her heart racing uncontrollably at the sight. She couldn't help but mentally compare. A hot and pink blush surfaced on her face, giving her a more womanly vibe. She was clearly aroused to an extreme, her thoughts wild with predictions. She opened her pink lips and leaned forward, her tongue out and her body hot. Qin Rui and Tua Bihan were outside, floating directly below the sky layer. Qin Rui's expression was indeterminate. Tua Bihan simply remained silent, not interrupting her thoughts. In the end, Qin Rui asked, "Do you think I should have done something differently?" For some reason, she felt as if her opportunity was seized by someone or something else, making it so the door was forever closed. It was a strange feeling, almost instinctual. A formless regret permeated her heart, and she was struggling to reconcile. Tua Bihan didn't nod or shake his head, merely responding, "A choice is a choice. There is no right or wrong, just events that happen from making it. Whether those events are good or bad, beneficial or soul-shattering, one can never know. You acted with your heart, and that alone meant it was correct." He consoled, but whether he knew if those were his real thoughts or not, even he didn't know. Qin Rui bit her lips. Wei Wuyin was an era-defining character, much like the king of Everlore. His future was boundless and those who followed him would likely share in his future. If she stated her thoughts and desires, would he have responded? But did she need to compromise her upheld principles for that? She had kept her primal yin intact for 1,000 years for a reason, should she break it for Wei Wuyin? Furthermore, Wei Wuyin was still a part of the Myriad Monarch sect, it was in his best interest to develop its top talents. She still had a chance of entering the Realm Lord level and beyond. She remained hopeful, lightening up her emotions. If all else went poorly, she still could change her choice. Unfortunately, Tua Bihan knew what her choice meant. Wei Wuyin had other obligations and individuals to support. He wouldn't spare much attention to others. This would only become more selective as time passed on. Qin Rui had effectively eliminated herself from ever entering into that selective circle. And Tua Bihan wasn't even aware that Jiang Filan had presented a much better option. Now Wei Wuyin no longer needed Qin Rui's nourished primal yin. She had become irrelevant a few minutes after declining. While Wei Wuyin might still accept her, the level of importance she'd have to him would be far, far below what she could have gotten at that time. Sometimes in life, you get one chance, one opportunity to seize the world as yours. Sometimes in life, you lose it. And it never comes back. Chapter 365, 361, Disillusioned. Chapter 365, 361, Disillusioned. This can't be. A voice filled with disbelief, unwillingness, and frustration echoed out. Many of the observation rooms for the all-alchemic clash were still occupied after its ending. There were still numerous individuals lingering around in hopes of establishing connections with various forces, but this particular room was occupied for another reason. It was the location that the Grand Prince was forced to stay in until the clash had finished. Ji Chongkong, the Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme War Mountain, had brought Long Chen here shortly after Wei Wuyin's oath, diffusing the heated challenge of an impulsive youth. He had fought for Long Chen's rights, to ensure he wasn't snubbed as the Grand Prince, but as he watched Wei Wuyin shatter expectations, a swelling sense of bitterness emerged in his heart. Regardless of how one saw it, he had stood on the side of Long Chen, and much like Zhen, had offended the young ascendant emperor. But what could he do? While he pondered his options, Long Chen was having a discussion with his supposed harem. Ji Chongkong was completely uninvested, merely staying here out of obligation at the moment. It was Long Chen's words that resounded with such emotion. "This can't be, Lin Zian. He must have done something to you." Long Chen's voice ramped upwards in volume and intensity. He was currently facing the newly restored Lin Zian. This was the woman that he shared a deep history with, forged by moments of struggle and joy. They arrived at the Myriad Monarch sect together, jointly ascending the ranks and facing any obstacles. In the Myriad continent, he risked his life and gathered all his supportive forces to fight on her behalf, to rescue her from the fate of an ill-established marriage arrangement. He faced down an astral core realm powerhouse as a lowly chi condensation cultivator for her in the most fearless manner. When he fought with his life on the line, claiming narrow victory for the clutches of fate, she was always the first to embrace him in relief while racked with silent worries. And he always knew she would venture into the jaws of death with him, warming his heart up endlessly. He derived strength from her gaze, from her warmth, and from her feelings. But now, her vast ocean blue eyes felt foreign to him. Lin Zian, on the other hand, was facing Long Chen with similar yet opposing thoughts. To her, Long Chen was her and her clan's only hope. He was the destined one for her, and she devoted her all to him due to it. But when she discovered the truth, that she had made a mistake, all those valiant struggles and tragedies became bitter and painful. She had suffered for her idiocy. When she met Long Chen, her incorrect choice at misreading Ming Shufeng's visions had caused her to suffer. It was as if it was heavenly punishment. She was brought away from the Myriad continent, where she was regarded as a mortal godlord, and an extremely talented and beautiful cultivator. She was renowned, fierce, and possessed power, respect, and authority. She could arrive at any of the top sects of the various countries and be treated with the utmost courtesy. But when she decided to follow Long Chen, her life changed for the worse, no, for the horrendous. She was brought to the Myriad Monarch planet, where she was relegated as a null disciple, forced to perform degrading tasks and considered at the lowest rung of the sect. Her beauty-to-cultivation ratio was far too great, prompting numerous suitors to arrive and court her. There were some with gentle methods, but most were hostile when she seemingly refused them for Long Chen, a lesser talented, no background having youngster from a lower continent. They became antagonistic and macho, attempting to snatch her from Long Chen. At the time, she could only act as the hapless damsel, hiding behind Long Chen due to her extreme weakness. Due to this, they suffered endless impediments in the sect and had to rely on two other women, who Long Chen clearly liked, to survive. It made her feel inferior and insignificant. For some reason, she was targeted the most out of all of Long Chen's female companions, as if she had a target on her back. Perhaps it was because she was the most useless out of the bunch, the easiest target. It ate at her mentality. Furthermore, it didn't end there. After numerous close calls, numerous life and death scenarios, her luck finally ran out. Not only had she faced terrifying circumstances, such as crippling and debilitating torture, she was left in that helpless state for over a year. It was extreme suffering. And it wasn't even just because of her, but for revenge against Long Chen. She was a mere observer of her own life from the moment she decided to follow Long Chen. A weakling that was only able to allow things to happen to her passively, to rely on Long Chen to swoop in to save her. That feeling was indescribable. Unless you felt it, it was very difficult to understand. Then, she learned what she believed to be the truth. The consultation of fate by Ming Shufeng wasn't regarding Long Chen, but Wei Wuyin. Lin Zian turned her gorgeous eyes towards Ming Shufeng, this friend of hers. She pouted her lips and said, "Of course I do." "You said dash." Ming Shufeng smiled and said, "Yes. All you have to do is seal your cultivation base. Say it was due to an accident. Then, seal your voice. When the wedding happens, the embers I've sent out will become a raging flame that'll send him directly to your doorstep." The memory of their conversion was as clear as day to her. In hindsight, considering Wu Jiao's presence had eliminated the chance of victory for Long Chen, she should have been skeptical. The only clear sign of victory, When she was no longer blinded, was Wei Wuyin facing Wu Jiao and outsmarting him brilliantly. As for Long Chen, numerous allies of his had instead suffered crushingly painful deaths at the hands of Wu Jiao. She had tunneled on Long Chen that she hadn't even contemplated on the circumstances of the prediction enough. When she recalled this, she couldn't help but develop a wisp of rancor in her heart. How could she have been so foolish? In truth, she wasn't at fault. Wei Wuyin's interference and deliberate actions to kidnap Ming Shufeng and screwed her predictions, turning victory into defeat. But when she considered the possibility of making that correct choice, of being with Wei Wuyin who shook the entire world and caused the starfield to remember his name, she couldn't help but feel an extreme pain in her heart. She was spat on, forced to scrounge for resources, put her life at risk, and she obtained a most thoroughly crippling for her tolerance. Moreover, she wasn't even certain if Long Chen could shatter the restrictions on her bloodline any longer. Long Chen. He's done nothing but restore my mind, body, and spirit. He's done nothing but help me, and it was only after that I realized the truth. Lin Zian's words were trembling with complex emotions, mostly anger and frustration. The truth. Long Chen wasn't certain what she was talking about, but his heart felt as if it was in the vice grip of a great python. Even his hands were trembling non-stop. The truth that we're simply not meant to be. When she observed the sadness and faint traces of despair surging within Long Chen's eyes, she couldn't help but change her originally heart-shattering words to something softer. But this didn't alleviate Long Chen's feelings, merely stoked his emotions as he saw her gentle change to be a sign of reluctance. Is he threatening you with my life? Are you doing this because of me? While artificially altering her mental functions wasn't possible due to Wei Wuyin's clear-cut oath, that didn't eliminate blackmail. In his heart, he knew that the Lin Zian he recognized would do anything for him. Even. What? Lin Zian was taken aback by his jump in logic. She saw the hope in Long Chen's eyes, as if praying that she was being manipulated by someone, that she was doing this for him. No. She shouted, I'm doing this for me. The softness in her voice ended, and she made her intentions clear with a stern tone. With that, she was about to take her leave. She knew more conversation would only bring about more pain. But Long Chen saw her shifting emotions from gentle to utter refusal as a confirmation that he was close to the truth. Otherwise, why would she change her tone so suddenly? Why would she spout off words that she was leaving him? That she was going to be with him? Him. His nemesis. It was unthinkable. Yenner, I won't let him force you into anything. No matter who he is, mortal sovereign alchemist, some neo-emperor, or whatever, even if he was God himself, I will not allow him to harm you. To take you from me. With an impassioned voice that revealed his most sincere feelings, he shouted with utter conviction. Lin Zian was shock-ashen, unable to understand what Long Chen was talking about. He's not forcing me. He didn't take me. I just forget about me, Long Chen. In the end, she couldn't form the right words and simply left. Her silhouette to Long Chen was lonely and sad, causing the fires of rage to stoke within his heart as the image of Wei Wuyin emerged within his mind. First, it was Chiu'er, then Master, then an attempt on My Nasini, and now you've taken My Lin Zian from me. No matter what, no matter who you become, Wei Wuyin, I, Long Chen, kill you. His seething rage and killing intent was boiling to the highest degree. To him, all he saw was a systematic deprivation of his companions. A devious act of extreme planning to snatch everything that was his. Even his future throne. Ji Chongkong watched from the side, observing the deranged red flitting within Long Chen's eyes. He could only remain silent. Chapter 366, 362, Reflection of Surrealism. Chapter 366, 362, Reflection of Surrealism. Several days after the all-alchemic clash, the starfield was still seething in excitement. Wei Wuyin was in the mouths of most, if not all. The Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn had demonstrated absolute supremacy, forcing the Princess of Everlore into submission, and redefining history by producing the world's first known transcendent quality alchemical product. While few understood how it came about, it was unanimously agreed that the product he'd made was of an entirely different quality than ever before. When an appropriate cultivator is decided, they'll refine the refraction world light elixir and its effects will be revealed to the world. Until then, everyone was discussing what it might achieve, and what type of expert would be created from its refinement. It was a hot topic. There were even a few that believed the elixir will fall into the hands of a lucky genius of the Myriad Monarch sect, or it'll be saved until Wei Wuyin reaches the appropriate stage. Regardless, it enthralled the citizens of the Starfield. Furthermore, news of the Alchemist Association being merged into the Myriad Monarch sect was leaked, creating feverish buzz regarding it. But after learning it was going to be directly underneath Wei Wuyin's leadership, the various worries of the Starfield were alleviated. Considering the Myriad Monarch sect had a genuine realm lord and Wei Wuyin, their future control of the Starfield was a given. There were few that resisted the idea, because it signified the change of an era, an opportunity to every cultivator of wealth and renown. Similar to how the King of Everlore elevated the cultivation standard of the world, with both the Princess of Everlore and Ascendant Emperor of Neodawn working in conjunction, it would certainly cause the new era to vastly surpass all others. There was no one that didn't want this to occur. The Alchemist Association's elders that had leaked the initial piece of news were floored. The lack of backlash at Wei Wuyin's future monopoly had startled them to no end. Their plans to garner public support about this matter had faltered, with many believing this was the best and most efficient way to usher in the new era. Since this opinion reached the lowest of cultivators to the highest, this was a foregone conclusion at this point. Even Qingye Yun, the Grand Association Master, wasn't reluctant. While there was a wager of a request, this was borderline subjugation. In the end, the tiny few of the elders that resisted the idea could only hide and accept reality. At the moment, Wei Wuyin was quietly resting in his sky palace. There was a serenity to being in the 8th layer, above the noise of all those below. The nearest sky palace was hundreds of miles away from him, and while a short distance for cultivators, was still relatively large enough to be undisturbed. In truth, Wei Wuyin hadn't expected such raging support and explosive conclusion to the all-alchemic clash. He primarily wanted to test himself against Qingye Ying. She revealed a talent and skill far beyond any alchemist on the Starfield, highlighting the extreme advantage alchemic astral souls possessed, but she wasn't his match. What took her 76 days to complete would take any other established alchemic emperor years to decades, and they might not even concoct a product of low quality, let alone high quality. She exhibited and proved her abilities, but it was horrendously overshadowed by the comparison. It wasn't really fair to her abilities, but he couldn't say much. He didn't know if he was the peak and she was the lowest, or if she and him were both in the middle tiers of proficiency in the alchemic astral souls, with the peak being even greater. To test this, he'd have to be exposed to greater alchemists. Whenever he contemplated his series of advances, he couldn't help but remember his initial arrival to the Myriad Monarch sect. He was just a little fledgling unbeknownst of the grander world. But in a short few years, countless voices were echoing for him to claim ownership of the entire Starfield. It was extremely surreal. Even Jiang Feilin, someone even he was originally wary of, had given herself to him. The discovery of her renewal physique was quite a shocking delight. The one thing he lacked the most at the moment was comprehension, not resources. While some resources could help strengthen one's comprehension, it still took far too long. With her primal and her cultivation base, he could glean deeply into the secrets of the various phases. He would certainly be able to ascend at an extremely rapid pace, leaps and bounds as some might say. How could he not be delighted? Since the beginning, so many things happened that brought his life into a whirlpool of greatness. To think that just a few decades ago, he was a mere core disciple of the Scarlet Solaris sect. Now, he was the Ascendant Emperor of Neodawn. There were moments in his life where he felt that he'd wake up from a dream. When he did, Duline would be offering an assortment of breakfast in his residence in the Scarlet Solaris domain. It was a strange feeling. But when he opened his eyes, he became aware of the world around him, of the truth. He was here. It was a feeling filled with endless radiance. The memory of him basking in the endless cheers across the Starfield, of being heralded as an individual of the utmost greatest, was real. The memories of him traversing through time, hearing his mother's voice, feeling her touch once more, hearing his voice once again, and gaining two sets of slightly varied memories was real. The black skeleton, the bloodline of sin transfer, the wall of heaven, his memories of his first calamity of hell, and the heavenly Daos. It was all real, instilled into the fabric of his reality. All of his lovers, those incredible women of exceptional beauty and talent, their exquisitely soft, voluptuous, and hot bodies. They were all real. Lord Wei, a voice resounded. Wei Wuyan's eyes shifted, noticing the valiant Su Mei off to the side, respectfully calling his name. Regardless of how much he experienced or what he felt, he would always remember the time death was a foregone conclusion, as he planned to mark off things on his bucket list. At that time, Su Mei had unhesitatingly followed him into the unknown. Just recalling her unshakable determination and unyielding emotions at that moment caused him to feel a sudden surge of happiness and relief within his heart. Regardless if he became a god one day or if he'd vanished in body and soul, he'd never forget her of that moment no matter what. She was the greatest example of real to him. A portion of his life he'd consider as vital as his own heart. He took a long moment before he could ease out of his thoughts. With a soft breath, he said, "Yes. Someone seeks your audience," Su Mei informed. Her expression was unchanging, but Wei Wuyan could see a little dissatisfaction within her pure black eyes. He was intrigued. Who? He rose up from his sitting position, stretching lightly as he relaxed his muscles and bones. There were very few people who could cause dissatisfaction within Su Mei. Su Mei answered unhesitantly, "Wu Baozhai." Chapter 367, 363, Stage Between. Chapter 367, 363, Stage Between. Wu Baozhai. Wei Wuyan's mind stirred, his thoughts flitting through his interactions and impression of this particular woman. He had first seen her during the wedding of Lin Zian, but had later met her officially during the gathering of youthful elites set to travel to the myriad monarch planet. At that time, he had realized that her primal yin's aura had been forged by a formation, signifying that she was no longer a virgin. The first impression he had towards her was that she seemed noble, intelligent, and pride was innately branded into her very bones. She was the perfect image of a princess of a country, embodying beauty, strength, grace, and nobility. She was also fiercely confident, acting for her own interests in light of others' apprehension. When they had officially met, she had openly approached him before Long Chen and his bevy of stellarly gorgeous beauties. Her intentions were to ask about his spirit ton elixir, and he could distinctly remember her stating that her actions weren't for others to dictate, expressing her powerful free will and independence. He had always wondered what happened to her. She never felt like a woman that would depend on a man to rise, unlike Lian Yu and Na Sini. Even though they had inner desires for strength and status, it lacked a certain dominant independence and cleverness that made women outstanding amongst their peers. She was also very intelligent, perceptive, and cunning. With a few words before, she had obtained benefits for Na Sini outside of marriage. He recalled her eyes that were radiant with intelligence, discovering his intentions during Qing Qiumu's execution. While she could be misunderstood as Long Chen's backdrop, she felt more like the brains of the group. He pondered briefly, ruminating over her desire for an audience with a pensive expression. Su Mei hadn't expected Wei Wuyan to think about this so thoroughly. In her heart, she felt that Long Chen's female companions had already embedded themselves too much in his life. There was Na Sini, Qing Qiumu, Lin Zian, Xiao Bing, and Hong Ru. The latter two had already entered his sky palace and were diligently cultivating. But observing them for a period, she felt their orientation wasn't towards men. They were inseparable, and the way they acted and spoke to each other, looked at each other, were like long-lost lovers. Perhaps their separation by life and death had aligned their understanding of each other. Regardless, she felt it would be better to simply dismiss all these women and directly end Long Chen. This was her opinion, but she would never deliberately interfere with Wei Wuyan's wants. If he wanted to indulge in them sexually, then she would always and undoubtedly support him. After a long while, Wei Wuyan finally lifted his head out of thought. "Bring her in." To the main hall, he instructed. Su Mei nodded, departing with swift steps. She was very diligent when taking orders. When she left, Wei Wuyan's lips twisted into a faint curl. He couldn't help but think about Wu Baozhai. As he started making his way towards the main hall, he had a sudden spurring thought. He communicated with Wu Yu. "Does the Wu clan on the myriad your continent have a connection with you?" This question seemed far-fetched, but it had itched at him the moment he thought of responsibility. Wu Yu was silent for a moment. "You know the importance of the myriad your continent?" He answered with a question. This only served to strengthen his curiosity. "Yes. It's the birthplace of the King of Everlore and Divine King Han Zhe. It is cherished and jointly shared by the hegemonic forces, protected as a way to show their respect." Due to that, it's isolated, but it has the most void gates of any continental flat Earth in the starfield. This was the base knowledge of what he knew. While that is true, do you know the significance of 7 countries? Wu Yu inquired. Wei Wuyin realized that Wu Yu wasn't willing to directly answer, wanting him to first piece together the puzzle a little. This caused his curiosity to be set ablaze, but he had also similarly obtained his answer. He thought for a moment and responded, arriving at the main hall. If I had to guess, make the wildest guess, then I'll say it signifies the 4 hegemonic forces and the 3 servants of the King of Everlore, including the San clan. He recalled that, unlike many areas of the starfield, the Myriad continent had demons, humans, and elves. It was an unusual mixing pot of a variety of races. To highlight the importance of this, the Sacred Light Palace's astral territory was occupied by the vast majority of elves of hybrid elves of lesser status. There were barely any humans amongst them. The demonic Abyss Mountains' astral territory was similarly dominated by demons, with the vast majority of the continental flat Earths and planets being engulfed by various degrees of demonic energies. This made it like the extreme demon mountain, allowing only demons or hybrids to thrive and survive. This was also true for the Elemental Heaven astral territory, being mostly humans, and the Myriad Monarch astral territory having an abundance of humans but not as oppressively populated like the others, being more of a mixture of the 4 races. There were no beastmen present on the Myriad continent, which was extremely telling. The King of Everlore seemed to avoid relations with beastmen, not finding an individual to promote beyond the mortal limits. Considering what he knew about Wu Yu and the Sacred Elven Queen's relationship with the King of Everlore, this meant he had a type, or at least a type of species he refused to, This was likely the reason he never had a beastman servant. Wu Yu's spiritual fluctuations betrayed his surprise. Wei Wuyin had completely pinpointed the truth so accurately it was scary. You're right. The descendants of us litter the Myriad continent. It was agreed upon by the King of Everlore at the time, and he enjoyed the possibility of what would happen if the 3 races were in close proximity. Furthermore, it would prevent either of us from ever exterminating the other's bloodline to the last. Before the King of Everlore's era, the majority of the starfield was dominated by humans, even the majority of mystic ascendants were human, such as me, the Bloodforge Emperor, Divine King Han Zhe and his Guardian of the Elements, including the 4 Ways Elementus Knights. Wu Yu listed off a series of characters. Wei Wuyin was intrigued, Guardian of the Elements. 4 Ways Elementus Knights. He hadn't heard of these mystic ascendants before. Wu Yu carelessly explained, the Guardian of the Elements was the Divine King Han Ze's first cousin, having been propelled into the mystic ascendant realm by the Divine King Han Ze's continuous investments. The 4 Ways Elementus Knights weren't actual mystic ascendants, but those who've attempted and survived the tribulation, reaching a pseudo-state. They were very similar to false realm lords. It's quite strange actually. And I don't have much understanding regarding that state, but it was definitely beyond the mortal limits and touched upon the mystic Tao, even in failure. Wei Wuyin was deeply interested, having learned of a stage between the astral core realm and mystic ascendants. But due to Wu Yu's own ignorance, he couldn't satisfy that curiosity. Regardless, he decided to invest a little more into learning about it. Besides them, he knew there were 3 other mystic ascendants, the Demonic Abyss Master, Sacred Elven Queen, and E-Servant. The E-Servant was the King of Everlore's most trusted servant of the 3, the E, Air, and San. He was said to have reached the mystic ascendant realm, but there were also rumors that the King of Everlore never had a servant of that level. He wondered if that servant had reached that false mystic ascendant realm like the 4 Ways Elementus Knights. As he pondered about this, a jolt reminded him of his original question, so the Wu clan is descended from you. Are they your direct descendants or blood relation? I guess you'll likely find out eventually, but they are direct descendants of myself and my wife, Unia, intermixed with my original blood-related clansmen. Wu Yu seemed to be somewhat exhausted at this reveal. Wei Wuyin couldn't figure out why. But he knew there was a complicated story, which once more made him ponder. Is Wu Baozhai your direct descendant? A great-great-great-many-great-granddaughter or something? Wu Yu didn't answer, but his silence was telling. It reeked of a hint of gloomy shame. Wei Wuyin couldn't fathom why. After all, Wu Yu's era was thousands of years ago, enough to cross dozens of astral core realm generations. He shouldn't have anything to be ashamed about. But his instincts told him that there had to be a juicy story there. After a series of further attempts to gather the truth from Wu Yu, he heard multiple sets of footsteps as Su Mei walked in with Wu Baozhai in tow. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but regard this black-haired princess once more, noting that her imperial majesty had mellowed, yet she still had the nation-toppling looks and vixen-like body that could aflame any heterosexual male of any race. When Wei Wuyin saw her crystal-clear and intelligent eyes filled with careful observation, he couldn't help but deeply admire this woman once more. Her appealing curvaceous body and delectable peach-colored lips aside, she felt like a threat. And knowing her intelligently clever side that hid her cunning, he knew she was one. The question was, what did she want? Chapter 368, 364, Wu Baozhai's Desire. Chapter 368, 364, Wu Baozhai's Desire. Wu Baozhai's expression was gentle and calm, her body no longer exuding that imperial fierceness that told the world of her domineering existence. Her time as the bottom rung of society, forced to rely on a man, unable to fully exert her intelligence and cunning, had diluted her noble nature. After all, the Myriad Monarch sect was a sect where intelligence was of secondary importance to cultivation talent. Because cultivation talent translated to cultivation strength, which translated to power and authority. This was the primary way the Myriad Monarch sect functioned, and the majority of the starfield, giving more importance to the talented than the sly and intelligent. This was not inherently wrong, but those figures that could be outstanding tacticians or exceptional leaders were relegated to lesser statuses due to their weak personal strength and talents. They could only be the subordinate of others or relegated as servants. Wu Baozhai was one such figure, helping Long Chen's eventual rise from the background and never receiving any credit. She wasn't bitter regarding this, feeling that it was better to have reached her current level, the astral core realm, than stay in the chi condensation realm as a sheltered princess in the Myriad continent. She was ushered into the grander world in one go, forced to admit her inferiority to those more superior. Still, while talent was regarded first, it could be amplified with the existence of planning. Unfortunately, planning with Long Chen was a struggle due to his seemingly endless enemies that either he created or had simply sought him out due to jealousy or self-indulgent arrogance. When she requested an audience with Wei Wuyin, she hadn't expected to be seriously considered, and if she did, she knew that she had to keep her guard up. For some reason or another, she could keenly feel that all of Long Chen's close relations were crumbling apart by an invisible hand. But she didn't know if it was done deliberately by Wei Wuyin or simply a result of his one-sided rivalry being influenced by Wei Wuyin's immeasurable aura. It started with Nasini. At least, as far as she knew. Their history was filled with bad blood, as Wei Wuyin was a member of an enemy sect that hunted her sectmates and captured her, forcing her to give up one of her primal yin, and then seemingly tossing her aside in pity. Of course, she wasn't foolish enough to simply believe this. What she did know was Long Chen's oath to get revenge for Nasini, an act of valiant machismo to garner Nasini's favor. It worked, at first. Then, Long Chen met the object of her revenge and it was all turned on its head. Wei Wuyin was simply too outstanding and he directly accepted responsibility without a hint of apology, directly suggesting to take her as his wife. This was the first domino that fell. Qing Qiumu's ambiguous relationship with him soon came to light, having saved her life not once but twice. It didn't stop there as they continued to interact in a seemingly intimate fashion, with even her uncertain if Qing Qiumu and him had a relationship. Then there was Lin Zian, Xiao Bing, and Hong Ru's attitude changes. It seems that anything Wei Wuyin touches is slowly taken away from Long Chen, transferred to Wei Wuyin by some invisible hand. It didn't seem deliberate either, as Wei Wuyin seemed to act as if it was far beneath him, yet it also felt coordinated. Furthermore, now she could be added to that list. While it was unlikely that Xiao Bing and Hong Ru were seduced, considering their current relationship, they had seemingly forgotten about and even became somewhat hostile to Long Chen. After he challenged Wei Wuyin in front of numerous individuals despite their protest, the emotional connection they felt towards Long Chen was turning brittle. This was especially so after Long Chen was humiliated, something they felt was warranted with the way he was acting, and then proven wrong. That his desire for revenge was as illogical as they believed it to be. After all, Wei Wuyin never seemed to give him any consideration, leaving him alone unlike the numerous other enemies they had. This was an enemy that Long Chen was trying to develop himself in a one-sided manner, and it was terrifying. In fact, Wei Wuyin had spared Long Chen after his attempt to openly kill a prominent and well-connected genius of the sect. While Wei Wuyin had punished him in his place, clearly allowing them to avoid the Huangfu clan's decisive revenge. As for whether the Hongfu clan would even fart in objection towards Wei Wuyin, absolutely not. They would sooner kneel for forgiveness in a heartfelt plea than seek revenge. Long Chen's mental state was in a state of continuous degradation as he tried in the most aggressive fashion to become enemies with Wei Wuyin. While Wei Wuyin continued to outshine all others, becoming the ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn, the herald of the new era, and most popular future ruler of the Starfield. Despite being 5 years older, they had similar starts entering into the Myriad Monarch sect, but their differences were outstanding. This wasn't to say Long Chen wasn't impressive. He was a sub-50-year-old soul idol with fused astral soul of sword and slaughter and cultivated in the Grand Monarch lineage, becoming recognized as the Grand Prince of this generation. He was by no means lacking. But the comparison was simply too great. Wu Baozhai noticed all this and understood the eventual reality. This was why she was here. Now, meeting Wei Wuyin once again up close, she was once more stunned breathless by his smile. She was brought back to the first time she's gotten close to him, how that smile had caused her heart to go aflutter. That feeling hadn't gone away in the slightest, and had even rendered her breathless. He still possessed fatally attractive features and an unearthly degree of handsomeness that seemingly went beyond reason. Her body, as a woman, once more became heated. A natural female response when entering a state of arousal, her soft cheeks painted crimson. Despite strengthening her willpower over the years, she still failed to keep her composure. Regardless if it was his silver eyes that drew in your endless imagination or that smile that tugged at the heartstrings, she couldn't imagine how a man like this could exist. Is this how men feel when they meet them? If so, she finally understood why they were so unreasonable. Fortunately, she was still strong enough to regain herself soon after. Su Mei caught the reaction of hers and quietly observed. She was actually inwardly surprised that Wu Baozhai recollected herself so quickly. Most women would seemingly lose themselves for seconds or even full minutes, some never even awake from their state as they fumbled foolishly in their attempt to attract Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin glanced at Su Mei. "You can go." Su Mei nodded, giving Wu Baozhai one last glance before departing. Wu Baozhai and Wei Wuyin were alone together in the main hall, spacious enough to fit 100 people and incredibly luxurious. Wu Baozhai hadn't been in such a setting in a long time, her mind recalling her stint as a princess. Inwardly, she sighed in amazement. With a calm voice, "Greetings, Ascendant Emperor Wei." Wu Baozhai bowed deeply in respect, showing the proper etiquette that those of lesser status would give to those far beyond their own. Wei Wuyin smiled. Since the crowd cheered his name to the highest heavens, he quickly grew accustomed to it. "You wanted to meet. So." He didn't delay with small talk, directly delving into her reasoning for being here. He didn't think it was with a similar purpose to Lin Zian, but if it was, that would be extremely curious and out of character. Wu Baozhai had to take a few breaths. She felt that today was an act of defiance towards Long Chen. And for some reason, that still weighed on her heart. Perhaps it was due to him being the one who took her virginity or the first man that caused her to be obedient and follow him to worlds unknown. After a short moment, her limpid eyes became focused. She fixed her gaze onto Wei Wuyin, which surprised him somewhat. That gaze of her did not seem like the gaze of a woman pleading to become someone else's, but had revived her seemingly forgotten sense of independence and nobility. "Ascendant Emperor Wei, before I explain my purpose here, I would like to ask a question." She sought Wei Wuyin's permission to ask. After all, no one liked to be bombarded with questions. "Ask away," Wei Wuyin responded. He was unafraid of any question. She nodded heavily. "Are you intentionally acting against Long Chen in a systematic fashion, slowly snatching the things most important to him until he's left with nothing?" Her question was followed by a brief silence and her staring fiercely into Wei Wuyin's eyes as if to catch a glimpse of the truth. Wei Wuyin wasn't shocked by her question. He had pondered this a few times in great amusement, but he knew the answer to that question without a doubt. Intentionally? No. In fact, I've tried my best to actively avoid Long Chen and his so-called women, but either they or he forces me to act. These actions inevitably lead to him losing what he'd strive to retain. Wu Baozhai was silent, merely staring at Wei Wuyin's exceptional face without blinking. She was inwardly shocked that Wei Wuyin was completely calm as if he expected her question. In fact, his words caused her to wonder. Wei Wuyin smilingly explained, after we arrived on the myriad monarch main planet, entering the sect, we should have gone our separate ways and never collided again. But Nasini had summoned me by using my name and reputation to save Qin Qiumu and Long Tingyu. Furthermore, it was Long Chen who sought my help in restoring Lin Xian and reviving Hong Ru, which I did. It's their own prerogative to seek me out, or Long Chen's ill decisions or inherent weakness that drove them to me. This included this ring. And while I might have schemed to obtain it the first time, did I not send it back? It was the ring's choice in the end to follow me, and not something I could forcefully decide for it. Wei Wuyin even pointed at the unassuming black ring that once was worn on Long Chen's finger that was now hung on his neck beside a crescent necklace. Wu Baozhai glanced at the ring, knowing it was Long Chen's greatest fortune and how he'd gained the Grand Monarch lineage. It seemed from Wei Wuyin's words, there existed an independent intelligent life form that embodied the ring, who chose to stay with Wei Wuyin rather than Long Chen for their own reasons. Furthermore, this seemed to be in line with her own beliefs on the matter. She had never once seen Wei Wuyin actively interfere or interact with them in any way, and was seemingly pulled towards them. Whenever he displayed outstanding influence, power, intelligence, and means that rid them of all their problems. This formed a stark contrast with Long Chen. She knew of Lin Xian's strange belief and how Wei Wuyin similarly cultivated the method. Her choice was understandable and actually extremely reasonable. Nasini hadn't acted yet, but from her eyes she knew that she'll seek out Wei Wuyin to become his wife very soon. She won't be able to resist the allure of marrying the newly crowned ascendant emperor of this new era. Furthermore, she had saved herself from having sexual relations with Long Chen, sacrificing her talent and beauty instead, and leaving that possible path open to Wei Wuyin. Nasini was seemingly left with no choice lest she be left behind, and from what she knew of Nasini, she did not want to be left behind. So, what is it that you want? Wei Wuyin inquired again. Wu Baozhai took a deep inhale before finally exhaling, her ample chest bouncing as a result. With that, she kneeled. Her right knee slammed against the floor, her head low, and she solemnly spoke, I seek to join your faction, the Ascendants. Chapter 369, 365, Grand Princess. Chapter 369, 365, Grand Princess. Briefly stunned, Wei Wuyin observed the former princess kneel with conviction. From the beginning, he'd always felt she was an extremely clever woman with a cunning streak, carrying a perceptive eye and commanding air. She was bound to be a great queen of a country, which was one of his innermost thoughts about her. She would rule that country with a vigorous fist, bringing it to another level. This was the impression she gave him. But now, here she was, kneeling before him proclaiming her desire to join his organization. To add, their connection was rather awkward and inescapable. Wei Wuyin didn't ask why she wanted to. He already had an idea. She would be an excellent addition to the faction, especially if given a leadership role. But, he still had his reservations. Rubbing his chin with a pensive expression, he questioned, you must know that the course that Long Chen and I are on will inevitably end with one of our deaths. This isn't something either of us would cease without great reason. Are you trying to act as a connective tissue to broker peace between us? After the Imperial Combat Declaration, Wei Wuyin and Long Chen had already entered an inevitable conflict that wouldn't stop until death. The former felt that the latter's mental state was already entering a decline, acting against common sense for the sake of a personal vendetta that didn't really exist. The latter felt that the former was an irreconcilable enemy that sought to undermine his existence, a rival that must be removed. Wu Baozhai's body trembled slightly after hearing Wei Wuyin's words. Her voice was soft yet firm, no. Wei Wuyin continued to rub his chin in thought. He slowly walked forward, causing Wu Baozhai's lowered gaze to note Wei Wuyin's leggings and shoes. She lifted her eyes slightly, and then Wei Wuyin squatted before her, his silver eyes seemingly piercing into her own. She gulped. The aura Wei Wuyin gave off now was far different than before, nearly oppressive. It was as if he was seeing into her very soul, gleaming into her deepest thoughts. She couldn't calm down, but she was fearless in the face of his inspection. Her eyes reflected her sheer determination and hardened resolve. I've come to learn that many of the women within Long Chen's supposed harem aren't actually his or are with him for very specific reasons. I'm baffled by the sheer means to gather together such fascinatingly unique women by his side. Both for his success in having such followers and his failures in closing them. Regardless if it's Qin Qiumu, the most talented wood cultivator in the last 3 millennia, or Na Sini whose physique has reached a frighteningly high level naturally, or Lin Zian, whose history and background dates back to the King of Everlore era. Then, there's the 2 heavenly beauties of the Wu country, a princess with bloodline ties likely to the founding monarch himself. As for Lian Yu, who knows? So, how did you, princess, enter into his orbit and decide to follow him across the stars? Wei Wuyin slowly stood up, using his hand to signal Wu Baozhai to rise. As if by a subconscious order, Wu Baozhai was startled by his words, observed his hands, and by the end of it had already risen. She didn't even feel her body stand up, merely as if she was going with the flow. Her heart quivered for a moment before she calmed down with several breaths. They were now a single yard away from each other. She never realized how tall and imposing he was until now. After a short moment, she knew that Wei Wuyin wanted the story. He wanted the truth as to how and why she was with Long Chen, to judge her worth and true desires to join him. If she was in his position, she would want the same information. The fortunate matter was he hadn't quickly declined her, leaving her a path of fulfilling her own desires. It'll be whether she was willing to prove she was worthy enough at this moment. In her heart, she needed this the most. She had no reservations about telling the truth, no matter how embarrassing it was. It all started. She began to explain. And as she did, Wei Wuin's heart quaked at several crucial points. It began in the Wu country during a youth-led expedition into an ancient ruin belonging to an ancient king. She, alongside her subordinates, had arrived with several other groups. Long Chen, at the time, had become an enemy to a group not much weaker than hers. He had taken the center stage limelight as an enemy that this particular group sought to destroy, but they were waiting for the ruin to periodically open due to various reasons. After they'd claimed the treasures within, they publicly declared to end Long Chen. She was completely indifferent to this, only feeling that Long Chen had a penchant for creating enemies beyond his capabilities. She had even believed he would die with his cultivation and background lacking. Then, they all ventured into the ancient ruins with vigor and vim, ready to scavenge for treasure. They met many dangers and she had lost a few of her subordinates. She met Long Chen by accident. They were soon forced to team up to deal with the troublesome obstacles the ruins laid before them. She was surprised by his strength beyond the ordinary standard, feeling that he was worthy enough to recruit. She had even suggested this to him, but he only replied with his desire for freedom. Even when she brought up the issues of the other group, she found his response utterly lacking in urgency or fear. This elevated her level of curiosity towards his mysterious demeanor and valiant act. Of course, this was merely at the point she was interested, there were no romantic feelings between them. She had numerous suitors and many of them wished to conquer the nation-toppling beauty that she was. There were those more talented, more handsome, and had a greater background than Long Chen. But as they ventured further in, they were met with the group that had enmity with Long Chen. Shockingly, they'd teamed up with 2 other groups of similar strength. One of those teams had a female leader who had it out for her, whether because of jealousy or their other encounters where she always came out ahead, they decided to team up and fight against her. Outnumbered and outgunned, many of her subordinates could only lose their lives as they were forced to venture deeper into the ruins for a chance at life. They fell into an old trap, leaving only her and Long Chen remaining. Her rage knew no bounds, but she still tried to calmly plan her escape lest her revenge and life end with a whimper. They soon found an area that contained a coffin that seemed to belong to this ancient king. They scoured it for a chance to escape, but had awakened some ancient spirit. This ancient spirit was quite perverted, already viewing the 2 as an item. He gave them a cultivation technique that would allow their cultivation bases to ascend, but it was a dual cultivation method. She was quick to refuse, and she even declared she'd rather die than lose her virginity in such a manner. As a princess, her primal yin was of the utmost importance and connected with her chances at marriage and her reputation. If she lost this in this sordid manner, she might as well give up her status as a princess. For some reason or another, the ancient spirit seemed to be slightly enraged that she refused it, and diffused some pink mist that was an aphrodisiac. It rendered her cultivation base nullified until she was helpless, and it seemed to have done the same to Long Chen. She slowly lost herself alongside Long Chen and they dual cultivated. The cultivation technique was guided by the ancient spirit, and their cultivation bases ascended. They were then capable of breaking the trap after a brief discussion. She felt helpless at this, blaming the ancient spirit, but it seemingly vanished into the afterlife. If it wasn't for Long Chen convincing her that this situation was brought about by those groups that hunted her down and tried to kill her, she might have followed after it in rage. They left the ruins and fought, killing those responsible with their newfound strengths and leaving. After such a fierce and bloody battle, she readjusted her mentally and decided against claiming her own life. She devised a plan to hide her lack of primal Yin. Even if all else failed, Long Chen had confidently declared to take responsibility. She still would be able to marry a genius, was her thought process. After that, a series of intriguing events occurred as she continuously helped Long Chen strive and grow in the Wu country. Then, Lin Xian's wedding took place. The rest of the story was known. Wei Wuyin was struck silent by the vivid telling of her story. He realized how brutal the heavenly Daos were, forcing gorgeous beauties onto Long Chen. If he wasn't aware of all the heavenly influencing that could have taken place due to the heavenly Daos, he would think that Wu Baozhai and Long Chen were incredibly lucky. But Wu Baozhai was extremely unlucky. She was, much like Nasini, a piece of fortune for Long Chen or him. That forced encounter had led to him receiving the support of a princess in the country he was developing in a way that made him almost entirely faultless. She was his fortuitous encounter. As he thought more about this, he found it ridiculous that some ancient spirit was perverted N-O-U-G-H. His eyes slightly widened. Recalling the aspects of cultivation, he felt it was nearly impossible for a spirit to exist unless they've broken the mortal limits. This meant only two figures could have left their spirit in the Myriad continent, and only one had the means and motive to ensure Long Chen's survival or his benefits. He glanced down at the ring that housed Wu Yu's spirit, remembering the shame he felt. For a moment, he was at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. He sent a message, "You're going to fill in the rest of the story." The tone of his transmission contained a hint of mirth. He had already thought about various possibilities, but he was sure the truth was greater than he'd imagined. Wu Yu's gloomy aura was felt clearly through the ring. In the end, he finally spoke. "I met Long Chen when he was 16 years old. I was in the midst of recovering my sentience and strength, still lacking after slumbering for thousands of years. Having lost my physical body, I couldn't pass on the Imperial Heaven Chi method's ignition essence without a proper medium, and this medium either needed to be a descendant of mine that contained traces of my Imperial Heaven forces or a fellow cultivator of the Imperial Heaven Chi method. Considering the legacy was long since lost, there was only one choice. Holy. Did Long Chen know? This was the first question he asked, utterly shocked by the sheer shamelessness of Wu Yu. If he did, he wouldn't have cultivated the method. The best medium for the ignition essence was the primal Yin of my bloodline, and only Wu Baozhai was suitable at the time. I thought it was his greatest fortune to meet her, so I did what I had to. It was the only way I had a chance at recovering my body, the only way he could be inducted into the Grand Monarch lineage. Hearing the hasty and excuse-filled explanations of this Grand Monarch left a sour taste in Wei Wuin's mouth. Wu Yu had orchestrated the sexual interaction between his inheritor and his descendant, essentially forcing them into that situation. While he didn't feel that Long Chen, who was technically manipulated into it, was in the wrong, it felt strange to him. This was different from Nasini's situation, perhaps even more acceptable to some, but it still felt screwed up. In the end, he didn't linger on the subject. Wei Wuyin observed Wu Baozhai, not feeling the slightest pity for her. In fact, he felt further intrigued and proud of her. She had come here of her own free will to break away from the heavenly Daos intended path for her, to become the mental support for Long Chen through his rise to grasp her own fate. As an inheritor of sin, an individual who possessed the bloodline of sin, he fiercely respected her expression of independence. This was especially so after going through all these events with Long Chen, further orchestrated by the invisible hand that was the heavenly Daos. While his presence certainly gave her options that otherwise would have never existed, it was still her who took the reins of her own life and came here in the end. There was no heavenly Daos influence. There was no bloodline of sin direction. This was an ultimate expression of her own will. With a bright smile, he brought out his right hand. Wu Baozhai's eyes trembled as she saw Wei Wuyin lift his hand, smile, and say words that would forever change the course of her life. "You hungry?" These two words that embodied so much were once again said, causing Wu Baozhai to be somewhat startled. But for some reason, some ungodly reason, she felt a hunger emerge in her mind, body, and soul. It was a hunger for something she strove for her entire life. Biting her lips, she nodded faintly with a blush. After a brief moment, his eyes brightened. He chuckled lightly and followed with another set of world-changing words. What do you think about becoming a grand princess? Chapter 370, 366, Emotional Downfall. Chapter 370, 366, Emotional Downfall. Wei Wuyin had squared Wu Baozhai away, his thoughts swirling as he sat on his couch and thought. When that impulsive set of words left his lips, a series of convenient scenarios emerged in his head. From the very beginning, he sought to find a leader for the myriad monarch sect to ensure the safety of his subordinates, lovers, and legacy if the worst-case scenario arrived, the death of his body and soul. At first, he wanted to let Tuo Bihan act on his behalf, but he was too advanced in age. He wasn't reliable for a long-lasting security. But what if he had a subordinate of his become the Grand Monarch? He had always thought of ways to do so, but after obtaining Wu Yu's spirit, he learned about the Imperial Heaven Ignition Essence. It made it impossible. Unless Wu Yu regained his physical body or Long Chen decided to willingly give up his cultivation base, it was impossible to find a legitimate heir. He felt no desire to topple the legacy of the myriad monarch sect, especially with Wu Yu still existing. But even if that wasn't the case, he didn't feel the need to do so, and rather respected the cultural traditions and modus operandi of the myriad monarch sect. Now, he'd just learned of a loophole. Wu Baozhai. As he'd thought, Wu Baozhai also possessed the Imperial Heaven Ignition Essence within her that lay dormant in an inactive state. Dual cultivation was principled on two methods, sharing and plundering. Considering the benefits that Wu Baozhai experienced during her dual cultivation with Long Chen, he expected she would retain a portion of the ignition essence within her. Not only did she have a portion, but she had the complete essence stored within her in a state of hibernation. The only reason she hadn't developed an imperial soul was purely because she didn't have the Imperial Heaven Qi method. It was also this Imperial Heaven Ignition Essence that gave her a greater imperial aura, that soon left after she entered the astral core realm. This revelation brought him an unexpected solution to something he intended to do since he'd known Long Chen's position as an inheritor of the Grand Monarch lineage, finding his own inheritor. And find he did, nay. She found him. He'll have to ensure some things, such as her feelings towards Long Chen, but after hearing their story and feeling her emotions as she told it, he felt she was only with Long Chen due to her ideals or thoughts on purity, forcing a sense of obligation that had dwindled over time. Perhaps she would have truly fallen for him with time. But the fact she strove to regain the direction of her life was already telling. As he pondered his plans in depth, Su Mei arrived. Lord Wei, I've settled Wu Baozhai. She had swiftly performed her duties, bringing Wu Baozhai to an area of the Sky Palace to commence the reset of her cultivation. She would have to abandon her astral soul entirely, reforge her foundation, and establish an imperial astral soul. Fortunately, Wei Wuyin had experience with this already. After setting her aside with the necessary materials and instructions, she was housed away for cultivation. Prior to this, however, Wu Baozhai had asked to personally inform others of her choice. While this could be perceived as leaving Long Chen, she felt it was best the news came from her. And she did. They ventured down towards the surface and met up with the others, and as Wu Baozhai explained this to them, to Long Chen, it was anything but peaceful. The sheer explosive interaction was shocking even to Su Mei. Fortunately, Wu Baozhai smartly left out Wei Wuyin's intentions to allow her to become the Grand Princess, overtaking Long Chen's position. As they spoke, she caught the determined glint within Wu Baozhai's eyes that revealed her complete willingness to do it, to replace Long Chen. As for the viciously thrown words filled with pain and feelings of betrayal, she accepted them all. Besides Lian Yu, Long Tingyu, and Long Chen, the rest were mostly silent. This was especially so when Na Sini asked why, and she explained her innermost thoughts in an emotional display. But to Long Chen, it was simply a complete and utter betrayal. He didn't see it, or couldn't see it, any other way. He had even brought up their sexual relationship with each other, saying how Wei Wuyin was merely doing this simply to take her away from him, and she was falling for it. Even Lian Yu lost her emotions, calling her a disgusting slut with no sense of loyalty. A vicious side Wu Baozhai had never expected from the normally gentle Lian Yu. Their relationship fell apart. Even when she explained that she wasn't there to become Wei Wuyin's lover nor had any intention to, their minds had already become set on that possibility. Maybe it was because they understood or thought of doing so as well, so they fixated on it. Su Mei silently watched it all, bringing Wu Baozhai away after the climax of their feverishly heated exchange. She found it somewhat laughable that they believed Wu Baozhai joining the Ascendants meant becoming Wei Wuyan's lover, as she was extremely aware of his ironclad principles regarding this issue. Returning, she settled Wu Baozhai and informed Wei Wuyan of the developments, including the emotional collapse that had occurred. Wei Wuyan expected nothing less. All that remained was for Gluttony to arrive, asking him to honor his previous words. With that, Long Chen would only have Long Tingyu and Lian Yu. Considering Long Tingyu was technically his adopted sister, that was a little awkward. He truly didn't know if he was plundering all of Long Chen's karmic fortune little by little or if this was the inevitability of interacting with a blessed as an inheritor of sin. He hadn't taken any intentional actions, hadn't experienced any influences of the heavenly Daos, and yet each one of Long Chen's mysterious beauties that were likely expressions of karmic luck was coming to his side. Lin Ziyan had a unique bloodline and history. Wu Baozhai possessed keen intelligence and a bloodline legacy. Gluttony had an evolving physique that was endlessly beneficial to every male in existence. Qin Qiumu's talent was vastly beyond imagination. He didn't know if they had their own stories as grand and extraordinary as Lin Ziyan, but he knew each one of them was unordinary. He could only imagine that Lian Yu and Long Tingyu were someone special as well. If he had to make a wild guess, he would assume that Long Tingyu had a connection with the Abyss Master and Lian Yu might be connected to the divine King Han Zhe in some way, perhaps linked to the Guardian of the Elements or the Four-Way Elementus Knights. This was just a speculation based on how Lin Ziyan and Wu Baozhai had distinctive connections with two other great figures, the Sacred Elven Queen and Wu Yu respectively. With a light sigh, he nodded towards Su Mei. There's been non-stop developments as of now, and he had this distinct feeling that it'll lead to something explosive. It wasn't his eye of truth or his bloodline of sin, merely his instincts that told him that a chapter was approaching its inevitable climax. As for what they would lead to, he had no idea. With a shrug, he stretched his neck to the side. The gateway door will open soon. There are still a few things to do, such as visit the Alchemist Association and ensure the settling of the new Void Gate, but I think it's time I challenged my next astral tribulation. He hadn't made major breakthroughs in his cultivation for quite a while, being thrusted into many different things without pause. Now, he had finally comprehended the unique principles of soul idol formation, feeling the trigger to start his astral tribulation at any time. TCH. King. Yes. 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 Ori. Eden. Finally. Kratos. It's been a while since his astral souls felt lively, they were ready to finally begin. He could feel their excitement, their elation, and the utter expectations from them. He knew this astral tribulation like the others wouldn't be ordinary, but he just didn't know what they had planned. He was infected by their vigor, smiling brilliantly with anticipation. Chapter 371, 367, Soul Pulse Manifestation Tribulation. Chapter 371, 367, Soul Pulse Manifestation Tribulation. There was a small continental flat Earth within a quiet corner of Myriad Monarch astral territory. It extended nearly 100 kilometers in length, being relatively small in size. It was often used to breed various beasts and herbs for taming and growth. It was named the Yellow Rain Continent. It was dubbed this due to the unique phenomena of yellow rain drenching the continent during certain times of the year. This yellow rain lacked any uniqueness, mostly a chemical reaction from the dissipation of some type of harmless chemical element during the condensation process. Despite this, the ground, trees, homes, and mountains were tinted in shades of yellow. At the moment, a tall and outstanding figure stood atop a flat mountain peak. Dressed in black, the figure stared at the sky in a blank daze. Their silver eyes were undergoing various transformations that seemed to grasp a hint of the world's truths and hidden secrets. Wei Wuyan had arrived on the Yellow Rain Continent via a void gate. Due to the various complications brought about by his tribulation, he felt it was for the best that he left to somewhere secluded. As he peered into the endless flow of the world, he felt heading to this continent would have the best effects. It was a strange feeling, trusting the revealed truths of the world. Regardless, considering Su Mei and the incident of his exploding sky palace, he felt it only right to avoid any further possible damage. Considering Wen Mingna, Lin Ziyan, Xiao Bing, Hong Ru, and Wu Baozhai, these 5 women, were cultivating within his sky palace in a diligent manner, he didn't feel right to move them. He felt a rising sense of anticipation within his heart, within his astral souls, as he looked into the thin sky layer of the yellow rain continent. He was about to commence his third astral tribulation, the third tribulation of his life as a cultivator. It went by many names, but when one felt its calling force, they could only regard it as one name: Soul Pulse Manifestation Tribulation. This was the first tribulation that showed a clear display of foundation and cultivation advantages. Those who could construct their soul idol, establish their soul rings, can grasp a higher form of spiritual strength that exceeded the norm. According to the many records of ancient and recent cultivators, this trial was the first where an individual could simply stop at will. It was almost extremely unlikely to die in this trial, having very little mortal danger, and that was all due to the ability to purposefully cease. But, ceasing inevitably meant a lesser state of soul idol formation. The casualties from this trial were from two unfortunate reasons: 1, lacking foundation leading to an inability to pass the very first portion of the astral tribulation, or 2, overestimating one's strengths and exceeding their limits. As long as one remained cautious, succeeding this tribulation was relatively easy. This was one of the core reasons that a hegemonic force like the Myriad Monarch sect classified those at the soul idol phase within the mortal captain rank as elders. Numerous of these so-called soul idol experts had completed the first ring only. Even continental guardians, those who oversee various continental flat earths, had a minimum of 2 rings formed. With each ring formed, the cultivator experiences an undeniable multiplicative leap in spiritual strength and quality of innately refined spiritual energies. Those at 1-ringed soul idols might have spiritual strength 100 times less than 9-ringed soul idols, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. These rings also had another name, another purpose. They were referred to as soul pulses. It was clear that the greater the number of pulses, the higher the spirituality of one's astral soul, the more vivid it becomes when manifested, the greater the space it occupies. Wei Wuyin calmly inhaled and exhaled in a soothing rhythm. He had 4 independent astral souls, requiring 4 separate astral tribulations. He knew that with his astral soul's high-level energies and qualities, the soul pulse manifestation tribulation was relatively easy to accomplish. He only wondered why miraculous changes would take place from this. In his first astral tribulation, he had learned there was no mortal danger to the mortal star formation tribulation. It was merely a teacher that instilled the knowledge of whatever astral soul it faced, allowing them and its cultivator to glimpse at the truth regarding intents. It formed a blueprint in one's mind. For Ori, his divine elemental astral soul, it had given him the pieces to elemental origin intent, and left the much larger, greater pieces for the heart of the world of the elements intent. It was otherwise known as the elemental heart intent. It was the highest form of elemental origin intent, requiring the merging of 9 high-level elemental intents into one. He had 6 at the moment, gaining the desolate intent relating to the earth element after the tribulation. He still required high-level intents for fire, water, and wind. While he had tried to briefly search for these other high-level intents for the basic elemental natures, he soon peered into the flow of the world, gleaming that what he desired existed within the gateway door. This was the greatest reason he intended to venture inwards. As for finding them in the outside world, he hadn't been able to. The desolate intent had formed naturally due to aging and decay of an ancient void gate. He didn't know how long it had been there, preserved and undisturbed by all forms of life. He couldn't find any other intents that fit with the other elements, even trying to comprehend aquatic intent wasn't appropriate. It seemed he had to find compatible elemental intents. After a while, he decided to focus his attention elsewhere and strive to complete his elemental origin intent in the gateway door. Let's start. Let's start. Let's start. Ori rushed. It was anxiously excited, wanting to ascend to the next level with greater enthusiasm than even him. He knew they were all waiting for him. They required his comprehension of the next realm, but their foundations with the various energies had already reached their limit, unable to be increased by a single iota more for more than a year now. Due to their extremely fast refinement speeds, they absorbed endless alchemical products to grow until their limit. This was why they each had 1 centimeter-sized astral cores, the limit of a sky ruler. They had similarly done this in the World C phase as well, reaching 4 millimeters. Okay. He withdrew his celestial eyes and interfaced with Ori. The distinctive sensation of a tribulation trigger was present, wrapped within his endless insights into soul idol formation. He unhesitantly triggered it. Fortunately, he made ample preparations to prevent the soiling of his pants in case his astral souls felt mischievous once again. He had learned his lesson. Therefore, when he was washed once more in that familiar feeling, he welcomed it with wide arms. Lifting his head, he instantly felt the world go silent. As if he was isolated from existence, and an existence beyond his understanding had faintly decided to glance his way. His heart tightened. This familiar feeling existed in every trial. He knew it was the world, maybe even the heavenly Taoists themselves, observing his state of cultivation to determine the astral tribulation needed. It exerted an oppressive force into the very mind, forcing one's thoughts and ideas to contort in unique ways. For some, fear might develop within their hearts. For him, a sense of fearless strength swelled within him. This strength was the shared emotional connection he had with Ori. It was very animated as it excitedly shouted various noises. This caused Wei Wuyin to quietly await any changes with stability in mind and soul. In his sky world lightning tribulation, Ori and the others had somehow manipulated the astral tribulation to amplify itself. Then, they fused it into one to spontaneously refine their personalized mana. Their zenith mortal states had evolved into zenith origin state. This higher grade of mana brought about numerous changes, including an increased control over his intents, capable of exciting ambient mana into a frenzy, and capable of creating higher quality products. He hadn't explored all the benefits yet, but simply these three aspects of the zenith origin state were heaven-defying to him. He had his suspicions that the zenith origin state might involve the secrets of the mystic ascendant realm, but even Wu Yu was clueless regarding its name. This surprised him, so he wasn't exactly certain. But, Wu Yu was merely a first-stage mystic ascendant, who hadn't yet explored the true depths of that realm. He was somewhat unreliable. No, extremely unreliable. Yuyorn. A sound erupted, like the strange bellowing of a great aquatic beast. His heart pounded as he stared at the sky. He felt the world twist, contort, and change in an unpredictable fashion. He realized the colors of the world were changing and moving, forming a kaleidoscope-like effect of perfect symmetry. But this was only from his point of view. All those present on the continent felt a looming pressure that pressed against their souls, their spirits, and their minds. Some, a few who were trying to reach the chi condensation realm, unable to connect with their souls, throbbed intensely as they felt an enlightened sensation surge throughout their bodies. Immediately, they cultivated without hesitation and started to form their heart of chi. Wei Wuin's eyes shrunk to needlepoints. The world above him had changed in an instant. He was always watching the sky, but it was as if there was no indication of change as 9 objects appeared. The sensation of watching something intently only for a new object to emerge without rhyme, reason, or indication caused his mind to stumble. It was so disconcerting that even Ori went silent, feeling shocked to its core. Its playful yelps ceased entirely. Especially due to the sheer presence of these 9 objects. The only thing that remained in his thoughts was one word: incredible. Up above, 9 cyan-colored rings had appeared. They were of varying sizes, but their sizes were massive, with the smallest, the closest, being hundreds of thousands of kilometers in size. As for the one above, it was larger. It was thicker. It was more radiant than the 3 solar stars themselves. It didn't stop. As it got further away into an impossible distance, the size, thickness, and radiance of each following ring became even brighter, forming what seemed to be a cone of rings with him, no, the continent, as the tip. He gawked, his heart beating with the might of 1,000,000 drums pounding in unison. The last ring seemed to encircle the starfield, or perhaps even greater. He felt his mouth go dry as he recalled the details of Soulpulse manifestation tribulation. He had to race through each ring. His mind flared as he questioned Ori, "What did you do?" Chapter 372, 368, Whisked Away. Chapter 372, 368, Whisked Away. Ori's voice seemed to proclaim its innocence. But Wei Wuyin knew full well that was utter bullshit. Just like before, it had done something to invoke a tribulation far beyond its limitations. This is what he believed. And he was mostly right. I didn't. Ori tried to declare its innocence once more, but its tone was far too nefarious. The lies were leaking clearly from its voice, like a scolded child that had pressed the big red button with glee. Furthermore, Wei Wuyin was linked to it, and clearly felt the reverberations of its spirit. How could it even think it could lie? Wei Wuyin felt a wave of headaches. He looked at the first ring, how it exceeded the sky layer of the yellow rain continent, and he inwardly groaned. This was impossible. To overcome the soul pulse manifestation tribulation, one had to resist the spiritual pressure emitted by the soul pulse rings, surpassing the created rings and absorbing it soon after. These soul pulse rings would then become a part of his astral soul, used to form his soul idol at the end of it. They contained unique variant spiritual energies called manifested spirit energy, suitable for forming soul idols. To possess the qualifications to initiate the soul idol tribulation, a cultivator has to comprehend the essence of this unique variant spiritual energy, this manifested spirit energy. Then, they can use their astral souls to call forth the world's powers to conjure them into existence via an indistinct law. The distortions of colors, space, and the world was due to these energies gathering at the greatest imaginable pace. Typically, they're roughly a few tens of meters, maybe a few hundreds of meters at the highest. But, his soul pulse rings were the size of the fucking continents, of planets, of the starfield. Why? How was it possible for him to travel through them? I might have done something. Ori folded like a stack of cards. It too was utterly shocked by the sheer size of it. Even it hadn't expected such a massive change. But from the tone of its voice, there seemed to be more to come. How? Just like before, his other 3 astral souls were dormant, allowing Ori to take the first shot at the astral tribulation. Their energies were being fed into Ori to bolster her abilities. It was this form of connective means that allowed them to instigate a greater sky world lightning tribulation. His heart stopped for a moment. He recalled that the soul pulse rings were a reflection of the amount of manifested spirit energy required to form specific soul pulses. Due to the current era's severely lacking talents, it was likely that this wasn't actually an odd event. He quietly pondered and Ori allowed him to with its silence. Wei Wuyin used his celestial eyes, peering into the 9 soul pulse rings that formed a conical shape with the largest 9th ring being the base of the cone. He could sense the manifested spirit energy that he'd comprehended, understanding that the density and quantity of it exceeded any known records. He recalled the uniqueness of his astral souls. Just from the size of their astral cores, it was clear their foundation of the 4 fundamental energies were utterly capped. This meant his physical, spiritual, mental, and essence energies were to their utmost limits. He hadn't thought about it before, but had any cultivator to date reached that limit? The average size of Sky Ruler astral cores was about 0.5 millimeter, and his current size was about 20 times that. The astral core was the reflection of one's astral force quantity and quality. Its size meant its world sees size within, and the outer shell was a direct correlation to physical, mental, spiritual, and essence energies within. As he thought more, he felt that he'd never conceived the possibility that his astral souls were at the pinnacle of their limits in every way. He had fed them numerous 8th-grade alchemical products suitable for middle-phase astral core realm cultivators at the Sky Ruler phase, which was the mid-lower phase. Furthermore, their rapid refinements of products allowed them to consume thousands of these products. Moreover, he could concoct thousands of good quality products for them to refine. This fact, a fact that he hadn't considered too much, had finally hit him. His eyes glowed with a brilliant radiance as he inspected the rings above. A 1 centimeter-sized astral core is said to be double the size of the greatest purest of the Sacred Light Palace in this era. Wei Wuyin recalled this fact, his heart throbbing. That figure was at the 6th stage of the astral core realm, the gravity emission phase, yet it was merely half his astral core size. If those soul pulse rings were reflections of his astral souls, then this might be. Then it hit him. This wasn't the soul pulse rings of one astral soul at the pinnacle, but all 4. His eyes bulged slightly, now realizing how they were manipulating this astral tribulation. It was the same way they manipulated the sky world lightning tribulation. He felt the dormant astral souls in him, feeling a throbbing sensation in his heart that invigorated his body. For some odd reason, the feeling of shock started to dissipate, replaced by excitement and anticipation. From the beginning, he felt he needed the greatest cultivation foundation to face the heavenly chaos, the calamities of hell, and anything else this world or other worlds decided to throw at him. They truly pushed their limits, testing themselves in unison. But not only that, he could feel his 4 astral souls working as one, as a single family supporting each other in the best way possible. He no longer held any fear or anger. His silver eyes reflected an unfathomably fierce spirit that radiated from his very soul. He wasn't alone either, and if they were willing to push the tribulation to this limit, then all he had to do was accompany them. If he failed, if he died, so what? Even if the soul pulse rings were the size of thousands of starfields into one, he would still race through them without hesitation. You ready? Wei Wuyin sent to Ori. Shocked, Ori could feel the fierce spirit from Wei Wuyin and soon rumbled with blazing excitement. The elemental origin energies and powerful astral force within started to thrum with a unique frequency. These energies were further bolstered by the might of the other three. Yes. Ori, King, Eden, and Kratos. While dormant, they sent their voices through Ori at this moment. Wei Wuyin grinned, pressing his foot against the yellow rain continent's mountain peak. With an explosive push, he shot into the air like a hypersonic missile. The mountain peak crumbled. In moments, he broke through the flimsy sky layer of a continental flat Earth, entering into the dark void. Within a split second, he felt the chaotically hazardous environment envelop him, drenching him in a horrific coldness he'd never felt before. It didn't feel cold but was extremely cold. Such a feeling was so hard to describe that it was impossible. Because he could feel the heat rays of the 3 solar stars hitting his skin, but the coldness didn't dissipate. In fact, as he grew further and further away from the continent and deeper into the dark void, he felt this coldness increase until he felt it in his bones and spine. He instinctively tried to breathe, finding a complete absence of oxygen or other breathable gaseous within the world. His eyes bulged outwards, but he soon regulated himself. He used the innate energies within his body to sustain himself, and enveloped his body in elemental origin force, creating a temporary atmospheric layer. He could feel his astral force conjure an air-like substance within his lungs, feeling much relieved as a result. But he knew this was temporary as the astral force within him was decreasing at an extremely rapid rate. At this rate, even with 4 1-centimeter astral cores supporting him, he'd last less than 2 minutes. No wonder the dark void was an absolute forbidden zone for all those beneath the Realm Lord level. The sustaining of atmospheric conditions was extremely difficult. He didn't hesitate to ramp up his speed. He became a white-colored comet that exuded various elemental images as he raced towards the first soul pulse ring. As he got closer, he felt a distinct spiritual pressure exert itself upon his body and Ori. It was extremely oppressive. He felt his body temporarily slow down as a result, but this only hastened his consumption of energies. For some reason, he felt a wave of dissatisfaction from the dormant Kratos, as if he was offended. Unable to dwell due to the precarious nature, he ignored it and shot off. If he'd known that Kratos was frustrated that their bloodline source exhaustion made them look so fragile, panicked, and fighting against all odds, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he'd also be a little shocked. While his current form wasn't able to exist in the dark void, could his draconified void form? Unfortunately, he couldn't think about this as he reached a few kilometers away from the first ring. A wave of excitement entered his heart, but what happened next caught him off guard. Just as he was about to touch the ring, just a few brief moments away, his 3 dormant astral souls abruptly awakened. Finally. Our turn. Kratos roared with excitement. Raging draconic void force circulated throughout his body, resisting the coldness to an even greater degree. TCH. A surge of silver saber force flowed into Wei Wuin's hands, forming element without his will. Grasping the saber, his body instinctively released an extremely imposing and kingly aura, as if all things could be brought to the end by his word, by his edge. It's time. Eden had remained completely silent since his decision to undergo his astral tribulation. For the first time, it had spoken. And Wei Wuyin could feel that it was the mastermind of what was about to come. Suddenly, he felt the simultaneous triggering of 3 astral tribulations occur. The world shook for a fragment of a second. He could very briefly see with his celestial eyes the 8 other rings ahead of him vanish instantly without any sort of warning. He'd entered the first ring at this very moment, and he felt himself shift at an unimaginable speed in less than a fraction of a second. This was not something he could react to. He found himself in an unknown location in the dark void, carried away by the manifested spirit energies. Before he could get his bearings, a surge of extremely potent spiritual pressure encapsulated him. When that overbearing force pressured his body and spirit, he couldn't help but freeze in heart-sinking shock. This wasn't because of the pressure, but of what he was currently witnessing. If before the second soul pulse ring was the size of a larger continent, now, he couldn't even see its edge. It was larger than the starfield. As for the other 7, he could see them being far larger, thicker, more radiant, that he had no comparison of size. When he realized this, a shiver coursed through his spine as he was reminded of being carried away. With shock and a tiny smidgen of fear in his heart, his head snapped backwards to see the situation behind him. When he did, his heart sunk into impossible depths. There were 3 solar stars flickering in the far distance. Chapter 373, 369, An Audacious Plan. Chapter 373, 369, An Audacious Plan. Struck by a bout of disbelief, Wei Wuyin was utterly speechless. The triple solar stars of the starfield had suddenly become distant objects within his vision. His heart started to pound mercilessly and violently, causing even his ears to throb ceaselessly. There was an ever-encroaching and suffocating spiritual pressure pressing against his body, breaching the atmospheric replication of his astral force with utter ease. He felt choked, his mind twisting, his blood and bones squashed by this forceful pressure. He was currently experiencing the spiritual refinement of the soul pulse rings. He swept his gaze around him instantly, noticing the extremely wide ring that encircled him that seemed to expand far beyond the distance of the starfield. Even with his far-seeing sweeping gaze, he still couldn't view the entirety of the cyan-colored ring. He quickly realized that he was currently situated directly in the center of the soul pulse ring, and his body subjected to its fearsome might without mercy. Fortunately, this level of power was only mildly uncomfortable, allowing him time to think clearly. The 4 astral souls of his were working in a coordinated effort, dispersing powerful spiritual strength outwards to resist. When he saw their current states, he couldn't help but be startled. The little time he had seemed to expand as he felt more comfortable about the situation. When he recalled what had happened in a moment of spontaneity, he finally understood their plans and intentions. You 4. He couldn't help but reveal a wry smile, but it was suffused with a hint of pride at their calculated approach. If he had time to think about the circumstances, he might have launched a similar idea. Considering they were devised from his mind, their cunning and ingenuity originated from his own. He calmed down, looking around as the fearsome spiritual pressure of the soul pulse ring exerted its might onto him. Afterwards, he found that he was indeed outside the territory of the starfield. There was a blank space that numerous scholars referred to as the dark void sea. If the starfield is centered around its solar stars, orbiting them with calculated and continuous rotation, then the dark void sea was the area where a solar star's inherent orbit ended. There was no innate gravity subjected in this area, so it lacked a sense of motion, and any object beyond or in it could only linger about until it entered their innate gravity or traveled elsewhere. The distance from the 3 solar stars in this area was in the tens of billions of miles away. The sheer distance was inconceivable to basic mortals, and many cultivators would find it impossible to reach this location. Even realm lords might take centuries to go from the sun to here in the dark void's uniquely cold-like environment. He had somehow shifted billions of miles in mere moments, transported here by the manifested spirit energy of the soul pulse rings. I see, he bitterly smiled. Currently within the first soul pulse ring of his astral tribulation, he discovered their intent. The spiritual pressure aside, the 4 clearly intended to invoke a soul pulse manifestation tribulation to a higher level, in a similar way as they did the sky world lightning tribulation. During that tribulation, they shared their innate powers that fooled the tribulation into becoming 4 times as strong. This was definitely due to their unique circumstances, as they each had the same soul origin but were independent as well. They could share energies based on this principle, elevating each other's cultivation base. This was something he learned very early on. After Eden and Kratos were born, King and Ori's innate energies were sent into them because their special states made it difficult for them to cultivate like them. It was only after the 2 became strong enough that they could externalize for longer periods and refine products themselves. Ori had taken the lead, instigating the soul pulse manifestation tribulation using their 4 connective energies, causing the tribulation to be 4 times as strong, perhaps even greater depending on the rubric used by the tribulation. Regardless, this would usually make their manifested soul idol form and soul rings stronger than normal. This was already heaven-defying. A soul ring was an expression of spiritual strength and quality of spiritual energies, so it being reinforced meant these aspects were enhanced. To even delve a little further, spiritual strength was the combined strength of physical, mental, an essence quality inherent within the astral soul and cultivator's body. This would have allowed Wei Wuyan's fleshy body, mental capabilities, and innate energies to rise to extreme levels. If they went by this, then all four would take their time and accumulate a 4 times higher standard of soul idol of the same level. Working together, he would experience a base enhancement of 16 times his soul idol rings. The idea was incredibly brilliant. But they were extremely brazen, extremely unsatisfied. More manic and relentless than he'd ever conceived. They were scheming for a greater foundation, something beyond what they'd performed for the second astral tribulation. But there was an issue. The concept of the soul pulse manifestation tribulation was set. Wei Wuyan had to travel through them. Of course, he merely needed to succeed the first, then he'd be propelled forward as long as he willingly continued the next tribulation. The size of the soul pulse rings were reflections of its strength, the entire manifested spirit energy gathered by laws of the tribulation. But the soul rings were too large, too far. If they decided to evoke the largest tribulation possible, they had no idea how far it'd be. It wasn't unthinkable that it'd be beyond their traveling means, no matter how strong they were. So they calculated, they planned, they deviously devised an extremely risky plan that could lead to the complete and total severing of their cultivation path. To have the manifested spirit energy carry Wei Wuyan to the full tribulation. But he had to come in contact with the first ring at the exact time that they simultaneously merged their astral tribulation in unity, making 4 times into 16 times. Just a picosecond off, and the tribulation might expand far beyond their means of travel, leaving them with tears but no one to pity them. That's why they hadn't informed Wei Wuyan. Each cultivator is typically given a single chance at an astral tribulation. Even if a crippled cultivator were to be revived, the best that could be done is a reforging of their foundation, allowing their future tribulations to be adjusted, but they could never undergo these tribulations again. If he failed this one, there was no way for him to proceed on the steps of cultivation. It's all over. Knowing Wei Wuyan's innately careful nature, how could he agree to this clearly risky plan? He would have settled for a 4 times increase in soul idol rings power for each one of them. Why forge onwards for an unlikely possibility? But they were unsatisfied with this, wanting to strive for the best. They didn't want an individual increase of 4 times minimum, they wanted 16. How could the children tell their father they were about to bet the farm in hopes of winning a kingdom? Fortunately, Wei Wuyan's wry smile turned into an amused grin, feeling a sense of pride at the moment. They took a risk he wouldn't, but they knew that he'd want to. And seeing the distance the first ring had traveled, he knew their worries and his own wouldn't have been unfounded. If he had missed the transport shuttle that was the expanding wave of manifested spirit energy, he could only watch from the yellow rain continent in despair. I won't say anything because your plan worked. But, now we're faced with an issue. Wei Wuyan's grin slowly faded as his expression revealed a serious pair of eyes. What? Eden was the first to question. Clearly, it had been the mastermind of this bet against all, likely using his unique alchemical energies to merge their auras and trick the astral tribulation. Now that he thought about it, Wei Wuyan was certain almost all of this was only possible with Eden present. Wei Wuyan sniffed lightly. The first soul pulse ring is already this size, this far. Let's put aside the extreme spiritual pressure we'll have to resist as we ascend each ring, even if it'll transport me to the next ring after success. What happens after? King, Ori, and Kratos. Eden, Wei Wuyan's heart sank once more, a feeling that these little children had tunnel-visioned their goal without thinking of the consequences. Even if you bet the farm, can you at least know how you'll rule the kingdom after? How the hell was he getting back? TCH, King gave a disdainful tiss, its signature characteristic sound that did little to help any situation. It seemed he wasn't willing to expand any brain power on this. Clearly, it wasn't the brains of the operation. We'll figure something out. There's no place I can not go and no cage that can trap me. Kratos casually spouted some nonsense. The confidence in his voice, however, was quite infectious. Even Wei Wuyan felt that this draconic void soul of his might be able to accomplish the task for a second, but he realized his bloodline source was exhausted and his eyelids twitched endlessly. You're useless right now. Lost. 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 Yep, we're DOOMED. But at least we have each other. Ori's optimistic and excited attitude didn't falter for a single moment, but the spelling out their doom was a little worrying. He wasn't sure if it was joking or simply, he didn't even know how to finish that thought. He hoped it was joking. Eden remained silent. Whether he had a plan or not, Wei Wuyin truly didn't know. But if he knew the truth, that Eden was stumped, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wei Wuyin felt an extremely heavy headache start to pound, but he could do little to alleviate the issue. If they were still in the dark void or the dark void sea after this, wouldn't they just die? He truly didn't know what to feel at the moment. On the bright side, he didn't feel as horrible and bleak as he did when he learned about the calamities of hell. What was being lost and dying in the dark void in comparison to having one's soul rent into nothingness? It truly seemed a little insignificant. Haha, he laughed heartily. All Wei Wuyin had to do at the moment was take one step at a time. Since he was the father figure of these four, he'll figure it out. It was his job to clean up their messes anyway, right? With this, he refocused his mind to the current task at hand, the Soul Pulse Manifestation Tribulation. Chapter 374, 370, Externalized Together. Chapter 374, 370, Externalized Together. Feeling the immense spiritual pressure circulating around him, he recalled the characteristics of the astral tribulation. According to past records and retellings, to succeed in the Soul Pulse Manifestation Tribulation was relatively simple. Each Soul Pulse ring radiated a powerful spiritual pressure that had to be resisted. After a set period of time, a set time of 9 seconds, the Soul Pulse ring constructed from manifested spirit energy would integrate into the astral soul. Currently, he hasn't officially begun the tribulation. Firstly, he would have to manifest his soul idol. These soul idols, the amalgamation of his physical, mental, essence, and soul would be formed by absorbing the ambient manifested spirit energy. Only after they've fully formed in this environment would they then resist the tribulation. This little spiritual pressure might be extreme, capable of crushing any sky ruler, but it wasn't even a 1% of the strength the Soul Pulse ring will release when it truly begins. This wasn't his tribulation, but the tribulation for his astral souls. They must overcome this challenge to determine the strength of their soul idols, their truest spiritual forms. Wei Wuyin's eyes brightened. It's time for you guys to get started. Whether we survive after this or not, what matters is overcoming this obstacle first. Who's first? As he inquired, he felt the faint thrumming of all his astral souls. Instantly, he realized he was under the wrong assumption. This wasn't an individual tribulation any longer. They were going to face it together. Normally, his astral souls would require him to absorb the manifested spirit energy into his body, refine it into his astral souls and slowly mold their forms based on their innate characteristics, but by the power of his zenith origin state, he had fashioned and refined his externalized method to an extreme, allowing them to take form outside in the most stable manner. Normally, externalizing all four like this would be a vast danger, especially to himself, but he had long since possessed the means to regulate the innate energies within his fleshy body. There was no threat of a sudden explosion via cultivation deviation. He spread out his arms, with 4 points in his body brilliantly shining with multicolored light. From his dantian, a white light and a silver light started to brightly glow. The white light was soft, hard, forceful, gentle, explosive, and tranquil. It contained all sorts of contradictory feelings from its brilliance, but it controlled them all in the most perfect manner. Its radiance was divine, brimming with a level of spirituality that could barely be rivaled. Ori. Wei Wuyin shouted within his mind, feeling Ori, his divine elemental astral soul, start to undulate with a unique power. In a blink of an eye, he extracted itself from his dantian and left. He arrived at his left hand. As he felt the smooth feeling of the object in his hand, he felt the 1 centimeter astral soul playfully touch his fingers. It danced with excitement, and from his mind, he could hear Ori's yelps of joy. The spherical orb was extremely beautiful, exceptionally perfect, and seemed to contain a world of endless variation and creativity. The other light, the silver-colored light, was more direct. Unlike the endless variations, it seemed to exist for the sole reason to slaughter all things by its inconceivably sharp edge. An edge that faced all things fearless without flinching. Be it gods, devils, ghosts, or the heavens, it was defiant to the extreme. With it, one could rule over all creation. With its edge, all things must face its end. King. Wei Wuyin felt the numerous insightful memories of his big brother, causing him to subconsciously clench his right hand. When he did, he was shocked to find the king's astral core flickering with blazing light that pierced through the gaps of his fist. When he opened his hand, it somehow became a grip for a saber. King, his divine saber astral soul, had projected the exact image of his preferred saber. When he grasped it, he felt his secondary mind slightly tremble. Originally, it was designed as a sword, but it soon took the shape of a saber. It responded to King, causing a saber keen to resound. Holding Ori in his left and King in his right, he felt incredible. But it wasn't over. Thump. 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 The vigorous pound of his heartbeats became increasingly intense as Kratos, his draconic void astral soul, was slowly awakening. Kratos was a unique cultivation product, similar to the default cultivation of Beastmen. It resided within his heart, not his dantian. The heart was the central location of physical energies. It also contained the essence of one's bloodline, and Kratos was the manifestation of those in its most extreme sense. Wei Wuxian knew that his heart wouldn't be ripped out of his chest, but it certainly felt like it. Slowly, from his chest, a faint scaly head phased through his chest like a ghost of legend. With closed eyes, it swept its tiny head around and pushed forward. It felt extremely strange. Kratos. He called out. Kratos' closed eyes opened slightly. A ray of grayish light erupted and it instantly left Wei Wuxian's chest, floating before his upper torso. He could see a gray-colored astral core floating there. It, too, was 1 centimeter. It exuded a vague aura that seemed to be tyrannical yet ever elusive. Wei Wuxian couldn't make out its form, making him very curious. How did a draconic void astral soul look? Or a better question, how did a true dragon look? They were existences of myth. If it wasn't for using numerous years of life force to refine it from 3 drops of its descendant's blood essence, he would have never obtained it. Unfortunately, Kratos was unlike King who projected his image. He could only see faint ripples undulating from its gray surface. But as he peered deeper into the astral core, he faintly saw a looming figure swimming within it. He vaguely saw its head and his heart shook. He wasn't certain if it was because he saw Kratos or because Kratos saw him. After all, Kratos was in many ways his heart. From his glabella, 7-colored light effused instantly. It exploded outwards like a raging volcano, releasing boundless light. He felt the 3 other astral cores tremble as the light swept them. This was the natural reaction of astral souls towards alchemical energies. It was tantalizing and nourishing, making it highly desirable. Eden. He felt the light squirm and roots started to appear. It was stretching out from his glabella like hands trying to pull themselves out. Eden was the only astral soul that was interconnected with his sea of consciousness and mind's eye. It stabilized and regulated these 2 aspects, providing him endless benefits. As the roots protruded out from his glabella, it soon pulled at the sides of his forehead and slowly caused something to escape. In a blink of an eye, it shot out. Wei Wuxian felt dizzy. When he regained his sight, he noticed Eden. This alchemic Eden astral soul's image was extraordinarily clear. It was extremely tiny, no bigger than a centimeter, and was the perfect reflection of the tree of Eden that once stood tall as the Eden Earth Sect's main headquarters. Despite its incredibly miniaturized state, Wei Wuxian couldn't help but marvel at its exact likeness. It faintly looked like an apple tree with distinct differences. Its trunk was more like a cypress tree often found in swamps, with chaotic roots of varying thickness below, while the crown was larger and had far thicker branches above. At the edges of these branches were thin streams of vines, and that softly touched the various fruits that seemed to grow on it. When Wei Wuxian saw those fruits that seemed like a mixture between an apple and mango, he felt melancholic. He had once felt the sentient feelings of the Tree of Eden and even saw its entire life. These fruits had brought it unwanted attention that eventually led to it being worshipped and the cause of endless deaths. It was later imprisoned and domesticated as it grew, wanting to grow so big that it'd reach what it believed to be its mother and father, the solar star and the lunar satellite in the sky. It just wanted to live at peace away from the hateful things that sought to fight on its behalf, to kill on its assumed will, and enslave it. His emotions were far too complex and chaotic. Wei Wuxian's eyes widened as he felt a small root rub against his face, wiping away a tear that he hadn't noticed was shed. He looked at Eden's branches and roots that were animatedly moving about. He felt a gentle warmth from its touch. When he looked more at Eden, he felt as if it was smiling and happy. He couldn't help but smile brightly in return. After a brief moment, he quickly gathered control of his emotions. With all 4 astral souls externalized, he felt an emptiness within him. This was the first time they had all left him. Like little growing children that had just taken their first steps, they were out on their own expressing their freedom. Soon, he felt his hands lift as King and Ori left his grasp. Kratos floated alongside Eden. It wasn't long before they gathered together in a straight line at his eye level. Together, they would face a soul pulse manifestation tribulation that wasn't as simple as 4 times or 16 times, but the largest tribulation in history of the cultivation world. Together, they would face anything. Together, they would face everything. Chapter 375, 371, Racing Through 9 Rings, 1. Chapter 375, 371, Racing Through 9 Rings, 1. Wei Wuyan's heart was filled with unfathomable pride at this moment. The 4 astral souls stood unified. It invoked various memories of his life, including how he'd felt when his older brother met his untimely end. He had lost his only true family at that moment, and with it, a portion of his heart. But that missing portion felt as if it was being slowly filled with the pouring image of these 4 astral souls. Cultivation was a miraculous thing. With his mind occupied with such thoughts, the 4 astral souls acted. They stood together at the central point of the first soul pulse ring, swimming within the dark void, slowly observing the manifested spirit energy that seemed to exist. It was extremely abundant and tantalizing. The first to take action was Eden. Eden was the construct of Eden energy, an existence of the mind Tao, and alchemic energy. The latter energies allowed for great refinement abilities, far beyond what the other astral souls could compare. The others took a small step back, allowing Eden to begin. Its 1-centimeter tree body started to radiate 7-colored light as it erupted in the surroundings for hundreds of miles in an instant. Even Wei Wuyan was washed by the light, feeling invigorated and fiery. The manifested spirit energy was present as a faint cyan glow, but as the 7-colored light swept this glow, it was rapidly transformed into billions of brightly cyan-colored orbs about a few meters in size each. They were all the same size and filled the surroundings in every direction. Wei Wuyan gawked at wonder, seeing the manifested spirit energy be rapidly refined. While the 7-colored light merely swept for a few miles, it lasted for several seconds. These seconds caused the entirety of the starfield's manifested spirit energy to be refined. He realized that the ambient energy was filling in at speeds that were inconceivable, so as it was refined, new and pure manifested spirit energy would emerge and be refined as well. In the matter of seconds, all the manifested spirit energy was drawn to the center and refined. His heart pounded with amazement at this detail, realizing that Eden's ability to process the situation and circumstances were far, far faster than his own. While he had similarly reduced the unique speed of manifested spirit energy thanks to him being carried away in his own celestial eyes, he hadn't yet reached the point of understanding to do something like this. Observing the billions of manifested spirit energy that filled the entire world, he felt intrigued. Then Kratos took the stage. The other 3 clustered around it in a makeshift ring, their bodies emitting various light. Kratos' gray astral core started to ripple with nearly invisible waves that swept all the manifested spirit energy orbs. He couldn't even blink before he felt a depression form at the location they were in. The manifested spirit energy orbs started to rapidly vanish with seemingly no reason. Void force. He mentally exclaimed, witnessing the unique aspects of spatial shifting and condensing that exceeded anything he'd read about before. While he knew Void Tao contained the grand profundities of space, time, and astronomical forces, he still found it shocking when he observed its abilities. Even if he'd traveled through the void once before. Those orbs vanished and the various lights surrounding the astral souls started to brighten and condense into a thicker, more viscous-like substance. They wrapped around their bodies and he could see them refine the manifested spirit energy at unimaginable speeds. Despite being extremely familiar with their abnormal refinement speeds, he still found their coordination to refine billions of manifested spirit energy orbs in moments shocking. Also, he didn't need to wait long. Typically, it would require a few days for the body to refine the manifested spirit energy into the astral soul, forming the primary spiritual form of the astral soul. This would be the base of their soul idol when manifested into existence. He could only silently watch on the side, thankful for their swift speed. He was still within the dark void's hazardous environment, shrouded in astral force mimicking atmospheric conditions to sustain him. With its current remaining forces, it would only last a little under 2 minutes. This would be cutting it extremely close. Without this protection resisting the unusual coldness of the dark void, he might plunder into the sweet embrace of death long before. But calculating the time of overcoming each soul pulse ring, he felt it would be enough. The first to finish their refinement was Eden. With his innate qualities, he could refine every type of energy far faster than his fellow brethren. Its tree body started to tremble with a faint cyan glow as its astral core released faint light. The tree started to experience rapid growth, going from 1 centimeter to 10 meters in a blink of an eye. Then, the others followed suit. King became second, surprising Wei Wuyin, as its saber form expanded to 10 meters. Ori and Kratos were seemingly spherical orbs, with the former being like a bright solar star and the latter like a dim lunar satellite. Ori emitted endless white light that revealed the spirituality of various elements, diffusing that light like a star into its surroundings. But Kratos' transformation was slightly different. His astral core was still 1 centimeter in size, seemingly containing a creature swimming within it. But the faint ripples it effused expanded to 10 meters. Wei Wuyin gasped slightly as he observed these 10 meters of void ripples, feeling as if he was observing something unfathomable. With his celestial eyes, he swore he could see a pair of eyes opening and closing. He felt that the profound void Tao exceeded the current level of his celestial eye, otherwise he would have been able to see Kratos' true body. A body that seemed to be hidden within the boundless and mysterious void. When they finished their expansions, he realized from Kratos that their actual astral core hadn't enlarged by 10 meters, but their spiritual forms had been constructed at that size. Zoom! A sound erupted in the surroundings, causing his silver eyes to contract. The tribulation was officially starting. Preparing himself for the worst, he watched the 4 astral souls. The cyan glow started to condense into waves, liquid-like in form, and started to cascade upon them from all directions like a vicious waterfall. The frightening collapse was shocking, causing his heart to race. The level of spiritual strength wasn't directed at him, but he could feel its immense strength. Just the first soul pulse ring at this level was enough to crush any ordinary soul idol cultivator in mind, body, and spirit. But to these 4 astral souls who've refined numerous 8th-grade products that enhance their innate physical, mental, and essence energies while augmenting their spiritual strength, this was child's play. They gathered together and took up a direction each, seemingly trembling in laughter as they met the crushing force. 1, 2, 4, 7. When the last 9th second of refinement was reached, his eyes widened as the first soul pulse ring started to tremble. The sight was beyond majestic, witnessing the quiver of a cyan ring that encircled the entire starfield. The sheer vastness of it expanded his understanding of enormity and horizons of what was possible. But this enormous ring's trembling lasted for a brief moment before it shrunk around the 4. In a matter of a moment, it had become only a few hundred meters in size. Wei Wuyin could now see his astral souls clearly. Their spiritual forms were more lifelike and exuded a unique spirituality. He recalled that with each refinement, a soul idol goes from being transparent to solid, until the 9th soul ring that brought it to its full manifested form, even capable of temporarily merging with the cultivator in some exciting ways. Zuhai had once demonstrated this ability to great effect. The soul pulse ring shattered into trillions of pieces and in a blink of an eye, was divided into 4 portions that were siphoned and refined by the 4 astral souls. He then saw a cyan-colored soul ring encircle their spiritual forms. If he were to stop here, no longer willing to advance, he would be a one-ringed soul idol, capable of activating its unique properties to exhibit extraordinary spiritual strength. But this was clearly not a possibility. He fearlessly interfaced with the 4 astral souls. Despite their independent and audacious actions, they still needed him to steer the tribulation. The only reason they were capable of initiating their own tribulations was because he had done it on Ori and they were all connected. It was easy to use it to jumpstart their own, mimicking the resonance signal for the tribulation. But without Wei Wuyin, they would still be incapable of advancing or cultivating, lacking the aspects that only a true soul possessed, the right to cultivate. Therefore, their existence was a shared one, especially on the path of cultivation. Go! He exclaimed, but with the dark void's environment, it only sounded out in his atmospheric bubble. Still, it initiated a response from the 2nd soul pulse ring. It started to release manifested spirit energy that encapsulated around him and his astral souls. In a blink of an eye, he was shifted into the center of the 2nd soul pulse ring. When he turned to see behind him, his eyes shrunk. The distance between them and the starfield had become even greater. The 3 solar stars were now little specks in the distance, causing him to gulp involuntarily. The thought of never returning, lost in the vastness of the dark void, caused his heart to tremble. By the time he finally calmed himself, turning around to see his astral souls, they had expanded to 20 meters in size, having thoroughly absorbed the manifested spirit energy in the surroundings in the same manner as before. The spiritual pressure once more initiated, and the power of it caused him to be shocked. If he had to compare the sheer strength of this force, he felt that only the most elite soul idol experts could resist. This caused him to pale slightly. If it was already this terrifying at the 2nd ring, what about the 9th? But his astral souls were immensely powerful, with the best foundation fueled by alchemical products. They were by no means fragile, and just a single one of them could decimate any soul idol cultivator with ease. This was clear when he struck down the 3 gold-starred beasts in the grand spirit trials with just Kratos, who still had an exhausted bloodline source. They were fearless, yelping in excitement at the challenge. He had even felt as if he heard King TCH with disdain. A faint smile emerged on his face as the full 9 seconds of spiritual refinement soon passed. With the subsequent shattering and absorption of the soul pulse ring, a 2nd soul ring formed around them. 2-ringed soul idol. His eyes brightened. Once more, he unleashed his will to proceed. The 4 astral souls mimicked his will, releasing faint light effusing an intense spirit. As for traveling far, far beyond the starfield, that was something to worry about in 2 minutes. Onwards. In a split second, he was whisked away again. Chapter 376, 372, Racing Through 9 Rings, 2. Chapter 376, 372, Racing Through 9 Rings, 2. The 3rd soul pulse ring's spiritual pressure was far beyond what an ordinary soul idol expert could unleash. But the now 30-meter-sized astral souls were unflinching, withstanding it with seemingly utter ease. The ring soon shattered, being wildly absorbed by the astral souls and forming a 3rd soul ring around their spiritual forms. They soon zipped far, far away, arriving at the center of the 4th soul pulse ring. Wei Wuyin was somewhat startled at the moment. The size of this ring was dozens of times larger than the starfield. But even still, he had only seen the vast darkness of the dark void. It was seemingly endless. It was seemingly boundless. Wei Wuyin felt that there would be a nearby starfield nearby, and the possibility of being carried to these starfields was a possibility. However, he saw nothing but darkness, and in the faint distance behind him, the bright light emitted by the 3 solar stars of his own starfield. This shocked him somewhat. But what happened next caused his heart to fiercely quake. His astral souls withstood the 4th soul ring, which exuded a spiritual pressure that touched upon the next phase of power. He knew that spiritual strength wasn't determined by a cultivator's phase. In fact, most soul idol cultivators don't experience any upgrade in spiritual strength from the soul idol phase to the spatial resonance phase. So, this phase was like another tier of quality. He didn't know how to describe its power, wishing there was a form of numerical depiction of spiritual strength. As he thought about this, Eden quivered slightly. He was instantly sent a transmitted thought, his eyes shining brightly as a result. Was there a numerical depiction of spiritual strength? There wasn't. But Eden wasn't a part of the mind Tao for nothing, nor an alchemic astral soul that possessed the extraordinary means of the alchemic Tao for show. Seemingly bearing the same thought as Wei Wuyin, Eden started to measure the spiritual strength in much the same way as weight was measured. Using the lowest portion of extractable yet fully stable spiritual strength within the lowest imaginable quantity of spiritual energy, it devised and determined it as spirit units. As these spirit units combined together to form greater connective bonds, the total power of spiritual strength was elevated. By this seemingly conceived standard, the 1st soul pulse ring that was slightly stronger than an ordinary soul idol expert was measured as 1,200 spirit units of spiritual strength. The 2nd ring, according to these described standards, was roughly 1,600 spirit units. It was 400 units of strength beyond the 1st. The 3rd was 2,000, and this 4th ring exuded a strength of 2,800. He felt that beyond 2,000 units might have been the substantial difference of this new phase of spiritual strength. His eyes widened at Eden's means, once more praising the mind Tao's calculative abilities. But the event that shook his heart finally occurred as he was whisked away to the 5th ring. While its strength was at the 3,600 level, that's not what shook him. What shook him was his current location. His eyes widened as he saw a lifeless husk of floating rock in the dark void to his left. He was only a few thousand miles away from it, but he could see it. Furthermore, as he swept his celestial eyes across the world around him, he realized that he was surrounded by earthly debris. There were numerous bits and chunks of solid rock floating all around him. They were all dim and dark gray, seemingly lifeless. He could see the coldness of the dark void had infected it, depriving it of any semblance of its original form. His heart was quaking as he inspected a portion of these chunks and found that their sizes could rival some continental flat Earths of his starfield. When his astral souls, now 50 meters in their spiritual form, completed their refinement in 9 seconds, he was shifted away to the 6th ring. But his eyes widened in unbelievable shock. When he turned his head back, he saw it. It was an utterly vast area filled with debris. The area was slightly the size of his own starfield, yet there was nothing but crushed bits of lifeless rock everywhere. When his celestial eyes peered into their existence, his entire existence shivered. A word left his lips. Planets. He had seen the fragments of planets. They contained faint traces of their previous star cores, once emitting vibrant and powerful energies. Even the numerous years of cold intrusion by the dark void could only lower it to the lowest level, not extinguish it entirely. This was a starfield. A starfield that had all its continental flat Earths and planets destroyed. Furthermore, as he swept his eyes for something, he paled in abject horror, even his complexion turned ashen like snow. He had experienced fear before, but his inability to find something within this starfield caused an untold level of it to surge in his heart. Where's the solar star? A solar star was an existence that emitted heat and light, qualities needed for life. There was no way this starfield was destroyed without having a solar star. Furthermore, these things seemed to have been in a particular orbit, not floating endlessly in the dark void sea. He gulped. But before he could gather himself, he felt the pressing concern of his astral souls as they shouted for his focus. He issued a roar in his heart, and his body was whisked away to the 7th ring. While his astral souls raced through the soul pulse rings with fearless vigor, Wei Wuyin felt his mind continuously tremble. Not just because of the previous sight, but because he was shifted away even further. He had somehow gone even further than ever before, already leaving the crumbs of the former starfield behind, traversing an entire dark void sea, and arriving at the edge of what seemed to be another starfield. This starfield was even more devastated than before. There were barely any chunks of rock that were larger than a continental flat Earth, but he saw a planet, no, a former planet that was fragmented perfectly. These tens of thousands of fragments floated with each other and could be easily pieced together with some effort. His celestial eyes could view their former form, realizing it was larger than any planet in his own starfield. This caused him to gulp once more, trying to find the solar star but to no avail. For some reason, his heart was feeling incredibly tense. He turned to his astral souls who now sported 6-ringed spiritual forms, resisting the spiritual pressure with their unified effort. It seemed the power of this trial already exceeded their individual limits. Now they were thoroughly working in coordinated action, seemingly shifting the refinement pressure through each of them to lower the strain on each other. If they failed to resist, they would shatter and his path of cultivation would end. But he could do nothing to help them but silently cheer them on. This was their tribulation. He had accepted this fact when they revealed sentience long ago. This particular path of cultivation was theirs. His own path involved cultivating spells, arts, methods, alchemy, formations, and arrays. But the basic principles of this cultivation path were theirs. They were the canvas and paint, he was the painter. Now, they had to withstand the natural elements to prevent their ruin. He could only hope they could resist. If they could, they would be stronger than ever before. As for his own dilemma, he was pondering about the destroyed starfields. He hadn't even known much about other starfields, simply that the king of Everlore had once ventured out in search for other starfields that contained what he needed to surpass his limits long ago. He cursed himself for not bringing Wu Yu with him. He wished he could ask him questions, but he didn't wish to expose all his secrets to an outsider. In fact, a mystic ascendant might be able to help him overcome his current predicament. Unfortunately. Well, there was no pill for regret, so he felt no need for it. With a quick second of a breath, he realigned his mentality and focused on what he could do rather than what he hadn't done or couldn't do. He had already formulated an idea. Whether it'll work will depend on his luck. After the 9 seconds were over, the soul pulse ring shattered, and was swiftly absorbed by his astral souls. With that, he urged himself to push forward. Tense heart aside, he needed to overcome this obstacle before him first. The 8th soul pulse ring was even further, bringing him into the dark void sea that lacked any objects or obstacles. He couldn't help but praise his luck that he hadn't smashed into any objects along the way. He felt that this had somehow been due to his high karmic luck value. Thinking of that, his eyes brightened. Maybe. The spiritual pressure of the 8th soul pulse ring was extremely powerful. He felt choked to the maximum by it, his mind nearly turned dark. He wasn't even the target. Yet his astral souls had to experience this at full force. He wanted to ask Eden regarding the spiritual strength level of this one, but it was occupied fully with sending streams of 7-colored light into the other 3. It was pulsating with so much power he felt awed by its efforts. It was clearly working to refine the spiritual pressure that was integrating into their spiritual forms, trying to offset some of it. Even Kratos was releasing thundering ripples outwards that met the spiritual pressure. It was as if it was sending a portion of that force elsewhere. King was releasing fierce saber light that seemed to dominate the world, swiping in all directions as it shielded its siblings. Ori wasn't doing much. Out of the 4, it seemed to have the greatest troubles resisting. This shocked him considering the profound aspects of elemental origin energy. As a material Tao-based astral soul, could its spiritual aspects be weaker than the other 3? But after some thought, he also felt that shouldn't be right, considering she was a divine astral soul. In terms of spiritual strength, she and King were innately stronger than Kratos and Eden. This was quite puzzling to him. Fortunately, he soon found out the truth. After the full 9 seconds, completing the 8th ring, the other 3 were almost thoroughly exhausted. There was barely any time to waste, the atmospheric bubble was already reaching its utter limits, having a dozen or so seconds left. He didn't panic, however. Wei Wuyin calmly issued a command in his heart and they zoomed away. This time it was further than the total distance of 1 through 8, causing him to travel an untold amount of distance. When he arrived, his eyes widened once more. What he saw shook him to his very core. But his astral souls acted at this exact moment, especially Ori. It unleashed its elemental origin energy at the earliest moment, releasing these powers into the bodies of the other 3. Somehow, their spiritual forms started to glow with a white brilliant, seemingly regaining their precious vigor. It had given them all its energy. The other 3 roared in their own way, with a saber keen, a draconic shout, and twisting of roots and branches as they excitedly moved about. They took a triangle formation with Ori at the center, protecting their now weakest member. They had Ori restrain itself, storing all its energy to share at the very last moment. This was extremely brilliant. The one thing about elemental energies was their easy-to-refine state, and this was even more certain with elemental origin energy. Its versatile nature and highly adaptable quality allowed for the quickest stim injection for them. After all, since the elemental birth phase of the Qi condensation realm, they had refined elemental energies into their very core. While void energies, draconic energies, saber energies, and alchemic Eden energies were extremely powerful, they lacked that essential quality of easy conversion. With this, they faced the greatest tribulation of a soul idol since ancient history till now together. Wei Wuyin, however, was far too amazed to watch as they triumphed against all odds with their jointly exquisite planning. He trusted them entirely, so it didn't matter whether he observed. His eyes were unblinkingly watching the distance. He was still in the dark void sea, but also at the very edge outside a starfield. But this starfield had a solar star. Furthermore, there was only one. And when he saw the sheer enormity of it, his heart stopped beating for a moment. It must have been, from this distance, the size of half his starfield. To add to the already fascinating, it had a white-colored radiant ring circulating around it. Its yellowish-red surface was accompanied by that ring that seemed to be much larger than the star itself. Within that ring, he could have sworn there was something swimming within, and it felt very, very, very close to a soul pulse ring's manifested spirit energy, but it contained something his celestial eyes had never seen before. He was rendered utterly breathless at the gorgeous sight of its brilliance. He hadn't noticed the planets or the flat continental Earth nearby, just that solar star that took up almost the entirety of one's vision. It seemed to invoke a sensation of desire from every ounce of his flesh, causing every cell in his body to shake, and every thought in his mind to thrum. Before he could absorb more, lost in his own mental wonder, he felt the atmospheric bubble swiftly fade away. The unique coldness of the dark void started to invade and infect his flesh, entering his bones, and trying to freeze his thoughts. It was so extremely cold that his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Compared to the dark void coldness near his starfield, this one was far, far, far stronger. He reached out his hand towards the solar star surrounded by a ring as his vision started to darken. Fortunately, his astral souls had already finished their 9th refinement at this exact moment, re-entering his body in the blink of an eye. The shock of Eden entering his mind shook loose the last bits of his consciousness. He felt the world start to fully blacken in all his senses, but he hadn't lost everything yet. He connected with his heart, feeling Kratos' power. He withdrew a strange disk from his storage ring alongside numerous materials with indescribably and prepared quickness. He hadn't been completely lost, making plans on a way to return home. Regardless of anything, he didn't want to be a floating corpse in the dark void for all eternity. There was but one way, no matter how unlikely. Kratos. Use it. He commanded in his heart, sending the now boundless draconic void force into the strange disk, connecting with the materials floating beside it. A slight pop sound could be heard. He felt his body move slightly as his consciousness quickly faded, frozen by the dark void's coldness. Chapter 377, 373, She Arrives. Chapter 377, 373, She Arrives. After the all-alchemic clash, the inhabitants of the starfield continued to simmer with the news of the upcoming new era. There was a stream of never-ending excitement, some even referring to this new era as the best era possible. With the Princess of Everlore and Ascendant Emperor of Neodon's joint birth during this time, the legacy of alchemy will certainly experience great leaps. It will likely exceed the now considered archaic era of the King of Everlore. The hope of ascending their phases and touching the realm beyond lit a burning fire within the hearts of numerous youthful geniuses. The idea of being the next founding monarch Wu Yu or divine King Han Zhe was infectious, spreading faster amongst these youths than a contagious virus. There were an incalculable number of young men that sought to either be a subordinate to Wei Wuyin or obtain the Princess of Everlore's divine favor. There were countless women of outstanding status and beauty that sought to invest themselves into Wei Wuyin's love life. The very thought of becoming the wife, concubine, or even the mistress of such a figure was far too heavenly. Not only was he a talented cultivator that awed the world with his strength, he was a man of unearthly handsome looks and skills. While numerous women desired with their hearts, there were a few women that actually had the opportunity to make this true. On the Myriad Monarch main planet, the first level of the Extreme Imperial Mountain was the sex void gate for public usage. While it still required the Overseer's, mortal captain rank elderly Ling, permission to activate, it was regulated and used by the majority of those that needed to traverse the stars. While there were numerous personalized void gates in the Myriad Monarch sect, few could ever use them unless connected to the owners. At the moment, several figures were talking near the void gate. One of these figures was easily recognizable by the disciples and members of the sect as the recently declared Grand Prince of the sect, Long Chen. His dark eyes, black hair, and sharp eyebrows made his facial features rather distinct. This is especially so after the fiasco with Wei Wuyin where he seemingly challenged their Ascendant Emperor to imperial combat. He was booed off stage, insulted by the crowd, and then taken away by Ji Chongkong, the Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme War Mountain. It was quite a humiliating affair. If it wasn't for Wei Wuyin diffusing the situation, silencing the crowd with simply his presence, who knows what other outlandishly vicious words would have been shouted at this so-called Grand Prince. Due to this event, few even considered Long Chen an actual Grand Prince of the sect. Of course, no one antagonized him directly, but the whispers and jeers in the surroundings were there. As a Grand Prince, he had similar authority as a heavenly king, and few could withstand that power of authority. It wouldn't even be far-fetched to say that if Long Chen heard any insults towards him from a lesser-ranked member, it was in his right to execute them. It was quite a sensitive edge to walk, but there were still the brave few who took the challenge. Fortunately, Long Chen had grown used to ignoring the opinions of others from his early years. In fact, he used it as a fuel to empower himself further to give these people a resounding slap as their opinions would usually change after some time. The thought of leaving them with red faces and bitter smiles was a natural tonic to Long Chen's thriving spirit. Beside Long Chen there were other 5 figures, and they were discussing seemingly stressful matters. These 5 figures were Lian Yu, Long Tingyu, Xiang Ling, Na Sini, and Qing Qiumu. Lian Yu's facial expression that was normally gentle like water was slightly unsightly, twisted in with a frustrated frown and a pair of furrowed brows. Her water-like pupils rippled with displeasure. "How can you say this? Especially after everything we've been through together." Lian Yu didn't hide her anger. She spoke with a frank and aggressive tone. Her words were directed to Na Sini, the only figure that seemingly lost her right to be considered a beauty, with her sickly pale skin and dried hair. Even her normally bright gray eyes lacked any brilliance. She was still dealing with the fallout of sacrificing her primal enes for Long Chen, extracting them using a very dangerous method. It had damaged her ene sources, causing a decline in her physique and difficulty in maintaining the quality of her skin and self. Her womanly charms were draining from the damage, still continuously inflicting her with consequences. At the time, she hadn't regretted it, but now she was brought to the lowest form of acceptable beauty and felt the fierce difference. To the eyes of the people around, they looked at her with faint hints of disgust and indifference. There was no more envy, desire, and appreciation. Even before she awoke her 3-point physique, she was still an average-looking woman. She pouted her lips at Lian Yu's questioning but remained silent. Na Sini had decided to take Wei Wuyan's offer, to become his wife. This was a decision that had been made with much deliberation, an internal conflict that had eaten at her since before he was the ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn, before he was the prince of Everlore, before he was even a heavenly king. Wei Wuyan was her first man, and he had spared her life in a moment where there was no benefit in doing so, allowing her to live freely and cultivate with her newfound physique and talent. Others would have simply taken everything she possessed in her moment of weakness, and disposed of her corpse in the wild without a second thought. In the beginning, she hated Wei Wuyan for forcing her to choose between freedom or death, feeling as if she didn't have a choice in the matter. She felt violated and her liberties had been taken away from her by a despicable man. Her hatred grew and even passed along to Long Chen, who emotionally swore to get revenge on her behalf. But after being exposed to the greater world, to seeing the true meaning of a vile and despicable man or woman, she reflected on the event. Her emotions towards it changed to understanding the sheer amount of grace and mercy shown at that moment. Furthermore, he actually freed her. Most would have lied, kept her as a pet until her usefulness was over. Furthermore, he didn't shy away from taking responsibility when confronted. This only served to better her thoughts of him. She at least wanted to give him a second chance. If they had met under better circumstances, who knew what could have happened? When she informed Long Chen of her choice, he went deathly silent and stared at her with a blank and seemingly indifferent gaze. It shook her to the core. She was even frightened that he might harm her. Fortunately, she was with Qing Qiumu, Long Tingyu, and Xiang Ling. She felt comforted by her foresight to declare this in a public place with mutual friends. His stare truly gave her dangerous vibes, like a beast about to be driven to the edge. Lian Yu, however, was rather vocal. This comforted her a little. After all, sound was much better than silence to the human psyche. Lian Yu's berating hadn't stopped. "Do you think he'll treat you like an actual wife? He's merely using you to attack Long Chen. Are you truly too much of a fool to see this?" She had her opinion, and since Wu Baozhai and Lin Zian had left for Wei Wuyan, her calm and quiet demeanor had become corrupted by her dark emotions of rage and disgust. One by one, all of Long Chen's female companions were leaving. Worst of all, they left for Wei Wuyan. Even Hong Ru and Xiao Bing, those two who should have owed Long Chen the world, were currently cultivating in Wei Wuyan's sky palace, doing who knows what with him. Her words caused Qing Qiumu and Xiang Ling's brows to twitch almost simultaneously. They both held an extremely high opinion of Wei Wuyan. Qing Qiumu interjected, "You have no real evidence that Wei Wuyan even wants to attack Long Chen." Xiang Ling added with a hint of frustration, "Wei Wuyan had spared Long Chen on many occasions, and has not once used his authority over him. You shouldn't slander others." Qing Qiumu fired off right after, standing by Na Sini. "It is Na Sini's choice if she wishes to take Wei Wuyan as her husband, and his choice whether he is willing to accept it. You have no right to interfere with or insult her choice. She's not Long Chen's wife, his woman, or his possession. Frankly, She's sacrificed much for Long Chen already. If this is what she truly wants, then we all should respect it. While Qing Qiumu spoke words of defense for Nasini, her heart felt conflicted. She didn't know why, but she did. Lian Yu was taken aback. The unified rebuttal caused her to be unable to speak further. She didn't know what to say, only looking at Long Chen in her shock as if seeking his support. Long Chen's expression darkened. His eyes slowly roamed on Qing Qiumu's face. The two had known each other the longest, but she also seemed to have a very close relationship with Wei Wuyin. The fact she was speaking up for him, especially so that Nasini could be taken by him, caused his heart to twist and distort. While others couldn't see, the latent rage hidden within his mind was burning without end. The fuel for this rage was an image of Wei Wuyin. Nasini felt warmth suffuse her heart after witnessing Qing Qiumu defend her. Just as she was about to say some words, a few gasps and exclamations of the surrounding crowd resounded, drawing away their attention. "It's Grand Sage Tua Bihan," a voice pointed out, causing the heads of numerous others to shift. They saw a gray-robed old man with a slight smile, who seemingly just exited out of a void gate transport. "Oh my God, who's that?" A male who wasn't really a member of the Silent Thought Club shouted. His index finger trembled as he pointed to a figure that stood beside Tua Bihan. While there were others nearby, this figure stood out far more than others. If this figure had to be summed up in 2 words, they would be breathtaking beauty. Dressed in a form-fitting crimson-colored phoenix cheongsam, with long sleeves. It hid the legs, but the exquisite shape and length was betrayed with every step. There were golden and red feathers on the lower edges of the dress, giving it an ethereal vibe. It almost seemed at times that the figure was being carried by a cloud of feathers. But the magnificent dress was outshined by the one who wore it. Her waist-length silky hair was black as night and as wavy hair, like a cascading waterfall within the immortal world. Every shift of her head, of her body, caused it to produce a mesmerizing sight that snatched one's gaze. This was only further accentuated by her gorgeous countenance. Thinly figured S-shaped brows alongside her teardrop face was already a prelude to an extraordinary image, but they were enhanced by her hazel eyes that contained faint navy blue flecks that seemed as if blessed by the goddess of the sea, and rich and smooth caramel skin. Coupled with her double-lobed full lips that seemed as soft as water, as sweet as immortal candy, and seemingly shaped by divinity to symmetric perfection completed her. Her body was the last aspect individuals would be drawn to, but it was unforgettable no matter who saw it. Her slim, curvaceous bodily frame was supported by a pair of large, perky, and curvy breasts that seemed almost sculpted even through her brassiere. Even her romp wasn't lacking, accentuating her curves and having a firm, bounciness to it that invoked the hottest feelings in a man. A breathtaking beauty might not even do her justice, but she certainly took everyone's breath away. The gawking gazes of numerous figures focused on her, be it men or woman. Tua Bihan noticed this and faintly smiled, turning to the young woman and saying, "Shui Fei, little lass, this is the Myriad Monarch sect. What do you think?" Chapter 378, 374, Chill of the Dark Void. Chapter 378, 374, Chill of the Dark Void. Shui Fei and Tua Bihan weren't alone, having arrived with 3 others via the newly constructed Void Gate in the Bloodforge continent. They were Ying, who was garbed in complete black, from head to toe, and even his eyes weren't visible. He quietly stayed behind Shui Fei. Despite his dark attire, his presence was extremely minuscule, and unless one was staring directly at his figure, they wouldn't be able to notice his existence. That shadowy-like presence was extremely particular, suitable for those of his occupation. Xiao Bai, Wei Wuin's Pegasus, had returned. His arrogant smirk and imposing figure had grown considerably, reaching 80 meters in height. Despite his size, he still was unable to take the scene's attention due to Shui Fei. The last was Yubeimei, a multicolored robed female heavenly commander of the Myriad Monarch sect. She was a middle-aged human with a disinterested gaze. Her slightly muscular form and imposing physical presence alluded to her physique being refined to an extraordinary extent. She had been sent by Wei Wuyin to the Bloodforge continent after the collapse of the Void Gate, designated as Shui Fei's instructor. She had been brought to Wei Wuin's side relatively early. As she was someone who was also a human and someone who cultivated her spirit of cultivation in her heart, she was extremely compatible with Shui Fei. Yubeimei was known as being stoic and direct, but having a kind-hearted nature hidden beneath her hardened form. Shui Fei glanced at the surroundings, awe in her heart as she observed the sky-reaching Pentadao extreme mountains that defined the myriad monarch sect. She had lived in the Bloodforge continent since she was born, never getting the chance to explore the greater world. As for visiting the myriad monarch sect, with her talent and status, she didn't believe she would ever have the ability to do so. Her wowed expression induced numerous gulps from the surrounding men, their hearts leaping out of their chest as they observed this astonishing woman take in the sights. Long Chen's group was similarly shaken by her presence. Especially Long Chen. His eyes were extremely wide as he saw this gorgeous woman that didn't lose out when compared to Na Sini at her peak or Qin Qiumu at present. Furthermore, her presence was far more noticeable and aggressive than theirs, forcefully demanding attention. In fact, she might be slightly higher than them. When he thought this, his eyes were burning with interest. Lian Yu was startled, witnessing how all these men were losing themselves over some random woman. But she couldn't help but turn to Long Chen, observing his signature light of desire within his eyes. She couldn't help but frown, but she always knew that Long Chen wasn't a one-woman man, so she soon soothed out her expression. Qin Qiumu's thoughts were slightly different, not intimidated by her beauty, but intrigued by her escorts. Yu Beimei was a well-known heavenly commander rank elder of the sect, and Tua Bihan was the strongest figure within the sect at the moment. Yet she was being brought here by those two, especially Tua Bihan. Furthermore, he seemed to be rather amiable. This pricked her curiosity. As for beauty, she was never one to feel inferior. She was absolutely confident in her own looks, and Shui Fei was a human, not an elf, so it was rather difficult to compare anyhow. They were physiologically and anatomically different, from body type to facial features. For example, her eyes were naturally sharper and she sported pointy ears. Even her figure was more slender than the other races. Shui Fei answered Tua Bihan's question, revealing her soft and velvety voice. "This is amazing. I can't believe these mountains reach beyond the clouds, stretching to the highest heavens like the legends say." Tua Bihan felt some pride. After all, these mountains were man-made, not naturally formed. The design was a product of their ancestors, and so he couldn't help but feel smug. He swept his eyes casually over the crowd when he paused his gaze on the group of 6. "Baby Prince," he said aloud, not expecting Long Chen to arrive. His odd naming sense once more was revealed, but it caused the nearby crowd to hear it. They turned to Tua Bihan, then to Long Chen, and then a few couldn't help but laugh. Some were so purposely loud that it felt fake, but they were truly laughing. Shui Fei was startled, turning to see Long Chen. Long Chen's gaze became dark after being called Baby Prince, but when he felt Shui Fei's gaze meet his body, his entire self started to faintly tremble. He faintly smiled, disregarding the laughter and Tua Bihan's words. He seemed entirely undisturbed by the event. Shui Fei saw this and frowned slightly. She didn't get a good feeling from this man, but she didn't know why. After a brief moment, she turned away and asked Tua Bihan, "Will we be going to the Sky Palaces?" Her hazel eyes brightened with excitement. She was particularly excited to meet Wei Wuyin again. They hadn't seen each other for so long. While she frequently exchanged transmitted messages with him, it wasn't the same as in person. Furthermore, she still intended to change her title of concubine to wife one day. But she knew it might be far more difficult than before, especially with his newfound fame in the entire starfield. She had not expected that this arranged union was to be a figure that will likely define the next era. She didn't know if she was lucky or, no, she was certainly lucky. Tua Bihan responded, "I'll let him take you on that tour. For now, I'll take you to meet the various major figures of the sect, familiarize yourself with them. And," he quietly thought, they could have an opportunity to establish a relationship with one of the few women Wei Wuyin had a real relationship with. He knew many would kill for this opportunity. Furthermore, he owed some favors that had been cashed in by a few after learning he was going to retrieve Shui Fei. Shui Fei's eyes brightened even more, intrigued by these major figures of the sect. These were characters that she might have never been able to even see in her lifetime before. She nodded with a hint of joy. But she still wondered where Wei Wuyin was. She was surprised that he hadn't picked her up personally. Yu Beimei stayed close to Shui Fei, especially as her instructor. She was waiting for Wei Wuyin to arrive, so she could be judged on her work and receive her rewards. considering Wei Wuyan's status, it will likely be extremely rewarding. A dark light shot from the distance, causing Xiaobai to neigh in joy at the familiar sight. Su Mei shot through the skies and arrived, landing next to Tuo Bihan, Shui Fei, and Yu Beimei. She calmly swept her gaze by Yu Beimei, inspecting Shui Fei briefly, and then turned to Xiaobai, who was moving very animatedly. She faintly smiled, reaching her hand out. Xiaobai acted in the most practiced, most familiar manner and brought its large head forward to be caressed by Su Mei. After spending years with Su Mei, he had already recognized her as his true master. It's her. Long Chen was startled by Su Mei's arrival. He knew she was Wei Wuyan's female companion. Thinking about her being his female companion, a dark thought emerged in his mind. A thought to allow Wei Wuyan to experience what it meant for a woman to leave him for another. Those thoughts were festering and fueled by his memories of Lin Zian, Wu Baozhai, Hong Ru, and Xiao Bing. Shui Fei had never met Su Mei before, so she observed this new woman who seemed overly familiar with Xiaobai. She then recalled watching the Grand Spirit trials and noticed her meeting Wei Wuyan. She was interested in who she was, especially the black ring that hung around her neck. She remembered seeing it around Wei Wuyan's during the all-alchemic clash. Lord Wei is currently preoccupied with some important matters. He sent me to welcome you, Su Mei calmly explained. Tuo Bihan's eyes brightened. This was a good opportunity. I was intending to bring her around to meet some people, tour her around the mountains. Su Mei glanced at Tuo Bihan, clearly knowing his intentions. But she didn't object, if that's what she wants. As Shui Fei was Wei Wuyan's concubine, she knew the level of importance she had to these old fogies and wily foxes. She was a perfect opportunity for others to establish closer relations than a mere subordinate or tool. Nasini was startled. That woman is here for Wei Wuyan. She felt a sudden crisis of threat for some reason. Just as she thought this, an unexpected popping sound erupted in the surroundings, causing numerous heads to toss and turn in shock, trying to find the origin of the sound. Before they could react, however, a black sphere emerged directly above the void gate. From the void gate, streams of silver steam-like gas were entering the black sphere. An object shot out of the black sphere, causing it to instantly close. The object was rapidly moving, smashing heavily into the ground and directly caused a 20-meter crater to form. Even the void gate below was toppled, having some cracks form on it as its silver radiance seemingly dimmed. Fortunately, everyone present was an expert. They conjured numerous Qi and astral wards, with Tuo Bihan reacting the fastest, shifting away the weaker members with a flick of his finger. He then brought everyone else not at the astral core realm or under their protection away forcefully. Shui Fei was protected by Su Mei's dark light ward, thoroughly defended from everything. Ugh! A faintly audible groan was heard from the crater. What the hell was that? An elder exclaimed, shocked by the abrupt popping sound and black sphere. But Tuo Bihan was familiar with both, realizing the possibility, he shot forward and arrived above the crater. When he saw the familiar figure laying in the crater, he couldn't help but arc his lips upwards. He was just about to act when his eyes widened, the chill of the dark void. His expression instantly distorted. He exclaimed with urgency, "Everyone leave, now." His shout was fiercely explosive, but it was too late. The faint eerie aura emitting from the figure started to permeate throughout the world, traveling extremely fast. As the closest, he was infected by the coldness first. He had to instantly conjure his worldly domain, suppressing the chill of the dark void, but he found it incredibly difficult. This coldness was far, far greater than the coldness in their starfield's dark void. But the others weren't at his cultivation level, having it enter their bodies in the blink of an eye with no defense. They shivered uncontrollably, many losing consciousness instantly. Long Chen's mind boomed with a sense of crisis, causing his imperial slaughter sword astral souls to react. He and the others were immediately shrouded in a very unique aura, containing a strange power that deflected the coldness. However, whether intentionally or subconsciously done, he hadn't shielded Nasini. She immediately spiraled into unconsciousness, falling like a rag doll. The coldness touched Su Mei and Shui Fei. When this happened, the figure within the crater opened his eyes, revealing a silver radiance. The world erupted with cyan-colored light that traveled even faster than the chill of the dark void. It swept the world, entering the bodies of everyone present, and vanished as swiftly as it emerged. It was as if it wasn't real to begin with. Tua Bihan was startled, noticing the coldness had left his body instantly. He looked towards Wei Wuyin, then towards Su Mei and Shui Fei, looking at the unassuming black ring that hung on Su Mei's neck. He had witnessed the cyan-colored flash, felt the light enter his body, and it had taken away the chill. He was utterly baffled. Chapter 379, 375, a little bit grayer. Chapter 379, 375, a little bit grayer. Nasini! A nearly shrieking voice cried out in complete horror. An urgent and tense expression revealed itself on Qin Qiumu's face as she lunged at Nasini's fallen body. Witnessing it ragdoll to the floor as if losing all motor functions, a characteristic often shown when someone dies abruptly, her heart was racing without end. Unhesitatingly, Qin Qiumu clutched Nasini's soft body into her arms, using her hands to inject wood force with Life Meadow Wood's rejuvenating and life-sustaining powers. She hadn't even sent her spiritual sense through Nasini to determine if she was a corpse or not wanting to waste a second. That grave mentality and swift action had saved Nasini's life, grabbing hold of the faint embers of life that remained. Only after feeling the faint throbbing of her heart, signs of her shallow breathing, and warmth of her skin remain consistent did Qin Qiumu breathe a breath of incredible relief. Her astral force was continuously pumping into Nasini's body in a gentle and direct manner, causing her skin to radiate a faint emerald glow. The others hadn't fully reacted to the events yet, but Qin Qiumu's shout had shook them out of their stupor. Long Tingyu cried out, "Big sis Sini!" Seeing Nasini's corpse-like state scared her half to death. While Nasini had decided to become Wei Wuin's wife, she still held an emotional connection to Nasini. Furthermore, from the very beginning, Nasini had been contemplating whether to accept Wei Wuin's proposal. Whether it was obvious to others, she wasn't certain, but she was there when Wei Wuin offered to take responsibility. She had later learned of what happened to her, and felt that it was only right for Wei Wuin to dedicate his life to her. Considering he had saved her big sis Qiumu, her, and her ancestor was more than enough to redeem him. At least a little. Her thoughts were that simple. Even then, she also felt it was a pity that her big brother and Nasini weren't destined to be an item. But to her, Longchen could have any woman he wanted. He was that awesome. Leaving her master's protective embrace, she hurried over with quick steps, peering at Nasini's pale complexion with concern. Is she all right? This was a question on the minds of everyone. It was only with Qin Qiumu's faint nodding motion that they felt the lump of anxiety in their hearts dissipate. Longchen was startled by Nasini's current state. He turned to see the other individuals nearby and witnessed that their state was deprived of life. The only ones to survive were those at the astral core realm, but they were unconscious and nearing the precipice of their end. A few had even expired already. A ward of astral force originating from Tua Bihan had engulfed the survivors, sustaining their lives. What the hell was that? He calmly asked himself as he recalled how he reacted, unleashing the Imperial Heaven aura to shield the others. Whatever that was unleashed had been completely blocked out by his aura. He was thankful that it did, lest something happened to Qin Qiumu, Lian Yu, and Long Tingyu. He didn't know what he'd do if he lost them. However, there was a voice that was filled with horror that would soon collapse his happiness into dust. You didn't shield her." Xiang Ling was aghast. Whatever that had just assaulted the crowd, including them, had been fended off by Long Chen with ease. But when his aura erupted, he shielded everyone, including herself, but not Nasini. Long Tingyu heard the words spoken by her master and shot her a disbelieving look. Her first instincts were to reject that idea. The idea that Long Chen had allowed whatever came to strike Nasini. The situation was too fast to react to, and Nasini was. She shook her head and pressed down the thought, creating a few other explanations in her heart. Lian Yu was similarly shocked. She was nearest to Long Chen, so she felt his aura first. Furthermore, they were the only ones in the crowd that wasn't affected. Those closer to the crater and even behind them were smashed by that unknown force. If one had to speak about distance from Long Chen, then from closest to furthest it was her, Qin Qiumu, Nasini, Xiang Ling, and Long Tingyu. The master and disciple were relatively some distance away, and behind Nasini, who was directly behind Qin Qiumu. Yet the aura had somehow zipped past Nasini and shielded Xiang Ling and held Long Tingyu in her embrace after the crater fell, who was further away. She couldn't help but think the only reason Xiang Ling was even protected was due to her holding Long Tingyu. She had even witnessed the aura contort around Na Sini deliberately. This caused her heart to quiver intensely, shocking her thoroughly. She wasn't the only one. Xiang Ling's cultivation was at the soul idol phase, so her senses were profoundly powerful. She had observed the aura twisting about and arrived to shield her and Long Tingyu, completely avoiding Na Sini. It was clearly deliberate. She couldn't help but be shocked at the utter heartlessness of it. Her thoughts and impression that had formed about Long Chen, which was only formed after much convincing by her little disciple, had shattered and fallen to the lowest point possible. Furthermore, she hadn't even known about Na Sini giving up her primal enes for him to ascend the astral core realm, and yet she felt this way. But Qin Qiumu and Lian Yu did. Long Chen was taken aback by Xiang Ling's accusing words. He spoke with a somewhat guilty heart, but concealed it all from his tone. He seemingly explained with sadness, "The situation developed so fast, I couldn't react in time." Lian Yu. Xiang Ling was shocked by his excuse. Long Tingyu felt this was likely, as the situation had happened so fast. They didn't even know what happened, so it must have been a shock. Even if the logic didn't hold up, she distorted it in her mind to be the truth. As a soul idol phase cultivator with such extreme talent, there was no way Long Chen couldn't react when they could. Furthermore, he would have had far more time to think. Long Chen saw Lian Yu's odd expression and hurriedly explained himself further. "My aura could only extend to 5 people, myself included. I'm sorry." His words were apologetic as he glanced at the barely breathing Na Sini with remorse and sadness. "Yeah, see. Master, only 5 people. We're lucky Big Brother was capable of protecting us." Long Tingyu smiled, her beautiful face twisted slightly for some odd reason. From her expression, one truly didn't know if she wanted to laugh or cry. Qin Qiumu finally stabilized Na Sini's condition. She sighed heavily with relief. It was fortunate that she had such pure life-type energies and Na Sini wasn't an ordinary Qi condensation realm cultivator. If she was, she would have ended up like the other Qi condensation realm cultivators, dead before she hit the ground. Her emerald eyes then lifted upwards, betraying her rage. Her heart was in turmoil as everything in her mind was telling her that Long Chen wouldn't have deliberately shielded everyone else and allowed Na Sini to take the full brunt of that unknown force, but as she heard Xiang Ling and recalled what happened, how could she not? While he couldn't have known of its lethal powers, he had to know it could have harmed her or was likely. As for the 5 people max. 5 people. 5. Qin Qiumu, for the very first time in her life, screamed viciously at Long Chen. Clearly, she didn't believe it. Likely for a number of reasons, but those reasons were entirely irrelevant. What was relevant was her exploding anger. She fiercely shouted, "She helped you. She gave up her physique for you. How could you do this to her? Why did you do this? Is it because she wanted to marry Wei Wuyin? Because she wanted to make her own choice and that choice wasn't you? Why?" Lian Yu pouted slightly but remained silent. Whatever her thoughts on the subject, she didn't feel her input would better the situation one bit. Furthermore, she similarly didn't believe in Long Chen's excuse. 5. Xiang Ling and Long Tingyu were chest to chest, fully embraced, and they could roughly be considered one person. It also seems very arbitrary for it to be 5. Even if, you could only shield 5, why avoid Na Sini? She was the weakest here, the only one not in the astral core realm, and even her foundation was severely damaged. Xiang Ling could have defended herself. The chances of Na Sini suffering a negative result was higher than everyone present. Long Chen hadn't thought much about his responses, and he froze after being yelled at by Qin Qiumu. Unable to respond to such a question, he could only act mute at the moment, but that only revealed his guilt. Xiang Ling looked at Long Chen, her normally seductive eyes trembling with surprise and disappointment. "I was convinced by you that you were different from other men, but it seems like you're not. You're just like him. Someone who discards anyone that is no longer useful to you." Her words contained a sharp, hidden pain filled with an extremely gloomy air. Her eyes radiated disgust and contempt towards Long Chen. Long Chen shivered at those words, feeling completely lost after hearing them. He wanted to argue, but for some unfathomable reason, he couldn't. Long Tingyu's face was streaming with tears, but She didn't know when it started. Was it when Qing Qiumu shouted or when Long Chen remained silent that she realized the truth of the situation? Despite being a young girl, her thinking was extremely simple and always has been. She never thought Long Chen would ever act in such a despicable manner, so much so that she was even willing to lie to herself. She also knew of the past betrayal her master suffered, recalling the time she told her that Long Chen would never do anything like that. That he was different. In fact, he would give up his life for his friends with ease. As he always said, repay kindness with 10 times the kindness, repay enmity with 10 times the enmity. But when a moment came where he could have easily protected someone who supported him and helped him for over a decade while never asking for anything in return, even gave up her talent and future for him, he nearly allowed her to die. She was utterly speechless, feeling as if the world had just lost a little bit of color, looking a little bit more gray than before. Chapter 380, 376, Luck and Chaos Mana. Chapter 380, 376, Luck and Amp, Chaos Mana. While the heated and impassioned questioning was ongoing, Wei Wuyin was slowly waking up from his abrupt descent. His eyes that emanated silver radiance had slowly dimmed, revealing his regular pair of exquisitely silver-colored eyes. They roamed the skies as he laid within the crater, trying to grasp the events that had transpired. Hurriedly, he lifted his upper body into an upright position as his hands roamed his body. He was unsure if he would end up nude or worse, experiencing a sort of lag still. But much to his excitement, his clothes were intact and his current state was normal. Sighing with relief, he looked up to notice a gray-bearded face looking away. Tua Bihan. A surge of joy emerged in his heart as he quietly exclaimed, "It worked." As if hit with a jolt, he quickly lifted his right sleeve and his excited expression was reduced to a wry smile. Karmic luck value, 1356.7982.0. Well, at least I'm alive, was his greatest consoling words he could tell himself at the moment. He had known that using the raw material to construct a void gate alongside a void disk interconnected with another void gate to create a temporary void portal was an extremely risky endeavor. But it was his only option at that moment. Fortunately, using his void space which possessed the unique qualities of time and space, he forcefully conjured a portal and traversed through it. Furthermore, he had done so safely. But he decided to never try it again, not knowing the exact details that the heavenly Daos had to go through to ensure his survival. This was also a test. He wanted to know if a self-provoked calamity based on circumstances would force the heavenly Daos to act. From what he originally gathered, as long as one's karmic luck value was high enough, survival of a calamity was a certainty without any consumption of value. It was like a passive advantage for higher-valued blessed, and this came in tears. When the black skeleton had informed him of his lacking karmic luck, she also mentioned that he didn't even have enough to survive or benefit. This had verified to him that the heavenly Daos can ensure one's survival. This caused him to grow tense. What amount of karmic luck value was needed to undergo temporal reincarnation yet similarly unable to allow the heavenly Daos to forcefully intervene to assist you? He wasn't certain if the calamity was just far too great or if it was merely due to it being self-provoked while lacking the means for the heavenly Daos to assist. In the former case, it would be an utterly massive calamity that was brought by their own actions. In the latter case, then it was merely unfortunate. He felt more inclined to believe the latter, because the heavenly Daos seemed to be trying to correct their weakness by giving the blessed a second chance. In the end, he could only sigh at these unverified theories. With a loss of 374.7 karmic luck value, this was the most costly use of his karmic luck, but also the greatest fortune. After all, what greater fortune was life? Little boss. Tua Bihan's urgent voice resounded from above the crater's edge, peering over in shock. He seemed to be reluctant to rush downwards, still a wisp of fear flickering within his eyes. Wei Wuyin observed this curiously. What happened to make a realm lord feel fear? He slowly lifted his weary body upwards, feeling the newfound spiritual energies course throughout his body. He was momentarily shocked before he heard a spiritual transmission. "What are you doing?" A familiar voice shouted out in questioning. Wei Wuyin realized it belonged to Wu Yu, causing him to be somewhat shocked that Wu Yu was present. Wasn't the ring containing his spirit left with Su Mei? Wei Wuyin looked upwards and lightly jumped, exiting the crater with ease and stretching his stiff bones and muscles. Tua Bihan seemed to suffer from a fright at his arrival, flinching backwards but not fully retreating. Whatever he was expecting hadn't happened. When Wei Wuyin saw Su Mei alongside Shui Yifei and Xiao Bai's massive form, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He noted the flickering cyan-colored light hanging on Su Mei's neck. Shui Yifei. His attention was focused on her, however. She was far more gorgeous than when he first met her, with those hazel eyes with specks of blue that radiated an unfathomable depth of intelligence and clarity. Those curiously roaming eyes of hers reminded him of Wu Baozhai. Before he could say anything, the ring on Su Mei's neck flickered off it, arriving next to Wei Wuyin. He wasn't hiding his abilities any longer. "Do you know what you brought to My planet?" A wave of exasperated rage emanated from his tone. Wei Wuyin looked about, noticing several dead individuals. He spotted Qing Qiumu currently shouting at Long Chen with tears in her emerald eyes, clutching Na Sini's unconscious body. There were others engulfed in Tuo Bihan's barriers of astral force. They were being pumped with energies to sustain their fragile lives. He frowned slightly, uncertain as to what just happened. Did something get brought here alongside him? But considering his karmic luck, should it have led to other people's deaths? He wasn't certain. In fact, he was slightly confused. What happened? Wei Wuyin calmly asked Wu Yu. Wu Yu's ring quivered slightly, but soon calmed down. Where were you? How did you bring so much chaos mana to the planet? What was that void portal? He fired off consecutive questions. This prompted a frown from Wei Wuyin. Chaos mana? What's that? He hadn't heard that term before. Wu Yu went silent for a moment, realizing that Wei Wuyin's cultivation base wasn't at the star core phase nor beyond. Only those of that level would understand what chaos mana meant and how destructive it was to life. He still calmly explained, chaos mana is the unrefined, unfiltered mana produced by solar stars. Others often call it chill of the dark void due to its extremely pervasive and cold-like qualities. It is an extremely deadly substance, unable to sustain life or the various energies produced by the star cores of continental flat Earths or planets. It is the opposite of the mana you're familiar with. It has other names, such as dark mana or lifeless air. Regardless, how did you bring so much with you through a void portal? More importantly, how did you survive? Wei Wuyin was enlightened. He ignored Wu Yu's two questions and looked at the sky. How come chaos mana isn't here? Wu Yu realized that Wei Wuyin was unwilling to speak on the topic, frustration emerging in his spirit. With a hint of reluctance, he quickly explained, chaos mana is present here. Chaos mana is the unrefined and unfiltered state of normal mana. It is filtered by sky layers of continental flat Earths and planets, and further refined by their unique star core aura. This produces the state of mana you're familiar with. But as long as you leave the sky layer protection, you'll enter the dark void and be washed with chaos mana. It invades and eradicates various energies and essences, but its refined version does the exact opposite. It nourishes energies and essences, allowing cultivation to thrive. It is because of this very reason the starfield has 3 solar stars, one of which was created by me. It's to better the quality of energies and essence born by all the continental flat Earths and planets for the future generations. If it wasn't for us, the current era without the King of Everlore would have long been reduced to its original state, unable to produce a 5th-stage astral core realm cultivator, even with alchemy. Wu Yu sighed a little as he said this. Wei Wuyin was flabbergasted by this information. While he knew Wu Yu had conjured a solar star in the starfield from their conversation on Unia during the Grand Spirit Trials, he hadn't understood the exact motive behind it. It seemed it was done to improve the starfield's state. When he thought of this, his heart started to quake slightly as he recalled the 2 starfields that lacked any semblance of a solar star. Was it stolen? Could those 2 solar stars above be? The thought flitted through his mind for a moment before he discarded it. Wu Yu had already said that solar stars can be created by some powerful mystic ascendants, so he didn't feel it was very likely. While everything, their conversation and thoughts, seemed to have taken a long while, it had been completed in a few seconds through spiritual exchange. After he finished this conversation, Tuo Bihan similarly barraged him with questions and concerns. He was aware of the chill of the dark void and its life-destroying properties. Wei Wuyin inspected his body, realizing no damage was present. It was only after questioning Wu Yu once more that he learned what had happened. Wu Yu had to exercise a little, using his unique Imperial Heaven aura and spiritual strength at the Mystic Ascendant level to eradicate the chaos mana prevalent in the world. If he hadn't, the chaos mana would have infected everything, passing from one life to another until everything was extinguished. A cold chill coursed through his spine, realizing how unfathomably lucky he had been. If he hadn't conjured a void portal directly here, directly where Wu Yu was present, he could have brought an end to all life on the planet. Of course, Wu Yu had only said it was like this due to the extremely high potency of the chaos mana he brought. If it was normal chaos mana of their starfield, it wouldn't have killed anyone. The existing mana would have clashed with it and destroyed it, and many cultivators here could have withstood it until it dissipated on its own. As long as they had reached the 6th stage of the Chi condensation realm, establishing their own personalized mana, they would have resisted it with some loss of their cultivation-based stability. But the chaos mana he brought was simply far too strong, requiring a Star Lord at least to quell it. For once, he was thankful for the heavenly Das. Chapter 381, 377, Original Heart. Chapter 381, 377, Original Heart. After Wei Wuyin gathered his thoughts, he was greeted by Su Mei. She rapidly flew toward him, inspecting Wei Wuyin with her pure black eyes. When she landed, she wanted to say something but was uncertain what. Wei Wuyin smilingly grabbed Wu Yu's ring and conjured a string of astral force, placing it around his neck. Inspect the conditions of everyone present. Also, mark their names and backgrounds. For those who've died today, make a list. We'll ensure their families want for nothing for the next few centuries. As for those alive, give them each one of these elixirs. As he spoke, simultaneously sending a box containing vials of life-rejuvenating elixir, Su Mei's eyes lit up. She nodded, diligently shooting off to perform her task. Wei Wuyin didn't have the time to feel guilt or sadness. For those who've lost their lives, they were dead, there was nothing else left to be said or feel about it. He could only try to lessen the struggles their families would suffer or pain felt from their passing. While he knew this was merely a patch to some, most would be ecstatic from his support. Knowing the character of some living creatures, they might even yelp in happiness at the deaths of their kin. Tua Bihan heavily sighed. Little boss, you should warn us before you perform these experiments. He wasn't sure why Wei Wuyin was conjuring void portals or how, but Wei Wuyin kept performing one extraordinary feat after another without end. He could only bitterly smile at this. Wei Wuyin realized that Tua Bihan's naming sense was becoming rather consistent when he referred to him, somewhat shocked by this. Briefly taken aback by this consistency, he responded, sometimes, it's a spur of the moment. While most times it wasn't, this was a truly unexpected event. He had no idea that his astral souls would provoke a tribulation that would send him across multiple starfields and almost make it his burial site. He wasn't certain they knew. Hearing this, Tua Bihan was startled for a moment before his bitter smile became a little warm. In cultivation, there were numerous incidents outside of a cultivator's expectations. For example, nearly being trapped on the Bloodforge continent for decades. There were times where experimentation and quick action had to take place. If Wei Wuyin hadn't left the Bloodforge continent, would the Grand Spirit Trials have happened? Would the Alchemist Association be merged with the Myriad Monarch sect? Would he be the era-defining character named the Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn? Absolutely not. Sometimes, risks had to be made for the future. He understood this principle. Wei Wuyin glanced over at Long Chen's group, seeing Su Mei arrive to deliver a vial of elixir to Qin Qiumu. She turned to look at Wei Wuyin, her eyes coated by a faintly pink shade and brimming with wetness. She smiled gratefully, pouring it into Na Sini's mouth without question and helping her refine it. He frowned, realizing that his actions had brought a lethal danger to the lives of everyone present. He didn't know how to feel. Wei Wuyin lifted his right arm once more, inspecting his bloodline of sin tattoo. He was silent for a long moment. Lord Wei. A soft voice resounded from his side, snapping Wei Wuyin out of his stupor. He turned to see the crimson-dressed Shui Fei walking towards him with a faint happiness in her eyes, but the core emotion was still sadness. She had just inspected the corpse of a nearby individual that was in front of them. They were a young woman no more than 25 whose cultivation base was only at the 6th stage of the Chi condensation realm. She had flopped dead right in front of them. When she inspected her and sensed not a hint of life force, she couldn't help but feel a bout of sadness, seeing a little of herself in that young woman. While she tried to feign happiness, Wei Wuyin could see her beating heart through her eyes. This brought him some relief, despite not knowing Shui Fei for long. If she was emotionless, uncaring for others, then she would only be a manipulatively cunning woman with some intelligence, but she actually felt for someone she didn't know. While she was happy to see him, putting on a facade, this was merely a display of strength. Perhaps she wanted to cry, perhaps she wanted to find the cause of that young woman's death, or numerous other things, but she masked it all behind her other genuine emotions. Shui Fei arrived, but right when she was about to speak, Wei Wuyin grabbed her and brought her into his embrace. His tall stature caused her to bury her head into his chest, feeling his powerful heartbeat that was throbbing with unsaid emotions. She was startled by the sudden embrace. "I'm happy you're safe," was all Wei Wuyin said into her ear. Shui Fei felt herself nearly melt into Wei Wuyin in a warm bliss. But this only broke her facade, causing tears to well within her hazel eyes as she recalled the numerous corpses nearby. She started to tear up before they fell like gentle streams. Feeling the wetness on his chest, he felt as if Shui Fei was crying for him by proxy. It was a strange feeling, making him realize that his emotions were more hidden and kept close, unable to spill so easily. While he didn't believe in holding on to guilt or regret, always with the mindset of moving forward, he was still human. Unintentionally causing the deaths of so many impacted his heart, no matter how little. That being said, even if he slaughtered millions, as long as he wanted to, he would remain unflinching in the face of such carnage. But it was these moments that he felt like he was not an emotionless monster that lived for cultivation. He's reminded of his older brother's principles and morals, to never lose his original heart. After Qing Qiumu had Nasini drank the elixir, her life signs started to rapidly improve. This brought a wave of relief to their group, but everyone's emotions were in a turmoil. Long Chen was still silent, looking as all this took place. He didn't know what to say or how to say it. Even Long Tingyu was looking at him as if he was a stranger, tears flowing ceaselessly in her eyes. Regardless of what he said, what excuses he used, he knew the truth. He had nearly allowed Nasini, a woman who had helped him for so many years, to die an abrupt death. Even if he wasn't certain she would die, that invisible force triggered his deadly crisis instincts, so he reacted. Therefore, it was certainly harmful. But he avoided her. He didn't have an explanation. Qing Qiumu finally lifted her wet and reddened eyes towards Long Chen. She bit her lower lip harshly, nearly drawing blood, before she took a deep breath to calm herself. Then, her eyes revealed a frightening serenity as she regarded Long Chen. This caused him to feel a chill course through his spine, unable to understand why this calm gaze was more terrifying than her rage. Qing Qiumu slowly spoke, "I didn't want to see it before, but now I know what type of person you truly are. I can't be friends with someone like you. Whatever relationship we had, consider it concluded." She slowly lifted Nasini up, about to take her to someplace more suited to treat her. Wait. Long Chen's heart nearly exploded from those words, feeling his world start to collapse. He couldn't believe Qing Qiumu right now. They've been together for nearly 2 decades, traveling alongside each other, fighting together, and protecting each other, but she was willing to end all that because of one slip-up. Qing Qiumu halted. She turned towards Long Chen, her expression still the picture of serenity. Her beauty at this moment lacked a hint of her usual warmth, feeling cold and distant. Long Chen felt his mind tumble. Qing Qiumu was looking at him with those eyes. At him. A swelling sense of rage and anger emerged within his mind, feeling as if he was being unfairly judged on this matter. He had already given his explanation. She should trust him. Then, like a bolt of lightning, he recalled the scenes of Qing Qiumu standing together with Wei Wuyin. They stood together like the perfect immortal couple, beautiful and warm. When his eyes shifted to Nasini's face, recalling her choice, his anger erupted. "After everything we've been through, you're just going to end it like that. You must want to be his as well, right? Right. From the beginning, it's always been like that, hasn't it? You were just looking for an excuse to leave me to be with him. You'd rather be his than mine." His words were spewed with all his negative thoughts, not even that organized. Long Chen hadn't realized that his face had become contorted and twisted in rage, becoming extremely unsightly. His actions and words caused the expressions of everyone present to shift, looking at him with shock. Qing Qiumu's eyes flashed with a chilling coldness like never before. You're delusional. I wasn't looking for an excuse, never had a reason to. But you could have protected Nasini, saved her from nearly dying. If you can do this to her, what's to say about me? How can I trust you? Her words were fierce and cold. She added, and I'm not some possession of yours to begin with, so who I'm with or decide to be with has nothing to do with you. I didn't mean it like that, Chior. Long Chen hurriedly explained with a frantic stutter. Qing Qiumu had witnessed Long Chen in a new light, uncertain how this came about. The little boy that held dreams of one day reaching the stars had devolved into a spiteful individual, someone who lost their original heart. She didn't hesitate to walk away with Nasini in her embrace. Xiang Ling was startled by this development, but felt disgusted by Long Chen's words. She grabbed Long Tingyu and sought to leave, but Long Chen didn't simply allow that. Where do you think you're taking my little sister? Long Chen aggressively questioned, his spiritual aura flaring as it pressed against Xiang Ling. Caught off guard, she let loose a groan of pain. But she was similarly at the soul idol phase, so besides a brief spell of pain, she regained herself. Without hesitation, her spiritual aura flared outwards to face Long Chen's. But Long Tingyu cried out, "Stop!" Their spiritual battle came to an abrupt end, with Long Chen staring at Long Tingyu with seemingly crazed eyes. Long Tingyu had never thought Long Chen would attack her master, feeling unfathomably lost at the moment. All of her thoughts were a complete mess. "Just stop!" She shouted again, grasping her master's hand with her own. "Let's go," she told Xiang Ling, who glowered at Long Chen with a hostile gaze. In the end, she took Long Tingyu and flew away. Long Chen was frozen, only able to stare blankly at the situation. The last gaze Long Tingyu gave him was as if she was looking at a complete stranger. "How am I a stranger? What is this? Are you all abandoning me? Me?" His thoughts were in utter disbelief. Soon, he felt a soft hand enter his own. Turning around, he saw Lian Yu gently smiling towards him. This caused his raging emotions and mental instability to become better. "I'll always be here for you, no matter what," Lian Yu said with the gentlest expression, caressing Long Chen's heated cheek. Chapter 382, 378, Finding Comfort. Chapter 382, 378, Finding Comfort. While the events that involved various emotional developments took place, a silent and easily dismissible figure was observing it all. Wrapped in cloth of black, Ying's eyes roamed at the scene before him. The corpses of several hundred individuals were quietly laying on the ground in odd positions. They were of both young and old, strong and weak, but they had met their abrupt end without warning. Uncertain what to feel, he remained silent. He didn't know what claimed their lives so quickly, which had given him a brief fright, nor why it did so. All he could understand was that Wei Wuyin had abruptly appeared via a black sphere, and after he landed, Tua Bihan's panic was a precursor to their deaths. Whatever Wei Wuyin had brought to this area had led to these deaths. The order issued by him to ensure the family of these deceased wanted for nothing was an attempt to do right, clearly feeling somewhat responsible for these actions. He understood that feeling of seeking redemption, but he also knew that Wei Wuyin wasn't one to regret or feel guilt for long. This was one of the reasons his presence brought in comfort. Since being left to cultivate in the blood-forged continent, his heart was thoroughly alleviated of the internal suffering he felt. The words that Wei Wuyin had informed him regarding what was evil had changed his mentality, delving into the future over the constant and unchangeable past. Via the medical institutes established in his name, he could see the future once more brightening in the chaotic state the blood-forged continent had been left in. There were numerous hopeful youths with desire to save and protect others, thanking his name for their opportunity to do so. They will certainly grow to save countless lives. And this brought profound relief to his state of mind and tainted soul. He was ready to become Wei Wuyin's shadow. Wei Wuyin held Shui Fei's soft body for a few more moments before he let go, his eyes scouring the area. He soon located Ying and Xiao Bai. Turning back to Shui Fei, he saw her tear-stained face of Shui Fei, feeling that he understood her a little more. If Yuan Longshe was cruel, temperamental, murderous, uncaring, and merciless, then Shui Fei was the exact opposite. She seemed to be kind, understanding, a lover of life, caring, and merciful. When he recalled her willingness to die, to accept her fate in exchange for her two servant girls, he smiled. "Let's go," he said as he used his hands to gently wipe away her tears. Shui Fei had always been an emotional young woman despite her intelligence, and she cared for others, even if she didn't know them. While she had grown to hide her thoughts under a neutral expression and other emotions due to royal politics, it was spewing out at the moment. She lifted her hazel eyes to see Wei Wuyan's handsome face and strong gaze, feeling a degree of warmth and comfort, allowing her to comfortably reveal her feelings. This feeling was strange, considering they hadn't met in person for long. While they exchanged countless transmissions, it was different in person. Furthermore, there was an air of mystery that made him hard to read. Nodding her response, she sniffled a little. Tua Bihan could only watch all these events as a spectator, feeling ignored. He couldn't help but bitterly laugh. Beauties truly took up all one's attention. He didn't blame Wei Wuyan, however. He was aware of Wei Wuyan's personality by now, already foregoing trying to determine what had led to this. "Grand Sage Tua, I hope you can assist Su Mei." Wei Wuyan turned to him and delivered his request. Of course, Tua Bihan had long since accepted his status as a subordinate, so it was entirely unnecessary to formulate it as a request, it was an order to him. He nodded, continuously pumping his astral force from a distance into those still breathing. Tua Bihan flew off. No one could have predicted this event would happen, causing the untimely deaths of hundreds while dozens of others were hanging on with a single breath. He furrowed his brows. This was truly a series of unfortunate deaths. Wei Wuyan and Shui Fei arrived near a lively Xiaobai who was somewhat shaken from the sudden collapse of these little humanoid life forms. It had even used his giant hoofs to nudge at a corpse, finding it completely unresponsive. After uttering a neigh, the corpse trembled slightly from the sound wave, but nothing else happened. To it, this entire event was curious. But when it saw Wei Wuyan, all these thoughts faded away as it smiled and joyfully moved about. Wei Wuyan, Shui Fei, and Ning didn't waste time as they leapt atop Xiaobai and took off. While they were soaring through the skies, Wei Wuyan looked down after feeling a burning gaze directed at him. He saw the dark, gloomy, and blazing eyes of Long Chen. Those rancorous eyes emanated endless negative emotions and killing intent. Wei Wuyan narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't paid much attention to Long Chen's group drama, handling his own matters. However, when he saw that gaze, he couldn't help but consider ending Long Chen then and there. It was a fleeting thought, however. He still had Wu Yu's protection, and he didn't want to invoke his calamity of hell too early. Wei Wuyan only slightly grinned at him, turning his eyes away as if saying that Long Chen simply wasn't worth his time. On the ground, Long Chen held Lian Yu's hands as he watched Wei Wuyan abscond from the scene on Xiaobai. When he looked at that figure riding away freely with a nation-toppling beauty, his heart couldn't help but throb with fury and hatred. But when he saw that grin, his eyes nearly bulged out of his sockets. A torrent of raging emotions chaotically exploded in his heart. "Ow! You're hurting me," Lian Yu's soft voice resounded, filled with pain. Long Chen jumped in shock, turning to see his hands tightly clenched around Lian Yu's. He had nearly crushed her hand, causing his heart to panic as he hurriedly let go. Apologizing in hopes of diffusing the situation, fumbling with his words as the thought of Lian Yu also leaving him emerged in his thoughts. "It's okay. I'm fine," Lian Yu rubbed her reddish hand with a placating smile. She turned her water-like gaze towards Xiaobai and said words that caused Long Chen to grow dazed. "I understand. I feel the same way." Long Chen, for a long time, wasn't able to speak any words. For some reason, he understood what she meant and he had never felt so fortunate. He embraced Lian Yu tightly, feeling her warmth and the softness of her body, as if never wanting to let her go. Seeing her not reject him in the slightest, even hugging him in return, he felt a lively feeling resurge within his mind. She was his only remaining light left in his life. The events of today were unpredictable. He felt thoroughly abandoned by those he once called his friends and his lovers. Furthermore, they seemed to be choosing his most hated enemy as their reason to betray him. It shattered his heart, but there was still this beautiful figure that sought to pick up the pieces. "I love you, Lian Yu." Lian Yu's eyes effused a light of extreme satisfaction. She thought, "You'll all regret your choices one day." Chapter 383, 379, Seeing More, Step by Step. Chapter 383, 379, Seeing More, Step by Step. 3 days had passed since Wei Wuyan's return. The deceased were expertly handled, and news of the event was explained away as an unfortunate accident with a void gate malfunction. While there were some individuals who were suspicious, there was no proof to suggest otherwise. Furthermore, the floating conspiracy theories involved the Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn, a subject not one wanted to touch. The luxurious compensation to the deceased had also brought great relief to these grieving families. This was especially the case for those families of the Null disciples who worked near the Void Gate. A few of these families were relocated, given protection by the Myriad Monarch sect, and directly regarded with more importance than others. This shocked individuals, but it only showed that the sect was taking full responsibility for this incident. It highlighted their ability to handle matters in the most thorough fashion. The overall opinion of the Myriad Monarch sect had even improved as a result. Wei Wuyin and Su Mei were standing in the central hall of his sky palace. She was currently detailing her report on the measures taken place, including the various compensations given to the family of those who died. Su Mei had always been vastly superior in handling tasks, far better than Wei Wuyin at handling these matters. Wei Wuyin calmly listened, approving of her actions. To those who died without families, they were investigated to understand the cause. If they had grudges left unfinished, they would be sealed. Due to the common event of familial eradication, there were a few that had no more than a few friends in life. These individuals, as their proxy, Su Mei had already dispatched individuals to seek out revenge. That is all, Lord Wei. Finishing, Su Mei bowed her head slightly. Wei Wuyin understood her, wryly smiling as a result. While he was reluctant to inform others of what happened, he had never kept answers from Su Mei. While he hadn't divulged everything about himself to her, and she was tactful in not even wondering about certain matters, this concerned his life. He explained, I've ascended to the soul idol phase. Su Mei's eyes brightened. She was shocked, unable to tell. Usually, those at the soul idol phases would ripple with a strong spiritual aura indicating their stance. It was this spiritual aura that caused Xiang Ling to ensnare the minds of those lower real meat cultivators with ease when she first revealed herself on the Myriad continent. She couldn't tell Wei Wuin's cultivation base at all, shocking her. He continued, the way I did so was a little abnormal. As you know, the soul pulse rings become larger the greater the manifested spirit energy required to grow one's soul idol. The greater the foundation, the more difficult the trial. When I challenged the tribulation, the soul pulse rings exceeded the starfield, sending me far, far away. Su Mei's pure black eyes betrayed her shock and surprise. She had challenged the soul idol astral tribulation too, understanding that it would shift one to the next ring as long as one sought to continue. It was invisible to others, but she started on the ground and exceeded the 9th level of the sky layer of the Myriad Monarch main planet, sending her out of the planet's atmospheric protection. Fortunately, it was only for a mere moment. She had returned after experiencing the chill of the dark void, feeling as if she had almost embraced death. To exceed the starfield, didn't that mean he was sent far, far away? She couldn't imagine the level of foundation required for that. I traversed through the starfield, this one, the next, and the next. I was brought countless miles away by the last soul pulse ring. I had to use a simplified version of an art I'm currently developing, trying to create an instantaneous void gate to conjure a void portal at any location. I used that to bring me back. If I hadn't, the chill of the dark void there would have taken my life. The deaths of those individuals were due to the chill of the dark void that I inadvertently brought back, far stronger than our own. That's what happened. After saying this, he lowered his eyelids in thought. Su Mei's heart was quaking in shock, still reeling from the fact that Wei Wuyin was sent across starfields. Starfields. She had a lot of other questions, but she felt it was all unnecessary. She swiftly regained her composure, as long as you're okay, Lord Wei. Wei Wuyin snapped out of his thoughts and warmly smiled, as long as I'm okay. They exchanged glances, a momentary silence formed that produced an interesting atmosphere. Su Mei lowered her gaze, if there's nothing else. Wei Wuyin chuckled lightly, you can go, handle the rest of your matters. He saw Su Mei lightly nod before leaving, watching her departing figure with a fleeting haze in his eyes. When she finally escaped his view, his eyes lifted to the ceiling. A faint ardent glow burned within his silver irises, suffused with astonishing spiritual strength. As he progressed in his cultivation, he became more exposed to the various mysteries of this world. He had gained some answers along the way, but the questions continued to pile forth. When will there be a time when he could understand all these thoughts plaguing his thoughts? With his newfound strength, he could see more with the eye of truth, perceiving the world trend a little more clearly. He now felt as if this starfield was at the precipice of ruin and slaughter. He didn't know how or why, but he knew that it was traveling towards that direction. Tens of trillions of lives slowly and unknowingly traversing towards a horrid fate. He wasn't certain if it had to do with his exposure to those devastated starfields or that starfield with the gargantuan solar star with that mysterious ring encircling it, but a foreboding sensation continued to batter his thoughts since. While Wei Wuyin wasn't certain if it was due to that or an entirely different reason, he still could see its approach. But he had no idea how to handle such an event. Could he even become strong enough to resist in time to prevent the starfield's ruin? A fate that might end with the destruction of their starfield. Wei Wuyin stayed silent for an entire hour, simply standing in place in contemplation. One step at a time. Plan ahead, but never forget to look down and steadily take each step. He recalled the words of his older brother, knowing that far-reaching plans often caused individuals to forget the process. He was facing his own calamity, unable to spare the extra time to focus on those other issues. He could only prepare for it, but remain focused on his own improvement of strength, individual and group. Even if this starfield was destroyed, he would still etch out a way of survival for himself and those he sought to protect. I have to handle a few matters, then have Tua Bihan organize the gateway door entry. There's still something I need from there, and it might elevate my strength, even solve a few of these mysteries plaguing me. First, I'll leave for the Alchemic Association, see what they want. With all their scheming, I'm quite curious. He took a deep breath as he started to make plans, including how to further cultivate his strength. He had forged 9 ringed soul idols, but that was only the typical limit. A soul idol still contained an extremely high amount of unrefined manifested spirit energy and soul pulse ring fragments within themselves that can be used to advance further. It was this very power that allowed Tua Bihan to jump from the 6-ringed soul idol to the 9-ringed soul idol. He always had the latent power to do so, and those alchemical products extracted such potential. The Spiritual World Ascension Elixir was an 8th-grade elixir that can be taken 3 times max to refine the latent energies and fragments within a soul idol, bringing out greater potential by formulating 3 soul idol rings. These rings could be weaker or as strong as normal rings, depending on the quality of the elixir. If low quality, it would be weaker, while high quality would be equal, and peak quality having even greater strength than normal. There was a 9th-grade variant called the Soul Deity Invoker Elixir. It was named after its seemingly divine properties, allowing one to exceed the natural limits of a soul idol, and only worked on a naturally formed 9-ringed soul idol. Furthermore, the amount of unrefined manifested spirit energy and soul pulse ring fragments of a 9-ringed soul idol was far, far greater than the others. All this unrefined potential would be refined into a single ring, the 10th soul ring. His eyes couldn't help but glow with an excited radiance. If he could forge a 10-ringed soul idol, with all 4 of his astral souls combined, he couldn't fathom the level of strength he would reach. This would give him absolute certainty in traveling inside the unknown realm environment of the gateway door. He calmly recalled the materials needed to concoct this elixir, once more realizing he only had very limited attempts. There was a unique material, soul ash of the divine jade, that he only had 6 of, meaning he had 6 tries. And that was after scouring for it for years from various markets, offering obscene prices. If there was more, it simply wasn't in the hands of anyone knowledgeable of its value. He decided to concoct this heaven-defying product. If he succeeded. Chapter 384, 380, Meeting of the Sages. Chapter 384, 380, Meeting of the Sages. The Myriad Monarch sect as of late had become a beacon of change and development, encapsulating the future. With the news of Wei Wuin's acquiring of the Alchemist Association spread, the world couldn't help but simmer in anticipation. There were numerous vibrant discussions from vivacious women and high-spirited men on who will be the next realm lord of the Starfield. With their ascension, the cascading effect of the Myriad Monarch sect's indomitable rise would be written in stone. While the world was experiencing a noticeable shift, the Myriad Monarch sect's 5 grand imperial sages assembled within a particularly impressive sky palace. Settled on the 8th level of the sky layer. Directly above the extreme imperial mountain, the meeting was ongoing. A large round table separated the 5. They stood on sides and formed a perfect circle with 5 symmetrical points. Tua Bihan faintly seemed to be positioned within the leader position, his aura thrumming with extraordinary power. As a newly ascended realm lord, he hadn't been able to control the vast and impressive spatial energies within his body, causing faint ripples to emit from him at times. As it did, Zen, the Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme Imperial Mountain and overseer of the law and order of the sect, would squint her reptilian eyes. A wisp of envy would flit through those eyes. Tua Bihan had a faint smile, careless and lazy, seemingly not changing from before. He still wore his signature gray robes, sported his gray hair, and had a lazy demeanor, but that intertwined with his powerful aura made him feel imposing instead. Finished handling the matter of the survivors. They're being treated by our top medical sages. Furthermore, Heavenly King Wei has provided numerous 7-grade life rejuvenating products. They should all make a full recovery after a year or 2. Yaozhen gave out his report, clearly feeling a little out of sorts as he spoke in a semi-fluid formal tone. The event wasn't the issue, but his duty of handling this task. As a demon and the newest Grand Imperial Sage, he wasn't typically one to handle this, but it was Wei Wuyan's request, so he tried his best. Fortunately, this was a matter that needed mere overseeing, as he was not one typically handling logistics. With a faint sigh at the end, Yaozhen's eyes of violet flame trembled slightly. Tua Bihan smiled at Yaozhen, a hint of pride in his eyes. Zen coughed lightly, good. Her eyes glanced at Tua Bihan, and her face became somewhat unsightly, a mixture being not knowing whether to cry or laugh. She could only take a deep breath and say, besides the matter of the survivors of the chill incident, we should discuss the regulation of the myriad monarch sect's rules. As you all know, the ranking of sages are determined by the highest phase cultivator present within the sect. Before, the highest standard was the 6th stage of the astral core realm, the gravity emission phase, and so the highest official ranking set that as a precedent. With the ascension of Grand Sage Tua, we'll have to reassign the power structure of the sect, upping the overall standard of acceptance, as according to the sect's rules. With those at the 7th stage of the astral core realm, the realm world phase, also known as realm lords, being the entry requirements to the Grand Imperial Sage rank. This means all elders, disciples, and sages will have a change in entry requirement, thereby shifting the power of authority. Zen said, her voice turned a little monotone at this point. This was the way of the sect and has been for a while, having experienced this shift quite regularly. Typically, this was merely for the decreasing quality of the sect, so this will be the first time it was used to alleviate the ranking requirements. Ji Changkong's expression contorted slightly, his emotions quite complex after hearing this. Qin Rui sighed, but showed no resistance. Yaozhen pouted a little, but he remained silent. This was a rule established by the founding monarch Wu Yu to deal with the inevitable consequences of the King of Everlore's departure. He was keenly aware that the sect would decrease in quality, and so would the overall world. At the height of the myriad monarch sect, the lowest type of elder, mortal captain rank elders, had the entry requirement of the 4th stage of the astral core realm, spatial resonance phase. While nascent dust and mortal common disciples hadn't changed, the requirement to be an earthly warrior disciples were the 3rd stage of the astral core realm, and sky nobles were the 5th stage of the astral core realm. Heavenly kings, this demonically talented and highest form of disciple, had to be a realm lord before the age of 500. The overall standard of cultivation during the King of Everlore era was simply that high. A clear reflection difference between now and then. The Imperial Sages, Primal Imperial Sages, and Grand Imperial Sages were held to an even higher standard, with the cutoff being Realm Lord, Time Lord, and Star Lord level respectively. With these rules finally brought up, the 5 Grand Imperial Sages would be reduced to 1, Tua Bihan. As the only Realm Lord present, he would be the only one who can officially have such a high level of power of authority. The 5 individuals were all extremely talented, having their fair share of fortuitous encounters and events happen to them, but this position that fought, bled, cried, and killed for would soon be stripped from them. But they held no animosity towards Tua Bihan, only frustrated envy. This wasn't a rule he had even brought up, clearly not minding if they were to ignore it, but there was already talks. There were numerous elders and sages who sought to elevate the sect, wishing to reverse the sect's failings with this display. It was to show the world that the standard of quality in the myriad monarch sect had risen. Zen began to list off the changes that would happen with this, including the demotion of a few imperial sages and prime imperial sages. For example, mortal captain rank elders would no longer have an entry of the first stage of astral core realm. While the upper limit of the third stage will remain, the second stage would be the entry requirement. Roughly 60% of all elders were about to be demoted to an honorary elder-like position with very little power of authority. The landscape of the entire sect was about to shift. Does anyone have any input? Zen inquired. None of them had. It was merely regulations and rules, a type of way to keep the peace and order of the sect. Seeing no objections, she nodded. Then, the order will be placed into effect over the course of the coming weeks, giving transitional time, during which, the power of authority will be given a waning influence to prevent radical abuse out of desperation. As for Grand Imperial Sage Qin Rui, Grand Imperial Sage Ji Changkong, Grand Imperial Sage Yao Zhen, and myself, Grand Imperial Sage Zen, will be considered as prime Imperial Sages from henceforth. Furthermore, we'll no longer possess full authority over our respective extreme mountains, regulated to overseers until a Grand Imperial Sage of appropriate level is selected. Until then, Grand Imperial Sage Tua Bihan will have full authority over the extreme Pentadao Mountains and their subsequent duties. Ji Changkong bitterly smiled. Knowing it and hearing it, they truly hit a little too different. Zen then unexpectedly turned to Tua Bihan, Grand Sage Tua. Tua Bihan maintained his lazy smile. He was under no pressure, fully going to delegate the duties of overseeing the mountains to their former Grand Imperial Sages. He enjoyed a comfortable life, so he barely managed his own mountain, let alone willing to for the others. I must ask, how did you ascend, becoming a realm lord? This question perked up everyone present, even Qin Rui. This was a question on everybody's mind. After all, Tua Bihan was a purist cultivator and he was less powerful than that legendary purist of the Sacred Light Palace, and the latter failed miserably. How did he succeed? Tua Bihan's brows faintly lifted, but it wasn't a secret. With Wei Wuyin not restricting his right to speak of certain matters, he was free to say what he wanted. As for this, it truly wasn't much to remain a secret. The world already had an inclination as to how, so why keep the suspense? Do you guys know of the Spiritual World Ascension Elixir and the Spatial World Ascension Elixir? They are high-tier and peak-tier alchemical products, capable of further refining one's soul idol and spatial resonance, reaching a higher level post-ascension. Zen gasped lightly. The others wore shocked expressions. How could they not know about these legendary elixirs that were heaven-defying? The alchemic Tao was renowned for its abilities to redefine an individual's talent and foundation, and these two elixirs were ample examples of how it was done in the astral core realm. It was rumored that a sufficiently good quality version of these products can elevate a 6-ring soul idol and 6-ripple spatial resonance to 9. Tua Bihan then explained what had happened. Then, he faintly revealed the 9 rings and 9 spatial rings of his cultivation base. This left them stupefied. Qin Rui's heart clenched in disbelief, an explosive shock was erupting in her heart. Wei Wuyin concocted them for you. She was so shocked that she called Wei Wuyin by his direct name, but no one besides Tua Bihan noticed and he didn't care. Even if Tua Bihan decided to concoct these products, he might take decades and only produce impure quality products. While they were aware of Wei Wuin's heaven-defying talent, much like the King of Everlores, they couldn't help but still find it incredibly shocking. It was hard to rid one's mind of preconceptions long since accepted since the beginning of their cultivation. Tua Bihan nodded, not denying it. Wei Wuyin hadn't changed his grade of light energies because that was permanently set. Even the refraction world light elixir offered no help in this regard. The only foundational factors of cultivation phases that could be changed retroactively was the soul idol and spatial resonance. These two tribulations left the body with unrefined energies that can be used to extract their latent potential. I see. Zen's expression was a little ugly. She recalled her assault and berating of Wei Wuyin during that moment in the hall, her expression twisting a little more. She had a relatively decent relationship with Wei Wuyin, even having him give her little requests here and there, but after that incident, there were no requests given to her. She received no more products for her descendants or herself, leaving her certain that her actions had left her out of his favor. A similar thought emerged in Ji Changkong's mind, realizing that standing by Long Chen had caused a noticeable change in treatment by Wei Wuin's envoys. Qin Rui frowned. While she wasn't in the same position as them, still receiving requests from his subordinates, also receiving some 6th grade and 7th grade essence-based products, she had chosen to remain chaste and uninvolved. While she had her own pride, for some reason she felt that it was very unlikely that Wei Wuyin would invest into her. While Wei Wuyin would respect her choice thoroughly, likely to feel that her integrity and manner of carrying herself was worth investing in, he wasn't aware of it. At this moment, she bore no difference than the others. And it was unlikely she would speak to him about this matter directly, it'll just come off very odd. I've decided not to be your woman, remaining chaste until I desire otherwise. There was no man that wouldn't find that strange and somewhat offensive. It had to come from a third party, and even then it had to be said correctly so as to portray her in a good light while avoiding insulting the other party. But this belief of hers was confirmed after Yao Zhen, the only one who was actually given a little more duties than before. You've joined Wei Wuyin's faction. His words were sudden, prompting the others to turn their eyes over. Tua Bihan didn't hide it. Just like the king of Everlore in the past, only those he invested in due to whatever reasons were capable of ascending beyond the astral core realm. There was very little difference in today's climate. Nodding, he said, the little boss has a way with words. Since he needed me, I answered the call. While he was faintly speaking in a joking manner, he couldn't help but glance at Qin Rui. Her decision meant cutting off her path to a mystic ascendant. There was no reason Wei Wuyin would randomly decide to invest in someone who wasn't loyal to him nor thoroughly invest in those who aren't his direct subordinates or women. Even if he had a million 8th grade products, this just won't change. As for the wanton spread of products, if they all had to compete, they might not even be able to afford it as they fought off the others in the starfield. They could only wait until Wei Wuyin placed some products of a high grade in the mission rewards batch, which will be fought over with even greater ferocity. As for just asking, if it was so simple, everyone would have done so. He had once brought up Qin Rui and Yao Zhen in conversation, saying they had good talent but a weak foundation due to the era, but Wei Wuyin merely smiled it off. It wasn't cold, it was practical, thus, he understood. Yao Zhen's pair of violet flame eyes grew in intensity, betraying his interest. There was a difference between being loyal to Wei Wuyin and loyal to the sect. Due to the rules, the Grand Monarch lineage would always be the prime rulers of the sect, and unless someone destroys it, that's how it'll be. Zhen's breathing became somewhat heavy, a wisp of regret within her eyes. With her foundation, she would certainly die challenging the realm world astral tribulation. A forlorn expression emerged on her face. Tua Bihan realized that, besides Yao Zhen, everyone else had become quiet and emotional. He was speechless, uncertain what to say. He couldn't help but think, is this how those during the King of Everlore's era felt? He randomly wondered if there were other cultivation societies beyond the Dark Void, if they were as reliant on alchemists as them. Let's discuss the gateway door's finalizing date and conditions. Deciding to change the subject, he brought up the gateway door, a topic that had been discussed for so long. It was approaching the time for the Elemental Heaven Pavilion and Myriad Monarch sect to send their members to scour the unknown. Chapter 385, 381, Trial of the Divine King. Chapter 385, 381, Trial of the Divine King. As the world underwent a noticeable shift, preparing for the shift of the next great era, the Elemental Heaven Pavilion had two individuals that weren't as concerned. In a particular palace in the Elemental Heaven Pavilion, on planet Divine Element, these two figures were quietly situated. One of these figures, a male youth, was in the lotus position while cultivating. 9 differently colored streams of watery lights were swarming around him like butterflies. Opening his mouth, breathing in, the 9 streams converged before him, merging together until they became white. Then, they entered his mouth with great precision. After a swallowing motion, a light breath was released from the male youth. When he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of gray irises in a sea of pristine white, his pupils flashed with white light. After this, he stretched out his arms, inducing a series of popping noises from his bones. With a relieved moan, he smiled while observing his hands, turning them over and clenching them. With just that clench, a forceful amount of power was released, causing the air to distort slightly. The other figure was a woman, still sporting scarlet hair and a veil that concealed her every expression. She was quietly observing Lin Ming. After he concluded his cultivation, she said, "You've improved greatly." Lin Ming stood up, grinning after the praise. "It's been difficult," he said, remaining humble and modest, but only he knew the truth in his heart. Senior Sister Lin silently frowned as she said with a hint of emotion, "Cultivation is difficult." Those 3 words were the holy mantra to every cultivator, and you'll only truly understand it when you embark on the path of cultivation. Your innate talent can only get you so far. Your environment can only get you so far. Your teachers can only get you so far. When she thought of this, she faintly sighed with melancholy. Lin Ming noticed this, turning and realizing his senior sister was feeling quite complex. Something wrong? Asking, he walked closer to her. She didn't react to this, merely responding, "I hope you succeed in obtaining the complete inheritance of Master. If not, you might realize how difficult cultivation can become." While she didn't mean any ill will with saying this, these words carried heavily ominous implications. Lin Ming was startled. "What do you mean?" Senior Sister Lin merely shook her head, changing the subject. "What harvest have you obtained from fighting Zuhai?" Lin Ming frowned, realizing that his senior sister seemed to be a little different today. He decided to answer her questions and not pry too deeply. "I've gained numerous insights into the execution of spiritual strength. I've never realized how it can be used to integrate and infect the spiritual aura of others. When I fought him, he used his unique intents of battle and slaughter to cause my spiritual aura to fluctuate wildly, even causing me to struggle to maintain control. Still, it reduced my fighting strength by 20%. The elemental origin intent is a part of the material Tao, not the ethereal Tao like battle and slaughter, so I've gained more insights into the difference and how that applies to the aspects of spirituality, such as spiritual strength, spiritual aura, and spiritual sense. My own elemental origin intent is more adept at suppressing energies and bringing the world's power to my use. I balanced out the difference there." As he explained a little bit of his absorbed insights, he furrowed his brows. Zuhai was a monstrously strong cultivator, and while he was older than him by nearly 200 years, he was incredibly powerful and talented. He possessed 2 intents and an astonishing powerful physical body. That was the greatest fight he'd experienced since entering cultivation, a true high-level battle. Senior Sister Lin nodded in approval. The difference between ethereal intent and material intent was a holistic principle that could define battles. It was similar to the usage of internal power and external power, influencing them respectively. While these intents can affect both sides, it wasn't nearly as great. But if I can complete my elemental origin intent, I'll be able to eclipse its spiritual influence, even negate it entirely. Lin Ming added, feeling like his path hadn't ended. Senior Sister Lin nodded. Elemental origin intent is a high-level fusion-type intent. You're still far off from completing it, bringing it to the next level, but if you can, you'll certainly become Master's chosen. Her eyes behind the veil shone with an impassioned light. But thinking how difficult it was to complete elemental origin intent, that light dimmed. Lin Ming's confidence wasn't diminished by his senior sister's words, only feeling that he still had some more work to do. As for the term chosen, he felt a wave of anticipation in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior Sister Lin, why did Master choose to pick his chosen in this starfield? Why not where he comes from? Isn't the environment better, serving as a benefit to nurture greater talents?" Senior Sister Lin was a little dismayed at this, not reproaching Lin Ming for still referring to her master as master despite not being officially accepted. She quietly said, he has. No, he is using the Eternal Sky Starfield as the main area to select talents. But he was born here, raised here, and he had established a chosen trial before he departed. This is why I'm here, inspecting the chosen trial he left behind to ensure it remains active. If it wasn't for those despicable people ambushing me, I would have only inspected it to ensure nothing was wrong and then left right after. But I suffered injuries, met you, and now you're on this path. Fate is quite interesting, no? I don't know if I should thank them for helping discover you or not. You've reached levels on your own with very little instruction, but in a better environment with higher-level teachings, very few have reached your level. But remember, this trial was his first, but it might be even more difficult than the ones in the True Element sect. This is because the trial was established based on the standards of this Starfield's golden age, when Master acted under the name of the Divine King, and the insides are still developing. In fact, you might find yourself a competitor within the trial. Master liked to do this, and that person might very well be stronger than the present you. As she said these words, explained these things, Lin Ming's expression couldn't help but change. While he felt a bit of pride, he also felt a bit of pressure from her words. He might have to deal with a challenger inside the trial. Also, the standards of the Golden Age. He felt his fighting spirit wildly blaze. He clenched his fist, looking at it as if it contained his hopes and dreams. I'll become a chosen of the True Element sect. Everything else can only be my stepping stone to the peak. Senior Sister Lin lifted her gaze and quietly murmured in an uncertain voice that no one but her could hear, "You might have a competitor outside too." When she thought about the recent changes to the starfield, the era of the Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn, she couldn't help but feel unknown emotions. She knew in her heart that Wei Wuyin couldn't be compared to the mythic figure of the King of Everlore. It was impossible, and the only reason he could claim victory against the so-called Princess of Everlore was because of poor instruction and the flaws in her alchemic astral soul. But he did have elemental origin intent. If he entered the trial, knowing her master's mysterious and cunning ways to handle things, they might very well clash. There can only be one victor within the trial. Chapter 386, 382, Soul Deity Invoker Elixir. Chapter 386, 382, Soul Deity Invoker Elixir. Within the thoroughly sealed area of Wei Wuyin's alchemy room, there were several exquisite lines of light that flowed from the walls, floor, and ceiling in a beautiful array of multicolored light streams. These streams contained an aura of extreme sharpness alongside a distinctive aura of alchemic energies. They were like fireflies as they circulated at the edges of the room, while a gorgeous manifestation of a planet, solar star, and lunar satellite was seemingly merged into one. These light streams belonged to Wei Wuyin's saber formation designed to restrict the expansion of the unique phenomenon conjured when a 9th-grade product reached completion, the stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign. It was this custom-made formation infused with the free-flowing oppressive powers of the saber alongside alchemic energy's ability of containment. He had to also exert his incredible control over the world's ambient mana to pacify it. If it wasn't for all these qualities, he would find it extremely difficult to prevent the stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign from erupting. After deploying the formation, Wei Wuyin was capable of freely concocting these products without fear of causing an uproar with each success. At the moment, he stood before his 9-element eclipse cauldron with an unsightly and contemplative expression. His lips twitched as he observed an item floating within his cauldron's empty space. After a helpless sigh was released, he made a grabbing gesture towards the air and brought the object into his grasp. It levitated just an inch away from his palm. The object was a single drop of cyan-colored liquid that seemed to contain a myriad of images and variations of these images within. It moved and twisted on its own, as if it had its own will and sentience. It was as if it had its own soul. As he inspected it, how it possessed its own power, and its spiritual aura that caused his soul to seemingly feel extremely exhilarated at the mere sight of it, he couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. This was the Soul Deity Invoker Elixir, a high-tier, 9th-grade elixir. This was the first high-tier product of the 9th grade that he concocted, and he expected that with the rise of his cultivation base, he would have an easy time concocting this product. After all, he only had 6 soul ashes of the divine jade, and there was no extrapolation of more during the alchemy process. He needed to use the entire speck of ash in the concoction process. But reality was rather harsh. His emotions were feeling rather helpless and a little disappointed because he had just finished all 6 concoctions, but he had outright failed 5 of them. If it wasn't for his insights into his failures of the first 5, his ability to adapt incredibly swiftly, he might have failed all of them. He thought that the difficulty between a low-tier and high-tier 9th-grade product would only be increased by a few times, capable of being offset by his own cultivation improvements, but it wasn't. It was almost 1,000 times more difficult. He was extremely surprised by this development, feeling as if it was absolutely outrageous. He had numerous advantages during the concoction process, such as the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity, zenith origin soul's mana influence, an alchemic astral soul supported by 3 other impressive astral souls, and an unfathomably deep comprehension of alchemy. With these advantages, he couldn't fathom its difficulty would rise so abruptly from a single tier. I wonder how other mortal sovereigns like the King of Everlore were capable of overcoming this issue. He muttered under his breath in heartfelt admiration. The King of Everlore had devised and concocted the Ever-Rebirth Pill, a peak-tier pill that could even reconstruct the physical body of a mystic Ascendant Realm cultivator. It took him 20 years to develop and concoct it according to the records and Wu Yu, making Wei Wuyin feel awed by his feat. This concoction process of 6 products was completed in a month's worth of time, and it was the longest concoction he'd ever done. He had to take it slow to gather sufficient information on each concoction and attempt to avoid any mistakes. There were details within the concoction process that, even though his celestial eyes could perceive, he couldn't make heads or tails of without studying it thoroughly. There were even unique explanations he had to devise to overcome certain challenges, displaying his impeccable ingenuity and ability to grow as an alchemist. He withdrew a jade vial that was etched with a profound formation. The vial could only contain an ounce of liquid, a reflection of one complete elixir. The drop of cyan liquid flowed into it and transformed into an exact ounce of liquid. He inspected the vial for a while, only heavily sighing after observing its calm state. He wasn't certain if it truly had a soul-like quality and it'll develop sentience. While he'd never experienced it before, there were rumors that products could gain an elementary sentient will if of a high enough grade. He faintly suspected only peak tier or mystic rank alchemical products could do so by either touching upon the mortal limits or exceeding it. Only one. This was the first time he had a complete and utter lack of materials to freely concoct. One of the main characteristics of the cultivation world was its excessive abundance of materials and herbs, but most of these materials and herbs were volatile and required specific cultivation methods to digest and refine. Otherwise, one had to use the alchemic Tao to make it gentle enough and easy to refine for all cultivators. However, he discovered that high-end resources like the soul ash of divine jade were still extremely rare due to its unique creation requirements. It required a failed soul impartation of the heavens. The area or item would then leave a speck of spiritual ash that would linger for 1,000 years, creating a unique environment that could allow cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm to easily reach the Qi condensation realm via interacting with their own souls. While its uses were very low grade, it was extremely rare. That being said, he had numerous other supplementary and core materials to make dozens, if not hundreds, more. It was simply that single material that was extremely rare. Now he was met with a dilemma: who would receive it? He had 4 astral souls yet one completed product. Fortunately, he could mobilize the entire starfield in hopes of acquiring more, but that might take time to gather. The venture into the gateway door officially starts in a few weeks, giving him very limited time. Despite having already given out the order halfway through this month of concoction, there was no news as of yet. This meant it might take a few months or even a year or two. Fortunately, the unrefined manifested spirit energy and fragments of the soul pulse ring would remain until the realm world phase ascension, so he had an enormous amount of time to scour the worlds. Furthermore, he had immense influence and could mobilize the entire starfield off his name. He had offered incredibly gracious rewards for obtaining it, such as great astral sea pills, and low-tier, 8th grade foundation product that helped him reach the 1 centimeter size of his astral core. A frenzy was certainly being created due to it. There's only one vial, who's getting it? I'll let you 4 decide, Wei Wuyin communicated with his 4 astral souls, leaving the decision in their hands. Eden always refined products last, so its silence was thoroughly understood by everyone. With it bowing out automatically, the other 3 were left to decide. But yeah, I want. Ori wasn't as patient, being extremely direct with its wants. Its excited yelps were quite cute, causing Wei Wuyin to chuckle. I am the void. Time is within my will. There is no difference between now and an eternity, Kratos scoffed in refusal. While it spouted absolute nonsense that didn't really make sense, like usual, it was clearly refusing to take the elixir first. TCH. King said only his signature sound before retrieving his aura and connection, a clear sign of its refusal to jump at being first. Perhaps it was its pride, perhaps it was something more. Wei Wuyin faintly smiled as he felt their true thoughts, his heart warmed as he inspected Ori. There was no way any of his astral souls would compete with Ori, especially considering how they were so protective of it during the Soul Pulse manifestation tribulation. Despite being the oldest, it was often treated as the youngest and most precious member of the 4. He felt it had to do with its personality that seemingly lacked a strong will, being playful and easily excitable. While Eden was the most responsible and seemingly caretaker of the other's needs, a likely attribute born due to its intelligence, allowing it to take lead in their escapades. The other 2 were more like odd brothers, with King arrogant edginess and Kratos' propensity to spout utter unintelligible nonsense. Both of which had difficulty conveying their thoughts as clearly and freely as Ori. Ori, you're up. Wei Wuyin smilingly declared. Yay. Me first. Me first. Me first. Ori externalized, appearing as a small star of white light with infinite activity and variations on its surface. Its spirited air was quite extraordinary, but what was shocking was its size. Unlike before when it was 1 centimeter in size, it was clearly bigger now. After ascending to the third stage of the astral core realm, manifesting a soul idol, the limitations of his cultivation base for astral force quality had been lifted, allowing a new and higher limit to form. With all the pre-prepared great sea astral pills and other mental, physical, and spiritual energies amplification products, he was quickly pushing his astral cores to their limits once more. He wondered what size the end result will be. Ori swooped in while he was distracted by his whimsical thoughts and absorbed the vial, bottle, and all. Wei Wuyan's lips twitched. That was expensive. Chapter 387, 383, Alchemist Association Headquarters. Chapter 387, 383, Alchemist Association Headquarters. Time flowed on and there was merely 7 days left before the Gateway Door expedition was to be held, causing the myriad Monarch sect and Elemental Heaven Pavilion to be raving with activity to prepare their disciples. No one knew of the dangers that might be met within or if it'll be a disaster or an opportunity for these disciples. It was this sensation of venturing into the unknown that invigorated the spirits of these disciples, believing that the unknown always held extreme riches waiting to be plundered. After all, gateway doors were merely spatial entrances that led to tiny worlds that were formed by realm lords or higher. Realm lords were renowned for their worldly domain and spatial force, and with the latter, they could slice into the folds of space and isolate an area sufficient to house a tiny world. These tiny worlds were divided into 2 types, secret realms and world realms. The secret realms were often the locations that realm lords, time lords, and star lords established as the storage unit for their storage rings. There were very few true spatial rings in existence, such as Wei Wuyan's, that contained their own independent realms. Storage rings were mobile keys and doors to locations in the real world, and acted as miniature-like void gates that brought items and objects from one location to the other. It was extremely easy to fashion. Even chi condensation cultivators can form a small, elementary formation using space-attributed essence stones and materials. These secret realms often contain an unfathomable amount of wealth and resources within. Those left by ancient experts who had their storage rings destroyed or simply died without extracting everything, leaving growing herbs behind. This was the case for some secret realms left behind by ancient experts from older eras, and the 4 hegemonic forces had these uniquely constructed secret realms as well where they safely stored their most precious objects and wealth. This was their vault. The second, world realms, were true tiny worlds that could range from the size of a continental flat Earth or a planet with its own ecosystem, but it required an extreme amount of effort and resources to establish. These realms were often used as a training field for disciples or an escape plan for the expert's lineage. The 4 hegemonic forces had several gateway doors leading to secret and world realms established by Wu Yu and the other Grand Monarchs, and the secret realms stored all their most valuable treasures and legacies, while world realms contained their descendants or training locations. If the forces were ever besieged and destroyed one day, they could retreat within and survive in secret. Finding gateway doors was exceptionally difficult. It required a little bit of luck and a sufficient cultivation base that rivaled its creator. Even then, it might take up to a century of searching to accurately pinpoint it. Only those who had the means to find it or knew its location could find it with ease. Therefore, everyone was extremely excited about this gateway door, knowing that regardless of the reason for its construction, they won't suffer a loss as long as they had a little bit of luck. After all, training locations or storages of treasures were the dreams for cultivators. While this event neared, there was a planet within the starfield called Myriad Transformations. It was small in size, having a diameter of 20,000 kilometers. There were some flat continental Earths, such as the Myriad Your continent, that had larger surface areas. From afar, it held a unique beauty as its waters reflected a crystalline light. It looked like a jewel in the far distance, precious and beautiful. It was named after the founder of the Alchemist Association, and it was said to have been created by his request using the effort of numerous Star Lords. There were numerous Star Lords of the old era that had tried their hands at creating a planet, but many failed. There were even some mystic ascendants that hadn't achieved this feat. Even the Bloodforge Emperor only successfully constructed a continent for his descendants, the Bloodforge continent. The name, Myriad Transformations, was called this due to the alchemist title of the founder, the Myriad Transformations All-Alchemist. He was one of the few alchemists, alongside the King of Everlore, that held the right to obtain the all attached to their title. It meant they had the ability to concoct each of the 4 products to their grade with astonishing success rates. Only the most talented and extraordinary alchemists of their generation can obtain that prefix. Unfortunately, the myriad transformations all alchemist was born after the King of Everlore had long since departed. He was recorded as an emperor alchemist with an alchemic soul, having never ascended to the astral core realm due to his lack of a Everlore ascension. Pill. The Alchemist Association had been built by him as a way to protect alchemists who sought the alchemic Tao, braving the weakness of an alchemic soul. He had forged numerous Star Lords in his limited lifespan, establishing connections that would last for millennia to come. As it still stood today, remaining as a neutral force, this was evidence of its legacy. Furthermore, it was said that the Alchemist Association was the only reason that the Cultivation Society hadn't devolved further. If he hadn't forged loyal cultivators to protect alchemists, who knew what could have happened? There were even faint whispers of forcing others to cultivate alchemic souls to mass-produce products, making pill slaves. If it wasn't for the Alchemist Association, no, the myriad transformations all alchemists foresight, who knew what would have happened to the alchemic Tao? He was widely heralded by alchemists as the savior of the alchemic Tao. It was woefully unfortunate that his cultivation was limited, making his life exceptionally short. The headquarters of the Alchemist Association was located on myriad transformations and had been since it was formed. Despite its small size, none of the hegemonic forces would underestimate its planetary formation. With the wealth of alchemists, they certainly had the most complex and invested formation that had been worked on by generations of elite formationists through the eras. On this planet, there was a void gate before a grand tower that touched the clouds. The tower was white with various beautiful markings of 7 different colors that correlated to the alchemic Tao over its surface. It glimmered with a faint radiance that made it seem like a holy object descended from beyond the heavens. There were tens of thousands of alchemists dressed in uniform robes standing before the void gate, many squirmed about in anxiety. On their uniforms was the elegant embroidery of a cauldron shooting out stars. They anxiously looked at the void gate as if expecting the arrival of a great figure. With their current orderly formation and proper wear, they were well prepared for a grand welcome. At the forefront of this group was a handsome middle-aged male with a seemingly unshakable calm disposition and lofty demeanor. He stood upright, as if pride and tranquility was etched into his very bones. His pair of cyan eyes and short golden hair paired extremely well with his milky white skin and pointed ears. As an elf, he was a fine member of his species. Beside him was a young elven woman with a veil concealing her outstanding looks, as if trying to spare the pain of men and women alike who saw her but were unable to even touch. Her daintily slim form and ample bosoms allowed her too to be a fine member of her species. Qingye Yun and Qingye Ying were calmly observing the void gate. While normally a void gate was a one-way portal, if there were restrictive formations set on the planet to prevent abrupt invasions and one did not have a unique void disk to bypass this formation, they would need to connect 2 void gates together. This was why they were all here, all waiting for a single person to arrive. Various sounds resounded from the void gate, causing the hearts of those present to clench. The initiation of various internal gears were seemingly spinning and formations were revolving. The void gate started to flash with silver light, and its silver arc's empty space started to rapidly flash with colorful, dazzlingly attractive lights. A thin, multicolored curtain started to descend from the top of the arc to the floor. If anyone was sensitive to bright and colorful lights and were prone to seizures, these flashing lights would induce them with 100% certainty. A figure soon emerged from this curtain. A collective gasp and various murmurs sounded. As the figure emerged, its silver eyes swept the surrounding curiously. "I'm finally here," the figure whispered as its eyes were attracted to the giant silver tower that radiated a majestic holiness. Qingye Yun's emotions stirred, but in the end, he calmly smiled and said respectfully with a slight bow. "The Alchemist Association's Grand Association Master, Qingye Yun. Greets Ascendant Emperor Wei. Welcome." Qingye Ying followed directly after. "The Alchemist Association's Saintess, Qingye Ying, greets Ascendant Emperor Wei. Welcome." Then, a collective kneel resounded from the alchemists of all ages, races, and genders. It was as if there was no difference between them as they were one, those who pursued the alchemic Tao. "The Alchemist Association greets the Ascendant Emperor, welcome." They shouted in practiced unison, creating an awe-inspiring scene. With all of them kneeling, it was extremely impressive. Wei Wuin's robes fluttered from the sheer wind generated by their voices. A faint smile formed on his face, and what a welcome it is. Chapter 388, 384, Myriad Transformations Tower. Chapter 388, 384, Myriad Transformations Tower. Experiencing the grand welcome ceremony performed by the Alchemist Association left Wei Wuin smacking his lips in awe and admiration. He knew this wasn't simply due to the merger into his faction, but a wholehearted display of respect and reverence they held towards him and his identity as an alchemist. The void gate behind him started to wind down, the colorful veil dissipating like smoke against a strong wind. Its deactivation signified that there would be no newcomers. This surprised Qin Yeyun deeply. He stared at Wei Wuin's tall and imposing figure. Did he not bring Grand Sage Tuo? His expression betrayed his skepticism despite his usual calm demeanor. Wei Wuin was a marvelous talent, and within his realm of cultivation, his foundation was unimaginably deep and unmatched in this era, but he still traveled here alone. If they had any ill intent. Wei Wuin ignored Qin Yeyun's wandering thoughts, inspecting the magnificent silver tower before him. He had read about this tower that represented one of the greatest alchemists in the Starfield's history, the Myriad Transformations All-Alchemist. While it was rumored his cultivation base was rather lacking, his skill, innovation, foresight, intelligence, and gumption was not. He had seen the potential for ruin that might plague alchemists and forged a force that could safeguard and represent the rights of alchemists. This force would later become the foremost authority on the alchemic Tao beyond the King of Everlore's era. While there were evil cultivators that sought to use ill means to gain strength, there wasn't a force in this world that would conceive the notion of forcefully enslaving alchemists due to its presence. As for the tower, it didn't simply represent the Myriad Transformations All-Alchemist, it signified the freedom to pursue the alchemic Tao. While Wei Wuin revered the King of Everlore for his talent and revolutionary influence surpassing eras, he deeply respected the Myriad Transformations All-Alchemist in a far greater capacity. In history, the King of Everlore was notoriously selfish, only supporting forces and individuals he'd taken a liking to. This was a well-known fact and practice still used by alchemists today. While these figures later defined the next coming eras, the Myriad Transformations All-Alchemist was selfless and expressed unity and togetherness for all alchemists. The Alchemist Association was proof of that and the inherent difference between these two extraordinary figures. The very culture of alchemists today only existed due to the existence of the Myriad Transformations All-Alchemist. Therefore, he silently paid his respects to the tower as he observed it with radiant eyes. Only after a long moment did he return his gaze to the kneeling alchemists. With a faint smile, he said, "You may all rise. I, Wei Wuin, thank you for your gracious welcome. Allow me to offer my own greetings." He clasped his hands, bowing slightly to these alchemists and the tower before him. As he did, the kneeling alchemists were initially startled by his gesture, but a faint glimmer of respect and appreciation emerged in their bright and shocked eyes. They hadn't expected the Ascendant Emperor of Neodawn to reveal such a humble side. A few who worshipped the image and idea of Wei Wuin felt their eyes swell with hot tears, feeling as if the saying often passed from the wise that idols never matched one's expectations were sometimes and rightly false. It was a small gesture, but one that wouldn't be forgotten. Qin Yeyun smiled with heart. He realized that Wei Wuin was simply saying that he trusted them by coming here alone, and it caused him to feel a little reproach for his own thoughts. What ill intent would they possibly have? In this starfield, alchemists might compete, but they were bound by a sense of unity and a pursuit of a great Tao. Qin Yeyun gestured as he said, "Ascendant Emperor Wei, this way." His hands shifted and the gathering of alchemists parted a path leading to the entrance of the tower. Wei Wuin stepped forward and walked this parted path. Qin Yeyun and Qin Yeying followed along, their eyes revealing a hint of rare and raw emotions. A few of the older, more involved, alchemists were similarly emotional. Wei Wuin could even glean a wisp of hopefulness within their eyes, prodding his curiosity. It didn't take long before he entered the tower and was met with an extremely luxurious sight. He hadn't noticed from afar, but when he saw the faint shimmer of seven-colored light from the floor, he realized the floor had been forged from astral stones refined by alchemic energies and intermixed with a unique earthly enriched stone. Just the feeling of walking invigorated the senses, stimulating one's cultivation. For an alchemist, they would feel at home. He swept his eyes and observed the walls, noting they were similarly refined but with a variety of different elemental energies. This place wasn't just suitable for the alchemic Tao but for overall cultivation. The price to construct such a high-quality foundation was likely incredible. He saw thick, decorative pillars with characters etched on each of its 4 sides that released a faint glow. He noticed there were 7 pillars and they pierced through the bottom floor all the way up, likely to the last, acting as the supporting beams of the tower. When he observed these characters, he realized each pillar had a character that signified one of the aspects of the alchemical process. Amazed, he used his celestial gaze to inspect them. He realized these pillars were interconnected further down, likely reaching the very core of the planet. Only then was he enlightened that this was likely the central formation core for the planetary formation. With that in mind, he held even more awe in his heart. There were other decorative items on the first floor, including statues depicting alchemic emperors from past and present. He even saw Tuo Bihan's likeness on one of these statues. It seemed to de-age him by roughly 20 to 30 years, revealing a sporty and muscular man. This was completely different from his slim and old appearance today. Qing Ying arrived beside Wei Wuyin. Her tone was neutral, neither subservient nor overbearing. The myriad Tower of 7 Paths is the true headquarters of the Alchemist Associations. As long as it stands, so will the Alchemist Association. A hint of pride leaked from her voice, betraying a smile beneath her veil. Impressive, Wei Wuyin commented simply. Qing Ying frowned slightly, but she remained silent. There was a hint of discontent towards Wei Wuyin, seemingly seeking a more odd reaction. Unfortunately, Wei Wuyin was too enthralled with inspecting the contents and depth of the tower, exploring its mysteries revealed by his celestial eyes. Qing Yun and Qing Ying escorted him to a hall, traveling to what seemed like an isolated box embedded into a wall. They walked into this box, prompting him to follow. With curiosity in his mind, he followed along. Thun. A sudden sound erupted, with a faint shifting movement of the box. Then, shocked by this development, the open portion of the wall seemingly closed, sealing the 3 inside. But Wei Wuyin wasn't panicked by this, merely inspecting the 2 with him. Seeing how they were calm, with Qing Ying stealing a glance at his reactions, he didn't ask any questions. He hadn't waited for long when he felt a feeling of being in motion. He was traveling upwards. This lasted for a few seconds before the wall separated into 2 portions, revealing a new scenery. With his celestial eyes, he realized that the area they were in was hollow, and there were various formations. Uplifting the box they resided in. How creative, he remarked. This wasn't the first time he was shocked by ingenious developments. When he arrived at Golden Milk City, he was thoroughly shocked by their emporium. It had multi-layered floors and moving staircases powered by Earth-attributed formations. Qing Yun and Qing Ying left the box, with Qing Ying saying, "This is a vertical motion shuttle. It's quite suitable for movement through the tower, considering its reach beyond the sky layer. It offers quick and convenient movement throughout the tower, with several of them installed within the tower in various areas." Wei Wuyin was awed. He nodded, wondering as if this unique shuttle could be installed in the mountains. How convenient would it be to travel the 6 levels of the Pentadao Extreme Mountains for disciples then? Qing Yun finally brought him through a hall filled with portraits and scrolls detailing important events in the Alchemist Association's history. As he spotted a few events he recalled in history, there were a few he hadn't. There was a picture of a ship-like vessel flying through the air, arriving before the tower. This intrigued him, as it contained an object he'd never seen. While he knew of sea voyage ships, he never saw one that could fly through the skies, descending to a planet. If they existed, he sure as hell never knew of it. This sparked his curiosity. As if noticing his focus, Qing Ying explained, that painting is named, Void Voyager Descends a New Destiny. It's dated a few years after the Alchemist Association was fully founded. Void Voyager? Is that the ship? Wei Wuyin inquired, his interest piqued. Nodding to confirm, Qing Ying added, "It is said that it carried an envoy of the King of Everlore." Her words caused Wei Wuyin to be taken aback by surprise. An envoy of the King of Everlore. Thinking of the timeline, the Alchemist Association was birthed shortly after the finalizing of the Imperial Heaven Starfield era, the time Grand Monarch Wu laid claim to the entire Starfield after the King of Everlore's departure. It should have been roughly 300 years since the King of Everlore's departure. But how come Wu said that he'd never heard from the King of Everlore after his departure? Surprised, he remained curious. He waited for Qing Yang to clarify, but she remained silent, causing him to twist his lips with dissatisfaction. Soon, the trio arrived at a great door that stood at 10 meters in height and had numerous esoteric etchings on its surface. Even Wei Wuyin couldn't comprehend their meanings or purpose. Qing Yeyun withdrew a medallion with a cauldron spewing out stars on it from his breast pocket. He held it to the door, causing a sporadic eruption of white light for a moment before the door started to push on by some strange, undecipherable power. His celestial eyes weren't capable of seeing the truth, startling him. Whatever was happening vastly exceeded his cultivation base, to the point where his celestial eyes were unable to perceive its qualities. Mystic Ascendant Realm. Wei Wuyin muttered under his breath before Qing Yeyun gestured at the entrance. Ascendant Emperor Wei, you must be wondering why our actions thus far have been odd, especially with the continuous wagers. It is because of this. This is the gate of the Myriad Excellence Tower, a tower structured by the Myriad Transformations All Alchemist and the envoy of the King of Everlore. Qing Yeyun explained, but he didn't step into the door. Wei Wuyin frowned slightly, his eyes were unable to see within nor discover how it was remaining so concealed. He turned to Qing Yeyun with deep interest. Gate of the Myriad Excellence Tower. It leads to another tower. Like a void gate. It was only after Kratos squirmed slightly did he realize the faint hidden power of space within. This surprised him because the level of spatial power within this gate of the Myriad Excellence Tower exceeded any other spatial energy signature he'd ever come across. Even Tua Bihan's spatial force was severely lacking. Qing Yeyun's eyes brightened, realizing that Wei Wuyin's reputation for being perceptive and intelligent was not false. With a deep breath, he turned to Wei Wuyin. With a tone of manic excitement, yes, it indeed does. In fact, it leads to another starfield entirely. Chapter 389, 385, Divisions of Talent. Chapter 389, 385, Divisions of Talent. Wei Wuyin's emotions stirred, giving this seemingly ordinarily sized door another look. This was a gateway to another starfield. Which could it be? His thoughts rapidly started to circulate as he contemplated the implications of this, including the bits of knowledge he'd obtained thus far. Wei Wuyin regained his calm extremely quickly. This must have been left behind by the envoy of the King of Everlore. It's a void gate, right? To where? Qing Yang was incredibly shocked by how calm Wei Wuyin was, feeling utter disbelief at the moment. When she first learned of the existence of this gate of the Myriad Excellence, she had a stupefied expression for at least an hour. Was this a difference of mental stability? She pouted beneath her veil, revealing a cute appearance that no one but Wei Wuyin could see. Qing Yeyun felt impressed by Wei Wuyin's composure, nodding inwardly in approval. He answered, yes. Shortly after the Alchemist Association stabilized its foundation, an envoy of the King of Everlore descended. While I only have journals and records left by my ancestors to extrapolate from, what I can gather is that it was left for a future successor. Future successor? Wei Wuyin turned his head to see Qing Yeyun's cute pout, and when she noticed his gaze, she stuck out her pink tongue, believing no one was capable of witnessing her actions. Qing Yeyun confirmed his thoughts. It was stated that all those who can manifest an alchemic astral soul can enter the gate of the Myriad Excellence Tower. What was recorded had been somewhat contradicting and vague, but what was consistently clear was that it led to another starfield and it was linked to a force with deep connections to the King of Everlore. Those who enter will be, much like your sect's discipleship, accepted by that force to continue their cultivation and obtain the legacy of the King of Everlore. If it wasn't for such a long time having passed, I believe it might have been a trial for a special type of disciple for the King of Everlore himself. Qing Yeyun was excited by the theory but also depressed. There had been more than 8,000 years since the end of the King of Everlore's era. He was likely long dead. This is why you wanted me to help you. To enter this gateway and obtain discipleship from whatever lay on the other side. Wei Wuyin was confused. Did Qing Yeyun realize that he had an alchemic astral soul? But he could have sworn it was very, very difficult to perceive. He didn't think Qing Yeyun, an expert at the 6th stage of the astral core realm, could sense it when others at his level with stronger senses and closer proximity couldn't. Yes, but not for you. All those without an alchemic astral soul are unable to breach the gateway, repelled by a powerful force. Some have even been directly crippled. Those words verified that Qing Yeyun was in the dark of his alchemic astral soul, but this only served to further Wei Wuyin's confusion. Wei Wuyin glanced at Qing Yeying. "She's the one you've chosen." As if offended somehow, Qing Yeying snorted softly to reveal her displeasure. She was a genuine alchemic astral soul alchemist with a boundless future. Unlike a particular someone, it was obvious that she was one who would venture into the world beyond and experience grander things. "If that's the case, and you believe I can't travel through the gateway, then why do you need my help? After all, Saint Tessing has all the requirements to enter," Wei Wuyin said skeptically. Qing Yeyun's expression twisted slightly and even Qing Yeying's eyes flashed with a solemn light. A gust of depressed air suffused the atmosphere. The medallion within Qing Yeyun's hands released a soft sound at this moment, prompting the door to close with a heavy thud. The trio turned their eyes to the now closed door. Wei Wuyin had never seen such an exquisite void gate, finding it quite interesting that something of this level had been constructed thousands of years ago. He couldn't help but draw a link to the ancient void gate found on the Bloodforge continent. While they might not have a direct link, he felt as if they might have been constructed for the same purpose. When he recalled losing a potential ascendant candidate, someone who prematurely wielded exceptional spatial force before the Realm Lord level, he frowned with contemplation, reaching for the crescent moon necklace that always hung around his neck. This was likely the key to the ancient void gate, similar to Qing Yeyun's medallion. He had obtained this from the first blessed he'd killed, an unnamed commander, and it contained the spatial jade crystal. This crystal was refined with boundless life force and transformed, allowing Kratos to become a void soul. There was also a book that required a unique spiritual spell to perceive. If he recalled correctly, it had 3 pages and only 3 words: will, void, and weapon. While he was pondering the possibilities, Qing Yeyun finally ended his solemn silence with a heavy sigh. Wei Wuyin quickly made a mental note to check the contents of that book later. "You're right. By all means, Qing Yeying should be able to enter the gateway, but there's an additional requirement we hadn't discovered and it was more implied than anything else. To develop an alchemic soul, you know there's a base requirement to do so, right?" Qing Yeyun asked, seemingly wanting Wei Wuyin to reach a conclusion. Wei Wuyin didn't find this annoying, merely started to ponder. His mental processing speed was empowered by 4 astral souls and extremely high-grade alchemical products. He swiftly started to evaluate possible issues. Then, a few seconds later, his silver eyes glowed faintly. Alchemic talent. After stating this, Wei Wuyin turned to inspect a seemingly downtrodden Qing Yeying. Her head was lowered and her fists were tightly clenched. When Wei Wuyin entered the Eden Earth sect, his alchemic talent was tested. It was only after it was discovered to be impressively high that he became a disciple to the Eden Earth sect's sect master. He was forced to cultivate a unique method and birth his 3rd spirit, which would later become Eden. He understood the concept of innate talent, and it was how the body interacts with specific energies. For example, Qin Qiumu had the greatest wood cultivation talent in the starfield for thousands of years, having a triple set of innate qualities, which elevated her compatibility with wood energies. Even Na Sini had a high compatibility with Yin energies, similarly elevating her talent. There was also neutral-based cultivation talent, which was the rate at which one absorbed ambient essence or essence from objects. Wei Wuyin was quite talented in this regard, but he knew that Su Mei was even greater. This didn't factor his 4 astral souls that can externalize, amplifying his refinement speed by tens of thousands of times. Many sects used this standard to give a projection of one's future limit. While the alchemic Tao could accelerate your cultivation, it was either extremely expensive or time-consuming to practice for normal cultivators. The only way for it to help the average cultivator was to reach a very high level of skill, like Tua Bihan, or possess a wealthy background to purchase products from others. Qing Yeyun nodded, similarly looking at Qing Yeying. Alchemic talent. Wei Wuyin blurted out in revelation, so she had the requisite talent to develop an alchemic soul, but she had ruined that talent. I'm assuming it had to do with the impurities within the Everlore Ascension pill she took. It's all about adapting the physique to unique energies, so it makes sense the impurities would influence the same line. Now, while she fits the basic requirement of an alchemic soul, her compatibility with alchemical energies have been severely reduced to below the acceptable threshold. Qing Yeying was shocked by Wei Wuyin's quick deduction, further clenching her fists and biting her soft lips. Yes, Qing Yeying admitted. She had taken a highly impure quality Everlore Ascension pill. While we had numerous alchemic emperors concocting this pill, it was still 9th grade and extremely difficult. We had failed for millennia, but when we succeeded, it was the highest acceptable impure quality pill. And while it thrusted her into the astral core realm, it thoroughly ruined her natural talents. We hadn't expected it to be so thorough, and our plans to remedy the situation after the fact became pointless. It's not just for alchemical energies, but her astral soul can't absorb ambient essences to cultivate. This time, Wei Wuyin was thoroughly shocked. He used his spiritual sense to inspect Qing Ying, completely forgetting about etiquette. She didn't reject his spiritual sense in the slightest, and he silently inhaled cold wisp of air soon after. He wouldn't have imagined she was crippled without seeming to be crippled. Her path to cultivation was over. How is she recovering her expended energy? He inquired. She had clearly concocted properly and restored herself as well during the all-alchemic clash. As if expecting the question, she's using an astral formation inscribed on her dantian and meridians, interconnected with her astral soul acting as independent meridians and forcefully gathering, refining, and injecting energies into her cultivation base. It gives off the illusion of her state being normal. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but equate such deception to Wu Baozhai's primal Yin concealment formation, giving the illusion of her intact virginity. The room went quiet for several awkward seconds. Okay, but why me? Why did you think I was needed for this? Wei Wuyin finally got to the point, realizing that even if Qing Ying did enter the gateway, she would likely be rejected either by the gate or the force beyond unless they had a solution to her issue. It was finally here, prompting Qing Yun's expression to become serious. For you to reach your current level without an alchemic astral soul, you must have the lowest grade of overlord level talent, at least. There's an ancient method left behind by one of my ancestors, it's called the meridian grafting method. We would remove Qing Ying's tainted portions of her meridians and graft yours to her body, allowing her to regain her talent to cultivate. Wei Wuyin frowned, shockingly adding, so I see. But the meridian grafting method only allows someone to acquire a portion of the other's talent as a result, and if you used with someone with low talent, she still wouldn't be able to enter the gateway, defeating the purpose. But what's overlord level alchemic talent? He had an alchemic astral soul, so he knew he had the bare minimum of talent at least, but he wasn't sure about this overlord level. Qing Yun didn't think Wei Wuyin was familiar with such an obscure method, finding it quite shocking. Qing Ying chimed in. When the envoy of the King of Everlore arrived, he brought along a tome of exceptional information. One of the things detailed was the division of innate talent, not factoring in unique qualities like a physique or meridians. There's 5 levels outlined: null, standard, excellence, overlord, and chosen, and each level, besides null, was further divided by earthly, worldly, and heavenly grades. Wei Wuyin was intrigued by this division. When she started to explain, he felt his horizons broadened. To cultivate any type of specific spirit, one needed to reach the heavenly standard level of talent. As for anything beneath it, they simply couldn't absorb and refine the pure essence required for conversion. Of course, there were alchemical products that could bypass this issue. The null level of talent meant either a cripple or a complete incompatibility with various energies. He recalled Zuhiai's horrid response to spatial energy, likely revealing his null-level talent, and realizing that there were numerous alchemical products that served to enhance talent. He hadn't understood what it truly meant to improve talent until this moment when the differences were clearly outlined. Enlightened, he realized an issue. There were no alchemical products that enhanced alchemic talent in his memory. As if reading his thoughts once more, Qing Yun added, there's many different purification products, and with a few centuries of effort, we can entirely remove the tainted portions of Qing Ying's meridians and physique, but her innate talent would forever be damaged. And unfortunately, there's no known way to increase one's alchemic talent. While a formation is a stopgap measure, it cannot replace personally refined essence and energies, making it impossible to improve one's cultivation base. Wei Wuyin nodded in agreement. There were many ways to detoxify the body from any level of impurities with time, but even if he used a 9th grade product to do so, removing it in a few months or a year, her talent was already decimated by her actions. There was nothing he could do except provide pills to elevate her talent. But as a wielder of an alchemic astral soul, she needed to refine or convert essence into alchemical energies to promote her strength. It was similar to how Ori had to absorb the materials of the 9 elemental essences to regain its strength or amplify the essence portion of its power. The other way was conversion via intent, transforming ordinary essence into a specific attribute. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue due to alchemical products, but there was no alchemical energy product that existed. In fact, he was shocked to discover that nothing within the alchemic Tao supported the alchemic Tao, at least to his knowledge. Her path of cultivation was truly over unless she used a drastic method like the meridian grafting method. But even that had issues, and she might not even exceed null with someone else with heavenly standard level talent. As for excellence level talent, he wasn't certain if they knew someone of that level or how rare it was. What he didn't know was that even heavenly excellence level grafting might produce a null level talent or a worldly standard level talent at best, meaning it still fell short. It was why even Lin Ming's senior sister Lin, someone with vast more experience and knowledge, had completely dismissed Qing Yaying. She was practically an invalid to the alchemic Tao. He furrowed his brows tightly. You want me to sacrifice a portion of my talent and give Saint Tessing another shot at cultivating? Qing Yayun uncharacteristically kneeled before Wei Wuyin with both knees on the ground, nearly kowtowing to him. Yes. I understand the sacrifice we're asking of you, and we're willing to devote the entire Alchemist Association to you for as long as our lineage exists. Wei Wuyin. Chapter 386, Rejected. The ensuing silence was oppressively stifling. This was especially so for Qing Yaying. As an innately flawed alchemist and cultivator, Wei Wuyin was her one and only hope to view greater pastures and touch upon heights of the alchemic Tao. If he refused, it wouldn't be wrong to say her future would be severed. Qing Yayun had thrown away his dignity and kneeled before Wei Wuyin, an action that he'd never perform otherwise, but this was the only chance for his alchemist association and Qing Yaying. He felt a wad of saliva throb his throat, his lips felt dry as his knees trembled. Wei Wuyin's silver eyes swept the duo with an indifferent gaze, something he rarely adopted. He glanced at the unique void gate that led to world unknowns with a connection with the King of Everlore. After a very long moment, he lightly shook his head. Qing Yaying paled, her clenched fists caused her knuckles to become white. To obtain a portion of my innate talent towards the alchemic Tao, you've schemed to peacefully acquire my acceptance to this procedure. If it wasn't for the meek manner in scheming, I'd have destroyed your so-called lineage for this. So I'll be clear, I have absolutely no intention of performing the meridian grafting method for someone else, now or ever. Wei Wuyin's voice was cold as he spoke. Shivers ran down Qing Yayun's spine, causing his heart to sink and his hope to shatter. He stayed in his kneeling position for a long while before he took a deep breath, lifting his body upright, and regaining his signature calm composure. It seemed that while disheartened, he had prepared himself for this outcome. Qing Yaying's eyes emanated a bitter light. She disapprovingly and frustratedly said, "You don't know the true powers of an alchemic astral soul. Your feats might seem impressive, but I haven't been able to cultivate my strength, so it makes sense that you were capable of beating me. If I still had my normal talent, with time, your skills would be insignificant. Furthermore, you don't have an alchemic astral soul, so it's impossible for you to touch upon the peak of the alchemic Tao." Wei Wuyin didn't know whether he should laugh or scoff at her words. Not only did he have an alchemic astral soul, it was merged with the Eden's mind Tao, and had the unequivocal support of 3 other equally terrifying astral souls. During their clash, he hadn't even exerted a tenth of his current abilities. After all, he had long since become an immortal sovereign alchemist. If anyone should venture into that gate and be exposed to a greater cultivation society, a greater legacy of the alchemic Tao, then it should be him, not some failure of an alchemist and cultivator. He shrugged internally at her words, "I don't have any solution to your issue. Perhaps they exist without requiring the sacrifice of myself, but that isn't my problem to figure out. Moreover, even this method isn't a guarantee of success, probably leading to the damnation of us both. Your action of using an impure 9th grade product would definitely have consequences you would have certainly predicted, so you won't receive any of my sympathy." Qing Yayun didn't deny his accusation. They were the Alchemist Association, the foremost authority of the alchemic society within the Starfield, so they knew of the likely scenarios, this being one of them. He maintained his calm demeanor, saying, "I understand." There was no ill will within his words, seemingly an otherworldly acceptance. This caused Qing Yaying to panic, her hopeful future slowly dissipating before her eyes. She had given up power to become an alchemist with an alchemic soul, even risked possible death to consume an impure 9th grade pill, just to search for the peak of the alchemic Tao. Her heart felt as if it was shattering into a million pieces, her eyes becoming extremely wet and red. Qing Yeyun knew that Qing Yeying was still a youngster, so her emotions were still unstable, especially in the face of hope. He could only sigh in his heart. I am, however, quite curious. How did you determine my talent was at this so-called overlord level? Wei Wuyin asked curiously. He wasn't able to perceive raw talent. There was no rubric to follow and he had nothing to compare himself to, so he wasn't certain. Qing Yeyun glanced at the door once more, a forlorn light flashing through his gaze as he buried the last of his hopeful wishes. He replied, your alchemic abilities betrayed this. Otherwise, how else can you wildly improve so much in under a decade? You had even concocted a transcendent quality product, signifying your outstanding talent. Wei Wuyin furrowed his brows. The way Qing Yeyun said transcendent quality was as if he had long since known about it. This startled him slightly. But why did transcendent quality indicate his talent? He was truly quite clueless on various advanced states of alchemy. Qing Yeyun moved his eyes away and focused on Wei Wuyin, a faint knowing smile emerged on his face. Wei Wuyin felt as if Qing Yeyun was reading his thoughts, predicting them somehow. It wasn't just this one time but several times the duo seemed to glean into his inner thoughts, answering questions he pondered on without his asking. Seeing that faint smile, he felt as if this was more likely somehow. Qing Yeyun uncannily explained, the tome left behind by the envoy of the King of Everlore detailed more than just the divisions of talent, but the divisions on product quality and their inherent requirements. It was likely left behind so that we could strive towards making it, I believe at least. The 5 qualities of mortal rank products, as described in the tome, are impure, low, high, peak, transcendent. When you succeeded in concocting the highest grade, it was a given. Because in the tome, it was stated that only mystic rank alchemists of legend or those of earthly overlord talent have the faint potential at concocting transcendent products of the mortal rank. Wei Wuyin was sent into confusion, his mind circulating swiftly. He had already confirmed that his zenith origin state produced unique personalized mana within his astral souls, and when this mana was integrated with products, it could elevate their quality. However, he wasn't able to replicate another set of transcendent quality products, so this alluded to his previous speculation. During the process of gathering and infusing ambient mana, something unique had been introduced that exceeded the mortal limits. However, when he sought clarification, Qing Yeyun only helplessly replied that there was nothing of detail within the tome. His eyes revealed a wisp of helplessness. The reason why only earthly overlord level talents or mystic rank alchemists were capable of concocting this quality was simply unclear, but it being mentioned was evidence of Wei Wuyin's minimum talent range. This caused him to frown, deciding to learn more about the divisions of talent and how they impact cultivation and concoction alike. The profundities within these concepts don't appear to be small or insignificant. At this point, Qing Yeying couldn't keep her emotions hidden as she started to audibly sob. Behind her veil, drops of tears fell like 2 streams from her face. If anyone heard these sobs, their heart might soften into cotton and feel the need to console, even make a promise to help her no matter what. This was especially the case if a man was aware of her beauty, their male instincts would flare without reserve. But Wei Wuyin was wholly indifferent towards this tearful display. Just as he was about to say something, she reached for her veil and pulled it off, revealing her reddened eyes and gorgeous countenance to the world. She looked to Wei Wuyin with those cyan-colored eyes of hers dripping with tears and grievance. While biting her lips, she aggressively declared, if you agree to the meridian grafting method, I'll become your wife. I'll be yours. Her words were spoken with all her might, clearly at the edge of her wits. It seemed she was making a great and unreasonable sacrifice with this. Even Qing Yeyun was startled by her proposal. But she was met with an immediate response, a cold chuckle. You become my wife? What gives you the qualifications? Wei Wuyin felt this was ridiculous. Her act of seemingly sacrificing herself felt insulting to him, as if he wasn't worthy unless she was backed into a corner and forced. Was her beauty supposed to be so great that any man should kneel before her, seeking her approval and touch? Qing Yeying was deeply taken aback, taking several steps back and her stream of tears stopped. She was utterly baffled by Wei Wuyin's vicious reaction. Wei Wuyin scoffed, don't embarrass yourself. In my eyes, you're an essence stone in the astral market, and with your crippled state, you're even less. His words were spoken coldly, indicating her value to him. To think she felt that her beauty or body was enough of a bargaining chip to have him even consider losing a portion of his talent. How laughable. How arrogant. Wei Wuyin didn't lack beautiful women by his side nor in his bed, and she wasn't even unique in any way. He wasn't Long Chen, he didn't need women to elevate his position and help him ascend to the peak. That type of fortune wasn't something he wanted to rely on. Even if she belonged to some ancient alchemist lineage and would eventually solve her current issue somehow, he felt that with enough time, he would easily achieve far beyond her achievements. He had half a mind to reveal his alchemic astral soul, truly allowing her to understand her value to him. He could similarly reveal his alchemic stars of mortal spirituality, the gift of attaining the mortal sovereign alchemist level, and deal an even greater blow. But he didn't. There was absolutely no benefit in doing so, nor was she worth the effort. Qingye Ying felt her entire body tremble violently. She hadn't expected this vicious rejection, her pride in shambles. There was a reason she wore the veil at all times, and that was because her beauty would elicit far too strong a reaction from males. It was so great that there were elders that wanted to devote their remaining lifespan to her, just for her favor or a glance. Even Qingye Yun's eyelids twitched upon hearing that, an essence stone in the astral market, comment. That was quite a burning insult that felt scathing to him by association. A single astral stone was worth 1,000,000 essence stones, so an astral market only dealt an astral stone, essentially exemplifying its worthlessness. He could only sigh in his heart, unable to even defend his own many great-granddaughter. After all, she was trying to sell herself off like some cheap whore, an act he couldn't approve of. And he even felt more inclined to Wei Wuin's perspective, seeing that Qingye Ying was ruined and essentially useless, unable to rival the current Wei Wuin in talent or abilities. Wei Wuin, on the other hand, was the ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn. He had an outstanding cultivation foundation at the age of less than 50 that eclipsed this era, and was an emperor alchemist that could rapid-fire concoct products of the 8th grade. Qingye Ying truly had nothing important to offer except her body and a beautiful face, nor was she worthy to even become his wife by cultivation standards. Maybe a concubine, if even that. Seeing that Qingye Ying was sent into silent shock trying to process the situation, Wei Wuyin turned to Qingye Yun and asked, "That tome left by the envoy, do you still have it?" Wei Wuyin was quite intrigued by this item, and he wondered what else was detailed within it. Chapter 391, 387, Seers Emerge, the End is Seen. Chapter 391, 387, Seers Emerge, the End is Seen. Qingye Yun could only watch from afar along the other Alchemist Association members as Wei Wuyin left via the Void Gate, his emotions complex. While he didn't have much hope that he'd agree, it was good that their relationship was still decent. They had already discussed the branch that will be constructed in the Myriad Monarch sect, including the elders that would be taking leave and their respective jobs while there. As for the tome left behind by the envoy, Wei Wuyin had taken it with him with a gleeful smile. It was extremely thick, containing millions of characters and would require some intense reading. With him departing, Qingye Yun had simply allowed him to take it. The Alchemist Association already had it for thousands of years, so it was almost useless in their hands. After several minutes of staring at the deactivated Void Gate, he sighed and left back into the Myriad Transformations Tower. He soon found Qingye Ying in her room, her eyes blank as he laid sprayed out on her bed. She seemed to be questioning life, not even wearing her veil. Seeing this prideful young woman so defeated and in despair, he could only helplessly sigh. He felt that he sighed more today than he'd done in his lifetime, feeling quite shocked by his own reaction. "Grandfather, do you think I'm beautiful?" She absent-mindedly touched her face, a precious aspect of her that she held in the utmost confidence. "Of course you are," Qingye Yun wryly smiled. "Your beauty is in the top 10 of the entire starfield, no doubt. This was likely even greater amongst us elves." He could only comfort her using these vain-like compliments. Qingye Ying's eyes seemed to regain some light, and that light soon grew bitter as she thought about Wei Wuin's incredibly handsome face, feeling frustration swell within her heart. But when she thought about his scathing insult, her eyes became dejected. He wasn't entirely wrong. Her cultivation had been crippled by her own risky actions, leading to her path of the alchemic Tao coming to an end at the first stage of the astral core realm. While she might be able to eventually concoct a 9th-grade product in the far-off future, becoming an immortal sovereign alchemist, she would likely be unable to touch upon the mystic rank or further. She could only grunt in helplessness. Qing Yeyun remained standing, unsure of what to say. Just as he was about to spout more consoling words, his storage ring started to glow with a faint radiance. He inspected the transmission message and his expression started to rapidly and wildly change. Intrigued by her many great-grandfather's reaction, she turned over in her bed and lifted a curious brow. Something's wrong. At the end of his myriad of expressions, a hint of skepticism and joy emerged on his face as he glanced at Qing Yeying. He only said, "All hope isn't lost yet." With those words, he pulled up this young girl of his and departed in a hurry. Being carried off so quickly caught Qing Yeying by surprise. They soon descended the shuttle and arrived at the first floor. She had already straightened herself out, her eyes regaining its innate pride. When the doors opened, they walked to the main hall and saw a high-ranking elder standing behind a cloaked figure. There was faint golden mist that encapsulated the figure, making it uncertain if they were male or female. That mist was beguilingly majestic, as if it contained secrets of the heavens. The elder was unable to draw his eyes away from it. When Qing Yeyun saw this, his eyes brightened considerably. He stepped forward and graciously bowed with genuine respect. "Greetings, Heavenly Seer. Is what you say true? Is there really a way?" Qing Yeying's expression changed and she was fiercely shaken. This was a seer. She had only heard legends of them depicted from ancient times. It described their ability to peer into heavenly secrets, capable of finding the truth outside of the present era. They could predict the future and seize fortune. Her heart was wildly racing. The cloaked figures had shifted a little, as if they were staring at Qing Yeying. In a voice that was neither male or female, quite androgynous and ambiguous, they answered, "It is as true as the heaven's boundless will." A surge of happiness painted Qing Yeyun's expression. "Then please, let us discuss this inside." The seer didn't reject him, following along as they ascended the tower with Qing Yeying in tow. After they left, including the elder, at an ordinary corner of the main hall, a faint shadow of a statue shifted slightly. With its movement, prompted by no shifting of light, the shadow slowly started to bulge, revealing a darkly dressed figure. The aged eyes concealed beneath a black, nondescript mask betrayed a trace of surprise as it looked at the shuttle's entrance. Then, it merged back into the shadow, seemingly vanishing from the world. Wei Wuyin was currently soaring through the sky, about to pierce through the sky layer and return to his sky palace. Just as he reached the 6th level with a giant and thick book in hand, his spatial ring glowed with a spiritual radiance. After receiving its contents, his eyebrows furrowed. "Interesting. What are you planning exactly, little girl?" Wei Wuyin faintly smiled as he recalled a figure in his memories. With his eye of truth, he felt as if his decision had prompted interference from an uncertain yet familiar figure. A worldly trend that the Alchemist Association, and Qing Yeying, might receive a surprising boon of hope. While this might not lead to much, it still intrigued him enough. He hadn't arrived at the Alchemist Association alone, but with Ying in tow. With his unique shadow force and shadow intent, he could exquisitely merge with any shadow-like existence, including Wei Wuyin's. He had simply remained entirely hidden, concealed beneath Wei Wuyin's own aura. No one was capable of even noticing his presence, allowing Wei Wuyin to understand the danger of a high-tier assassin. Fortunately, he had his celestial eyes that could perceive such hidden things. But what truly prompted his actions were the feeling of unease that a ruinous fate of the starfield was approaching, and it seemed this ruin might come with complex pieces segregated until the very end. He was unable to determine what they were from his eye of truth. He didn't know how or why, but seeing the trend of the world inch closer with each passing day, he felt a pressure envelope his heart. He had his speculations, mostly that it had something to do with the blessed temporal reincarnator having regressed from the alternate future to the present with foreknowledge of events. While he decidedly started to shift his actions to combat this advantage, there were certain events he couldn't change. For example, his meeting with the Alchemist Association was bound to happen and likely end in the same way. He was unwilling to sacrifice himself to change that outcome. There was also his entry into the gateway door and the secret or world realm that hid behind it. He felt that there was something he sorely needed there, unable to be obtained anywhere else in the starfield. He could only sigh at this, uncertain what other events were fixed. He didn't even know how far the foreknowledge of this blessed extended, making him uncertain if the ruin led to their untimely demise. But he knew that knowing of one's eventual outcome held untold advantages. Narrowing his eyes with a dangerous glint, he erupted with explosive speed and pierced through the sky layer. It didn't take him long to reach the 8th level, arriving at the entrance of his sky palace. When he arrived, he was greeted by an unexpected individual at the gates. "You cultivated it." A hint of joyful expectation fueled his voice as he stared at the shapely and womanly figure who revealed a warm smile. Her aura was something that Wei Wuyin was quite familiar with. As she radiated a faintly golden glow, shimmering with a heavenly light, she nodded with a solemn expression. "I have, and I've seen something." This was when Mingna. She had been cultivating an ancient seer technique left for those capable of peering into heavenly fate. It was named the ritualistic Fate of 9 Worlds method, and it was the greatest seer cultivation method he could acquire with his wealth and connections in the starfield. It originated from the 9 Worlds Fate Seer, a prestigious figure that had developed after the King of Everlore era. It was rumored that he was the first figure that, by himself, ascended to the mystic ascendant realm without the King of Everlore's explicit support. His legacy method was left to his descendants, but they were unqualified to cultivate it, lacking a talent with fate energies. They graciously handed over this mystic ascendant level method for a hefty sum. While he could see the trend of the world, origin of all things, and even unseen divinities with his eye of truth from the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity, this wasn't aimed at the heavenly Daos. He knew there was a distinctive difference between them. One dealt more in likely probability extrapolated from present and past events to the possible future, and the other was influenced by an unseen will. The latter could change the world's trend at a whim. Seeing her fate chi become rather developed, being robust and holy-like, he felt that, just like alchemic chi, one's cultivation base truly affected one's abilities. But her words caused him to frown slightly. "What did you see?" When Mingna was still at the chi condensation realm, only having practiced her fate method for a short period, but with his high level of cultivation support, she was already capable of gleaning into the heavens' elusive intentions. She solemnly said with a tinge of undisguised panic, "I saw the end of everything." Chapter 392, 388, The Other Woman. Chapter 392, 388, The Other Woman. The days soon came and went, causing 6 days to eclipse in a sudden flash of time. Unknowingly when, there was an air of tension within the starfield. This was especially so around the youthful geniuses of the Myriad Monarch sect and Elemental Heaven Pavilion. The upcoming venture that would lead them to an unknown waiting for their vigorous exploration and likely plundering. That or their untimely demise. With the restriction of 300 years for entry in place, all the well-known peak experts of the starfield had been eliminated, unable to grasp this opportunity themselves. The Grand Spirit Trials had served as a brilliant display of the starfield but simultaneously acted as a selection of elites for 2 hegemonic forces. While there were some that had gained entry, others who were more talented yet less lucky were eliminated. Most of the lower breed of cultivation and quality but greater degree of luck had decidedly given up their spots to those more wealthy and adventurous. While those who sought the unknown possibilities, a few were happy with receiving instant benefits. So, those fortunate enough to obtain a spot were all exhilarated and elated. Amongst those were a few members of the renowned faction, Ascendants. Despite Zhu Yi's state of tasting death, Lin Ming's departure meant he had claimed victory. There were a few in the outside world that expected his actual demise, but he was still alive. Unfortunately, Zhu Yi was still recovering, so he was unable to participate. Su Mei had also received a spot, but she had to handle matters outside while Wei Wuyin departed for an indeterminate amount of time. She was here to regulate and oversee various matters, and she was the only person Wei Wuyin trusted for this matter. With the top 2 subordinates of Wei Wuyin refraining from entering, this meant their spots were reassigned. Wei Wuyin, obviously, kept the spots within the faction. At the moment, Wei Wuyin's head was buried within a thick tome, reading the tiny and compacted rows of characters in each page. As he did, his silver eyes would shine with luminous radiance that betrayed his surprise and interest. He was currently residing within his Sky Palace's study, for externalized astral souls circulated around him, devouring various alchemical products with utter ease. Their externalized forms released intermittent bursts of light unique to them. Turning a thick page, Wei Wuyin's storage ring started to glow with a spiritual light. With a faintly dissatisfied look, he read the incoming transmission. Afterwards, a faint smile surfaced on his face. It's time. Wei Wuyin had been in secluded cultivation since meeting when Mingna outside his Sky Palace. She carried an ominous warning, but her lacking cultivation base only inferred the heavens' intentions in a vague and indistinct manner. There wasn't much clarity to it, even less informed than his eye of truth. While the two different abilities were far apart in terms of function, they were different avenues to obtain the same result. The eye of truth glimpsed at unseen and unknown present and past information, revealing possibilities of the future before one's gaze. For example, he could see that acting in a certain manner would yield certain results. But that was only regarding likely possibilities. As for fate chi and its connection to the heavens, it was more about understanding the heavenly Tao's intentions. The two can collide but simultaneously can differ, with the latter having precedent. The heavenly Tao's influence events, like a sudden palm smashing against a body of water. While the eye of truth reads the wind and predicts the ripples of the water. Despite this, he learned a very important detail from Wen Mingna's vague prediction: the heavenly Taos were dipping its hands into events, pushing certain matters to happen. Knowing how far-seeing the heavenly Taos can act, he felt it likely had to do with an instance, or developing instance, or the blessed temporal reincarnator's karmic luck. Whatever this existence was doing, the heavenly Taos were supporting them, slowly pushing the world into a possible ruinous state. But ruin did not mean bad, but for the heavenly Taos, especially for blessed, it can mean opportunity. Unable to intervene directly, he could only await his moment. He would just prepare the best he could. Closing the thick tome, Wei Wuyin rose and his astral souls emanated a faint light. They sped towards him, entering his three central locations of his cultivation base: brain, heart, and dantian. When they re-entered, he briefly inspected their progress and faintly nodded. Wei Wuyin's study had two doors, with one leading to the outside hallway that interconnects with the main hall, while the other led to his bedroom. He opened the door to his bedroom, hearing the faint waking sounds of a beauty. Inspecting the lazy beauty on the bed, revealing her voluptuous body and exquisite curves, he grinned. "Nah, you're back." The voice contained a hint of playfulness yet delicate warmth with a seductive quality. This alongside her unrestrained stretches caused Wei Wuyin's silver eyes to flare with indecent intentions. But unfortunately, his free time had just run out. The feisty little beast woman in his bed had just woke from a long session. When he looked at her brown-colored eyes that looked at him, he saw a burning desire to receive him entirely once again, indulging in unimaginable ecstasy. Tempted, he sighed in his heart, lamenting at his inability to stop time. "Nyla, I'll be leaving for the Auric Sea today." Nyla sure was one of the two women that he had claimed as his lover early on. Her short-cut brown-colored hair, feline ears, sharp incisors that revealed themselves at the sides of her mouth, furry pair of ears and petite form betrayed her status as a beast-woman of the feline lineage. Alongside Deshawn, she was the only woman he courted during his rapid rise and thorough development. "That's today." A faint yelp of surprise resounded from Nyla. She was an elder of the mortal captain level, unlike Deshawn who was a disciple. She had forgotten the time, losing herself in Wei Wuyin's firm and powerful body. Wei Wuyin chuckled slightly, nodding. "You should really focus on increasing your stamina," he commented as he slowly started to undress. Another set of clean robes floated beside him. Nyla pouted with grievance. "That's not my fault. You. Too many times." Her voice trailed off as her cheeks reddened, clearly blaming Wei Wuyin for his techniques forcing her body to an early state of exhaustion. After dressing, Wei Wuyin donned a set of unique black martial robes fashioned from extremely high-quality materials. It had a trim of silver, highlighting Wei Wuyin's muscles and bodily shape. They were outside the standard sect attire, no longer representing the myriad monarch sect. In fact, it had no embroidery or insignia pinned to it. "If you need any products for cultivation or money, seek out Sume while I'm gone," Wei Wuyin carelessly commented, straightening out his robes. Nyla bit her lips and nodded. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but give that alluring body one last look before departing with a gentle forehead kiss and a faint knowing smile, causing Nyla to blush even harder. She released a frustrated grunt, touching her belly while having a layer of glaze over her eyes. "How did I get so lucky?" she murmured to herself, feeling as if it was all surreal. He had just been a handsome human that she met one day. They had even gotten into an argument over nonsense, a dispute on obtaining a specific cultivation material. Despite his status as a heavenly king, she was unwilling to back down as an elder. One thing led to another, and she found herself in his bed and losing her long-kept virginity. What she had believed she would keep till finding a Tao companion had been ruined in an impulse, but what a lovely impulse it became. That day, somehow, she had intertwined herself with Wei Wuyan's life. She became the lover to the ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn, the next era's leading figure, and he wasn't aloof or dismissive as one would expect from a grand figure. He was invested, attentive, and ensured her satisfaction in the bedroom, cultivation, and life. She wanted for nothing except more time with him, and her rising cultivation base only ensured that. She revealed a gentle smile, feeling a rush of blazing emotion within her heart. After a moment, she pouted with discontent and displeasure. Deshan lied to me, I still can't last long. Wei Wuyan arrived outside his sky palace, met by Su Mei and Xiao Bai. The Pegasus's rapid growth was astonishing, already rivaling Bouquet's mature Pegasus in size with ease. Despite still being a young colt, Xiao Bai's development had been improved upon by a myriad of alchemical resources. With its eyes, flickers of lively lightning flowed within. Su Mei was waiting beside Xiao Bai's hoof, barely exceeding it in height. Despite that, Su Mei was a figure no one could casually dismiss in any picture. She had a neutral expression, befitting a subordinate waiting for their leader. Xiao Bai neighed in excitement. Su Mei's pure black eyes betrayed an elation that revealed itself whenever she met Wei Wuyan. While her expression remained firm, this was something she couldn't hide. Let's go, Wei Wuyan chuckled with heart. He was excited. Since his Scarlet Solaris Sect days, this would be the first time he'd venture out in a group expedition. It brought back painful and exhilarating memories. Ever since he inherited the bloodline of sin, his life had been on a course beyond the typical cultivator. When was the last time he needed to personally search for something he needed? This feeling renewed his youthful vigor that had been dulled by outstanding wealth and influence. He knew the coming days that would soon be filled with the unknown would not be boring. Chapter 393, 389, Everworth Lake. Chapter 393, 389, Everworth Lake. The myriad monarch sect's most elite talents were gathering at one location, with a few exceptions. They were all enthralled and excited, having made ample preparations to explore the unknown realm beyond the gateway door. Many of them weren't even aware of its existence, only finding out after the grand spirit trials that they would be given a spot to adventure out. Some paled, giving up their spots to others for resources or connections. Others roared in excitement, ready to venture out into the unknown and test their mettle against whatever obstacle that comes. With the restriction set of 300 years, this meant whatever came would be within their manageable limits. At least, this was the held belief of many elites. Shockingly, their gathering place was not within the myriad monarch sect, but outside the sect and on the planet. It was a public location called Everworth Lake. It was a pristine freshwater lake that expanded for 3 kilometers in all directions, and above those crystal-clear waters was a floating pagoda. This pagoda had similarities to the Wu Astral Tower on the Myriad Year continent and the Myriad Nascent Tao Pagoda, being sleek black with faint starry light on its surface, but containing 9 different floors. It lingered above the lake, floating beneath the clouds, and emanated an imposing and vast aura. It housed the largest void gate on the planet, which was typically only used to send out troops of war. Furthermore, it was exceptionally powerful, capable of establishing a portal in terrifying areas. The Auric Sea, one of the most dangerous and mystical areas in the entire starfield, had its restrictions that caused normal void gates to be unable to establish a connection. This led to the numerous elites venturing to this area, usually cordoned off at all times except war. There were also various senior experts intermixed here, gathering in their own groups like the youngsters, having idle conversation. Amongst these experts were the former Grand Imperial Sage Yao Zhen, now the Prime Imperial Sag Xiao Zhen. He stood off with a group of demons, including his son, Yao Wei, an almost smaller-sized exact version of himself. Similarly, Qin Rui was present, within a group of elves alongside her own disciple, Bing Yin. She, shockingly, was not an elf. She was a human. She had long flowing black hair that carried traces of an airy feeling, but her appearance wasn't anything too outstanding, wearing round-framed glasses upon her face. Her flat-chested, almost board-like, slim figure didn't contain much seductive charm. However, no one would ever underestimate her, especially as her aura revealed pulses of spiritual strength, an indication of her soul idol phase cultivation. Ji Changkong stood with only one figure, his own disciple. Xu Dao was a hybrid demon, also different from his master who originated from the beastman race of the canine lineage. He had a pair of dark triangular eyes, waist-length white hair tied in a ponytail, pointy ears, and a slim frame that betrayed his elven side. He was just as sharp as Ji Chong Kong, radiating sword intent that sliced the air. He, too, couldn't be underestimated as his cultivation base had now reached the third stage of the astral core realm. It seemed his abrupt elimination in the grand spirit trials hadn't dulled his edge nor stopped him from participating in this expedition. With the 3 disciples or descendants of the former grand imperial sages present, everyone felt pressured. They all radiated vast might and seemed intent on plundering the lion's share of whatever this expedition provided. But this invigorated some hot-blooded youths, becoming dead set on derailing these grand aspirations. Amongst the demon group, an unexpected tall and mighty beauty was garbed in armor, her golden irises radiating a heavy pressure to any that looked. Her curvaceous and ample-breasted tall figure couldn't be fully enjoyed because of that, and because of her status. Quite a few were aware of her existence as the lover to one of the most prominent members of the entire starfield, Wei Wuyin. She could even obtain the faint smile from the ever-brooding Yao Zhen, and seemed to be friends with Yao Wei. Even the elders in the group paid her every change of expression an ungodly amount of attention and thought. Deshan was lavished with words of praise and caution, and while she was aware these wily old foxes were all trying to invest in her as a way to form a connection to Wei Wuyin, she didn't mind. In fact, she felt proud and loved this sensation. What woman disliked good attention? While she could feel envy, from both men and women alike, this only caused her to stand even firmer amongst these elders of higher rank. If it wasn't for the faint demonic air lingering nearby, making everyone who approached uncomfortable, she might have formed a gathering. There was another group that held a lot of attention. They were the talk of everyone, especially since their auras were more consolidated, purer, and seemingly of a higher quality than everyone else. There were only 12 individuals present here, being one of the smaller groups, and they consisted of all youths, but not one of them was lacking. Just from those terrifying auras alone, the elders and those of keen spiritual senses could determine that the weakest were at the soul idol phase. This terrified them. Especially the one at the lead. Her aura revealed faint spatial ripples that accompanied her every movement, indicating the integration of spatial energies within her cultivation base. This was a quality only contained by spatial resonance phase cultivators, those at the 4th stage of the astral core realm. While the group was multiracial, the leader was a female human. She had an elegant figure accompanied by a slim waist. Her auburn-colored hair was tied into a sleek ponytail that reached halfway down her back, giving her a faintly heroic disposition. Paired with those energetic eyes and red lips of hers, she contained an electrifying presence. She was the sword-wielding Hong Chuanhua, who originally had jet-black hair. After swearing her sword to Wei Wuyin, she had cultivated a unique method that had changed her hair color and lengthened it, which accentuated her face even more. As the first commander of the Ascendants, quite a few gazes of reverence and fear emerged in these elites' eyes. The Ascendants weren't just in development, but were actively participating in the myriad monarch sex struggles. They had claimed numerous territories from other sky nobles and heavenly kings in a fair and above-board manner, displaying their ferocity. It seemed Wei Wuyin had kept his promise, allowing her to exceed every heavenly king present, excluding himself, in 6 months. While that had long since passed, she was heralded as the top expert of the younger generation, with her cultivation at the spatial resonance phase exceeding everyone. She, too, was a heavenly king of the extreme War Mountain, but she remained a part of Wei Wuyin's faction and continued to display exceptional loyalty. She had similarly been present in the Grand Spirit trials, but she was eliminated early. It wasn't due to another, but her own excitement. She had killed too many high-level beasts with the assumption that she would receive points and was unable to dig herself out of a negative value by the time she learned otherwise, eliminating her in the very first trial. Hong Chuanhua wasn't the only one who experienced this. The other 11 were top-tier members of Ascendants under 300, each with their own specialty and astonishing cultivation base. Hong Chuanhua couldn't help but recall Su Mei whenever she thought about this. The Ascendants rarely saw Wei Wuyin, with him only coming to inspect them and give them some one-on-one time to size up their cultivation needs a few times, allowing them to get to know their leader a little. But Su Mei was almost always present, delivering fresh, top-tier, high-grade alchemical products in vast quantities. Whatever they needed, she had. She gave them assignments, orders, and guided their cultivation. Despite her cultivation base exceeding Su Mei, she wasn't her match whenever they sparred. Thinking of Su Mei, she felt a desire to compete. Unfortunately, she learned that Su Mei wouldn't be coming, so she felt a little dejected. Besides members of Ascendants, she felt there was no competition amongst these so-called genius youths. Xu Dao, Bing Yin, Yao Wei. These former Grand Imperial Sage disciples and descendants were once top talents that dominated beyond their cultivation stage, but now they paled. She felt any member of the Ascendant could fight them to a standstill at worst, and decimate them at best. While she sized up those present, her thoughts extremely arrogant and competitive, a winged shadow flitted through the sky and swept over them. This prompted the rising of heads. Qin Rui's beautiful brows furrowed as a complex light emitted from her eyes. She couldn't help but glance at Deshan subconsciously, seeing her smile that effused heartfelt excitement. Her heart throbbed in an irregular fashion, causing her thoughts to become more complex. The winged shadow circled the area a few times at a mind-blowing speed before swiftly landing on the lake's surface. Sparks of lightning erupted as a powerful twisted wind currents. Stepping on the lake as if a holy creature, with snakes of lightning twisting beneath its hooves, Xiaobai proudly lifted its head towards the gathering at the lakeside. It was clearly basking in the awe and shock of the crowd, especially as its powerful aura made experts even at the 5th stage of the astral core realm change their expressions. "I've never flown that fast." A flustered voice sounded, prompting a particular figure in the gathering, a figure that should have been a leading figure that was quietly residing off to the side with a few others, to lift their eyes and reveal complex emotions even greater than Qin Rui. The voice belonged to a maiden that was quite familiar to the crowd, having had a spectacular showing at the Grand Spirit Trials. Wei Wuyan's hearty and unrestrained laughter resounded. "Where's the 'I can handle it' girl gone?" With a faint tease, the lightning and wind subsided to reveal two figures. The first caught everyone's attention, having a resounding reputation, but the second was just as gaze-stealing as her blushing beauty was an incredible sight to behold. The two seemed to be holding each other, or more so, the gorgeous female was clinging to the robes of Wei Wuyan as if her life had flashed before her eyes flickering with playful grievance. That figure in the crowd softly murmured with rancor and vile, "Qin Qiumu." Chapter 394, 390, only one left. Chapter 394, 390, only one left. Long Chen clenched his fists tightly, creating audible cracks of his knuckles as they turned white. Those black eyes of his revealed a sinister light filled with murderous intentions that could scare a child silly, unbeknownst to himself. The sight of Wei Wuyan and Qin Qiumu, likely their position together, had evoked this sinister reaction. After his failure to protect Nasini, he had lost the trust of his companions that had been cultivated for decades. While he realized his fault after some time of reflection, he still felt great animosity towards the one he felt was responsible for it all, Wei Wuyan. However, despite his acceptance of his fault and admissions of his own wrongdoing, the others had still formed an invisible wall of distance against him. As for Qin Qiumu, she had almost entirely severed their long-cultivated relationship. But after that, after all she said on that day, this is what she's doing. His teeth grinded together, betraying his festering rage boiling to the brink. Just as he felt as if his mind was about to erupt in hellish fury brought about by the myriad of negative emotions in his heart, a gentle and warm touch brought him back. Taken aback, he turned to see the smile of a beautiful woman, Lian Yu, the one woman that hadn't abandoned him. And what a beautiful woman she was, especially in his darkest state. She became his brightest light, his angelic guardian that protected his heart without reserve. Seeing that gentle, calming smile on her face that seemed to say, "I'm here, everything's okay," he felt like an angry child comforted by his mother, and his raging emotions fizzled into nothing. He turned away his focus, retaining a neutrally indifferent expression after returning the smile to this delicate beauty that had no one but him in her heart and mind. Lian Yu relaxed after seeing Long Chen calm himself, feeling elation at his control. As for that slut, Qin Qiumu, she wasn't worth his time. In her heart, she knew there would come a time where they all see the true difference between Wei Wuyan and Long Chen. She gave Qin Qiumu a fleeting look of pity, thinking about how unfortunate she was. Wei Wuyan and Qin Qiumu were completely ignorant of their thoughts, merely existing in their own space. Whenever they were together, like two kindred spirits, they relaxed in each other's presence, revealing their original hearts. Wei Wuyan laughed at her look of grievance, throwing his hands up in surrender. Seeing this, Qin Qiumu's nerves had calmed down as she smiled. She was truly caught by surprise by Xiao Bai's incredible flying speed. When Wei Wuyin had been flying down from his sky palace, he had spotted her similarly flying towards the myriad monarch sect's Everworth Lake gathering. She was already running late after cultivating an intensive art that caused her to lose track of time. A few minutes prior, she had just been reminded of the gathering, and hurried to depart. She was certainly going to be late, so she was quite panicked. Fortunately, Wei Wuyin was similarly late. She was picked up as he descended, unsure if they'll make the event on time at a slow flying speed, so the conversation went like this. Are we going to make it at this rate? Oh. We can go faster, but I don't know if you're going to lose your lunch or not. Lose my lunch? I'm a cultivator. I can handle any speed. Are you sure? I can handle it. She even felt that Wei Wuyin was playfully joking about the stereotypes of her gender, thinking she was the fairer sex and considered her as less resilient. As a cultivator, she was quite competitive innately and valiantly sought her limits and things out just like everyone else. Or else, why cultivate? But oh boy was she wrong. When Xiao Bai cranked his speed to 10, she lost the air out of her lungs and nearly lost consciousness along the way. She immediately regretted it. She had almost fallen off Xiao Bai, having to hold onto Wei Wuin's robes tightly, fearing for dear life. What should have taken a fully day's worth of flying had been completed in a few minutes. Now, she could only blame her blind confidence. Therefore, she wasn't actually mad at Wei Wuyin, merely realizing that everyone has limits and there were things even cultivators might find hard to bear. She clutched Wei Wuin's robes a little tighter, catching her breath. Her flushed appearance truly was a captivating sight to the audience, but the majority of focus was still on the man of the hour. Himself. There were numerous elites and elders in the crowd, both male and female, that felt envy and jealousy at Qin Qiumu's closeness to Wei Wuyin. But they didn't dare speak out anything ill of Qin Qiumu out loud, keeping their jealousy internal. Xiao Bai started to walk on the lake, giving off an imposing presence that startled the crowd. The various high-level cultivators felt even more shocked by Xiao Bai's aura, being exceptional in all aspects. Yao Wei turned to his father. Great father, that's a sky thunder Pegasus, right? Yao Zhen's violet flame swirled within his eyes as if he was contemplating a myriad of things. With his deep, darkly rich voice, he responded, yes. Its sky thunder bloodline is exceptionally developed. Xiao Bai's bloodline wasn't new to many, as quite a few had witnessed its existence during Qin Qiumu's execution date. Wei Wuyin had arrived, awing the crowd with his Pegasus and presence. However, this was the first time that many had personally seen it evoke its bloodline powers in such a manner, causing their hearts to throb with shock and disbelief. Isn't it only a colt? How come its size and aura is so powerful? An elder demon couldn't help but remark in uncertainty. Almost everyone knew that Wei Wuyin had been gifted a Pegasus who later unlocked its innate bloodline after taking some Thunderblood pills, but that knew it was less than a decade old in age. A Pegasus at the size of 80 meters was usually matured to the maximum, usually at the age range of 200 to 300 years old. Therefore, they were uncertain. There's no need to wonder. Wei Wuyin had invested numerous resources into Xiao Bai, even causing its Sky Thunder bloodline to show signs of evolving. Deshan proudly explained, completely unbothered by an elf clutching Wei Wuyin closely. Yao Zhen added, a beast's size is a reflection of its inherent physical power and lineage. In ancient times, there were beings the size of minor continents that existed on planets. It's not shocking that its size reflects its developments thus far. As an experienced sixth-stage expert, Yao Zhen was quite knowledgeable. A few elders, especially Yao Wei, were taken aback by this information. They knew beasts could become large, but they can become the size of continents. They gulped at the mental image. Over on the other side, Ji Chongkong had to similarly answer this question to Xu Dao, who was confused at Xiao Bai's size and aura. Ancient beasts. What type of beasts? Xu Dao asked inquisitively with deep interest. Ji Chongkong wryly smiled as he looked at Xiao Bai. Beasts were different from cultivators, capable of developing at absurd speeds if given proper nourishment while contradictorily having extremely long lifespans. They had latent powers of their ancestors, capable of awakening and pursuing that power that existed in legends. If given enough time, Xiao Bai's strength would eclipse his own. As for its speed, just from what he saw, he was certain that he couldn't catch up without hindering its movements with spatial lock, a unique ability to spatial resonance phase cultivators. This left him a little bitter in his aged heart. He carelessly mentioned some information detailed in some ancient books, ancient beasts said to be descendants of true dragons. They ranged from all types, but their lineage was rather consistent. However, this baffled Xu Dao. His sharp gaze turned to Ji Chongkong, Master, dragons. What true dragon lineage? They lived in this starfield. Where are they? When Xu Dao asked this in genuine curiosity, Ji Chongkong was startled. When he tried to recall the answers, for some reason, he realized that every lineage in the ancient records existed today, but the dragon lineage had seemingly vanished. There was not even a beastman that had an inkling of their bloodline. He couldn't help but ask himself, what happened to the dragons? If these beings were the size of continents, how could they just vanish? He became thoroughly lost in thought, absent-minded to the point he hadn't noticed an interaction brewing. Wei Wuyin and Qing Qiumu had left the lake, floated to the lakeside. Xiaobai neighed, blowing a wad of air toward the crowd with a cocky, "I bet you want to punch," smile. Then, he took off as quick as he came, leaving the two here. Qing Qiumu circulated her various energies, calming her seething blood and lungs. She had regained her normal warm, motherly elegance that was quite calming to the eyes. Wei Wuyin still held a faint teasing light within his eyes, causing her to roll her eyes. Just as Qing Qiumu was about to greet her ancestor and Qin Rui, a familiar figure approached alongside a female companion. When she caught sight of them, her expression changed into a frown. Long Chen and Lian Yu arrived side by side, they both had calm expressions. She didn't know how to react to them. Since the incident with Nasini, her eyes to Long Chen's true nature had been revealed. Long Chen took the lead, directing his gaze towards Wei Wuyin. As the Grand Prince, he carried himself with an important air. While Wei Wuyin might be the next king of Everlore in the Starfield, that individual, in his mind, was merely a foil to the true characters of the future. Such as his master, Grand Monarch Wu Yu. It was this consistent thought within his mind that allowed him to dismiss the overwhelmingly oppressive sensation that Wei Wuyin was spreading, believing him to just be an outrageously talented alchemist without a chance to reach the peak of the martial Dao. Without that, he would eventually be nothing and can only be bypassed by him. Long Chen indifferent swept his gaze across Wei Wuyin, looking at his neck that usually possessed his black ring. He asked, "Where is my master?" Long Chen felt that with this journey to the unknown, Wu Yu would certainly choose to accompany him rather than Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin gave Long Chen an amused look, as if looking at a clown playing elitist. Even though their statuses were so different, so vastly apart in influence, power, and reputation, he still brazenly clashed with him. He felt in the depths of his heart that Long Chen, this man that once brought shock into his heart, was uninteresting. He focused his gaze on Lian Yu, ignoring Long Chen. According to Xiang Ling, Lian Yu was all he had left after he nearly caused the death of Nasini by not actively protecting her. While Wei Wuyin had brought the calamity cake, Long Chen had eaten the misfortune cream himself. Now, Long Chen was left with Lian Yu. When Lian Yu felt his gaze, her delicate eyebrows furrowed. She felt naked before his silver eyes, causing her body to grow restless and uncomfortable. But when she saw the light of surprise flit across those eyes, her heart shivered for some reason. Wei Wuyin commented lightly, turning to Long Chen. "You used your Grand Prince request to bring her along. Are you sure that's a good idea?" He genuinely asked, startling Long Chen. After Wei Wuyin had taken the two other requests, the third regarding Nasini needed to be changed, so he asked for an exception to be made for the expedition. It wasn't originally meant for just her, but Xiao Bing, Long Tingyu, Wu Baozhai, and Lian Yu. They were all asked to be given a spot, which was agreed upon. But that had all crumbled as Xiao Bing cultivated with a reborn Hong Ru and Long Tingyu was too distraught by the past events to come. Wu Baozhai, for obvious reasons, had refused his good intentions. This left Lian Yu, the only woman that stayed in his life. "It's none of your business what I or she does. I ask you again, where's my master?" Long Chen's eyes narrowed dangerously, feeling impatient. Qing Qiumu was about to rebuke Long Chen for his attitude, as this was a public gathering and his actions were extremely disrespectful, but Wei Wuyin touched her shoulder and calmed her down instantly. Wei Wuyin gave Lian Yu one last glance. Then, he replied, "He's occupied." Wu Yu had decided to direct Wu Baozhai's cultivation after Wei Wuyin decided to. refused to concoct an every birth pill. Instead, he said he'll let Wu Yu make up for his actions in the past and let Wu Baozhai reconstruct his body in the future, if she chooses to do so. While a little angry at this, Wu Yu already had a guilty heart and inevitably agreed. Wu Baozhai was his bloodline descendant and the most suitable cultivator for the imperial heaven qi method. She'll make great advancements with his help. Therefore, he took her in as his disciple. As for Long Chen, Wei Wuyin wasn't certain if Wu Yu had just given up after Long Chen challenged him to imperial combat. The likely result could have left him resigned to Long Chen's eventual fate, deciding to abandon that avenue of possibility. Furthermore, with his help and Wei Wuyin concocting unique products suitable for the imperial heaven qi method, it was certain that Wu Baozhai would reach his level one day, and he might be able to exceed his previous limits once restored. Long Chen clenched his teeth, unbeknownst to him that his so-called master was teaching another to replace him. After all, Wu Baozhai was an innate ruler of the Grand Monarch lineage unlike him, who snatched it from her. Just as Long Chen was about to say something, a ray of brilliant silver light erupted from above, attracting everyone's attention. A gray-robed figure was revealed from the light. Tua Bihan hovered above everyone, sweeping his stern gaze across everyone present, including Long Chen and Wei Wuyin. He announced, "We'll be leaving a day early. Everyone, get ready." His voice contained a hint of urgency. Wei Wuyin was intrigued by his distress as he faintly smiled. "What are you up to, little girl?" Part 9 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.